Chapter 1. What is your mission here? Bang. What is your military observation group's true mission in Seville? Morin fully woke up after a solid punch to his face. As the scene in his eyes gradually cleared, he saw a tall, white male in some kind of old military uniform with a fierce expression, and he was utterly bewildered. Where did I end up? Did I, after finally getting a holiday, just fall asleep while line climbing? This thought popped into Morin's head, but the throbbing pain in his cheek and jaw made him realize he wasn't dreaming. He had genuinely been hit with a solid punch. Immediately after, the fierce-looking white male in front of him started mumbling a long string of words in a language Morin had never heard before. Strangely, Morin found that he understood the man's words as if it were his native tongue. He could even tell that the man didn't seem fluent in the language he was speaking. At this point, Morin was completely dumbfounded. He was clearly a cadet, so when did he become a second lieutenant? Even if it were a Slav Genshin impact rank, it should be a level 98 lieutenant general. And this Seville, it's a place I've never heard of. Wait. As Morin thought of this place name again, a cold, electronic female voice appeared in his mind. Current information collection progress. 5%. Intelligence management system activating. Morin felt a flicker in his vision, and then a game UI-like interface appeared in his sight. The main part of this interface was a large map, which, from its outline, resembled the map of Europa, though most areas were currently unexplored. The only area with some exploration progress was a large town in the center of the current map, which, according to the text label, was the Seville mentioned by the officer earlier. Morin assessed the location, roughly placing it in the southern part of the country he knew as Spain. He tried to zoom out the map to its smallest scale and saw a simple street map, along with a golden star marker which he guessed represented himself. On the left side of the map, there were also many tab-like buttons, and it was currently on the map tab. Below map, there were also information, intelligence, and several tabs labeled with markers. Morin tried to mentally click on the tabs, but only a message popped up saying, current information collection insufficient, cannot open. He then shifted his attention to the information tab, and new content indeed appeared. The large map on the right was switched to a document-like interface, though currently, there were only a few lines of content. Seville, capital of the autonomous community of Andalusia, city population approximately 110,000, the fourth largest city in the Kingdom of Aragon. Saxon Empire, a dual monarchy federal state located in Central Europa, a powerful empire ruled by the Saxon House of Weden. Damn it, what Aragon and Saxon, isn't this just Spain and the Second German Empire? After reading this information, Morin mentally opened the intelligence tab. This time, there was even less content, just one line. Your military observation group has been attacked. You are currently a prisoner, detained in the cellar of a civilian house in Seville. Looking at this information, a series of related details quickly filled Morin's mind, gradually outlining a slightly vague memory. The owner of this body was also named Morin, from another country bordering the Kingdom of Aragon, the Saxon Empire. His specific identity was a young officer candidate who had just graduated from the Lichterfeld Central Military Academy. Oh, he had been granted the rank of second lieutenant 10 days ago and was supposed to report to his assigned unit. Current information collection progress. 7%. Morin sorted through the jumbled memories in his mind, and just as he was about to switch the tab back to information, he was hit with a hook punch while still tied to a chair. Whack. This time, he and the chair were knocked to the ground. The interface in front of him was forcibly closed, and his normal vision returned. Detected current dangerous state, system interface temporarily closed. Hey, what the heck, this system doesn't have a time stop effect, does it? Thud. A military boot heavily stomped on his lower abdomen, making Morin only able to let out a series of painful whimpers. He couldn't understand how he had been playing a game just a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, he was tied to a chair and beaten up. Although I finally got a holiday and secretly played as a lazy bum, never going high, sweeping all battle zones, I don't deserve this. Immediately after, the fierce-looking white military officer roughly righted his chair, then walked to a table nearby, picked up a towel, and wiped the sweat from his face. Only then did Morin have a chance to quickly observe his surroundings. Just as the map had shown, this seemed to be inside a building, with low ceilings, no windows, and illumination solely from a few oil lamps. In the dim areas beyond the reach of the oil lamps, there was a vague structure resembling a wooden staircase. Morin guessed it was probably in a place like a basement or cellar. Behind the table where the white military officer was wiping his sweat, sat two other soldiers dressed in the same style of military uniform as him. To his left, another elderly officer, dressed in a different military uniform, was tied up. His field grey military uniform, however, was in the same style as Morin's. Morin now largely understood his predicament. If this wasn't some outrageous prank, he had most likely experienced the popular trope of transmigration, and had directly landed in the captured by hostile forces hellish opening scenario. The white military officer casually tossed the wet towel back onto the table. The sweat and blood stains on the towel looked particularly glaring under the oil lamp. He turned around and walked back to Morin in a few steps. His heavy breathing sprayed onto Morin's face, carrying an unpleasant smell of tobacco mixed with sweat. Bang! Another punch landed, squarely on Morin's left cheek, making his ears ring and filling his mouth with the taste of rust. I'll ask one more time, what is your Saxon military observation group's true mission in Seville? The officer's roar exploded in his ear. Are you Saxons trying to tear up the agreement and formally intervene in the civil war of the Kingdom of Aragon? Morin grimaced in pain, mentally cursing the officer's ancestors 18 generations back. Are these people sick? I don't even know what you're talking about, big brother. He wanted to yell back, but reason told him that speaking now would only result in another beating, with no good outcome. The original owner of this body had a chaotic memory, and his mind was completely blank regarding that so-called mission. The only thing he could do now was to keep his mouth shut, like a gourd with a sawn-off mouth. The two other officers sitting behind the table merely glanced over, then continued to puff on their cigarettes, indifferent to the brutality taking place. What kind of skill is it to vent your anger on a second lieutenant? A hoarse but powerful voice came from the side. If you have any problems, you can come at me. Morin turned his head with difficulty, looking towards the source of the voice. It was the elderly officer wearing the same field grey military uniform as him. He also had blood on the corner of his mouth, and his face was bruised, but his back was ramrod straight, showing no sign of a prisoner's distress. Hearing this, the white military officer slowly lowered the hand that was gripping Morin's hair, a sinister smile appearing on his face. This is the first time I've heard such a request. He turned around, walked slowly to the elderly officer, and without a word, punched him in the face. Bang! The chair legs scraped against the rough floor, emitting a harsh sound. The elderly officer's head was knocked to one side, and blood quickly seeped from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't utter a single sound. The white military officer seemed to still be unsatisfied, raising his hand to strike again. At this moment, the two officers who had been sitting behind the table finally made a move. They extinguished their cigarettes, stood up, and walked over. One of the officers, who appeared to be of a higher rank, raised a hand to stop his colleague who was about to continue the assault. He walked in front of the elderly officer, circled him once, carefully examining his field grey military uniform and the epaulettes on his shoulders. August von Mackensen. The officer spoke, his voice much steadier than the previous one. Lieutenant General of the Saxon Imperial Army. I never expected to capture such an important figure here. Morin's heart gave a sudden jolt. He hadn't expected the old man beside him to be a general. No wonder he spoke with such confidence earlier. Wait, why does that name sound so familiar too? Before he could figure out the familiar name, a new question surfaced in Morin's mind: how could he, a mere second lieutenant, be captured with a general? On the other side, the general referred to as Mackensen slowly raised his head. Although his face was bruised, the arrogance that emanated from his very being showed no signs of diminishing. He even tugged at his bleeding lip, forcing out a contemptuous expression. Since you know my identity, you should understand the nature of a military observation group. Mackensen's voice remained steady. We are here at the invitation of the legitimate ruler of the Kingdom of Aragon, Ferdinand VII, and possess diplomatic immunity. Your blatant attack on our military observation group is a direct provocation against the Saxon Empire, and can it not also be interpreted as an act of war? Diplomatic immunity. The later officer chuckled, as if he had heard the biggest joke. General Mackensen, this is Andalusia, not the capital Madrid. Given the current state of the Kingdom of Aragon, the king's orders may not necessarily hold sway here. He paused, his tone softening, no longer so aggressive. We have no intention of making an enemy of the Saxon Empire. But General, you and your subordinates appeared in a place where you shouldn't have, so we just want to know why. He spread his hands, adopting a reasonable posture. Lieutenant General Mackensen listened to these words, stared intently at the speaking officer for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Hat. You say we appeared in a place we shouldn't have. Then why are your Britannia troops also here? Chapter 2 is neither sacred nor imperial. General Mackensen, we have shown you enough respect, and we hope you can give us the respect we deserve. The middle-aged officer who asked the question stared at Mackensen, his expression somewhat displeased as he said, at least when referring to my country, please use her full name. Mackensen sneered upon hearing this. Full name. Holy Britannian Empire. What connection do you have with Holy? Neither Holy, nor an empire. Well, this one also had a sharp tongue. However, the conversation between these two also allowed Morin to acquire more information in a short period, and the mysterious voice in his mind rang out again, with the content of the information interface updating simultaneously. Current information collection progress, %. The Holy Britannian Empire, with its capital located in the Britannia Island region, occupies a large number of colonies worldwide and is an autocratic state ruled by the blood relatives of the emperor. This time, even without the system's prompt, Morin could guess just by the name that this was definitely an alternate world's Great Britannia. Although Morin did not know what connection this country had with the superpower from a certain old act work. But what was certain was that this country probably did not have a good relationship with the Saxon Empire. For some reason, these two empires had simultaneously dispatched military forces to the Aragon Kingdom where everyone was currently located, but they did not seem to have officially engaged in combat yet. And these Britannian soldiers also seemed to have achieved the alternate world Li Yunlong accomplishment. They ambushed a military observation group from the Saxon Empire and then captured Morin and his companions. On the other side, Lieutenant General Mackensen's foul mouth successfully earned him a friendly response from the other party. With a few solid punches, Lieutenant General Mackensen crashed to the ground, chair and all. And these three Britannian, no, Holy Britannian officers did not forget Morin, who was off to the side, and after a similar beating, knocked him to the ground as well. Immediately after, two pistols were pressed against Morin's and Lieutenant General Mackensen's crotches. Our patience is limited. We will ask you one last time, are you Saxons preparing to intervene in the Aragon Civil War, and what is your military deployment situation? Just kill me, I really don't know anything. Morin said weakly. He only hoped that the other party would give him a quick death and stop torturing him, and especially not let him suffer the pain of losing his manhood. However, after he said this, the Britannian officer in front of him put away his gun, a cold sneer appearing on his face. Very good, your loyalty to your country has earned my respect. However, this makes me even more certain that you must possess valuable intelligence. Lying on the ground, Morin felt a bit dumbfounded. He turned his head, spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, and then said, "No, what are you thinking? I'm just a small second lieutenant, how could I possibly possess the military intelligence you need? Precisely because you are only a second lieutenant, it makes it so unreasonable. If you weren't someone important, or didn't possess important intelligence, why would you be in an officer corps where the lowest rank is major? And riding in the same car as a lieutenant general? Wait, so that's how it is." Bang! Another heavy kick landed, making Morin's vision go black. "Go ahead and pretend, when you are taken to the professional interrogation room in the rear, I will entertain you well. I hope your mouth will still be as hard as it is now." The Britannian officer bared his teeth, revealing a sinister smile. Just as he was about to say something more, the door to the cellar opened, and a rather young officer rushed down the stairs in a panic. The young officer urgently reported something to his colleagues in the cellar in a language Morin had never heard before. But Morin was surprised to find that he could understand it. The intonation and pronunciation of this language were somewhat similar to English from his world before transmigration. He closed his eyes, concentrating on distinguishing the jumbled syllables, and his mind automatically translated them into meanings he could understand. "Major. The makeshift positions on the periphery are under attack. It's the Saxons, and another group of armed personnel of unknown identity." The young officer's voice was filled with panic. Following his words, dull explosions and intermittent gunshots also drifted in from the open cellar door, much clearer than before. The atmosphere in the cellar instantly tensed. The leading Britannian major's face became extremely grim. He kicked Lieutenant General Mackenson's chair. "Immediately move them to the rear." "Quick." "Yes." The young officer took the order and immediately turned to run up the stairs, preparing to call people down to help. But as he stepped onto the first stair, a deafening roar came from outside. Boom! The entire cellar shook, and dust fell from the ceiling. The young officer stumbled, screaming as he tumbled down the short wooden stairs. Before he could even get up from the ground, a tall dark figure leaped down from the cellar entrance. The figure landed very steadily, and a foot clad in a heavy military boot stomped heavily on the young officer's chest. Crack! That was the sound of ribs breaking. Before the young officer's scream could fully escape, the rifle in the dark figure's hand was aimed at his head. Bang! The close-range roar exploded in the cellar, stinging Morin's eardrums. The young officer's head burst open like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. Immediately after, 3 or 4 more dark figures streamed in. Their movements were swift and their coordination seamless, making almost no unnecessary sounds. The remaining 2 Britannian officers had just reacted. They raised their weapons and pulled the triggers, aiming at the cellar entrance. But apart from the gunshots, only a few clangs and some sparks in the darkness could be heard. The next moment, 3 dark figures rushed forward with a speed Morin could not perceive. Some kind of round shield-like defensive gear was held in front of them, absurdly blocking the pistol bullets fired at close range, and ultimately slamming into their respective targets. Thud! Thud! The sound of sharp blades tearing through cloth and piercing flesh came. The 3 Britannian officers, without even a chance to groan, slumped into pools of blood. The major who had previously punched and kicked Morin and Lieutenant General Mackenson and made harsh threats, twitched as he fell beside Morin. His eyes were wide open, staring at Morin in death, seemingly unable to believe that he had died just like that. Morin, however, had no mind to bother with the dead man at this moment. His entire attention was drawn to these sudden attackers. The battle ended too quickly, in just a few seconds. Only then, by the light of the still-burning oil lamp, did Morin get a clear look at their attire. The attackers wore field grey military uniforms of the same style as his and Lieutenant General Mackenson's. This was good news, indicating that these attackers were likely on his side. But over their military uniforms, these armed men wore a set of breastplates, shoulder plates, and arm guards that gleamed with a metallic chill. The plate armor covered his chest, shoulders, and arms, with an ancient yet powerful design, looking incredibly heavy. On their heads was a pot helmet that completely covered their faces. What made Morin's brain freeze even more was that one of these soldiers pulled a still-dripping single-handed sword from the body of the Britannian major, wiped the blood casually on the corpse's clothes, and then returned it to the scabbard at his waist. Bolt-action rifles, plate armor, and cold weapons. What was all this? Morin felt his worldview shattered once again. How could medieval heavy-armored Kens even appear? However, Morin couldn't dwell on it much at the moment. After only a brief thought, he spoke to these armed soldiers in a somewhat weak voice. "I'm fine. Save the Lieutenant General first." Chapter 3 What do you call your column? There was more than one armed person who rushed into the cellar, so there was no question of who to save first. But sometimes, displaying a proper attitude is very important. Before Morin could finish speaking, a sharp dagger sliced through the ropes binding his hands. A tin-can soldier, without any unnecessary words, directly helped him up from the ground. On the other side, Lieutenant General Mackenson, who had been badly beaten for his foul mouth, was even more unceremoniously hoisted onto another tin-can soldier's shoulder. Looking at his limp state, he was clearly badly injured, he probably couldn't even walk at this point. Supported by others, Morin staggered a couple of steps, enduring the pain of his body feeling like it was falling apart, and stood firm. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the 4 dead Britannian officers on the ground, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Please wait for me. He broke free from the soldiers' support, enduring the pain from various parts of his body, sucking in cold air, and squatted down. He first searched the major who had made the threats and quickly found his officer's identification. Then, he successively searched out the identification documents of the other 3. Finally, he slung the young officer's fallen document bag over his shoulder as well. Since he could increase his information collection rate after obtaining key information, perhaps the documents or maps in this document bag could also be useful. After doing all this, he returned to the tin can soldier and indicated that he was ready. The soldier didn't ask any further questions, simply re-supporting him with his iron-armored arm. Morin now noticed a faint, almost imperceptible blue light flowing on this soldier's armor and round shield. Before Morin could ask anything, this soldier, whose strength was clearly far beyond ordinary people, directly sent him out of the cellar. And the scene here was even more tragic than in the cellar. This seemed to be the first floor hall of a residential building, but the previous violent explosion had reduced everything here to dust. The wreckage of furniture and fragments of buildings were mixed together, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and dust. More than a dozen bodies and severed limbs of Britannian soldiers lay scattered on the ground, the strong smell of blood almost blocking one's nose and mouth. Morin suppressed the rising nausea in his throat and followed the rescue team's footsteps out of the building. Outside, it was night, but the street lights were not on, only the cool moonlight and the distant burning fires provided some illumination. Under this dim light, Morin saw the situation outside clearly. In addition to the few tin cans who had rushed into the cellar, there was another half squad of similarly heavily armored soldiers holding rifles and standing guard in the shadows of the street outside. The strength and physical prowess of these tin can soldiers were clearly different from ordinary soldiers. Even while wearing a set of heavy armor, they were still carrying swords and shields, and holding some kind of larger caliber rifle. One of them was even directly carrying a machine gun that strongly resembled an MG-08/15, while the Saxon soldiers around them, who were standing guard and wearing the same field grey military uniforms as himself, had a much more normal appearance. There were about 30 of them, and their weapons were basically all bolt-action rifles. At this moment, they were relying on the buildings on both sides of the street to construct a temporary defensive line. Besides that, there was another group of people, their clothing was varied, including old military uniforms, workers' clothes, and some even wore shirts and vests, and the weapons they held were also diverse. Morin immediately thought of the young officer's previous report, another group of armed personnel of unknown identity. It seemed to be them. Just then, a Saxon soldier, crouching low, ran quickly from the end of the street. He rushed directly to an officer who looked like a commander and reported in a low voice. "Captain, the Britannians have reacted. They are disregarding the feint on the flank and moving their main forces towards us. Our friendly blocking force is about to be caught." No sooner had he spoken than dense gunfire erupted from the distant street, and the whizzing sound of stray bullets cutting through the night sky was clearly audible. The nearby Saxon soldiers immediately aimed their rifles in the direction of the gunfire, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. "Understood." The commander, referred to as captain, seemed very calm. "Tell the blocking force to hold on a little longer. Once we withdraw from here, they are to immediately disengage according to their original route. If the Britannians are focused on coming to support, they won't bother with them." Soon, Morin was thus supported and followed the main force, quickly moving through the alleys, retreating towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, he also saw several other officers, similarly dressed in field grey military uniforms, being carried on stretchers and following in the middle of the procession. It seemed they should also be survivors of the military observation group, but he didn't know where they had been held captive before. Everyone ran wildly, covering a distance of about 2 blocks, when suddenly, Morin heard a heart-stopping shriek from overhead. Whoosh! Boom! Before he could react, a roar of a shell landing came from the town they had just escaped from behind him. After everyone had run a little further, there was a second roar from behind. Morin glanced back in the interim. This time, the explosion's fire was clearly closer to the street he had just been in. Ranging shot? It seems there's an observer guiding it, but where are they observing from? Boom! When the third roar came, Morin had already turned his head to look in the direction he had just left, and this time the impact point looked extremely close to the location of that residential building. Will they continue ranging? Or? This question flashed through Morin's mind, but he didn't have to wait long for the answer. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A series of piercing shrieks swept overhead, and a moment later, thunderous roars continuously erupted. This kind of artillery barrage fired in volleys, lasting for 5 rounds. Even though he had run a long distance, Morin felt the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly. He subconsciously looked back and only saw flames soaring into the sky, a chill running down his spine. The captain raised his hand, glanced at his pocket watch by the light of the fire, and then said in a calm tone. "These artillerymen are quite punctual now." Those words made all the hairs on Morin's body stand on end. He immediately understood the plan of these Saxon soldiers. If the rescue operation had failed, or if it had been delayed by just 1 or 2 more minutes, he and Lieutenant General Mackensen, as well as those captured colleagues, and possibly even these rescue forces, would probably have been wiped off this world, along with the enemy, by this punctual artillery fire. This is too ruthless, a lieutenant general of the army, they just abandoned him, Morin sighed silently in his heart. The team did not stop because of the artillery fire, continuing to march quickly in formation, retreating towards the safe zone. At this moment, the captain walked quickly to the group of armed personnel in varied clothing and found a middle-aged man with a big beard who looked like a leader. Thank you very much for your support, friend. The captain's voice carried sincere gratitude. But we still need some time. We hope you can help cover us a little longer. We must ensure General Mackensen safely reaches the rear. Morin pricked up his ears, his curiosity about this mysterious armed force reaching its peak. He heard the commander continue, please also inform your headquarters afterwards that the Saxon military will remember the valuable assistance provided by the International Brigade tonight. Wait, what brigade did you just say? When the words International Brigade entered Morin's ears, he felt as if his brain was being fired upon by a 150mm heavy cannon pointed at his forehead. With a buzzing sound, it instantly became a blank. If his meager historical knowledge was not mistaken, the Saxon Empire he was in looked exactly like a replica of the German Second Empire, a dual monarchy federal state. Then, how could it be fighting alongside the International Brigade, a clearly left-wing force, in the same trench? Was this World War I or World War II? What kind of absurd direction was this world heading in? Chapter 4 A Powerful Noblewoman. Morin was completely numb. He felt that ever since he transmigrated, his worldview had been repeatedly shattered, reshaped, and then shattered again. First, he was severely beaten, then came the Golden Finger system, followed by super soldiers in plate armor and great swords who could withstand direct firearm shots at close range, and now even the International Brigade had popped up. How could these clearly communist or anarchist left-wing fighters get mixed up with the Saxon Empire, which was clearly a right-wing militaristic feudal empire? The direction of this world's timeline was too outrageous. It was like letting Wilhelm II and Lenin hold hands and sing La Marseillaise together, full of magical realism. Before Morin's muddled brain could clear, he was supported by the armored soldiers beside him, stumbling along with the main force as they retreated. He was in so much pain all over that he didn't have the extra energy to delve into the ideological issues of this world. For now, staying alive was the priority. The team moved through the night, quickly retreating to the outskirts of Seville. Behind a dense thicket, several military trucks with a rather vintage appearance were parked in the shadows. There were also many bicycles and tall horses nearby, and some remaining soldiers were leading the horses, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The whole scene exuded a peculiar, industrial agricultural blend characteristic of the World War I era. Upon arrival, there was no delay. Morin, Lieutenant General Mackensen, the rescued wounded, and the few heavily armored soldiers were prioritized onto the rear trailers of several trucks. The rest of the Saxon soldiers and International Brigade personnel swiftly mounted their war horses or pedaled their bicycles. With a roar of engines and a neigh of horses, this mixed force galloped away from the city. There were no seats in the truck's trailer, so Morin could only half lie with Lieutenant General Mackensen on the cold iron plate covered with a layer of dry straw, swaying with the bumps of the vehicle. He secretly observed the Lieutenant General beside him by the moonlight. Mackensen's face was pale, the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth had congealed, but he still held his back straight, his gaze sharp as he stared at the rapidly passing night scenery outside the trailer. Morin noticed that the Lieutenant General's gaze occasionally fell on him, and there seemed to be something more in his eyes, no longer the pure scrutiny of a superior towards a subordinate as before. Just as Morin was trying to recall the memories of this body's original owner to figure out what connection he had with the Lieutenant General, Mackensen suddenly spoke. The last time I saw you was at a ball in Dresden. Mackensen's voice was a bit weathered. He didn't look at Morin, his gaze still fixed on the distance. At that time, you were no different from those noble scions whose families had fallen on hard times, living off the patronage of your ancestors, with only emptiness and numbness in your eyes. Morin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He realized that this general seemed to be an old acquaintance of this body's original owner, or rather, of the original owner's ancestors. But today, your performance surprised me a little. Mackensen finally turned his head, his gaze like a torch as he looked at Morin. I originally thought that if the Britannian's fists landed on your face, you would spill everything you knew within 3 blows. Morin twitched the corner of his mouth but said nothing. What could he say? That he genuinely knew nothing at the time? That all he was thinking was, just kill me already, hurry up, don't delay my reincarnation? If he had said that, the Lieutenant General would probably have kicked him off the truck on the spot. Mackensen seemed to take Morin's silence as a form of acquiescence. He nodded, and his tone even carried a hint of approval. It seems that your father's blood still flows in your veins, that Saxon soldier's courage, merely obscured for too long by your past decadent life. However, Mackensen's next words made Morin's heart sink. But this does not mean that I will lower my expectations of you because of it. The Lieutenant General's tone became cold again, even tinged with unconcealed anger. Just the day before the military observation group departed, a telegram from home, bypassing layers of command, was delivered directly to my desk. There was a certain influential lady. Mackensen noticeably emphasized this word, his voice filled with disdain and contempt. She hoped that I could look after you, preferably by transferring you to a clerical position in the rear to ensure your safety. At this point, Mackensen let out a cold snort, enduring his injuries to force himself to lean closer, almost pressing against Morin's face, and said word by word. What does she think the army is? Her private garden or a sanatorium? What I hate most are these parasites who treat the army as a place for self-enrichment. And those fools who try to interfere with military command through nepotism. He stared intently at Morin, the oppressive feeling almost suffocating Morin. So, I will not. Not only will I not transfer you to the rear, I will assign you to the front lines. And to a combat unit at the very forefront of the attack sequence. I want you to experience firsthand what war is truly like. To see if those bones of yours, softened by alcohol, can harden again. The truck lurched violently, and Morin's heart trembled fiercely with it. He didn't speak, mainly because Mackenson's oppressive presence was too strong, and he genuinely didn't know what to say. Another reason was that, in his memory, the original owner's parents had long passed away. And even if they were still alive, given the current decline of the family, his mother certainly couldn't be considered a lady. Not to mention possessing the extraordinary ability to send telegrams directly to the front lines, so he had no idea who Lieutenant General Mackenson was referring to for a while. And after saying those words, the old general hissed, taking in cold air, and half lay back down. The convoy continued to drive on the bumpy dirt road, and the two remained silent. Feeling the situation was awkward, Morin turned his head and saw several huge dark silhouettes quietly suspended in the distant night sky. These were several massive airships, hidden in the darkness, difficult to spot without careful observation. It seemed that the precise and deadly artillery fire earlier was guided by these eyes in the sky. After driving for about 10 kilometers, the convoy finally slowed down and eventually entered a large, prepared encampment. Morin turned his head to observe the surroundings. It appeared to be a camp built against a hillside and forest, of considerable size. Soldiers in field grey uniforms moved between the tents, and further away, the barrels of towed artillery could be seen, though none were deployed yet. From the conversations of the surrounding officers, Morin deduced that this should be the Saxon Imperial Army's frontline assembly area and temporary command post in this region. After the truck came to a stop, Morin jumped down from the back of the truck's trailer, then turned to help the old general disembark. However, the old man was quite robust. He ignored Morin's outstretched hand and jumped down directly. Seeing this, several staff officers immediately gathered around excitedly, and Lieutenant General Mackenson also ignored Morin, walking without looking back, surrounded by his staff, towards the largest tent in the center of the position. The surrounding soldiers and officers were also busy. A medic found Morin, briefly treated his wounds, and then hurried away. For a moment, Morin, who was unclear about the situation, became the most leisurely, or rather, idle person in the area. However, Morin still found something to do. After finding a corner to sit in, he took out the officer's ID and document bag he had previously searched from the Holy Britannian Empire officers. The text on the officer's ID was English, which Morin was familiar with, but the contents made him a little unsettled. MI9. Military Intelligence 9 Intelligence Officer. Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, 4th Battalion, and a Major. As for some documents in the bag, although they didn't reveal too much important information, they roughly allowed Morin to understand the enemy's situation. As Morin continued to browse, a series of prompts flashed in his mind. Information collection progress 10%. New intelligence collected, please check under relevant entries. Information updated, please check under relevant entries. After confirming that all this information had been collected, Morin walked to the entrance of the tent where Lieutenant General Mackenson and his staff were, asked the guards to help deliver these items inside. Then he returned to his previous corner, half lying on the ground, and began to clear red dots. During this process, he quickly figured out the current situation and also awakened many memories of this body's original owner. This fellow, also transliterated as Morin, was, as Mackenson said in the truck, from a family of Junker military aristocracy. Morin's grandfather had even served with Mackenson in the Death Hussars back then, and the two had forged a deep friendship. Even after Morin's grandfather was killed in action, and despite his father's extravagant spending leading to the family's decline and eventual death from excessive drinking, Mackenson had continued to look after other relatives, including Morin. He even recommended Morin to the military academy, which could be said to be the utmost benevolence. Morin did not disappoint the old general's opportunity either. After successfully graduating from the military academy, with good overall grades, he was assigned to the 33rd Infantry Regiment of the 16th Infantry Brigade of the 9th Infantry Division of the Saxon Imperial Army. Under normal circumstances, Morin would have become a platoon leader in a certain company and battalion of this infantry regiment, becoming a junior officer of the Saxon Empire like his seniors. But the problem lay in the unit he was assigned to. Almost simultaneously with the issuance of the transfer order, his 16th Infantry Brigade received orders to move south, fully equipped, into the neighboring Kingdom of Aragon. Chapter 5 A different early 20th century. According to the original owner's vague memories, the Kingdom of Aragon had fallen into a Spanish civil war of another world several decades early, due to issues of royal succession and national development strategy. The national army, supported by the Saxon Empire, was no match for the kingdom's army, which had the Holy Britannian Empire's backing, and was steadily retreating. More and more intelligence also indicated that the Holy Britannian Empire's forces were landing by sea in the kingdom's army-controlled areas, preparing to personally intervene and end the civil war. Seeing that its interests within the Kingdom of Aragon were about to be harmed, Emperor Albert II of the Saxon Empire could no longer sit still. He immediately ordered the General Staff Headquarters to dispatch 6 brigades, totaling 12 infantry regiments, from various units to enter the Kingdom of Aragon first, under the pretext of assisting allies in stabilizing the situation. More division-level units also began partial mobilization, ready to follow into the Kingdom of Aragon at any time to backstop the national army. The Kingdom of Aragon in this world had a much larger territory near the Mediterranean Sea than the Spain Morin remembered. It was precisely this extra territory that allowed the Saxon Empire to successfully border the Kingdom of Aragon. The 16th Infantry Brigade, to which Morin was assigned, and its 2 subordinate infantry regiments, were among these units dispatched by the General Staff Headquarters. So, by the time Morin received his transfer order, the 33rd Infantry Regiment, where he was supposed to report, had already departed by military train. Morin ultimately had no choice but to follow the station staff's advice and wait for the next military train heading directly to the Kingdom of Aragon. Fate works in mysterious ways. The military train he boarded happened to be carrying the military observation group led by Lieutenant General Mackensen. Even more miraculously, when the old man saw Morin's familiar figure boarding the train from the window, his pocket still held a telegram that had arrived on his desk the day before, requesting care for Morin and his transfer to the rear. Perhaps remembering his deceased close friend, or perhaps wanting to inherit his friend's dying wish to cultivate his descendant into a blood and iron soldier with Saxon traditions. Lieutenant General Mackensen immediately decided to give Morin a good workout. After the military train reached its destination, he directly pulled Morin into the observation group, making him act as a senior orderly to accompany the observation group, and only report to his assigned unit after the mission. The Saxon Empire's intelligence work capabilities also did not surprise Morin. There were huge problems in their master of the Holy Britannian Empire's landing forces and the kingdom's army movements. Thus, Morin, by a strange coincidence, was ambushed outside Seville in an attack targeting the military observation group, and was subsequently captured along with Lieutenant General Mackensen. As for why an army lieutenant general would lead such a large group of officers to observe an unknown foreign territory, this can only be attributed to a certain military tradition of the Saxon Empire. This militarily robust empire was almost built through a series of continuous wars. Senior generals personally scouting the front lines was already considered one of the more normal military traditions among the empire's many reckless ones. Moreover, because Lieutenant General Mackensen intended to conduct a quick, flexible, and discreet frontline reconnaissance mission, in his own words, he didn't even bring the General's Guard, the superhuman armored soldiers who had previously rushed into the cellar to rescue people, which he considered somewhat cumbersome. However, what puzzled Morin was that the whereabouts of a military observation group of this level and operational method should have been strictly confidential, and theoretically, it should not have been subjected to a well-prepared ambush. Therefore, he had reason to suspect that there was a high probability of an insider on the Empire's side who had leaked the military observation group's intelligence in advance. As for the possibility that the Holy Britannian Empire was simply better at intelligence work, Morin was skeptical of this possibility for a country that was clearly a reincarnated Britain. However, before Morin could figure out why Albert II was in such a hurry to backstop the national army, this relatively leisurely period came to an end. Because he saw more than a dozen soldiers, slinging leather document bags and appearing to be orderlies, jogging into Mackensen's tent. Not long after, these soldiers left the tent again, then ran towards the camp's periphery at an even faster pace. One of the orderlies, seeing Morin's solitary figure, ran directly to him, stood at attention, and saluted him. "Are you Second Lieutenant Morin?" "Yes, that's me." Morin nodded, looking somewhat puzzled at the clearly very young orderly in front of him, finally offering the latter a polite smile. The young orderly saw his expression and also gave a somewhat shy smile. "Second Lieutenant Morin, please follow me. I need to deliver orders from the regiment headquarters to the 1st Battalion, 33rd Infantry Regiment's encampment, and the General instructed me to bring you over to report as well." The 16th Infantry Brigade had not yet officially entered combat, and this area was also within the National Army's control, so the entire brigade's encampment was relatively concentrated. The headquarters of the two subordinate infantry regiments, along with the 16th Brigade headquarters, and an artillery regiment and a cavalry regiment reinforced to this brigade, were all stationed in the aforementioned camp. The two regiments, comprising 6 infantry battalions, serving as the main combat force, were arrayed in a semicircular line facing Seville, acting as a screen. It appeared that the Saxon Empire's regimental level units were not yet equipped with wired telephones, so regimental orders were relayed by orderlies delivering them in person. After Morin followed the young orderly out of the brigade headquarters camp area, he could only make his way in the dark towards the position of the 1st Battalion, 33rd Infantry Regiment, guided by the moonlight. "Second Lieutenant, after you got off the train, you were supposed to report to the regiment headquarters and then proceed directly to your assigned company. But who knew you would be taken away directly by the military observation group on the same train, and then run into all this? But thank goodness you returned safe and sound. Everyone at the regiment headquarters is spreading rumors that you, Second Lieutenant, are General Mackensen's relative, which is why he allowed you, a Second Lieutenant, to accompany the military observation group. Is General Mackensen really your adoptive father?" The young orderly named Schmidt was clearly a talkative person, brimming with the unique vigor and energy of youth. So, after Morin chatted with him for a few sentences, making him realize that this survivor Second Lieutenant had no heirs, the orderly immediately opened up. However, when the gossip from the other party's mouth started to become increasingly outlandish, Morin interjected in time. "Ahem, you're getting more and more absurd. If Lieutenant General Mackensen really were my adoptive father, how could I still be here?" "You're right, but why would the General let you, Second Lieutenant, accompany the military observation group?" Orderly Schmidt asked, somewhat puzzled. "Well, the General indeed has some connection with me. You see. I knew you weren't an ordinary person." Schmidt excitedly waved his fist, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Morin could only smile helplessly at the back of the other's head, then, after a moment's thought, he asked curiously. "Schmidt, have you ever thought about why we have to come to the Kingdom of Aragon?" "Of course I know. We are here to break the energy monopoly brought by the Britannians and allow all countries to share the progress of industrial magic technology." Schmidt's unhesitating answer caught Morin by surprise, making him pause for a moment. Listen to that, is that something a low-ranking soldier from an imperial country would say? Morin had originally expected this young orderly to only give answers like obeying superior orders or it's a soldier's duty. But the other party's current answer clearly exceeded the scope of an orderly's typical understanding. This indicated that the Saxon Empire must have conducted propaganda in this area, at least popularizing it among the rank-and-file officers and soldiers in the army. Breaking the energy monopoly, sharing technological progress. Morin savored the key parts of the young orderly's words. He felt as if he had grasped a thread regarding why a group like the International Brigade would appear in this strange worldview. Current information collection progress. 15%. As the golden finger continuously increased its information collection progress, Morin's understanding of this world in his mind also began to become clearer. This world, which was extremely similar to the early 20th century of his previous life, was currently at a very critical historical juncture. Unlike the world Morin was familiar with, this world genuinely had magic, or rather, magic technology. Previously, when those armored generals guard rushed into the cellar to rescue people, it was by relying on the enchantments on their armor and shields that they blocked bullets from close-range firing. The Saxon Empire, to some extent, was not an old power in magic technology. This country had more advantages in the mechanical and conventional heavy industries Morin was familiar with. The true magic technology powers in this world, according to the information gathered from intelligence so far, were mainly the Holy Britannian Empire, which had vast colonies worldwide, and the Gallic Republic, which had always competed with the former over-colonies. That is, the century-old rivals of Britain and France in another world. It was precisely because the magic technology in this world was all based on magic crystal ore. And magic crystal ore was actually extraterrestrial meteorites that had struck this planet multiple times in ancient times, so their distribution was not concentrated. Therefore, Britannia and Gaul, these two old colonial empires, rapidly rose and became hegemonic nations by leveraging their advantage in mining worldwide. To make matters worse for the Saxon Empire, the magic crystal ore in Europa was basically all located on the territories of Britannia and Gaul, with only sparse amounts within the Saxon Empire's borders. This also led to this second German empire of another world having a natural disadvantage in the development of magic technology. Fortunately, the humorous law of German technology is the best in the world also seemed to apply in this world. So the Saxons, by sheer force, carved out a thorny path in the conventional technology Morin was more familiar with. However, unlike the fuel technology route Morin was familiar with, the diesel in this world was not refined from underground petroleum. Instead, it was another unique ore in this world, glittering crystal ore. Although Morin did not know how the Saxons turned ore into fuel, he only needed to know that glittering crystal ore was equivalent to petroleum in this world, and that was enough. Perhaps by some divine will, the Saxon Empire's territory, as well as the Lorraine and Alsace regions acquired from the Gallic Republic, contained large deposits of glittering crystal ore. This was also one of the important reasons why the Saxon Empire was far ahead on this technological route. Over the years, although the countries represented by these two technological lines had constant conflicts, no large-scale clashes occurred. Unfortunately, in the year Morin transmigrated, the situation underwent slight changes. Second Lieutenant Morin, we've arrived. Hey! Just as Morin was immersed in his own world and thinking about a critical moment, Orderly Schmidt interrupted him. Morin looked up, snapping back to reality, and saw a vast expanse of continuous tents in the distance. This was the temporary encampment of the 1st Battalion, 33rd Infantry Regiment. Chapter 6 Your Majesty, this is a slap in your face. Saxon Empire, Potsdam, Pillnitz Palace, Wielding Palace. This Rococo Palace, known as the Saxon Versailles, appeared tranquil and solemn under the night sky. However, this serenity was soon broken by a flurry of hurried footsteps. An encrypted telegram from the Aragon Kingdom front, after 2 hours of transmission and translation, finally reached the study of Albert II, Emperor of the Saxon Empire. Arriving with the telegram were the hurried chief of the General Staff of the Army, Helmuth Ludwig von Moltke the Younger, and the Imperial Chancellor, Theobald von Bethmann Hollweg. Moltke the Younger's uncle was Moltke the Elder, a legendary military figure of the Saxon Empire. Although Moltke the Younger's personality was relatively weak, he surpassed many more capable individuals in various aspects since he began serving as Albert II's adjutant, eventually rising to the position of Chief of the General Staff of the Saxon Imperial Army. Inside the study, the fire in the fireplace burned quietly, illuminating the Emperor's slightly fatigued face. Albert II took the telegram handed to him by his attendant and quickly scanned it. As his gaze swept over the first half of the telegram, the supreme ruler of the empire instantly looked extremely displeased, his fingers clutching the telegram paper turning slightly white from the force. But as he continued to read, the tense lines on his face gradually relaxed, and the close attendant standing by his side could even hear the Emperor's sigh of relief. It's good that he was rescued, it's good that he was rescued. Albert II placed the telegram on the table, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. An Imperial Army lieutenant general captured by hostile forces in a foreign land. This would not only be a military setback but also a terrible diplomatic disaster and a storm of public opinion. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. Your Majesty, this action by the Britannians is an open trampling of the Empire's dignity. Moltke the Younger's voice broke the brief silence in the study. Although his stature was not tall, his perfectly fitted grey military uniform made him look imposing. Ambushing our military observation group without a declaration of war is not only humiliating the Saxon army but also challenging your authority as the Emperor of the Empire. Moltke the Younger stepped forward, his tone filled with undisguised fury. We must make them pay. The Aragon Kingdom is key to extending our influence southwards and must not fall into the hands of the Britannians. Once the kingdom's army they support wins, the Britannian sphere of influence will be directly at the Empire's doorstep. The Imperial Chancellor, Hollweg, who had been silent, also spoke at the opportune moment. His tone was calmer than Malka the Younger's, but the weight of his words was no less significant. Your Majesty, the Chief of the General Staff is correct. From a political perspective, Crown Prince Alfonso, who once studied in the Empire and advocated learning the Empire's industrial development model, is already our ideal ally, and more importantly. Hallweg paused, then dropped a bombshell. The latest exploration report shows that a possibly largest known crystal ore vein in all of Europa has been discovered in the southern mountains of the Aragon Kingdom. Therefore, the nature of this civil war in the Aragon Kingdom has actually completely changed. Crystal ore. Albert II's eyes instantly sharpened. He, of course, understood what this meant. The lifeline of the crystal magic technology route, on which the Saxon Empire relied to contend with Britannia and Gaul, was this very ore. The largest ore vein in Europa was enough to completely shift the balance of power across the entire continent. He also knew very well that it was precisely because of the appearance of this ore vein that the Britannians would interfere in the civil war of the Aragon Kingdom. In fact, if the Gauls were not currently busy quelling the recent large-scale uprisings in their colonies, this country, also bordering the Aragon Kingdom, would absolutely have intervened. As for why two countries following the magic technology route would suddenly begin to covet crystal ore? The reason was also very simple. Mines, once exploited, become empty. This was especially true for magic crystal ore, which fell onto this planet as extraterrestrial meteorites. Its reserves were already immeasurably smaller than the native mineral species on this planet. After so many years of unrestricted exploitation by the Britannians and Gauls, the reserves of magic crystal ore had long since fallen near the red line. So these two major magic technology countries had actually long wanted to adjust their technological development routes, and the ore vein discovered in the Aragon Kingdom was like a pillow sent to them when they were sleepy. Albert II frowned, then temporarily reined in these thoughts and turned his gaze to his chief of the general staff. Helmuth, if I let you do it freely, how confident are you? And one more thing. If we launch an offensive, would it be considered a declaration of war against Britannia? Hearing Albert II's question, Malka the Younger pondered for a moment, then answered seriously. Your Majesty, please trust the training, courage, and discipline of the Imperial Army soldiers. As for declaring war. Since the Britannians chose to attack without declaring war, why should we cling to such a hypocritical formality? On this point, Albert II did not have too many objections. Over the years, conflicts between the Empire and Britannia and Gaul in the African colonies, for resources and land, had never ceased. Bloody armed clashes had long been commonplace. If a declaration of war were required every time, the entire Europa would probably have descended into chaos long ago. Continue. Yes, Your Majesty. If we truly launch an offensive, the troops dispatched into the Aragon Kingdom will also carry out combat operations in coordination with the National Army and the International Brigade. When mentioning the International Brigade, Malka the Younger's mouth twitched involuntarily. International Brigade. Albert II's eyes also flashed with a complex expression when he mentioned this unit. I remember you just told me a while ago that the volunteers of the 11th batch of the International Brigade, after completing their assembly, had already entered the Aragon Kingdom by land. Yes, Your Majesty, currently the International Brigade forces within the Aragon Kingdom have reached the size of 7 brigades. Malka the Younger nodded, his heart at this moment was actually as complex as Albert II's. These volunteers from all over the world, who responded to the slogan of breaking hegemonic monopoly and sharing civilizational progress, although not professional soldiers, their fighting will and this fearless spirit still earned Malka the Younger's respect and a hint of fear. Although this International Brigade was assembled by the Saxon Empire, and it almost covered the needs for basic armament, logistics, and transportation. In a sense, the two sides had a close ally relationship. But he had also thought more than once whether, one day in the future, these workers, farmers, teachers, and other so-called progressives would turn their guns against the Saxon Empire for some reason. The Imperial Chancellor, Hallweg, also stepped forward at this time. Your Majesty, recently, due to the extensive media coverage of the International Brigade in various newspapers, the Social Democratic Party people who spearheaded this matter have become increasingly ostentatious in their actions, even organizing several large-scale demonstrations in some cities. I must remind you that these left-wing elements are always a ticking time bomb for the Empire. I certainly know that, but at least for now, we still need these international volunteers to maintain the situation in the Aragon Kingdom. Albert II sighed. As the heir to the Saxon Wedden dynasty, he was well aware of the threat posed by these left-wing forces domestically. Those Social Democratic Party people. Let them jump around for a while longer, we must first focus our energy on the war in the Aragon Kingdom. At this point, Albert II finally made up his mind. He stood up from his chair, walked to the large map of Europa, and his gaze fell on the area where the Aragon Kingdom bordered the Saxon Empire. I authorize the troops that have already entered the Aragon Kingdom to cooperate with our allies and carry out necessary military actions. Give the Britannians a taste of their own medicine. Yes, Your Majesty. Malka the Younger snapped to attention, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, Albert II changed the subject, lightly tapping Seville on the map with his finger. I regret sending General Mackensen to command the battle in the Aragon Kingdom. In my name and that of the General Staff Headquarters, jointly draft an order to recall him for recuperation. Malka the Younger was stunned. He didn't understand why the Emperor wanted to recall the capable General Mackensen at this moment. After all, replacing a general during a battle was considered a major taboo in the military. Before Malka the Younger could ask for the reason, he heard Albert II continue. Lieutenant General Mackensen is not just an Imperial Army general, he is the Empire's most precious living fossil. He should be used in a true total war, not in a localized conflict. The Emperor's voice was calm and clear. Furthermore, we cannot afford the cost of losing such a general in the Aragon Kingdom. As a small-scale, localized war, it does not require a crazy offensive, but rather a more steady hand to prevent the situation from worsening. Albert II turned around and looked at Moltke the Younger, my chief of the general staff. Do you have any recommendations for the new commander of the Aragon Kingdom Expeditionary Force? Moltke the Younger pondered for a moment and quickly gave the answer, General Maximilian von Prittwitz, Your Majesty. Are you sure he can handle it? Yes, although he is not as outstanding as General Mackensen, his command style is steady and cautious, and he excels at defensive counterattacks, and trusting him with the Aragon campaign should be foolproof. Prittwitz. Albert II repeated the name in his mouth and finally nodded. He's the one. Immediately issue his appointment and have him depart for the Aragon Kingdom front at once to replace General Mackensen. Chapter 7, Military Academy students from another world join a Belike company. While Albert II and two powerful ministers were discussing matters in Pilnitz Palace, Morin, after greeting Schmidt and the sentries, entered the encampment of the 1st Battalion, 33rd Infantry Regiment. This temporary camp for combat troops was noticeably noisier and more chaotic than the regimental headquarters. The air was filled with a mixture of damp earth, sweat, and low-quality tobacco, and windproof oil lamps swayed in the night breeze, casting soldiers' shadows that stretched and shortened erratically. It was filled with the kind of rough and crude World War I-style atmosphere that Morin was familiar with. Although it was already late at night, this unit was clearly still on standby and had not yet retired for the night. Soldiers wearing classic spiked helmets gathered in small groups by their respective units, both inside and outside the tents. Some were cleaning their rifles, while others conversed in low voices. But more often, people just sat silently, staring blankly at the flickering firelight. Clearly, not everyone could understand why they had come to fight in a foreign land, like Orderly Schmidt. Most were simply obeying orders as soldiers. Schmidt led Morin through this temporary camp. His usual liveliness seemed to be affected by the somber atmosphere, and he spoke less. Soon, the two stopped in front of a slightly larger tent. Second Lieutenant, this is the battalion headquarters. Major Thomas is inside. Schmidt pointed to the tent, then lifted the heavy tent flap and walked in first. Morin took a deep breath, straightened his somewhat wrinkled and stained uniform, and followed him inside. Only one oil lamp was lit inside the tent, and the light was not bright, even appearing dim and yellowish. A burly middle-aged officer with a standard Saxon handlebar mustache stood in front of a field table covered with a map, his brows tightly furrowed. Hearing the tent flap being lifted, he looked up, his gaze first falling on Schmidt, then shifting to Morin behind him. When he clearly saw Morin's noticeably bruised face and the bandage peeking out from his collar, the major's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. Schmidt stepped forward, handed over a document bag, and quickly recounted Morin's ordeal. Morin was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Lieutenant General Mackensen to allow others to reveal this matter. That's the situation, Major. General Mackensen ordered me to bring 2nd Lieutenant Morin directly to you to report. The Major, referred to as Thomas, listened, then re-examined Morin with a complex expression on his face. You're incredibly lucky to be alive. He opened the document bag, pulled out the order letter, glanced at it, and then nodded. I understand. You may return and report. Yes, Major. Schmidt gave a crisp salute, turned, and quickly left the tent. Major Thomas casually placed the order letter aside, pointed to a nearby ammunition box, and his tone softened considerably. Sit down, 2nd Lieutenant. Your experience is quite legendary. Morin didn't know how to respond to Major Thomas's words, so he just gave a simple-minded smile and sat down. On the other side, the Major opened the documents brought by the orderly, quickly scanned them, and then sighed. Morin, given your past experience and current condition, I should let you rest properly first. But the situation has changed, and the unit is very likely to begin operations. I'm fine, sir. Morin knew that as a newcomer, he naturally had to try to make a good impression on his superior officers, and in the straightforward military, what needed to be done was very simple. Please give me your orders. Very good. 3rd Company has been waiting for you, its platoon leader, for a long time. I'll send someone to take you there now. Thomas was clearly very satisfied with Morin's attitude. He called out from outside the tent, and an orderly immediately walked in. Take 2nd Lieutenant Morin to the 3rd Company and hand him over to Captain Hauser. Yes, sir. After leaving Major Thomas's tent, Morin, led by the orderly, quickly found the 3rd Company's station. The atmosphere here was more lively than at the battalion headquarters. A sharp and capable-looking captain was assigning tasks to his NCOs. Upon seeing Morin, brought by the orderly, the captain's eyes lit up, and he immediately strode forward to greet him. You must be 2nd Lieutenant Morin, aren't you? Thank goodness, you're finally here. The captain enthusiastically shook Morin's hand with such force that he winced. I am Karl Hauser, commander of the 3rd Company. Sir. Morin immediately saluted his direct superior, following the muscle memory of this body. Don't be so formal. Captain Hauser patted his shoulder, his face full of undisguised joy. You know, our previous platoon leader suddenly fell ill on the train to Aragon, and he just died. My 3rd platoon hasn't had a platoon leader for almost a month, and the platoon sergeant has been acting as commander, almost working himself to death. Morin then realized that he was brought in to fill a vacancy. Captain Hauser was clearly a decisive person. After a brief exchange with Morin, he called over the company headquarters personnel and other officers. Everyone, let me introduce you to 2nd Lieutenant Morin, our new platoon leader for the 3rd platoon. Everyone, get to know him. Hearing Captain Hauser's words, everyone gathered around, friendly greeting Morin. Morin also took this opportunity to quickly familiarize himself with the organizational structure of the Saxon Imperial Army's grassroots units. An infantry company, in addition to direct commanding officers like the company commander and platoon leaders, actually had quite a few company headquarters personnel. One company sergeant major as the core figure. One quartermaster NCO, assisting the company sergeant major in managing supplies, uniforms, barracks, and other matters. 2 clerks, responsible for handling various documents and reports of the company, as the company commander was usually busy and simply had no time to deal with complex official documents and reports. 4 medics, equipped with basic medical kits, responsible for battlefield first aid and evacuating casualties to the battalion aid station. A 6-person communications squad, responsible for establishing and maintaining communication with the battalion headquarters, usually serving directly as orderlies/runners. If the company headquarters needed to establish telephone contact with the battalion headquarters, they would be needed to lay the lines. Finally, an 8-person logistics team, responsible for managing the company's field kitchen cart, food reserves, drinking water, extra ammunition boxes, spare weapon parts, tools, and, of course, the company headquarters luggage during marches and encampments. Morin even saw that among these 8 people, 2 were specialized farriers and harness makers. Because below the Saxon Empire's infantry companies, in addition to the officers and orderlies/runners' military horses, there were also 2 additional baggage wagons, responsible for transporting the entire company's luggage during marches. It was the old holy mule and horse empire. During the process of getting acquainted with everyone, many of the knowledge points this body had learned at the Richtenfeld Central Military Academy began to resurface, and his golden finger continuously popped up with numerous information update notifications. Morin realized that as someone with OCD, he would likely have a big battle of clearing red dots later. After the others dispersed, the other 2 platoon leaders, a taciturn lieutenant and a seemingly cheerful 2nd lieutenant, also came over to greet Morin. This relatively friendly atmosphere within the company relaxed Morin's tense nerves considerably. Ending the brief pleasantries, a serious-faced middle-aged NCO with senior NCO rank walked up to Morin. 2nd Lieutenant, I am Platoon Sergeant Kloss of the 3rd Platoon. Hello, Sergeant Kloss. Morin nodded and proactively shook his hand. Please assemble the unit, I'd like to meet everyone. Yes, sir. Soon, the soldiers of the 3rd Platoon were assembled in the open space in front of the tent. Currently, the Saxon Empire's infantry squad was a 9-person infantry squad. Every 2 infantry squads formed a team, so 8 squads, which meant 4 teams, totaling 72 riflemen, were the main combat personnel of the entire platoon. Adding the platoon leader, platoon sergeant, 4 NCOs, non-commissioned officers, and 2 orderlies/runners, they collectively formed an 80-person supersized infantry platoon. Among these, besides the platoon leader, the most crucial figures were the platoon sergeant and the 4 NCOs, whose ranks were usually corporal. The platoon sergeant was the platoon leader's deputy, and like the company sergeant major at the company level, he was the soul of the entire platoon, and also the bridge between the platoon leader and the soldiers. Many of the platoon's daily affairs, big and small, were often arranged by the platoon sergeant. And Sergeant Kloss, who was assisting Morin, was an experienced NCO who had served for over 16 years, an absolute family heirloom level existence for an infantry platoon. The other 4 NCOs were responsible for the daily training of the entire platoon and leading the 4 teams below them in combat. The assembled soldiers stood in neat ranks, and in the cold moonlight, young or weathered faces all turned towards their new commander. The strict hierarchical system within the Saxon Imperial Army kept them in absolute silence. Although before his transmigration, he was also a military academy student and had not yet reached the stage of graduation and assignment to a company, based on the experiences of some upperclassmen, he absolutely could not show nervousness or stage fright at this moment, otherwise, big problems would surely arise later. Morin could feel everyone's eyes subtly glancing at the injuries on his face, and many people's shoulders twitched slightly, looking like they were about to burst with suppressed laughter. He cleared his throat and said, I know what you are looking at. He pointed to his face. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Don't hold it in. As soon as his words fell, there was a brief silence in the ranks, followed by an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Morin also smiled along, and when the laughter gradually subsided, he continued. From today onwards, I am your platoon leader. My requirements are simple. Obey orders, trust your comrades, and never flinch from battle. Everyone in the platoon, including myself, if found in violation, will be dealt with severely by military law. Is that clear? Yes, sir. After saying a few more things about discipline and combat, Morin dismissed the troops. Watching the soldiers leave, he knew very well that the laughter just now only bridged the superficial distance. The respect of these soldiers came more from his military rank. To truly earn their obedience, he still had a long way to go. Recalling some company assignment tips that some upperclassmen had shared when they returned to school before his transmigration, Morin, after dismissing the troops, found the platoon sergeant and the 4 corporals to briefly understand the current situation of the unit, also as a way to get acquainted and close the distance between them. Everyone first gave a brief self-introduction and talked about their service experiences. Morin found that besides platoon sergeant Kloss being an old warhorse, the other 4 corporals were also impressive, each having served for a considerable period. However, thinking about it simply, this was not surprising, as they were NCOs who had been promoted from soldiers rather than through formal commissioning procedures. This situation was also very similar to the situation in the German Empire before the outbreak of World War I. In Morin's world before his transmigration, a very high proportion of grassroots NCOs created an imperial army unit with excellent grassroots combat qualities. It was just that these NCOs were also heavily depleted in the early stages of the war, ultimately leading to a significant decrease in the proportion of NCOs in grassroots units. As they became more familiar with each other, Morin could clearly feel Kraus and the others relax a bit. One of the corporals, curious, asked Morin where he was from. Hearing this question, Morin, after searching his memories, replied without hesitation, "I am from Dresden." "Ah. So you're from the capital. No wonder your demeanor is different, your family background must be very distinguished." Looking at the eager gazes of these NCOs, Morin was slightly stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized that the capital of this country was not Berlin. But then, realizing that this country had become the Saxon Empire, Morin immediately found everything to be reasonable. In this timeline, it was likely not the House of Hohenzollern that ruled this land, but rather the Saxon House of Wedin. Therefore, it was reasonable for Dresden, as the dragon-rising land of the House of Wedin, to become the capital of the Saxon Empire. Finally, after asking about things like non-combat injuries, the emotional state of the soldiers, and confirming that the entire platoon's basic combat capability was fine, Platoon Sergeant Klaus led Morin to a small tent. This was the independent tent for the platoon leader that he and the orderly had just set up together. "Second Lieutenant, please rest first. I'll get you some hot water." "Thank you, Sergeant Klaus." After Klaus left, Morin plopped down on the camp bed, and an extreme sense of exhaustion washed over him like a tide, making him feel as if his bones were about to fall apart. Not long after, his duty orderly, a soldier who also looked very young, came in carrying a cup of hot water and a few pieces of hard, dry bread. "Sir, I just checked, and the company headquarters kitchen cart is already shut down. Please eat something to fill your stomach. This is the hot water Sergeant Klaus got for you." "Thank you, you should rest too. I can manage myself." Morin nodded, then struggled to chew the somewhat hard black bread with the hot water. Everything that had happened today had left his mind in a jumble. An inexplicable transmigration, an inexplicable capture, an inexplicable rescue, and now, an inexplicable achievement of military academy student assigned to a company. Morin, who finished his food in a few bites, felt his eyelids starting to droop. Just as he was about to lie down in his clothes to sleep for a while, an urgent whistle suddenly sounded around him. The tent flap was also lifted, and Platoon Sergeant Klaus's head poked into the tent. "Sir. Orders from company headquarters have arrived. All personnel assemble, departing in 2 hours." "Hey." Chapter 8, Departure. When the assembly whistle pierced the night sky, Morin's mind was blank for a moment. It was like someone who had been up all night, eyelids drooping, just laid his head on the pillow, only to be told that the company had temporarily decided everyone needed to work overtime, and even breakfast had to be eaten on the way. That feeling of helplessness yet having to accept his fate. Morin immediately adapted completely. He rubbed his throbbing temples and looked up at Klaus, who had poked his head in. "Is the whole company to be deployed?" "I asked the orderly, it should be the whole battalion," Klaus replied. "Understood." Since there was no sleep to be had, Morin no longer struggled. He rolled out of the camp bed, which was only provided to the platoon leader in the entire platoon, and the military literacy belonging to this body began to operate automatically in his mind. "Klaus, go urge the entire platoon to immediately dismantle their tents, and all materials inconvenient for marching should be sent to the company's quartermaster unit." One of the most important duties of the 2 heavy-duty wagons pulled by draft horses at the company was to carry the field tents and other miscellaneous items for the company's more than 250 men, including the dozen or so at company headquarters, during marches. "Yes, sir." Klaus took the order and left, his figure quickly disappearing outside the tent. Morin's young orderly also deftly found the equipment left by the previous platoon leader: a gleaming rifle, a somewhat heavy pistol with a matching leather holster, and a Saxon Imperial Army-style leather-spiked helmet. Because he had been captured earlier, apart from his uniform, all his other belongings had been plundered by the Britonians, and even his officer's ID would have to wait for a replacement from the rear. So, for now, he could only take the equipment left by the previous platoon leader. Morin recognized at a glance that this long and heavy rifle was the classic and accurate .98 rifle. And the pistol issued to officers was the P08, coveted by weapon collectors in his previous life. This also meant that the history and technological development of this world were somewhat different from the world before his transmigration, but many things were still common. For Morin, this was naturally good news, as it significantly reduced the learning cost for him to adapt to this world and understand relevant knowledge. However, Morin was not in the mood to tinker with these weapons at the moment. He silently hung the pistol and ammunition pouch on his equipment belt, then put on the spiked helmet and adjusted the tightness of the chin strap. When the cold leather and metal touched his skin, a strange sense of familiarity surged through him. He picked up the .98 rifle, pulled the bolt, and a crisp click echoed in the small tent, dispelling the last bit of sleepiness. After completing his preparations, Morin walked out of the tent. The orderly immediately called over 2 soldiers, and in no time, they dismantled the platoon leader's single tent, carrying it away along with the camp bed. The sight before him invigorated Morin. The previously scattered camp had undergone a significant change. The tents of each squad had disappeared, leaving only faint traces on the ground. Except for a small number of soldiers who were sending bundled tents and miscellaneous items to the rear of the company, the rest had already gathered, carrying their backpacks and rifles, under the leadership of their respective squad leaders. In the nearby open ground, the other 2 platoons of the 3rd Company also stood in neat formations under the cover of night, with the commands of officers and NCOs, non-commissioned officers, rising and falling, yet maintaining order amidst the chaos. Morin, using the moonlight, cast his gaze further, and the entire encampment of the 1st Battalion had come alive. Countless flickering oil lamplights merged into a single expanse, like some colossal beast startled from its slumber, slowly stretching its limbs and emitting a low roar. This chilling and efficient atmosphere made Morin truly realize that he was one step closer to the cruel stage of war. Meanwhile, at the 16th Infantry Brigade headquarters in the rear, the central command tent was brightly lit, and the atmosphere, not surprisingly, had the characteristic tension and suppression of pre-war times. Lieutenant General Mackensen stood before an unfolded operational map. Although still wounded, his upright posture was like a javelin. He was surrounded by a circle of brigade headquarters staff officers, all of their gazes focused on the city named Seville on the map. After being rescued, the old general's first reaction was to immediately counterattack, to take a fierce bite out of the Britannians before they could react. But under the strenuous persuasion of his staff, he still restrained himself and agreed to send a telegram to the General Staff headquarters in the country. Besides reporting in detail the events of the military observation group's ambush, the most important thing was to request authorization to launch a retaliatory attack. However, even with the lines laid all the way along the Saxon-Aragon Railway, such a telegram would take at least 3 to 4 hours to go back and forth. And now, with this authorization yet to arrive, Mackensen and his staff could only anxiously await the final decision from Potsdam while rehearsing various attack plans. Seville previously had no city defenses, but it now appears the kingdom's army has begun constructing temporary positions after preemptively occupying it. According to the intelligence we currently have, the kingdom's army has deployed its 24th Infantry Division, and at least 2 battalions of the Britannian Northumberland Flintlock Regiment are here. We believe there will also be no shortage of cavalry units coordinating the action. A major staff officer pointed at the map and analyzed. In terms of conventional forces, the enemy already has a numerical advantage, and they are on the defensive. They are most likely on guard against our attack, so if we launch a frontal assault, casualties could be very high. Hearing the staff officer's words, Mackensen shook his head, then pointed to the markers on both sides of the 16th Brigade on the operational map. We are not without allies. The National Army and the International Brigade each have a brigade of troops on our 2 flanks. Coupled with our 16th Infantry Brigade, theoretically, we will not be at a disadvantage in terms of troop strength. The old general looked at the symbols on the map representing their enemies, the kingdom's army units, and sneered. What's more, the kingdom's army is not strong enough in terms of equipment or fighting spirit. If they face our troops head-on, even against the National Army and the International Brigade, it can be said they have no chance of winning. But we must pay close attention to the Britannians. Another staff officer suddenly spoke. According to some current intelligence, in addition to the 2 battalions of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, a task force composed of the Highland Mage Corps and the Order of the Garter may have also arrived in Seville. As these words were spoken, especially after everyone heard the names Highland Mage Corps and Order of the Garter, they all fell silent. And upon thinking of the Archmages in the Highland Mage Corps, even Mackensen calmed down considerably. Mackensen had always been full of confidence in the Saxon Imperial Army's combat effectiveness. A large number of highly qualified junior officers and NCOs, coupled with the soldiers' long-term rigorous training, were the foundation for the Saxon Imperial Army to maintain its combat effectiveness and participate in the struggle for dominance on this continent surrounded by formidable enemies. Moreover, after being the first to enter the industrialization process, the Saxon Empire had made rapid strides in military technology. Not only did they begin to widely popularize various types of heavy artillery that could be mass-produced, but even the armored knights, originally exclusive to the Britannians and Gauls, had been developed by the Imperial Academy of Sciences into a magic-modified version that significantly reduced magic technology requirements. But even so, Lieutenant General Mackensen knew that the Britannian Mage Corps and Knight Orders were absolutely not to be underestimated. The Empire had suffered heavy losses multiple times in battles in overseas colonies due to the enemy's accompanying archmages. These were truly beings who could change the tide of battle with just a few individuals. Not to mention the Order of the Garter, which assembled elite armored knights. These true Iron Cans were also beings who could stand against 100 or even 1,000 on the battlefield. Mackensen's thoughts uncontrollably drifted back to the scorching lands of North Africa many years ago. That was a colonial conflict. Initially, the war progressed more smoothly than imagined. His North African Legion and Saxon colonial forces, cooperating with loyal local auxiliary troops, advanced triumphantly, uprooting Britannian outposts and strongholds one by one. Victory reports flew back home like snowflakes, and everyone believed that the rich land was about to change hands. Until the Britannian reinforcements arrived. A small detachment of the Order of the Garter, and only 3 archmages from the Highland Mage Corps. Mackensen could never forget the scene of that day. At that time, he led his troops into a frontal encounter with the main force of the Britannian Expeditionary Force, and everyone realized that this would be the decisive battle for the direction of the North African campaign. The battle did not begin with the roar of artillery fire. The Archmage of the Evocation School, praised as a legend by the Britannians, stood behind the lines, his staff raised high to the sky. The color of the sky suddenly changed, the clouds were torn apart, and countless burning meteorites, trailing long fiery tails, whistled down onto the Saxon North African Legion's positions. Immediately after, where the meteorites fell, an all-consuming firestorm erupted. Giant walls of flame swept forward, devouring the flesh and blood of soldiers, twisting the steel barrels of rifles. A decorated, Full-strength infantry regiment evaporated in those few short minutes, leaving no complete bodies to be found. Immediately after, the armored knights of the Order of the Garter launched a charge, and a single attack broke the formations of 2 other infantry regiments. That scene became a haunting nightmare in Mackinson's mind. If it weren't for the Teutonic Order accompanying the army fighting desperately to temporarily tie down the enemy's pure magic technology armored knights with their numerical advantage. If it weren't for Duke Ernst August of Brunswick personally leading the Brunswick Death Hussars in 3 desperate charges, regardless of casualties, against the positions of the Highland mages. Using the flesh and blood of the Hussars to force the 3 archmages to interrupt their spell casting for defense and retreat. In that battle, the entire North African Legion might have been completely wiped out there. General. A staff officer's soft call pulled Mackinson back from his painful memories. He took a deep breath, the mixed smell of kerosene and tobacco in the tent making him feel a sense of reality. After a period of silence, Mackinson spoke again. Where are the armored knights of the Teutonic Order? They are still on the military train, but they should arrive at the station behind us and complete their assembly before dawn at the earliest. Mackinson, Once they arrive, have them proceed directly to Seville and engage in battle. All units of the 16th Brigade and the attached cavalry regiment will continue to move to the attack assembly area as planned. The brigade's artillery regiment can also move into its firing positions. As he spoke, the staff officers in the tent exchanged glances, and finally, a staff officer closest to him looked at him cautiously. But General, the General Staff Headquarters orders haven't come down yet. That's just a matter of time. Mackinson waved his hand and continued. Neither His Majesty, nor the General Staff Headquarters, nor the Imperial Parliament can tolerate Britannian tentacles reaching our doorstep, so this battle is bound to happen. He glanced at the somewhat nervous staff officers around him. Most of these relatively young staff officers had no experience fighting in overseas colonies. For them, the upcoming battle would also be their first. Thinking of this, Lieutenant General Mackinson couldn't help but sigh. As those old comrades who had truly experienced war moved to higher positions or retired to the second line, youthfulness had become an unstoppable trend in the Saxon Imperial Army. Admittedly, the new generation of young staff officers, who had entered preparatory officer schools since middle school and grew up exposed to various combat theories, surpassed their predecessors in many aspects. But the most important combat experience could not be taught to them in military academies or daily training. I hope this local war can cultivate a new batch of experienced officers for the Empire. This thought flashed through Mackinson's mind, then he looked at the 16th Brigade commander beside him. The specific combat deployment will be left to you, after all, this is your responsibility. I will return to the Expeditionary Force Command after the General Staff Headquarters orders from home are relayed. Yes, General. After saying this, Mackinson sat in a corner of the tent, quietly waiting for the final orders from home. As the commander of the entire expeditionary force within the Kingdom of Aragon, he should currently be at the Expeditionary Force Command closer to Saxon, overseeing the overall situation. In his mind, the entire map of the Kingdom of Aragon slowly unfolded, with the troop deployments of the Saxon Expeditionary Force, the National Army, and the International Brigade appearing on the map. He closed his eyes, contemplating the troop movement arrangements in other directions, as battles would soon erupt along the entire front once the fighting in Seville began. The other officers in the tent began to make various plans for the potential battles to come. Agile orderlies/runners moved in and out of the tent, and military orders were relayed to various units as they hurried about. Orders on paper transformed into the marching steps of soldiers, into the tracks left by towed artillery. Approximately 3 hours later, an officer pushed aside the tent flap and quickly walked up to Mackinson, who was puffing on a pipe. General. The General Staff Headquarters reply. Chapter 9 The Courage of the Skirmish Line? Mackinson snatched the telegram and quickly tore open the seal, leaving only the rustling sound of paper in the tent. A moment later, an incredibly strange expression appeared on Mackinson's face, a mix of anger and confusion, which finally transformed into a cold sneer. He walked over to a group of staff officers and slapped the telegram down on the table. Take a look. This is the decision from our General Staff Headquarters. The brigade commander of the 16th Brigade cautiously picked up the telegram. After just one glance, his expression became as complex as Mackinson's. Authorize expeditionary forces within the Kingdom of Aragon to immediately launch necessary military actions, but demand that you return home for recuperation at once. This order stunned everyone present. To relieve a general who had just suffered a humiliating defeat and was eager for revenge, right before the war began? What kind of changing generals on the battlefield was this? General Pritwitz will take over your command. The Chief of Staff struggled to read out the rest of the content. Pritwitz. Mackinson repeated the name, a hint of mockery at the corner of his lips. That coward who only dares to fight defensive battles with superior numbers? Let him command an offensive. He looked around, his gaze finally resting on the offensive plan. A flash of unwillingness crossed his eyes, but a moment later, he seemed to understand something and let out a cold snort. Since the combat authorization has been issued, then launch the attack according to your recent plan. Drive the kingdom's army and the Britannians out of Seville. The old general's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable resolve. Before that idiot Pritwitz arrives, I am still the Expeditionary Force Commander. Necessary military actions, right. I'll show them what necessary really means. Dash. During the time Mackinson and others were anxiously waiting in the brigade headquarters tent, the 1st Battalion, 33rd Infantry Regiment, to which Morin belonged, had also completed its deployment. Night provided the best cover for large-scale infantry movements. 3 infantry companies, along with various direct units from the battalion headquarters and the supply convoy, moved like a silent grey serpent, quietly advancing along the rural dirt road between the two sides. The basic tactical unit of the Saxon Imperial Army was the battalion, and the organization of the marching column was centered around this, orderly and disciplined. Aside from the rustling of military boots on gravel and the occasional hoofbeats of an orderly galloping past, the nearly 1,000-strong force made almost no unnecessary noise. Discipline had permeated the very bones of this army. Morin led his infantry platoon, marching in the 3rd Company's column. The initial tension and awkwardness quickly faded once they were on the march. This body seemed to have its factory settings activated: how to regulate breathing, how to conserve stamina, how to observe the condition of soldiers from the corner of his eye. These skills, belonging to a qualified junior officer, emerged as naturally as instinct. Coupled with the knowledge and experience he gained as a cadet soldier of the strongest army on Blue Star before his transmigration, Morin didn't even need to consciously think to instinctively judge whether the team's marching speed was uniform, or if the soldiers' marching distance was too loose or too tight. This feeling was peculiar, like an old RTS game player with thousands of hours, who, even with a new account, had those micromanagement skills and tactical awareness already etched into his DNA. At least on a physical level, he was already a true Saxon second lieutenant. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the branches of the roadside trees, scattering dappled light onto the soldiers' spiked helmets. The air was cool, carrying the scent of earth and grass, mixed with a faint, elusive smell of gunpowder, as if an ominous premonition carried by the wind from the direction of Seville. Approximately 2 hours later, the force arrived at the designated assembly area. This was a sparse woodland near the road, with slightly undulating terrain, suitable for concealment. As Major Thomas, the battalion commander's orders were relayed down through the orderlies, the 1st Battalion's marching status quickly switched to combat readiness. The entire force spread out in company and platoon units, skillfully seeking cover and hiding places. The low hum of officers conversing replaced the previous silence of the march, and an atmosphere of tension and anticipation permeated the woods. Just as Morin was directing his soldiers to settle down in the woods, Platoon Sergeant Klaus walked up to him and said in a low voice, "Platoon leader, the orderly just came over and said company headquarters wants you to go there." "Understood." Morin nodded, handed his rifle to his orderly, tidied his uniform and webbing, and walked towards a few flickering oil lamps deeper in the woods. That was the 3rd Company's temporary company headquarters. Captain Hauser, the captain, was with 2 other platoon leaders, gathered around a map spread on the ground. "Morin, you're here, perfect." Captain Hauser saw him, waved him over, and then pointed at the map with his finger. "Bad news and good news, which do you want to hear first?" This familiar opening made Morin's mouth twitch. "Sir, usually when you ask that, it means both pieces of news aren't great." Captain Hauser chuckled at his remark, but quickly sobered, his expression becoming serious. "The bad news is, the combat order has been issued. Our 1st Battalion, as the first echelon of the entire regiment's attack, is to launch a frontal assault on that village up ahead called San Isidro." He picked up a pencil and drew a thick arrow on the map, pointing directly at a village marker. Morin's heart sank. This was indeed bad news, and the very worst kind. Frontal assault, 1st echelon, these two terms combined basically equated to heavy casualties. "So, what's the good news?" he asked, holding on to a sliver of hope. "The good news is," Captain Hauser's tone lightened a bit, "our 3rd Company is the battalion reserve. The 1st Company and 2nd Company go first, we'll commit to battle as the situation dictates, or go plug gaps." Morin nodded, simultaneously letting out a quiet sigh of relief. To be honest, although he was gradually taking on the appearance of a Saxon Empire second lieutenant, he had no intention of sacrificing his life for this unfamiliar country. If he hadn't known that being a deserter was not only shameful but also had severe consequences, Morin would have found a way to slip away long ago. While being the reserve for the 1st assault echelon wasn't absolutely safe, at least he wouldn't have to charge in immediately, using his flesh and blood to test the enemy's firepower configuration. "Live a little longer, live a little longer," Morin muttered to himself, while also contemplating his next move. However, when his gaze returned to the spread-out operational map, more memories from military school within this body were awakened. More and more knowledge about the Saxon Imperial Army, or rather, about land warfare in this world, also surfaced in his mind. And it made Morin realize that things were not good. From the map, the attack arrows representing the 1st Company and 2nd Company indicated a very narrow attack front. The 1st Company's 3 infantry platoons would deploy into 3 skirmish lines, 150 meters wide, advancing slowly with soldiers spaced 1 to 2 meters apart, suppressing the enemy's forward positions with rifle volleys during the attack. And about 100 meters behind the 1st Company was the 2nd Company, following in a dense company column, waiting only for the 1st Company's skirmish line to create a breach before launching a bayonet charge. There was no flanking maneuver, no penetration, and certainly no tactical planning of alternating cover and dispersed infiltration by squad units, as in later eras. Some unpleasant memories began to flash through his mind. He recalled what the original owner of this body had learned in military school, those tactical theories proudly recounted by instructors with spittle flying during lectures. Saxon shock tactics, the courage of the skirmish line, the destructive power of regimental attack clusters, scenes from teaching rapidly flashed through his mind. He remembered how the white-haired tactics instructor, in an almost fanatical tone, praised the magnificent spectacle of soldiers forming skirmish lines, advancing like a grey tide, to the beat of drums, braving artillery fire, steadfastly moving towards enemy positions. At that time, the original owner of this body, like all other classmates, listened with surging blood, feeling that this was the ultimate embodiment of a Saxon soldier's glory. But now, Morin, with the soul of a 21st century military cadet, felt utterly dismayed. Ground warfare in this world, even with the existence of extraordinary powers like magic technology and armored knights, in the evolution of conventional infantry tactics, was still at the level of European armies in the early WWI era, as Morin remembered. They still believed in the courage and discipline of soldiers, and in the shock power brought by dense formations. It was over. He had arrived just in time for the swan song of dense formation charges. Chapter 10. Don't worry, the enemies will scatter as soon as we charge. As a former military academy student, Morin had taken military history classes before his transmigration. When discussing the evolution of infantry offensive operations, his teacher had specifically highlighted the battles of the early World War I period. This was a very awkward and cruel period for infantry. Because at this time, infantry combat in various countries still maintained the tradition of dense formations. Although it differed from the earlier line formation era, with soldiers spaced 1 to 2 meters apart, Morin still saw it as a form of firing squad in a sense. This situation only began to change when machine guns appeared on the historical stage and cruelly mowed down large numbers of soldiers. And the infantry in this world, after Morin's transmigration, was clearly in this awkward period. Not to mention, this world also seemed to have the existence of magic and magic technology, which posed an equally great threat to infantry who entered the battlefield in the flesh. Morin was genuinely a bit panicked now. He knew very well that machine gun bullets on the battlefield were equal for all. It didn't matter if you were an officer or a common soldier, if you were hit, you'd be cut down like wheat. Forcibly managing his expression to maintain the bravery of a Saxon soldier, Morin tentatively asked. Captain, what is the general enemy troop deployment like in the village, our target? Do we know? Hearing Morin's question, Captain Hauser's face showed an expression of good, I knew you'd ask that. Battalion headquarters has already sent scouts to circle the outskirts of the village. Captain Hauser used a pencil tip to draw a circle around the village on the map. What we can confirm at the moment is that the kingdom's army of Aragon is already stationed inside, but to avoid alerting them, the scouts didn't get too close, so the exact numbers are still unclear. Another taciturn lieutenant platoon leader added, Sir, will there be artillery preparation? Of course. Captain Hauser nodded, his tone carrying a self-evident confidence. One battalion from the brigade's artillery regiment will conduct 3 rounds of rapid fire on the village before the attack begins, which should be enough to scare the wits out of those kingdom's army soldiers. At this point, Captain Hauser pulled a pocket watch from his pocket and then said to the 3 platoon leaders, It's 4:37 now, the attack will commence promptly at 5:07. You all go back and prepare. The impromptu operational meeting concluded, and the other 2 platoon leaders also turned and left. Before Morin left, he specifically walked over to him and clapped him firmly on the shoulder. I know you just graduated from the military academy and went straight to the front line. It's normal to be nervous for your first real combat experience. Hauser's voice was lowered slightly, carrying the concern of a senior for a junior. I noticed you don't seem to have a pocket watch or a wristwatch. That won't do, as an officer, you must have a watch to keep track of time. Hearing the captain's words, Morin finally realized why he always felt something was missing. Yes, the original owner of this body's pocket watch had been confiscated when he was captured. After being rescued, there wasn't time to look for it, so Morin indeed had no tool for telling time other than the system interface. Captain Hauser spoke while beckoning his orderly, then had him retrieve a cloth pouch from his luggage. This is the pocket watch I used before, but my wife gave me a new one before we set off, so this one is temporarily unused. Here, you take it for now. Ah? Captain, isn't this too valuable? Morin looked at the cloth pouch handed to him, feeling a bit surprised, because a pocket watch was still considered a luxury for people of this era. Just take it when I tell you to. I don't want you to mess things up by not keeping track of time properly. Captain Hauser, without further ado, shoved the cloth pouch into Morin's hand and continued. Relax, Morin, those kingdom's army in the village are basically conscripted peasants, their fighting will and training are far inferior. Most likely, a single charge from Company 1 and Company 2 will end the battle, and it won't even be our turn as the reserve unit. Then I'll take your word for it, Captain. HMMPH, go back and get the troops ready. Yes, sir. Morin saluted Hauser, then turned and walked back to his platoon's rest area. He knew very well that Captain Hauser's last words were half comfort and half underestimation of the enemy. But this sentiment seemed very common in the Saxon army, they had an almost blind confidence in their own army's combat effectiveness, while at the same time holding extreme disdain for the enemy before them. This mindset translated into high morale when things were going well, but once the battle turned unfavorable, it could devolve into a catastrophic rout. Morin quickly returned to his unit's rest area and found Platoon Sergeant Klaus, who was inspecting the soldiers' equipment. Sergeant Klaus, the attack order has come down. The assault will begin in about half an hour. Klaus's stern face showed no ripple, only a slight pause in his hand movements. Yes, sir, he responded in a deep voice, I will have the squad leaders conduct final checks to ensure the soldiers are in optimal condition. This experienced veteran knew very well that this unit was about to face its first bloody battle in a foreign land. Please rest assured, I will definitely assist you in commanding the troops well. Klaus added, which slightly reassured Morin. After communicating with Klaus, Morin found a relatively dry slope to sit on, leaning against a thick tree trunk. The surrounding soldiers had stopped talking, only the faint sounds of weapons and equipment clinking, and suppressed breathing, remained in the woodland. He closed his eyes, and the darkness before him was immediately replaced by the familiar UI interface, and the huge map unfolded again. Morin tried to zoom out the map and quickly found the blue unit markers representing the 3 battalions of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, with the marker for Battalion 1 positioned at the very front of the entire regiment. As he willed it, the map continued to zoom in, and the marker for Battalion 1 was refined into 3 smaller icons representing the infantry companies, as well as icons for the battalion headquarters and the battalion's supply train. He could even clearly see the small icons representing the 2 supply wagons of Company 1, staying with the battalion's supply train in a relatively safe position in the rear. This god's eye view, which allowed him to survey the entire situation, calmed his turbulent mind considerably. Next, he slowly moved his gaze to the target of this attack, San Isidro village. The village area was covered by a layer of translucent shadow. This should be the so-called fog of war. Unlike the real-time dynamic unit markers of friendly units, enemy unit markers only seemed to appear after being scouted by friendly units. At this moment, in the center of the village, there was only a solitary grey diamond icon, labeled with the words Aragon Kingdom Army Unit, Scale Unknown, Armament Unknown. This confirmed Captain Hauser's statement. The scouts had indeed only observed from a distance and had not obtained any valuable intelligence. Morin tried to click on that diamond icon with his mind, and the system displayed insufficient information, unable to parse prompt. His attention was then drawn to another detail on the map. 3 kilometers behind the assembly area for his own side's attack, an artillery position icon had lit up. He zoomed in and could see that it was the icon for an artillery battalion from the brigade's artillery regiment. When Morin focused his mind on this artillery battalion icon, a series of information quickly appeared. 28th Field Artillery Regiment, 2nd Field Artillery Battalion. FK.96N/A 77mm field gun ×1-2. When Morin saw that the maximum range of this 77mm field gun was 5,500 meters, he understood the reason for this artillery position being so far forward. This was not a howitzer with a high-angle trajectory, but rather a close-support artillery piece. Although its range and power were completely inferior to the former, it had the advantage of better mobility and greater flexibility. Several faint parabolic lines extended from the icon, with their final impact points covering most of the southeastern area of San Isidro village. It's just that this coverage area was a bit too large. This was not the precise firepower strike Morin was familiar with. It was more like area saturation fire, and its primary purpose was probably exactly as Captain Hauser said, to provide suppressive fire. Alright, I hope it really is as Captain Hauser said, and the enemies will just get scared and run away as soon as the cannons fire. Chapter 11 The first battle begins. A quarter of an hour later, Morin, with Klaus's assistance, assembled the entire platoon. The soldiers checked their weapons and ammunition, shouldered their backpacks, and stood in 3 columns by squad, silently awaiting further orders. During this brief interval, Morin also developed a new use for the golden finger in his mind. He found that he could shrink the detailed battlefield map and fix it as a semi-transparent overlay in the upper left corner of his vision. It was like playing an RTS game or battlefield, with a mini-map that could be viewed in real time. While this temporarily prevented him from switching to other tabs like intelligence or information, the benefits were obvious. He could constantly monitor the dynamics of both friend and foe on the battlefield without worrying about the entire UI being forcibly closed due to sudden external events. Platoon leader, the company is moving. Klaus's voice pulled Morin's attention back to reality. Move out. Morin didn't waste words. After a simple order, he led his 3rd platoon towards the positions of the other 2 platoons and the company headquarters. The sun had not yet risen, only a faint glimmer appeared below the horizon, and the light in the forest remained dim. The soldiers' boots crunched on dry branches and fallen leaves, mixing with the metallic clink of equipment, forming the unique rhythm of a march. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd Company's assembly area. Captain Hauser, the company commander, stood at the very front of the formation, with the other 2 platoons already lined up behind him. Morin directed his troops to quickly join the end of the line. A tall, stern company sergeant major quickly walked up to Captain Hauser, stood at attention, and reported. All present, sir. Thank you, Sergeant Major. Hauser nodded, then walked to the front of the company and stood still. Company. Center a line. Quick march. The company sergeant major stood behind the company commander, while the other company non-commissioned officers immediately moved to the flanks of the formation, repeating the orders and maintaining the marching formation. Left, right, left. Left, right, left. The entire company, nearly 200 men excluding baggage, once again transformed into a long grey snake under the non-commissioned officer's commands, moving silently towards the designated attack preparation position. After about 10 minutes of marching, the formation halted behind a low thicket. This was the 3rd Company's waiting area and their attack preparation position as the 1st Battalion's reserve. Through the gaps in the bushes, Morin could clearly see the open ground ahead. The 1st Company's soldiers had already deployed 3 skirmish lines, approximately 150 meters wide, front to back. Of course, this differed from Morin's understanding of a skirmish line. However, for late line era combat, a formation with soldiers spaced 1 to 2 meters apart was already considered a skirmish line. Behind them was the 2nd Company, arrayed in a dense company column. As the unit tasked with rapidly penetrating enemy positions once a breach was made, the 2nd Company soldiers had already fixed bayonets to their .98 rifles, which glinted coldly in the rising morning light. The entire scene was eerily quiet, with only the mournful whisper of the wind across the open field. Morin glanced at the pocket watch Captain Hauser had lent him. The silver hand steadily approached 5:07. The moment the time arrived, the oppressive silence around them was instantly torn by a sharp whistle. A ranging shell arced across the sky, exploding outside the distant San Isidro village, sending up a plume of black smoke. On the map in the upper left corner of Morin's vision, the artillery position icon flickered, and a red parabolic line landed precisely at the edge of the village. Immediately after, a second ranging shell fell, this time striking closer to the village center. Ranging complete. The next second, the entire sky seemed to be filled with the shrieking of shells. The 12 FK.96N/A Type 77mm field guns of the Field Artillery Battalion began rapid fire. Although they were only small-caliber field guns, the combined power of the salvo still demonstrated terrifying destructive force. Explosions merged into a continuous roar, and San Isidro village was instantly engulfed in gunpowder smoke and dust. Dirt, rubble, and fragments of houses were thrown high into the air, only to fall back down. The god of war made its debut at this moment. After 3 rounds of rapid fire, the bombardment abruptly ceased. The battlefield once again fell into a brief, deadly silence. Morin could feel the soldiers beside him breathing heavily, and many had excited expressions on their faces. In their view, such a fierce artillery preparation was enough to completely destroy the fighting spirit of the Aragorn Kingdom army peasant soldiers in the village. The moment the bombardment stopped, a sharp whistle pierced the battlefield's tranquility. This was the signal to attack. Outside the thicket, the first company's 3 skirmish lines began to advance slowly. The soldiers marched with synchronized steps, their .98 rifles held level at their chests, muzzles pointing directly at the smoke-shrouded village ahead. Their movements were not fast, each step was steady and powerful, and the entire formation advanced with almost no disorder. The discipline of this army was fully demonstrated at this moment. When the first company's skirmish lines had advanced about 100 meters, the second company behind them also began to move. The soldiers, arrayed in dense columns, followed at the same pace under the non-commissioned officers' commands. They did not deploy into open formations but maintained tight ranks, ready to charge into the enemy lines with maximum impact once the first company created a breach. The rising sun cast golden light across the field, illuminating the pointed helmets of the soldiers and the rows of cold, gleaming bayonets on their .98 rifles. The grey wave of attack, composed of 360 soldiers, silently surged towards San Isidro village. The entire process was even eerily quiet. Aside from the rustling of military boots on the ground and the occasional low commands from the non-commissioned officers, there was no other sound. Morin crouched behind the thicket, his heart involuntarily tightening. On the map in the upper left corner of his vision, the blue icons representing the first and second companies were steadily approaching the grey diamond representing the unknown enemy forces. Everything seemed to be as Captain Hauser had predicted. The defenders in the village seemed truly terrified by the fierce bombardment just now, cowering in the ruins and daring not to show their heads. The first and second companies quickly covered half the distance, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Morin even noticed that some of the third company soldiers beside him had relaxed and started conversing in low voices, as if they felt the battle had already ended prematurely. Captain Hauser also wore a relaxed smile, he even took out his pipe and tapped it on his heel, preparing to enjoy some leisure before victory. However, this optimistic atmosphere did not last long. Just as the foremost skirmish line of the first company was less than 200 meters from the village outskirts, a burst of dense gunfire suddenly erupted from the village ruins. Several blood spatters immediately appeared on the first company's skirmish line, several soldiers fell to the ground, writhing in pain. The recovering defenders began to counterattack. The attacking formation experienced a slight commotion under the sudden assault, but it was quickly suppressed by the non-commissioned officers' whistles and shouts. Halt! Present .98 rifle. Aim. Volley. Following the company sergeant major's sharp whistle and the non-commissioned officer's commands, the first company's skirmish line halted in unison, knelt on one knee, and raised their .98 rifles. Then they pulled the triggers in the direction of the gunfire. After a dense volley, the firepower from the edge of the village visibly weakened. Continue advance. The soldiers rose again, carrying their .98 rifles, and continued to charge forward. Halt, aim, fire, charge. This process repeated continuously for the next few dozen meters. Although soldiers constantly fell wounded, the overall offensive momentum of the company was not significantly affected. Relying on the discipline gained from rigorous training and the precise volleys of their .98 rifles, they temporarily suppressed the defenders' firepower in the village. The scales of victory still seemed to be tipping towards the Saxon. But Morin did not relax at all. All his attention was focused on the small map in the upper left corner of his vision. Just now, a brand new red icon, as the soldiers of the first and second companies approached, lit up without warning on the outer defenses of San Isidro village. Aragorn Kingdom Army, Vickers machine gun position. Chapter 12 The machine gun fired. When the red icon, accompanied by a line of cold text, popped up on Morin's map, he felt his heart skip a beat. His worst fear had, after all, come true. The Britonians had clearly provided weapon support to the kingdom's army, and the latter had deployed a machine gun position in this village on the outskirts of Seville. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A rapid and piercing sound of gunfire, like the Grim Reaper's chainsaw, rang out across the battlefield. Morin, peering through the bushes, witnessed a scene he would never forget. The skirmish line at the very front of the first company, which was advancing, was swept as if by an invisible, giant scythe. From left to right, soldiers fell one after another, their fragile flesh and blood no different from reaped wheat in the face of the dense hail of bullets. Bullets, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, drew lines of death through the ranks. Just one machine gun, in less than 10 seconds, completely wiped out an entire platoon from the front of the first company from the battlefield. The grey attacking formation, which had just seemed invincible, collapsed instantly. The surviving soldiers screamed in terror, lying prone on the ground, not daring to move, completely disregarding their officers' hoarse shouts to stop. But that Vickers machine gun did not stop there. The gunner calmly adjusted the muzzle, extending the deadly rain of bullets to the second and third skirmish lines of the first company. Even the second company, arrayed in dense columns behind them and not yet engaged in battle, became its target. In the dense formation, the machine gun's killing effect was maximized. Every bullet seemed to find its mark. Captain Hauser, who had been full of confidence just moments before, now stood frozen in place, the smile on his face long since congealed, replaced by a pallor. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but not a single word came out. This reaction did not surprise Morin, because he knew that the current Saxon army, like the armies of various European countries before World War I, had not yet realized the terror of machine guns, believing them to be clumsy weapons only useful for defense. This was also why the entire 33rd Infantry Regiment only had one machine gun company equipped with 8 MG-08 heavy machine guns, and it hadn't even reached the front yet. The first company's attack had been completely broken. The surviving soldiers lay on the ground, clutching their heads tightly, not daring to move. Anyone who tried to stand up to retaliate or retreat would immediately be caught by that whip of fire and then be riddled into a broken corpse. The second company, following behind, also fell into immense chaos. The leading officer desperately blew his whistle, trying to get his troops to spread out or lie down, but the soldiers' discipline was rapidly disintegrating under the machine gun's barrage. The second company, which had maintained a dense formation, was squeezed together in a confused mass, unable to advance or retreat, becoming the perfect target for that machine gun. Bullets poured into the dense crowd like water, each sweep taking several lives. While everyone else was stunned by the horrific sight, Morin's mind was racing, his gaze fixed on the minimap in the upper left corner. In front of the red diamond icon representing the Vickers machine gun position, a fan-shaped red area, representing its field of fire, covered the entire offensive front. The unit markers for the first company and second company were precisely within this fan-shaped area. After confirming the approximate location, Morin pulled out the binocular telescope issued to officers from his binocular case and looked in the direction indicated on the map. Sure enough, behind a second-story window of an inconspicuous farmhouse, he caught sight of the flickering muzzle flash. Just as Morin was about to find Captain Hauser to say something, he saw Major Thomas, the 1st Battalion commander, speaking to the orderlies/runners in the temporary forward command post on the other side of the bushes. Immediately after, he saw one of the orderlies/runners mount a horse and ride towards the rear. Morin guessed that the orderly might be going to contact the artillery position to have them continue providing fire support. But even if everything went smoothly, it would still be at least 10 minutes before the shells fell. And that much time would be enough for that machine gun and the other defenders to completely slaughter the first and second companies exposed in the open ground. However, Morin soon realized that he seemed to have no time to worry about others. Because he saw another orderly running towards his company's direction. Damn it, they're not going to send in the reserves, are they? Morin nervously watched the orderly, who jogged all the way to Captain Hauser, shouting breathlessly. Captain! Major Thomas's order. The third company is to immediately enter the battle and press forward from the front. Upon hearing this, the faces of all the officers, including Morin, changed. What's the difference between this and willingly jumping into a meat grinder? Captain Hauser's face instantly turned a liver red, and he grabbed the orderly's collar. Are you sure that's the order? Has the major gone mad? Don't you see what's happening up front? Yes, yes, those were the major's exact words. The orderly was on the verge of tears. Nonsense. Captain Hauser cursed angrily, but he eventually let go. Military orders were like mountains, he could not disobey Major Thomas's command, as it would even be considered cowardice in the face of the enemy, enough to send him to a military court and be shot. He took a deep breath, turned around, and faced his subordinates. His gaze swept over their nervous and fearful faces, finally settling on Morin and the other 2 platoon leaders. You all heard it. Captain Hauser's voice, like his mood, had become somewhat heavy. Prepare for battle. The 3rd platoon on the left, the 1st platoon in the center, the 2nd platoon on the right, spread out into skirmish lines. Advance with alternating cover. After witnessing the disastrous defeat of the dense formation firsthand, he finally did not issue the foolish order to charge in ranks again. But even so, Morin understood that this was still suicide. Until that machine gun was dealt with, any frontal assault would be meaningless, and it was unclear how many other undiscovered enemies were in the village. Morin's heart sank to rock bottom. He didn't want to die here, and even if he had to die, it wouldn't be for this typical imperialist nation. Not to mention he still had a full 80 men under him, he couldn't bring these vibrant lives into a battle that was destined to fail. But the problem was, he had no choice now. The only hope was to attack in a different way, to knock out that machine gun position that was constantly harvesting Allied lives. Just as Captain Hauser was about to blow the attack whistle, Morin suddenly stepped forward. Sir! Captain Hauser's movement stopped, and he turned to look at Morin, his brows furrowed. What is it, 2nd Lieutenant Morin? Do you intend to disobey a military order? His tone was very impatient, even carrying a hint of threat. The disastrous defeat ahead in the battalion headquarters death order had already caused some issues with his emotions. No, sir. Morin immediately shook his head, making his voice sound as convincing as possible. I request to lead the 3rd platoon and flank from the left wing. This suggestion stunned the surrounding officers and NCOs. Flank? Captain Hauser repeated, his eyes full of doubt. What do you intend to do? Sir, I saw through my binoculars that the enemy's machine gun position is set up in a two-story farmhouse, and its field of fire is fixed. Morin explained rapidly, simultaneously pointing to the left side of the battlefield. There's a dry riverbed over there, and a few small bushes, which can serve as natural cover. My platoon can use the terrain to move to the side of the village and attack that machine gun position from there. Even if we can't take it out immediately, even just attracting their attention could create an opportunity for the company's main force to attack. Captain Hauser fell silent, staring intently at Morin, seemingly judging whether this young second lieutenant, fresh out of military academy, was just dreaming. Chapter 13 Reserves, Move Forward. Another platoon leader from the 3rd Company, hearing that 2nd Lieutenant Morin seemed to have other methods besides a frontal assault, also spoke up to persuade, Sir, a frontal assault will result in too many casualties. 2nd Lieutenant Morin's method might be worth trying. Time was ticking away second by second. The screams of the survivors from the 1st and 2nd Companies in front, and the intermittent bursts of fire from that Vickers machine gun, whipped at everyone's nerves like a lash. A few seconds later, Captain Hauser seemed to have made a decision, and he waved his hand fiercely. All right. Morin. Take your men and go up from the left flank. If your plan fails, no matter how well you fight, you must immediately regroup with the main force. Understand? Yes, sir. A huge weight lifted from Morin's heart. He didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately turning to face his subordinates. All of the 3rd platoon. Follow me. Without any unnecessary words, he immediately ran along the edge of the bushes towards the more complex terrain on the left. Platoon Sergeant Klaus was the first to react, shouting, Follow the platoon leader. Quick. Everyone move. The 4 corporals and squad leaders also immediately urged their soldiers, and the 80-man team quickly detached from the company's main force, following Morin's figure and plunging into the complex terrain of the left flank. Upon entering the woods, Morin immediately issued his first, truly meaningful combat order in this world. Attention, entire platoon. Advance in squads, spread out. Maintain your distance, don't crowd together. This set of orders was naturally completely unfamiliar to the Saxon soldiers. But fortunately, Morin's voice was clear and decisive, and with Platoon Sergeant Klaus and the other 4 corporals quickly grasping his meaning and repeatedly relaying the orders, the soldiers, though a bit flustered, all complied. First squad, stop at the dirt slope 50 meters ahead. If enemies from other directions approach the main force, open fire to cover us. Morin pointed to a position and shouted to a corporal. Yes, sir. This corporal quickly led the 2 squads of soldiers from the first squad to accelerate up the dirt slope, setting up their rifles using the trees and the slope for cover. The rest of you, follow me. Go through the riverbed. Morin himself took the lead, sliding down the dry riverbed, which was over a meter deep. The other soldiers followed closely, moving quickly forward under the cover of the riverbed's depressed terrain. The roar of the Vickers machine gun still raged on the right, but its attention was completely drawn to the frontal battlefield, and it didn't notice this small unit quietly approaching from its blind spot. After rapidly running almost 150 meters in the riverbed, Morin glanced at his mini-map. Just as they were about to reach the flank of the village, he suddenly heard gunfire from the dirt slope where the first squad was located. He made a gesture, and the entire team stopped, crouching low in the riverbed. Sergeant Klaus, who was by his side, didn't even need him to give an order. He crawled to the edge of the riverbed on the other side and cautiously peered out. Second Lieutenant, a small number of enemies from the direction of the village are approaching us. The first squad is firing at them and has them suppressed. Good. Morin nodded, then looked seriously at his platoon sergeant. Sergeant Klaus, you and the second squad will establish a strongpoint here. If we are repelled, cover our retreat back to the riverbed. Second Lieutenant, you should stay here. The attack is too dangerous. Sergeant Klaus hesitated, clearly not wanting Morin to put himself in harm's way. No more talk, that's an order. Sergeant Klaus no longer wavered. He immediately, along with another corporal, led 2 squads of soldiers to quietly climb the gentle slope at the edge of the riverbed. Morin, meanwhile, led the remaining 2 squads, over 40 soldiers, continuing to keep low and advance along the riverbed. Perhaps the first squad's cover had been effective, as the subsequent advance was not met with any further interference. So, Morin quickly led everyone to the junction of the riverbed and the village. The 2-story farmhouse, serving as the machine gun position, was now exposed to their front left. According to the map, it was less than 100 meters away. Corporal Jonathan. Morin raised his hand to summon one of the 2 remaining corporals beside him. The latter, hearing his voice, immediately came over with his rifle. Do you see that 2-story farmhouse? I see it, Second Lieutenant. I will lead the 3rd squad in the assault. You take the 4th squad and keep an eye on the doors and windows of this farmhouse facing our direction. If there's any movement, open fire immediately, suppress the enemy, and don't let him attack us. Can you do that? Don't worry, Second Lieutenant. Morin nodded, then directly led the last corporal and 2 squads of soldiers, climbing out of the riverbed and charging towards the farmhouse. This movement was quickly discovered by the enemy. When Corporal Jonathan, who was tasked with watching the farmhouse, noticed a figure appear in a 2nd-story window, he immediately raised his .98 rifle, aimed at the window, and pulled the trigger first. Farmhouse 2nd floor window. Free fire. Open fire! Bang! First, a crisp gunshot rang out. Immediately after, 20 rifles beside him fired simultaneously. The Jua.98 rifle was already known for its high accuracy, and in the daily training of Saxon soldiers, there were even strict requirements for shooting accuracy. As a result, all 20 bullets flew into the second-story window of the farmhouse, sending wood splinters flying, and the figure inside the window disappeared. Suppressed. Corporal Jonathan's heart filled with joy, and he immediately shouted, 7th Squad, keep firing. Don't give them a chance to breathe. 8th Squad, watch the other doors and windows. He pulled the bolt, the hot casing ejected, and another bullet was pushed into the chamber. On the other side, Sergeant Klaus, lying on the gentle slope of the riverbed, watched Morin and the others' actions, still not understanding why this new platoon leader wanted him to stay here with his men. However, before he could figure anything out, he saw some soldiers wearing the black uniforms of the kingdom's army rushing out of other buildings to the right of the two-story farmhouse, running towards Morin and his men. Everyone, aim at the enemy in the direction of the farmhouse, open fire. Gunfire like popping beans immediately erupted. The soldiers Morin had stationed here, with their precise and sustained rifle fire, immediately sent the rushing kingdom's army soldiers sprawling. At this moment, Sergeant Klaus finally understood Morin's intention. Line of sight. The position of this riverbed slope allowed for a clear view of the two-story farmhouse and several surrounding buildings. If the enemy were to attack Morin and his men, they would have to pass directly in front of their rifles. So, as long as they were entrenched here, the enemies in the village would have a hard time threatening Morin and his men's attack. On the other side, Morin led 2 squads of soldiers and smoothly charged to the side of the farmhouse. Corporal Baumann, you and the 5th Squad watch inside the village. 6th Squad, follow me, prepare grenades. After giving instructions to the last corporal, Morin took the lead and rushed to the side of the farmhouse's main door, then pressed himself against the wall. The soldiers of the 6th Squad, and the 2 orderlies who had been following him, also mimicked his actions, pressing themselves against both sides of the main door. Throw the grenades through the second-story windows. And one brave soul, throw one into the machine gun's firing window. 2 grenadiers in the 6th Squad, who carried less rifle ammunition but had 4 spherical grenades, immediately threw the grenades through the second-story windows according to Morin's order. One particularly bold soldier even peeked around the corner to confirm there were no enemies, then slipped below the machine gun's firing window, pulled the pin, and accurately tossed a grenade inside. Boom! 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 Several explosions rang out on the second floor of the farmhouse, and the red unit marker representing the enemy machine gun position on Morin's minimap was crossed out. And the chilling roar of the machine gun on the battlefield finally ceased. Chapter 14, Loot. When the sound of the Vickers machine gun ceased, the first to react was Captain Hauser, who had led his men in a frontal assault only to be completely pinned down, forced to lie prone on the ground. He practically sprang up from the ground, drawing the pistol from his waist, and roared at the soldiers behind him, who were also pinned down and unable to raise their heads. Get up! The enemy's machine gun is silent. Charge with me! Hearing his command, the officers of the 1st and 2nd platoons immediately blew their whistles again, and the soldiers who had been lying on the ground scrambled up, gripping their bayonet-fixed rifles and charging forward with gritted teeth. The survivors of the 1st and 2nd companies, who had endured the machine gun's barrage, first hesitantly raised their heads upon seeing the reserves launch another suicidal charge. Once they confirmed that the deadly machine gun fire had indeed stopped, a surge of post-disaster euphoria and long-suppressed rage instantly swept over everyone. For the Empire! Charge! It was unclear which highly motivated officer yelled first, but immediately after, all the able-bodied soldiers of the 1st and 2nd companies rose from the ground. Together with the soldiers of the 3rd company who had already reached them, they charged towards the village like madmen. Just minutes before, they had been mowed down like wheat by that machine gun in this open field, forced to watch their comrades around them riddled with bullets, their chests already filled with a burning rage. Now, this rage finally found an outlet. Without the sustained suppression from the machine gun position, and with Morin leading an attack from the left flank, disrupting the enemy's deployment and drawing some of the Kingdom Army soldiers' attention, the rifle fire from the village's perimeter defenses was completely unable to stop the grey tide formed by hundreds of Saxon soldiers. After suffering a heavy loss once, all the officers and NCOs of the 1st Battalion, including Captain Hauser, had learned their lesson. They ran and roared, telling the soldiers to spread out and not huddle together. A loose skirmish line formed again, the soldiers no longer sought neat formations but, with the fastest possible speed, used their rifles and bayonets to reap the lives of the enemy. And after noticing the large number of friendly forces on the front lines resuming their attack, Morin refocused on the farmhouse before him. Although friendly forces would most likely charge up, the battle might not end there were probably residual enemies in the village that needed to be cleared out. Thinking this, he patted an orderly beside him, then pointed in the direction of the river and commanded. Return the way you came along the riverbed, notify Sergeant Klaus and the other squads to advance with covering fire and rendezvous with the main force here. The orderly immediately took the order and left. Keep low, keep your head down, bullets don't have eyes. Yes, sir. Watching the orderly jump into the riverbed and crouch away, Morin turned to look at his squad. These soldiers were already restless and eager to act after the machine gun fire ceased, but Morin raised a hand to stop their attempt to charge directly into the farmhouse. Don't rush to your deaths. His voice was not loud, but it instantly sobered the hot-headed soldiers. Grenadiers, come here. 2 soldiers who had just silenced the machine gun with grenades immediately stepped forward. Listen carefully, when I pull the door open a bit, you'll throw the grenades through the gap. This unfamiliar command made the two grenadiers feel a bit strange. But out of the trust that had just been established, the soldiers didn't hesitate, they took spherical grenades from their waist pouches, holding them ready to throw. Morin took a deep breath, and after confirming that everyone else was ready, he cautiously pulled the wooden door of the farmhouse open a crack, his neck craned. Almost simultaneously, the two grenadiers rolled their primed grenades, one after the other, through the door crack. Morin immediately closed the door and then quickly retreated. Boom! Boom! Dull explosions emanated from inside the farmhouse, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and something falling to the ground. Big guy, kick the door down. A tall, burly soldier standing opposite Morin, receiving his signal, unhesitatingly delivered a flying kick, completely breaking open the already shaky wooden door. Fire! At Morin's command, the soldiers behind him immediately unleashed a volley into the dark doorway. Crisp gunshots echoed in front of the farmhouse, bullets striking walls and surrounding wooden farm tools, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone quickly retreated behind the wall, pulling their rifle bolts, hot shell casings ejected, clattering to the ground. When they peeked out again, ready to fire, they found that the first floor of the farmhouse was silent. On the ground and at the stairwell leading to the second floor, 3 Kingdoms army soldiers in black uniforms lay fallen. Morin, rifle in hand, led his men slowly inside, then leaned in to examine the 3 Kingdom army soldier. Their bodies were riddled with bullet holes and shrapnel wounds, clearly beyond saving. Put them out of their misery. Morin sighed almost imperceptibly and then ordered. 3 soldiers stepped forward and ended their suffering with bullets. Be careful, up to the second floor. Hearing the new command, the soldiers accompanying Morin also aimed their rifles at the second floor, then cautiously ascended the creaking stairs. Only after the lead soldier poked his head out from the stairwell to look around did he discover that the scene on the second floor was even more gruesome. In the confined space, the power of the grenadiers' grenades had been maximized. Especially the one thrown through the machine gun firing port, judging from the explosion marks on the floor, it had landed right at the gunner's feet. Thus, the machine gunner, assistant gunner, and 2 other riflemen responsible for vigilance had all fallen in pools of blood, long since breathless. The Vickers machine gun itself, however, seemed largely unaffected, perhaps because the 2 gunners had absorbed most of the grenade damage. Morin crouched down beside the window and briefly inspected the Vickers machine gun. The gun body was covered in dust and wood chips, but the water cooling components and receiver seemed to have sustained no fatal damage. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. If there were no other issues, this Vickers machine gun would be the 3rd platoon's first trophy. Although compatible ammunition might not be sufficient, a Vickers machine gun, described as the best derivative of the Maxim, was always a welcome asset in this era. Get this machine gun and the ammunition boxes down to the first floor. Keep your heads down and go past the side of the window, don't let our friendly forces outside mistake us for enemies. Morin left 3 soldiers with this instruction, then led the rest downstairs. Outside the farmhouse door, the 3 squads dispersed along the riverbed had already been called back by the orderly and had reunited with the remaining soldiers. Dozens of people crowded around the farmhouse, their faces clearly beaming with joy. The soldiers of Sergeant Klaus's squad were even bragging to their comrades about their recent achievements. Morin watched this chaotic scene, his temples throbbing. If the enemy suddenly counterattacked, or a single shell landed, their kill count would probably skyrocket. Chapter 15, a Pyrrhic Victory. What's all the shouting about? Is the battle over? Everyone get the hell out of here. Scatter. Scatter. He stepped forward and unceremoniously kicked a soldier in the backside. Corporal Jonath, Corporal Bauman, and you. He pointed at another corporal. Take your squads and advance in sections, providing leapfrog cover. Clear out the remaining enemies in the village. At this point, I would like readers to remember our domain name. For reading Taiwan novels, visit the Taiwan Novel Network at chicken.com. Remember, do not fire at civilians unless you encounter resistance. Is that clear? Yes, Second Lieutenant. Jolted by his roar, the 3 corporals realized it wasn't time to celebrate yet. They immediately led their respective units and threw themselves into the street fighting within the village. As the main force broke through and began close quarters combat, the resistance of the Kingdom army in the village quickly collapsed. For these troops with low levels of training and organization, firing from a distance was one thing, but don't expect them to have the courage to fix bayonets against these ferocious Saxon soldiers. Some Kingdom army soldiers, seeing that things were going south, slipped away from the other end of the village before the battle had even fully concluded. The remaining slow-reacting soldiers were either shot on the spot or obediently threw down their weapons and surrendered. San Isidro village was finally taken by the Saxons. After the battle, a report detailing the casualties was quickly submitted to battalion headquarters. The results left everyone in silence. Yes, the Kingdom army's will to fight was poor, only slightly better than troops who would fire into the air the moment the enemy appeared. Yet, it was this very force, which many Saxon soldiers had looked down upon before the war, that made the 1st and 2nd companies the main assault units pay a heavy price on their path of charge. The command structures of these 2 companies suffered a breakdown. Total officer casualties exceeded 25%, and soldier casualties exceeded 35%, which caused the combat effectiveness of the 2 infantry companies to drop significantly. This meant that on the first day of the war, the 1st Battalion under Major Thomas's command had nearly ridden off almost half an infantry company's worth of troops. In stark contrast was Captain Hauser's 3rd Company, especially the 3rd Platoon commanded by Morin. Throughout the entire left-wing assault, the 3rd Platoon had miraculously suffered no combat casualties. Only 2 soldiers sprained their ankles while crossing the riverbed, and another soldier tripped over himself in the excitement of the final charge. In a way, it was 0 casualties. Not only that, according to post-battle statistics, the machine gun nest they knocked out from the flank, along with the Kingdom Army infantry attempting to support it, totaled at least 40 men. A 0 for 40 exchange ratio was simply unheard of. When Captain Hauser entered the village with his company headquarters staff and found Morin, the gruff company commander could no longer contain his emotions. He rushed up and gave Morin a solid bear hug, then slapped his shoulders hard, repeating only a few words over and over. Well done. Well done, Morin. The surrounding soldiers of the 3rd Company also looked at this new platoon leader, who had only taken office yesterday, with eyes full of awe and admiration. Before this, their respect for the young 2nd lieutenant was mostly due to his rank. But now, that respect had become incredibly pure and sincere. The military, especially grassroots officers and soldiers during wartime, is naturally a group that admires the strong. No matter how eloquently you speak, it doesn't compare to leading them through a few more victories and helping more people survive. Since the 1st and 2nd Companies suffered losses during the attack and needed urgent rest and medical treatment for the wounded. Thus, after the main force cleared the village, the task of establishing peripheral defensive positions naturally fell to the 3rd Company, which had suffered the fewest losses. Captain Hauser took the main force and built a defensive line facing Seville, the direction from which the enemy might counterattack, relying on the remaining buildings and low walls. Infantry of this era had not yet developed the concept of large-scale trench warfare, and Morin saw no soldiers in the company equipped with shovels. So, the so-called defensive lines generally relied on buildings and existing earthen walls. Morin, meanwhile, led his 3rd platoon to continue overseeing the defense of the village's left flank. Using knowledge learned from military academies both before and after his transmigration, combined with the assistance of the system map, he quickly directed the soldiers to begin constructing the defensive line. Sergeant Klaus, please drag over that captured Vickers machine gun and mount it on the platform of the mill to the right. If there are grain sacks nearby, just pile them in front of the machine gun. Corporal Jonath, take the 1st squad and establish crossfire points at the gaps between those houses. Corporal Baumann, 2nd squad, you are responsible for the security of our left flank and the interior of the village. Tell the villagers to stay in their homes and not come out. Clear and precise orders were issued from his mouth in an orderly fashion. In addition, peripheral observation posts and both overt and covert sentries were also deployed one by Morin. Although these soldiers of the Saxon Empire had never encountered such things, they quickly understood his meaning after Morin patiently explained his orders and requirements. Platoon Sergeant Klaus and several corporals now executed Morin's orders unconditionally, immediately getting busy with their men. Soon, a defensive position with the captured Vickers machine gun at its core, supported by multiple dispersed fire points and possessing a certain depth in crossfire, took shape on the left flank of the village. At this time, Morin couldn't help but marvel that an 80-man supersized infantry platoon was indeed useful. Whether it was establishing defensive positions now or attacking earlier, it felt very smooth to him. The ample manpower allowed him to make various tactical arrangements quite lavishly. After the arrangements were complete, Morin and Sergeant Klaus went to the Vickers machine gun position. The latter had been fortunate enough to use this Brytonian heavy machine gun during a previous exchange between the two armies, so he was now able to teach other soldiers how to use it, though only the basics of feeding, aiming, firing, and basic troubleshooting. As for maintenance and repair skills, they weren't important right now. After all, the ammunition for this captured heavy machine gun was very limited. Morin estimated that one decent defensive battle would empty it, much like a reward weapon with limited ammo in a game. After Sergeant Klaus's inspection, he judged that the machine gun was indeed unaffected and could be used normally. He then began to instruct 2 shooters who had been brought in temporarily, striving to get them to learn how to fire the machine gun in the shortest time possible. Morin, meanwhile, had the 4 corporals arrange the shifts for each squad and then ordered most of the soldiers to take the time to rest. Before long, the 1st Battalion's command post was moved forward to a still intact small chapel in the center of the village. Morin, who had been brought to battalion headquarters along with Captain Hauser, could see that Major Thomas, the battalion commander, looked very grim. Although they had successfully taken the village, the price paid was too great, making it difficult for him, as the battalion commander, to answer to brigade headquarters. However, upon seeing Morin, he still braced himself and offered a few words of encouragement to the outstanding young officer, promising to recommend him for commendation. After a brief chat, Major Thomas also told Captain Hauser and the 3rd Company to be prepared, because taking San Isidro village was not the end, but the beginning of the campaign, and there would be even more intense battles to follow. This news added to Morin's pressure. San Isidro, a village on the outskirts of Seville, was clearly intended to delay the Saxon soldiers' advance. But if even such a village already had machine gun nests, then the defenses of Seville would only be stronger. Chapter 16, Battlefield Meals. As the main force established a foothold in the village, the battalion headquarters supply convoy carefully drove into a hidden area on the outskirts of the village. The HF.11 type field kitchen trucks from various companies soon started emitting cooking smoke. Morin, who had only nibbled on a few pieces of dry bread since yesterday, was already ravenously hungry. So, after separating from Captain Hauser, he eagerly followed the first batch of soldiers rotating out for a meal, heading towards the Company 3 kitchen truck like a hungry wolf. The staple food of the Saxon Imperial Army was black bread, eaten with thick soup or stew, and occasionally supplemented with canned meat. Therefore, on the folding tables beside the field kitchen truck, piles of black bread specially supplied to the army, known as Kommissbrot, were stacked high. The fresh aroma emanating from this bread told Morin that it must have been freshly baked. Morin wasn't surprised by this, as he had learned that the 16th Infantry Brigade was equipped with a field bakery company, a unit usually only found at the division level. This bread was likely baked by them and delivered to the field kitchens of various companies. Yes, the field bakery company, with over 100 bakers, primarily focused on supplying black bread to the entire division under normal circumstances. Among these 100-plus bakers, there were also more than 10 technical non-commissioned officers who were already professional bakers with many years of experience before joining the army. Therefore, supplying bread for just one infantry brigade was incredibly easy for the field bakery company, which produced over 20,000 loaves daily. Morin swallowed, watching the bread, and then saw a chubby cook beside the kitchen truck who seemed to be slicing something resembling a sausage into a pot. Great, we have sausage to eat. Morin's eyes lit up. He knew that German too. Wait, the Saxon army's rations included several dishes featuring various types of sausage, and they actually tasted quite good. Second Lieutenant, I could have just brought the food to you. You didn't need to come yourself. The orderly following Morin couldn't help but speak up, looking at his platoon leader who resembled a starving ghost. No, no, no. I want to eat immediately. Morin shook his head, took his mess kit from the orderly, and, without cutting the line, stood expectantly in the queue waiting for food. However, when he saw the cook scoop a ladle of slightly viscous, grayish-white thick soup from a large pot, paired with 2 pieces of black bread sturdy enough to be used as ballistic plates, Morin completely despaired of the field rations in this world. When he saw the wrapper of the sausage discarded on the ground, he immediately understood. Ah, Erbswurst. No wonder. Not all sausages were true sausages. Or rather, the Saxons referred to most foods packaged in long strips as sausage. The famous Erbswurst, renowned in both worlds, was one such item. This mixture, made of bacon, onions, peas, and dehydrated vegetables, had nothing to do with what Morin considered a sausage. The correct way to eat it was to slice it thickly and dissolve it in hot water to make a bowl of thick soup. Incidentally, in the world before Morin transmigrated, the inventor of Erbswurst eventually sold the patent to a company named Knorr. And this company's most famous product was soup-based concentrate. However, for someone starving, the taste of the food was irrelevant. The hot soup, at the very least, offered a sliver of comfort. Furthermore, Morin had actually wanted to try the taste of Erbswurst before transmigrating, but unfortunately, Knorr discontinued this century-old product in 2018. So, this counted as making up for that regret after crossing worlds. After receiving his soup and bread, Morin and the orderly sat down on the ground leaning against a tree. Following the example of the other soldiers, he forcefully broke the hard black bread into small pieces and soaked them in the thick soup. Once the bread had absorbed the liquid and softened, he ravenously stuffed it into his mouth. Saxon-style POW-MO success. A hot meal finally dispelled the hunger in Morin's stomach. After the pleasant lunch break ended, Morin and the orderly returned to the platoon 3 position. After the soldiers in the platoon had all rotated through and finished eating, Morin summoned Sergeant Kloss, 4 corporals, and 8 squad leaders. When these men gathered around him, their faces held confusion, assuming a new combat mission was about to be assigned. Morin cleared his throat and told everyone that there was no emergency right now, and they were taking the time to hold a combat review meeting. Upon hearing this, the veterans and non-commissioned officers present were stunned and looked at each other, not understanding what this meant. In their experience, combat meant obeying orders, winning or losing, and then waiting for the next command. They had never heard of sitting down for a meeting after a battle was over. Morin was not surprised by their reaction. Without further explanation, he directly asked everyone if they had any thoughts on the morning's battle or felt there were areas where they could have done better. Now, everyone was even more confused, and the atmosphere became somewhat constrained. It was the first time any of them had experienced such a scene, and Morin was their newly appointed commander, so no one dared to speak first. Finally, a young squad leader, who had charged alongside Morin during the assault on the farmhouse, hesitantly spoke up. Second Lieutenant. I feel the physical exertion was much greater than I expected. The young squad leader scratched his head sheepishly. Especially the section where we flanked through the riverbed. Sprinting continuously for several hundred meters over complex terrain meant that several of my men were quite winded by the time we reached the farmhouse wall. Morin nodded approvingly. That's a very good point. Physical fitness is the foundation of all tactics. Morin was greatly relieved that someone had responded and raised a meaningful issue. Judging by the current training outline and rations of the unit, physical fitness is indeed a weakness. I will keep this in mind and try to factor everyone's physical exertion into future assignments. With the ice broken, the others were no longer so reserved and began discussing animatedly. Second Lieutenant, having us advance dispersed by squad certainly helps us evade enemy attacks and prevents us from being wiped out all at once. But on the battlefield, once the shooting starts, it's hard to manage the scattered troops, and sometimes we can't even hear the orders clearly. A corporal followed up with his own confusion. Another squad leader echoed, yes, especially when we are separated from the main force and can't see you, we feel a bit uncertain and don't know what to do next. Morin attributed all these issues to one point, insufficient related training. These are new tactics, so it's normal for everyone not to be used to them. After a few more times, mutual understanding will develop, and things will improve significantly. He explained patiently, but inwardly he marveled that the Saxon Empire's mission command system was perfectly suited to him. Superiors only issued mission objectives, and as long as subordinate units didn't violate military law in their methods of completion, virtually no one interfered. The famous stormtroopers of his previous life were a tactic developed by frontline officers under this kind of system. This model gave Morin immense freedom in command, which was the fundamental reason Captain Hauser ultimately agreed to let him take a platoon and operate independently that morning. The combat review meeting lasted about half an hour, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Morin finally specifically instructed the 8 squad leaders to take the time to talk to the soldiers in their own squads when they returned, listening to their thoughts and difficulties. After everyone dispersed, Platoon Sergeant Klaus remained. The experienced veteran looked at Morin, his face showing genuine admiration. "Second Lieutenant, my eyes have truly been opened today," Klaus said sincerely. "Since last night, I've learned so many things following you that I never had access to before." "Sergeant Klaus, you flatter me. I'm just sharing some of my experience, hoping to reduce casualties in combat." Building a closer relationship with this platoon sergeant, who held extremely high prestige in the platoon, was also a good thing for Morin, signifying an increase in his control over the unit. As the two were chatting, an orderly from the battalion headquarters jogged over looking for them. "Second Lieutenant Morin. Major Thomas requests your presence." Chapter 17, Forward Reconnaissance. Hearing the orderly's words, Morin's heart skipped a beat. A command from battalion headquarters, he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. He let Klaus take temporary command, ordering him to stay alert for an enemy counterattack, then followed the orderly to the small chapel in the center of the village. Soon, as Morin followed the orderly into the chapel temporarily requisitioned as battalion headquarters, he saw his company commander, Captain Hauser, and Major Thomas standing with his hands behind his back in front of a long table covered with maps. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain wkgon.com, it is very thoughtful. The atmosphere in the chapel was heavy. Major Thomas's face was still grim. Clearly, the heavy casualty report from the morning weighed on his heart like a giant boulder. Although they had successfully captured the village, the price paid was too high. The sharp reduction in his forces also imposed many restrictions on his subsequent tactical maneuvers. However, when he saw Morin enter, he managed to adjust his mood and forced out a look that couldn't quite be called a smile. "Second Lieutenant Morin, you're here." He pointed to the empty seat next to Captain Hauser. "Come over." "Major, sir." "Captain, sir." Morin saluted and stood beside Captain Hauser. Major Thomas didn't waste time on pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. "We just received a report from brigade headquarters. The offensives of the National Army and the International Brigade on our flanks are proceeding smoothly. The brigade and regimental headquarters' intent is that we cannot stay in this village for too long. We must continue the offensive toward Seville as soon as possible." Morin and Captain Hauser exchanged a look, both seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. Major Thomas's words meant that the brief respite was about to end, and even more brutal fighting lay ahead. But before the next offensive begins, Major Thomas's gaze fell on Morin. "I need to send a team to conduct an infiltration reconnaissance of the area ahead of us." At this, alarm bells rang in Morin's mind. He realized what his battalion commander intended for him. But he was also somewhat puzzled. Although units in this period didn't have professional reconnaissance units, such missions were usually the responsibility of senior officers. Why look for him, an infantry platoon leader who had just joined the company? Seemingly sensing his confusion, Major Thomas sighed, his voice tinged with helplessness. In the morning battle, the officer losses in the 1st and 2nd companies were heavy. There aren't many officers left who can be sent out. He paused, looking at Morin with hopeful eyes, and continued. "Moreover, the judgment and quick reactions you showed in battle prove that you are more suitable for this mission than anyone else. I need you to lead men to scout the situation ahead. I don't want to see my soldiers run headlong into enemy machine gun nests again." After hearing Major Thomas's words, Morin fell silent. Forward reconnaissance before an attack, a mission that was clearly high risk, was something he didn't want to take on at all. The problem was that in order to survive the previous attack, he had already shown his skills. This had gained him the attention of his superiors, which also meant Major Thomas would assign him more tasks. After all, discovering a capable officer among his subordinates in the middle of a war, a commander would naturally think of him first when assigning tasks. It was like a falling domino. Once the first one was pushed, it couldn't be stopped until they all fell. So, faced with a direct order from a superior, Morin could find no excuse to refuse, nor could he disobey. "Yes, Major. I guarantee the mission will be completed." Finally, having composed his expression, Morin stood at attention and replied. "Good. Very good. Our Saxon army needs talents like you." Major Thomas's expression softened slightly. He pointed to the operational map on the table, gesturing for Morin to pay attention. "Look here. Our battalion's next main axis of attack is here, advancing northwest along this highway. Your mission is to scout this route and the area within 500 meters on either side. I need to know the enemy's movements, especially whether they have established new defensive positions or set up ambushes." Morin didn't reply immediately. Based on what he had learned before transmigrating, his understanding of scouting an unknown area was that he should lead his entire platoon to gather information for higher level units. In that process, his platoon would need to be divided into a command group, a reconnaissance group, a security group, a rescue group, a prisoner handling group, and a continuous surveillance group. But the current situation was that his troops' level of training did not support such a detailed division of tasks. Furthermore, the 3rd platoon was still tasked with defense and couldn't be spared. So this mission would have to be a small-scale, quick in quick out operation just like in action movies. Having realized this, Morin leaned forward and studied the map carefully. He traced a finger along the map, checked the scale in the corner, and quickly estimated the distance in his head. This reconnaissance route was about 10 kilometers round trip. The terrain along the way was complex, with farmland, woods, and a few scattered villages. Running there on foot would be too inefficient and tiring. Riding horses would increase mobility and reduce fatigue, but the problem was that the target would be too large and easily spotted by the enemy. Major, Morin looked up, I need to borrow a few bicycles from battalion headquarters. Bicycles? Yes, Major. Bicycles are quiet and fast, making it easy for us to cross open ground quickly and to disengage rapidly if needed. We can ride to a concealed position and then proceed with the reconnaissance on foot. Major Thomas thought for a moment and then nodded. Good idea. He immediately picked up a pen and paper from the table, quickly wrote an order, and handed it to Morin. Go to the supply train to collect them. Tell them whatever else you need. Morin took the order from Major Thomas. Captain Hauser, standing nearby, patted him on the shoulder, his eyes showing both encouragement and a hint of worry. Be careful, Second Lieutenant Morin. Don't worry, sir. Leaving the temporary battalion headquarters, Morin hurried back to the 3rd platoon's position. He first called Sergeant Klaus aside and briefly explained the reconnaissance mission. I need to pick a few men to go with me. Morin lowered his voice and said. This mission isn't for combat, it's to be the eyes and ears. We can't have too many people, but they must be good. He planned to take only 5 men. Any more would make movement difficult and expose them to the enemy. Sergeant Klaus immediately understood Morin's meaning. He nodded and asked. Sir, do you have any specific requirements? Good stamina, accurate marksmanship, and most importantly, they need to be sharp and not panic under pressure, Morin stated his requirements. Sergeant Klaus quickly ran through the candidates in his head and soon recommended a few people. This included the young squad leader who had been the first to speak at the post-battle debrief, Corporal Baumann. There were also 3 soldiers who had performed excellently in the morning attack. They were not only brave in combat but also managed to stay calm in the chaos. Morin was satisfied with Klaus's choices and immediately called the selected men together. He didn't give a long speech but clearly explained the nature and danger of the mission. Our mission is to scout for the main force, not to eliminate the enemy. So at all times, stealth is the priority. Without my order, unless you are discovered by the enemy and cannot escape, you are not allowed to fire. Morin sternly looked at each young, determined face. Is that clear? Clear, sir. Chapter 18 Hans, your coffee tastes terrible. After Second Lieutenant Morin briefly explained the mission to the others, he looked solemnly at Sergeant Klaus beside him. With this highly experienced veteran present, Morin felt somewhat relieved, even though he would not be directly commanding the troops himself. It was, in another sense, like having an old person in the family is like having a treasure. The unit is in your hands while I'm gone, Sergeant Klaus. Keep a close watch and be wary of any enemy counterattacks. Don't worry, Second Lieutenant. Sergeant Klaus nodded vigorously. After the morning's battle, he no longer had any doubts about Morin's orders. Having arranged everything, Morin turned and found his orderly, Hans, sitting nearby. He felt his eyelids were impossibly heavy, and his legs were like lead. From yesterday until now, the constant tension and intense physical exertion had almost drained him. Morin even felt that his body's constitution was superhuman to have lasted this long. Hans. Second Lieutenant. The young orderly immediately stood up. Go to the kitchen wagon and get me a cup of coffee. Morin rubbed his temples. As strong as possible. Yes, Second Lieutenant. Hans replied and immediately jogged off. After the orderly left, Morin, accompanied by Corporal Baumann and 4 other capable soldiers he had selected, walked towards the back of the village, to the hidden location of the battalion's supply train. Although Morin didn't know how many casualties the kingdom's army suffered from the 77mm field gun barrage provided by the field artillery battalion before the morning attack, it was clear that the village had sustained significant damage, with many buildings damaged by the shelling. Morin and his group passed through the village road, which was full of shell craters and rubble. They quickly found the supply train's hiding place, which also served as a temporary camp. More than a dozen 4-wheeled heavy wagons, along with a few trucks Morin had ridden in before, were cleverly hidden at the edge of a small grove. The horses were unharnessed and leisurely eating fodder nearby. The quartermaster of the 1st Battalion, 33rd Infantry Regiment, a middle-aged captain with a Prussian-style handlebar mustache, was inspecting supplies with the soldiers of the supply train. Seeing the written order Morin handed him, he first paused, then his mustache curled upwards. Second Lieutenant Morin. The quartermaster scrutinized him. That brilliant flank attack this morning, was that your doing? Just good luck, sir. Morin replied modestly. Luck is also part of strength. The quartermaster said seriously, and his gaze towards Morin changed. He promptly put away the order and waved a hand at a soldier nearby. Go, pick out 6 bicycles in the best condition for Second Lieutenant Morin and his men. He turned back to Morin and reminded him, Second Lieutenant, the country roads here are not easy to travel. They're full of potholes, which is hard on the bikes, so you must be careful when riding. Thank you for the warning, sir. While the soldiers went to retrieve the bicycles, Morin's gaze swept to the rear of the supply train camp, and then a separately cordoned off area caught his attention. 2 massive figures were parked there. They resembled 2 heavy plate armored knights, magnified several times, standing about 3 meters tall, kneeling silently. Along with the great swords, kite shields, and enormous rifles, cannons, on the weapon racks beside them, they exuded an unspoken sense of oppression to Morin. Compared to their massive and heavy torsos, their limbs appeared somewhat short and small, making their proportions slightly odd. It was as if they were a combination of Onion Knight, Sakura Wars, and Sin-Duality, very abstract. Their entire bodies were covered in cloaks bearing black and white cross emblems, with only some thick metal pipes exposed through the gaps. Exhaust pipes protruding from their backs indicated they were seemingly driven by some kind of internal combustion engine. At this moment, many personnel, also dressed in black and white cloaks but without weapons, were busily maintaining and resupplying these two steel behemoths. My goodness, are these the armored knights? Corporal Baumann, following behind Morin, couldn't help but exclaim. The other soldiers also craned their necks, their eyes filled with curiosity and awe. Like most Saxon soldiers, they had only seen blurry photographs of these steel creations in newspapers. This was their first time witnessing the real thing. The cold metallic texture and the visual impact of their enormous size for people of this era were far beyond what black and white newspaper photos could convey. The quartermaster followed their gaze, a knowing smile appearing on his face. It seems this is your first time seeing these precious toys of the Teutonic Order. He walked over to Morin and lowered his voice. Brigade headquarters heard we suffered heavy casualties this morning, so they specifically sent these two Siegfried model armored knights, along with an entire squad of knight attendants, to reinforce us. The quartermaster seemed to have a good impression of Morin, this brave officer, and uncharacteristically added a few more words. With these two big guys, the next offensive will be much easier. If we encounter enemy machine gun positions again, they will go in to clear them out, which is much better than having our men sacrifice their lives, or having you take such extreme risks again. Morin's heart stirred. He, of course, knew how foolish and cruel it was to charge machine gun positions with human lives. The morning's battle was still vivid in his memory. Units like these, which he understood as mechs, if they could truly be effective against enemy strongpoints, would undoubtedly be a blessing for the infantry. He was very curious how such things actually operated on the battlefield. Could their armor withstand machine gun bullets? Could they effectively defend against cannon fire? But he also understood that now was not the time to satisfy his curiosity. The reconnaissance mission was urgent. Thank you for the information, sir. Morin withdrew his gaze and thanked the quartermaster again. Go now, and good luck. Everyone pushed their brand new bicycles and left the supply train camp. They hadn't gone far when the orderly Hans, panting, caught up with them, carrying a steaming tin cup. Second Lieutenant, your coffee. Morin took the cup, and a strange smell, a mixture of burnt and bitter, assailed his nostrils. He took a sip. The taste was simply indescribable, like a medicinal brew made from burnt beans mixed with some kind of herb, bitter and astringent, almost scraping his tongue raw. He frowned and glanced at his orderly, Hans. That name, and the coffee in his hand, made him feel like a certain meme was on the tip of his tongue, about to burst out. Hans. Here, Second Lieutenant. Your coffee is terrible. With that, Morin tilted his head back and downed the stimulating drink, which tasted like poison, then shoved the empty cup back into Hans's hand and swung his leg over the bicycle. Let's go. Chapter 19 Language Genius. Morin and his 6 men pedaled their bicycles, quickly leaving the confines of San Isidro village. The aftertaste of the refreshing drink still lingered in his mouth, a bitter, burnt flavor that made him want to stick out his tongue every now and then. He had truly never tasted such terrible coffee. The country road was bumpy, the wheels crunching over gravel and dirt, making a creaking sound. As Morin rode, he focused some of his attention on the small map in the upper left corner of his vision. Perhaps because he had seen the information from the battalion headquarters military map, Morin's own system map had also updated its map information. The area ahead, all the way to Seville, now showed specific information, but it was still covered by a translucent fog of war. As they advanced, that layer of fog of war, representing unknown roads, slowly receded outwards from their center, revealing clearer topographical details. It was a strange feeling, like playing a real-time strategy game, personally controlling reconnaissance units to explore the map. Don't just focus on rushing ahead. Morin reminded the men behind him in a low voice. Look more at the woods and high ground on both sides of the road, and tell me immediately if anything seems amiss. Yes, Corporal. Corporal Baumann immediately responded. The others also looked up, scanning their surroundings warily. They just took this as a routine order from their platoon leader out of caution, unaware that every one of their gazes was providing Morin with valuable information, updating the content on his mini-map. In previous battles, Morin had already roughly discovered how this system map updated its information. That is, all units appearing in friendly sight would be displayed on the map, regardless of whether the friendly forces themselves noticed them or recognized them. You see, in terms of cheats, the system map really did a pretty good job. Morin and his team's first objective for this trip was the next village marked on the map, named Alcalia. Morin's plan was to first scout the outskirts of the village. If it was safe, they would go in to check the situation and also allow this temporarily assembled reconnaissance team to get acquainted. Then, depending on the situation, they would scout further in the direction of Seville. Perhaps they were lucky, as the journey was uneventful, and they didn't encounter even a ghost. About 200 meters from Alcalia village, Morin raised his hand to signal, and everyone immediately understood, slowing down and stopping. Dismount, push the bikes, and find a place to hide. They pushed their bicycles into a dense patch of woods by the roadside, carefully laying the bikes down behind a thicket, and then used some branches and fallen leaves for simple camouflage. Everyone remember this location. Morin pointed to a withered tree nearby that looked like it had been struck by lightning. We'll be retreating back here later. He unscrewed his canteen, took a sip, and motioned for the others to also quickly replenish their water. After a brief rest, the 6 men, holding their rifles, formed a loose formation and began to approach the village. Morin walked at the very front, his eyes moving back and forth between the village entrance and the surrounding houses, his finger habitually resting on the trigger guard. He looked back and saw that Corporal Baumann and several other soldiers all had their index fingers on the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. His heart tightened immediately, and he quickly made a gesture for everyone to stop. Take your fingers off the triggers and put them on the guard. All of you remember that. He said sternly in a hushed voice, I don't want some idiot to slip and accidentally fire, hitting my ass. Or exposing all of us. Hearing Morin's words, the several soldiers, though unaccustomed, immediately complied. They crept cautiously into the village, hugging the shadows of the mud walls. Unexpectedly, the village was peaceful. Several children were chasing and playing on the dirt road, women were washing clothes and chatting by a nearby well, and even a few old people could be seen sitting outside their homes, lazily sunbathing. There was no hint of the gloom of war here, as if they had stumbled into a secluded paradise. This abnormal calm raised Morin's guard to the highest level. He decided to ask a villager about the situation, which was a form of civilian reconnaissance within the reconnaissance curriculum. Morin gave Corporal Baumann a look, the latter understood and stepped forward to stop an old farmer who was passing by, carrying a hoe. However, to his surprise, the old farmer, upon seeing these armed soldiers, seemed not to be alarmed, only a little surprised. Corporal Baumann pointed in the direction of Seville, made a few gestures, and uttered a few words that were not in the Saxon language. The old farmer looked at the tall foreign soldier, his face full of bewilderment and confusion, muttering something in another language, waving his hands repeatedly. Sir, he doesn't understand the Aragonese language I'm speaking. Corporal Baumann turned back helplessly. Are you sure you're speaking Aragonese language? Morin frowned and looked at the others. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that besides a few officers in the platoon who knew some simple conversations, they, the common soldiers, did not know Aragonese language. This was troublesome. Just as Morin was about to give up and planned to walk around the village first to see if there were any other clues, the old farmer spoke a long string of words to him again. Something strange happened. This time, the old farmer's rapid and unfamiliar syllables, the moment they reached Morin's ears, seemed to be automatically translated. He actually understood the other party's meaning completely. If you are looking for those black-clad soldiers, they left quite a while ago. Morin was stunned. He subconsciously opened his mouth, and a fluent Aragonese language flowed out. Fellow villager, do you mean there were black-clad soldiers in the village before? As soon as the words left his mouth, not only was the old farmer opposite him stunned, but Morin himself was also stunned, and even Corporal Baumann and the others behind him widened their eyes. Hey, second lieutenant, you can speak Aragonese language after all. Immediately after, a complex jumble of memory fragments flooded his mind. It was in Dresden, the capital of the Saxon Empire, in a brightly lit banquet hall, where the original owner of this body was holding a wine glass, flirting in fluent Aragonese language with an Aragonese noblewoman who was studying in Saxon. At a certain art salon, he discussed the latest paintings in Gaulish with a painter's wife. There was even a holiday in Vienna, where he used a clumsy but sufficient local language to pick up a maid. It turned out that the original owner of this body, the fellow whose bones were softened by alcohol, as General Mackensen described him. In order to hunt for women at social gatherings and salons among the upper classes of various countries during peacetime, he had actually put in hard work to learn so many foreign languages. For that playboy, language was not knowledge, but a key to different romantic havens. Damn, this guy is a talent. Morin silently gave a thumbs up to the original owner in his heart. Although the motive was impure, this skill was simply divine in the current situation. You speak our language. The old farmer also seemed a bit surprised to hear the fluent Aragonese language. A little. Morin composed himself and continued to ask in Aragonese language. So, do you know how many of those black-clad soldiers there were, and in which direction they went? About an hour ago, I guess, several hundred of them passed through the east end of the village, making a ruckus, and they even stole several chickens from the village. The old farmer raised his wrinkled hand and pointed in the direction of Seville. They went that way. Having obtained the key information, Morin kindly asked a few more questions about the village and the surrounding terrain. The old farmer answered them all. Finally, Morin had Corporal Baumann hand over a half-eaten loaf of dark bread, placing it in the old farmer's hand. Sorry to have bothered you, fellow villager. With that, he quickly led his men out of the village. Back at the bike hiding spot in the woods, Corporal Baumann could no longer hold back, not about the bread, of course. He leaned over, his face full of admiration. Sir, you can actually speak Aragonese language? My goodness, how did you learn it? Morin couldn't very well say he learned it to pick up girls, so he cleared his throat and put on a profound look. Just a little, it was a compulsory course in military academy. He casually made something up, then immediately changed the subject, his expression becoming serious. The situation has changed. A kingdom's army unit of several hundred men left here an hour ago, heading in the direction of Seville. Morin unfolded the simple map and pointed to a spot on it. But now it's unclear whether they returned directly to Seville or planned to set up an ambush on the outskirts, so we still need to scout further ahead for some distance. Chapter 20, Damn, it's too deep. Morin and his group got back on their bicycles and pedaled at full speed in the direction the villagers said the kingdom's army troops had disappeared. The dirt road in the countryside, after being trampled by hundreds of marching troops and carriages, left an incredibly clear trail, which required no effort to find. Officer, look. Corporal Baumann pointed to a military cap in the roadside grass. It was a worn-out Aragorn Kingdom Army cap, with dirt still clinging to its brim, clearly dropped by a soldier during the march who couldn't be bothered to pick it up. Morin merely glanced at it before continuing to pedal forward. They hadn't ridden far when they saw another discarded ammunition box. The box was empty and lay brazenly in the middle of the road. Further ahead, piles of untreated horse dung were scattered on the road like signposts. Morin couldn't help but want to laugh. This was not how a regular army marched, it was clearly a disorganized rabble on a picnic. This level of military discipline was worse than even the college students he'd seen during military training before he transmigrated. At least the college students knew to take their trash with them. It seems they are indeed heading directly back to Seville. Morin shouted to Corporal Baumann behind him. From the remaining traces, the direction of this unit's march was very clear, with no signs of splitting forces or setting ambushes. He wondered where they got the confidence to think the Saxons wouldn't catch up so quickly. However, this confidence, or perhaps ignorance, provided excellent cover for Morin and his group. They followed the road signs left by the kingdom's army themselves, advancing south unimpeded. As they got closer to Seville, the terrain began to gradually rise. Finally, when they rode to the top of a small hill, the sight before them made everyone stop. About 2 kilometers ahead, the ancient outer buildings of Seville were faintly visible. And on a highland outside the city, a unit was resting in place, with an Aragorn Kingdom army flag fluttering in the wind at the top of the highland. Found them. Morin took the binoculars from his neck and adjusted the focus. Through the lenses, he could clearly see the kingdom's army soldiers dressed in black. The number was similar to what he had heard from the old farmer. It should be the same unit that had passed through Alcalia village earlier. If the kingdom's army's organizational structure was similar to that of the Saxon Empire, this should be about half a battalion's worth of troops. On the highland, scattered tents and makeshift shelters had already taken shape. Kingdom's army soldiers in black uniforms walked back and forth in 2s and 3s, some even lit fires at the front of the position, showing no signs of vigilance. Morin's gaze swept back and forth across the highland, and soon, some strange things caught his attention. Further back on the highland, several oddly shaped cannons were deployed. They did not resemble any artillery piece equipped by the Saxon army, nor did they greatly differ from the barrel artillery Morin knew. The barrels appeared unusually thick and short, as if they were some kind of mortar, and the gun carriage structure and short barrels seemed to be inlaid with some kind of glowing crystal. Just as Morin was puzzled, a translucent window automatically popped up from the system map in his mind. As his gaze focused on those peculiar cannons, a new line of information appeared. Special unit detected. Information parsing. Aragorn Kingdom Army Magic Crystal Cannon position. Weapon model, Britannia Comet Type I Magic Crystal Cannon. Effective range, 4,500 meters. Ammunition type, Enhanced Magic Crystal Shells, Fragmentation Magic Crystal Shells. Magic Crystal Cannon. Morin silently repeated the name, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. This thing didn't sound like anything good, it was very likely a product of this world's unique magic technology. He shifted his gaze back to his system map. Outside the town icon representing Seville, on the highland they had just discovered, 2 different red military markers had appeared. They respectively represented that half a kingdom's army infantry battalion and their magic crystal cannon position behind them. What made his scalp tingle even more was that as he continued to observe his surroundings with the binoculars, several more red diamond-shaped military markers representing sizable units continuously appeared in the southeast direction of Seville on the map. This indicated that the kingdom's army and the Britonians might have believed that the outlying villages alone could not stop the attacks of the Saxons, as well as the National Army and the International Brigade. So they directly contracted their defense line to the city's outskirts, relying on these unknown magic crystal cannons to construct a complete defensive perimeter. And their 6-person reconnaissance team, at this moment, had already bypassed all the outlying villages and plunged into the heart of this defensive perimeter. On the map, the small golden star marking their team was in a large red area representing enemy forces, appearing so isolated and helpless. Damn it! Morin put down the binoculars, a layer of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. He had overplayed his hand, pushing too deep too quickly. Because the kingdom's army had not set up any checkpoints on the road leading to Seville, Morin and his group had an unimpeded journey, and their speed was much faster than Morin had anticipated. The soldiers around him had not yet realized the seriousness of the danger, they were merely marveling at the scale of the enemy's position and the never-before-seen weapons. Only Morin, through that God's eye view map, clearly saw their current predicament. The good news was that this round of reconnaissance had indeed yielded a lot of valuable information that could help subsequent units launch an attack. But the bad news was that the current situation was still somewhat dangerous. Officer, we. Corporal Baumann also noticed the change in Morin's expression and nervously leaned closer. Morin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. As the backbone of this team, his panic now was useless and would only lead everyone to die here. He quickly pushed his bicycle to a hidden spot behind the slope and laid it down, then crouched low and gestured for the others to take cover. We might have gone a little too deep. Then what do we do now, officer? Retreat. Corporal Baumann and the other soldiers gathered around, their faces edged with tension. Morin did not answer immediately. He lay on the hillside, raised his binoculars again, carefully observing the distant enemy position, while his mind raced. Retreat? No, since they had come all this way, how could they go back after seeing so little? Although the kingdom's army's defensive deployment looked tight, the relaxed state of their soldiers was full of flaws. Since we're already here. Morin uttered this classic Chinese saying. Since they had already ventured into the tiger's den, going back now would be too much of a loss. Fortune favors the bold, high risk also means high reward. As long as valuable intelligence could be obtained to make the subsequent attack smoother and reduce casualties for the troops, then his own chances of survival would also increase significantly, making this adventure worthwhile. Chapter 21 There is no shortage of scum in every world. Morin's gaze swept across the system map. The small moving icons representing enemy patrols were clearly visible in his field of vision. This one-way transparent information advantage was their greatest reliance. No, we continue forward. Morin made a decision that surprised everyone. Sir. Corporal Bauman's voice changed pitch. Follow my orders. Morin's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable resolve. We won't take the main road, we'll cut through these country lanes and woods, and then assess the situation once we're closer to the city outskirts. He pointed to the gaps between the patrol icons on the map, mentally charting a new route. Everyone, hide your bicycles. We'll proceed on foot. Remember, no sound whatsoever. The soldiers exchanged glances, but ultimately chose to obey. Led by Morin, the six-man team moved like ghosts, traversing the outskirts of Seville. The closer they got to the city, the thicker the tension in the air became. Morin focused almost all his attention on the minimap in his vision. Just then, several moving red diamond icons suddenly flickered at the edge of the map. Kingdom's Army Patrol, size, 12 men. Stop. Conceal yourselves. Morin sharply waved his hand, his voice extremely low. Everyone immediately dropped into a half-man-high irrigation ditch nearby. The ditch seemed to be abandoned and overgrown with weeds, which now served to conceal Morin and his men. Half a minute later, a squad of casually strolling Kingdom's Army soldiers, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, walked past a field ridge not far from their hiding place. They complained about something as they walked, completely oblivious to the danger so close at hand. Only when the red dots moved further away on the map did Morin breathe a sigh of relief and motion for everyone to continue. The look in Corporal Bauman's eyes as he watched Morin grew even more reverent. His platoon leader seemed to have a third eye, always able to predict danger in advance. What they didn't know was that this seemingly miraculous foresight, to Morin, who possessed the system map, was merely having full map awareness. The enemy's movements were almost one-way transparent in his eyes. Relying on this information advantage, they bypassed several patrols without incident and successfully infiltrated the suburbs of Seville. As they safely infiltrated the outermost residential area of Seville, the scene before them gave Morin a whole new understanding of the low standards of this army. On the streets, Kingdom's Army soldiers in twos and threes leaned against walls, basking in the sun. Some even swaggered into roadside cafes, taking coffee and pastries from the terrified owners without paying a single cent. Around a corner not far away, several soldiers were gathered, playing cards and making a ruckus. This was hardly an army about to face a major battle, it was clearly a band of bandits who had occupied a city. And just then, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. 4 men in exquisite officer uniforms laughed as they forcibly dragged away 3 young girls passing by on the street. Ignoring their screams and struggles, they directly pulled them into a nearby 2-story building that appeared to have been requisitioned. The surrounding soldiers were accustomed to this, some even whistling and bursting into laughter. When the girls' families and some angry citizens rushed forward to confront them, the soldiers immediately raised their .98 rifles. The muzzles of the dark .98 rifles pointed at their unarmed compatriots, blocking them firmly outside. This scene deeply shocked Morin, who came from an era of peace. He found it difficult to associate these bullying, lawless thugs, who even pointed their .98 rifles at their own people, with the word army. Or rather, he could only think of the dark years of his homeland in another world, perhaps the warlords and reactionary armies of that time were like this. Amidst his anger, a bold idea also arose in his mind. These overconfident officers were practically a breakthrough delivered to their doorstep. He noticed that while the soldiers blocked the civilians, no one dared to approach the 2-story building. Clearly, they didn't want to disturb their superiors' amusements. This also meant that the building was now a relatively independent and safe target. A cold glint flashed in Morin's eyes. How could one who has seen the light tolerate darkness? He gestured to Corporal Bauman and the others behind him, pointing to the rear of the small building. Everyone immediately understood. They quietly circled the street, using the cover of the buildings, and soon arrived at the back of the small building. Just as Morin expected, there was no guard here. The courtyard wall was not high, and they easily climbed over it. In the backyard of the small building, only a few hens huddled against the wall, they showed no reaction to Morin and his uninvited guests. It was as if they tacitly approved of something. The cries of the girls and the boisterous laughter of the men from upstairs ignited anger in Corporal Bauman and the others, and also provided the best cover for their actions. Morin made a gesture, signaling everyone to sling their .98 rifles behind their backs. He shortened the sling of his .98 rifle to its tightest, keeping the .98 rifle body pressed close to his back, then held it with his hand to minimize bumps and noise during movement. This nearly 1.3 meter long .98 rifle was an accurate killing weapon in open terrain, but in such narrow indoor environments, it became a hindrance. The others immediately followed suit. Bayonets! Morin ordered in a whisper. Swish! Several faint metallic scraping sounds rang out, and all 6 men, including Morin, drew S1898 bayonets from their waist scabbards. The current standard issue bayonet of the Saxon Imperial Army was over half a meter long. Rather than a knife, it was more like a short sword, gleaming with a cold light in the dim illumination. Morin knew very well that this world had not yet been scarred by trench warfare, so the development of cold weapons for the common soldiers was basically stagnant. Before the emergence of professional combat knives and military daggers, this was already the best weapon they could use in close quarters indoor combat. He led the way to the back door of the building, finding it merely ajar. He gently pushed it open a crack, listened intently for a moment, and after confirming no one was downstairs, he quickly slipped inside. A scent mixed with alcohol and cologne wafted over them. They tiptoed to the staircase on the second floor, where the sounds from upstairs grew louder. Why are you struggling? Country bumpkins like you wouldn't even be allowed in my bed up north. It's your honor to serve a few of us, you should be grateful. We're fighting rebels and Saxons for you, it's a life and death struggle, so you should dutifully serve us well. Listen to this, is this even human speech? Chapter 22, The Turn of Times. Morin's gaze grew even colder, this was no longer about nation or status. He simply wanted to kill these scumbags who abused their status to bully the weak. Morin peeked out from the stairwell and saw that the 3 abducted girls seemed to have been taken into different rooms. And those deranged officers hadn't even bothered to close the doors. It was practically screaming, come and kill me. After going upstairs, Morin quickly scanned the area, and the situation in the entire second-floor corridor was instantly clear to him. In the 2 rooms on the left and right, an officer in each was pressing a girl onto a table and the floor, tearing at her clothes. The situation in the room directly facing the stairwell was even worse, 2 officers were jointly dragging a desperately struggling girl towards the bed. Morin pulled his head back and swiftly issued combat orders using a simple and clear set of hand signals. He pointed to the 2 rooms on the left and right, then gestured to 4 soldiers, indicating that they should split into 2 pairs and deal with them separately. Then, he pointed to himself and Corporal Baumann, and then to the middle room. Everyone nodded, understanding perfectly. Morin took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. He held up 3 fingers, then retracted them one by one. The moment the last finger retracted, he sharply swung his hand down. 6 figures, like leopards, silently pounced on their respective targets. In the middle room, the 2 Kingdom's army officers were absorbed in the excitement of imminent success, completely unaware that death had arrived. When one of them felt something behind him and instinctively turned around, it was already too late. Morin appeared behind him like a ghost, his left hand shooting out like lightning, clamping over his mouth and nose from behind, preventing him from making any sound. At the same time, the cold blade of the bayonet, tightly gripped in his right hand, was already pressed against his neck. This lucky man needed to be kept alive for now. Morin and his group would have many questions to consult him about later. On the other side, Corporal Baumann's actions were more direct and brutal. He pounced like a hungry tiger, slamming the other officer to the ground. Before the man could react, the bayonet in his hand cleanly and horizontally pierced through the officer's neck. The officer didn't even have time to scream, his body twitched a few times, then fell completely silent. Just like a butcher slaughtering a pig. The battles in the other 2 rooms ended just as quickly. With an overwhelming 2-on-1 advantage, the other 2 lone officers had no chance to resist and were dealt with almost simultaneously. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, as fast as a silent film played in fast forward. Morin didn't immediately kill the captive in his hand, instead, he patted the back of his bayonet on the man's neck, signaling him to behave. The 3 rescued girls, in tattered clothes, huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. Morin had 2 soldiers retrieve some blankets from the room to cover them, then took them to an empty room nearby to comfort them. He and Corporal Baumann, meanwhile, began to interrogate the officer whose life had been temporarily spared. What goes around comes around. 2 days ago, he was a prisoner, tied to a chair and interrogated. Now, he was the one holding the power of life and death over another. The officer restrained by Morin looked at the tragic state of his companion on the floor, and feeling the cold touch on his neck, his body trembled violently, and his crotch quickly became soaked. I ask, you answer. Morin spoke coldly in fluent Aragonese language. Dare to play tricks, or displease me, and I will immediately slit your throat, understand? Hearing Morin's words, the officer nodded frantically like a pecking chick, his eyes full of relief at having survived. Name, rank, unit number. Morin's voice was devoid of emotion, looking at the officer as if he were already dead. Juan de Rivera. The officer's voice was hoarse and trembling, with a heavy sob. Kingdom's Army 24th Infantry Division, 48th Brigade, 126th Regiment, 1st Battalion. Lieutenant Colonel Battalion Commander. Hearing this answer, Morin and Corporal Baumann next to him were both a little surprised. They had thought they had only killed a few ordinary officers, but unexpectedly, they had caught a big fish, a genuine Lieutenant Colonel Battalion Commander. However, looking at the man before him, who was scared witless and completely lacked any military demeanor, Morin's heart began to murmur. Lieutenant Colonel Battalion Commander? You. Morin lightly, but not too gently, tapped the man's cheek with the flat of his bayonet, saying with some doubt. You don't look like it. Hearing his words, one's body suddenly shuddered, and he almost rushed to answer. It was bought. Sir. This military position was bought with money. I was originally just a nobleman from the north. I heard that the Holy Britannian Empire's allies were coming to help, and I thought the war would end soon. So I wanted to spend money to join the kingdom's army to gain some experience, to plan for the future. These words, however, made Morin understand his previous behavior. To expect backbone from an opportunist who climbed up through maneuvering and money was simply a fantasy. Very good, you are very honest. Morin nodded and continued to ask, has the entire 24th Infantry Division already garrisoned Seville? Yes, yes. The entire division has arrived, stationed in the city and on the surrounding positions. What is your mission in Seville? Wang dared not conceal anything, spilling out all the information he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. Our mission is to rely on the city and cooperate with the Holy Britannian Empire's friendly forces to block your attack. Where are the Britannians? Where are they? They've also arrived. Their people are in the city. There seem to be 2,000 or 3,000 of them, said to be an elite unit of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. At this point, Wang seemed to remember something important, and to save his life, he eagerly added. Sir. The Britannians also sent more than a dozen robed mages this time. Mages? Morin's heart sank suddenly. Yes. I saw them once when I visited the division headquarters and senior officers. It seems they are preparing to assign these mages to different units to assist in combat. Do you know the specific combat plan? Sir, I'm just a lieutenant colonel battalion commander. How could I possibly know such a high-level combat plan? The captured kingdom's army lieutenant colonel said with a bitter face, but after seeing the cold gleam reflected from the bayonet Morin held against his neck, he added. I only know that the higher UPS told us not to take the initiative to attack, just to defend in Seville. I really don't know anything else. All right, thank you for your cooperation. Morin walked in front of the officer, smiled, and placed a hand on his shoulder, patting it. You're welcome, sir, it's my honor to serve you. The kingdom's army lieutenant colonel forced an ugly smile onto his face, but before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. He looked down to see a slender bayonet plunged directly into his heart. Chapter 23 Thank you, bad guy. Morin slowly pulled out his bayonet. The lieutenant colonel battalion commander, who had just been celebrating his survival, slumped softly to the ground, his face still frozen in an expression of disbelief. He used one's relatively clean uniform to wipe the viscous blood from the bayonet, then sheathed it. From the moment he struck to wiping the bayonet clean, the entire sequence of movements was fluid and natural, without the slightest hesitation. Throughout the process, Morin didn't feel much discomfort. Perhaps it was because the target was such scum that he didn't have even a trace of psychological burden, his heart was only filled with the tranquility of having disposed of garbage. We got something very valuable on this trip. Quite a harvest. Morin turned to look at Corporal Baumann, his voice very steady, completely unlike someone who had just killed a person. But now, it's time to figure out how to get back. The two turned and returned to the empty room next door. The three rescued girls were still huddled together. Seeing them enter, their bodies instinctively recoiled, their eyes filled with lingering terror. Morin could completely understand their fear at this moment. After all, they didn't look very old, and it would be problematic if they weren't scared after encountering such a thing. Fortunately, Morin and his team acted quickly, and those officers hadn't had time to cause more severe harm. The girls were merely greatly frightened. Morin slowed his steps, squatted a few paces away from them, and tried to make his tone sound gentler. Don't be afraid. The bad guys have all been dealt with by us. No one will hurt you anymore. The three girls were silent for a moment after hearing his words. One of the bolder girls looked up and timidly asked, Are you, from the National Army? Morin shook his head. The girl seemed to be stunned for a moment, then mustered up the courage to ask again. Then are you the International Brigade that the adults talked about, who came from other places to help? Morin shook his head again. The girl hesitated. She looked at the unfamiliar military uniform Morin was wearing, then at Corporal Baumann, who stood silently behind him like an iron tower. Finally, she asked in an almost inaudible voice, Then, are you a good person? This question made Morin pause. Morin, however, smiled now. He asked in return, What do you think? The three girls exchanged glances and all nodded slightly. The leading girl whispered, You look very fierce, but you should be good people. No. Morin continued to shake his head, the smile on his face undiminished. Actually, I'm not a good person either. This answer completely baffled the girls. They didn't understand why this person saved them but wouldn't admit he was a good person. Corporal Baumann and the others were also stunned because they didn't understand what was being said at all. Only Baumann heard words like good person and bad person. Then why did you save us? Because I can't stand to see these things happen, Morin said earnestly, and I have to live up to the red scarf and party emblem I once wore. The unfamiliar words Morin uttered made the three girls even more confused. But for some reason, his oddly serious, feigned answer actually diluted the fear in their hearts, and their taut nerves gradually relaxed. All right, listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. Morin dropped his playful expression and said seriously. What you need to do now is immediately and quietly return to your families. Then find a way to leave the city with your families, or find a safe place to hide. He paused, emphasizing his words, Although these bastards are dead, I expect their accomplices will come looking for trouble very soon. Staying here, you will only be in more danger, understand? The girls nodded, half understanding. Morin stood up and walked to the window, carefully pulling back a corner of the curtain to observe outside. On the street, the citizens who had been forced back by gunpoint had long since dispersed, and the kingdom's army soldiers had returned to their respective posts. They gathered in twos and threes, smoking, chatting, playing cards, and eating without paying, with no one paying attention to the two-story building anymore. After confirming it was safe, Morin turned around and extended his hand to the four soldiers besides Baumann. Each of you, give me 2 grenades. Although the soldiers were a bit puzzled, they immediately took the spherical grenades fixed in their portable clips from their belts. 8 grenades in total were handed to Morin. Under the curious gaze of everyone, Morin began to get busy. He found some fine sewing thread in the room, and took a few thin iron wires from the damaged furniture, then carefully hid these grenades under the 2 corpses in the stairwell in the middle room. He cleverly connected the grenade pins to the stair railings, and even the corpses themselves, with fine thread and iron wire. Officer, what are you? Corporal Baumann leaned over, his face full of confusion. Morin didn't even look up, leaving a little surprise for those who come later. After everything was set, Morin and his group, taking the 3 still shaken girls, quietly left the 2-story building through the back door. Relying on the full map vision provided by the system map, they easily bypassed the sight of all Kingdom's army soldiers nearby, winding through several alleys and delivering the girls to a relatively safe neighborhood. Morin, all right, there are no Kingdom's army soldiers nearby. Do you all know how to get back? The 3 girls nodded upon hearing Morin's words. That's good. Remember my words, go home quickly and go to a safe place with your families, Morin instructed the girls. The girls gratefully bowed to them, then supported each other and walked towards the other side of the alley. The bolder of the girls turned back, looked at Morin, and finally a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Thank you, bad guy. Silently watching their backs disappear, Morin waved his hand and led his small team, stealthily heading towards the outskirts of the city. Officer, why did she thank a bad guy? Or did I mishear? As they were about to leave the city, Corporal Baumann finally couldn't hold back and asked. Morin, after all, to the civilians of Aragon, we foreign armies are, in theory, also invaders. Corporal Baumann was stunned, apparently not expecting such an answer. A moment later, he asked somewhat hesitantly. But aren't we fighting in this country to break Britannia's energy monopoly and allow all countries to share the progress of industrial technology? You're right. Perhaps it really is that way. Morin nodded, then, seeing Corporal Baumann's somewhat conflicted expression, he smiled and reached out to pat his shoulder. Oh, why are you thinking so much? As a soldier, obeying orders from superiors and completing various missions is your duty. Don't think about all these unnecessary things. After clearing up Corporal Baumann's confusion, the group quickened their pace, but Morin's eyes now also revealed a complex expression. A typical imperialist country, intervening militarily in other countries for its own national interests, interfering in their internal affairs. For Morin, he naturally found it very difficult to agree with such military actions. There was too much righteousness, but it was nothing more than a game between powerful figures. Of course, to a large extent, this was also a manifestation of one's position determining one's perspective. All Morin could do now was to lead his people and find a way to survive this war. Thanks to the Kingdom's army's almost non-existent critical road blockade and alert capabilities, their withdrawal was unusually smooth. Before long, the group returned without incident to the hillside where their bicycles were hidden. Pushing his bicycle out of the bushes, Morin did not immediately order them to leave. Baumann, come with me and let's go up again. The 2 quietly climbed to the top of the slope again. Morin raised his binoculars and scanned the distant enemy positions one last time, checking for any new movements from the enemy. This time, Morin's gaze once again locked onto the highland where the magic crystal cannons were deployed. There seemed to be a few more people on the highland than before. His 6 power binoculars only allowed him to make out that they were some high-ranking officers of the Kingdom's army, and a few people in simple robes with distinct temperaments. However, the system map in his vision flashed wildly at this moment, and a series of highlighted icons and information popped up. Critical target detected. Aragon Kingdom Army 24th Infantry Division Commander, General José Sanjurjo. Holy Britannian Empire Highland Mage Corps, High Rank Tutor Eldridge. Holy Britannian Empire Highland Mage Corps, Mage Apprentice X3. 24th Infantry Division Staff X4. For a moment, Morin's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't just a few more people, this was an entire feast. Chapter 24 Highland Mage. Highland Mage Corps. Morin immediately became excited. Previously, through the information from the Golden Finger and the memories of the original owner, he knew that magic existed in this world. And the Holy Britannian Empire had extremely high attainments in magic and magic technology. Now, a high-ranked tutor who sounded incredibly formidable, along with the division commander of the Kingdom's Army's 24th Division, and a bunch of staff officers and mage apprentices, had all gathered at this small artillery position. Although Morin didn't know why the division commander of the 24th Division would suddenly run to the front line and be with the Britannian Highland Mages, he knew this was an absolute once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He put down his binoculars and handed them to Corporal Baumann beside him, his voice tight with excitement. Baumann, do you see those officers and the guys in robes? Corporal Baumann adjusted the focus, observed carefully for a moment, and nodded. I see them, Captain. They seem to be important figures, and the guys in robes look very much like the Britannia mages we were taught to identify before we set out. Morin, then do you have the confidence to take them out from this distance? Corporal Baumann was stunned for a moment. He never expected his platoon leader to have such a huge appetite. He raised his binoculars again, carefully estimated the distance, and then used saliva to wet his finger to gauge the approximate wind direction, before shaking his head with some difficulty. Captain, it's too far, roughly 400 meters. Although our rifles are accurate, without a scope and relying solely on iron sights, precisely hitting a specific target at this distance, the chances are not great, at most 30%. Morin was a bit unwilling to give up. At his call, several other soldiers also gathered around. They were all handpicked as the best shots in the platoon, but after observing, they all stated that this distance was beyond their daily training range. Hitting a person would be considered lucky, let alone sniping a specific target. The burning impulse in Morin's heart was mostly doused by this cold water. He forced himself to calm down. Corporal Baumann and the others were right, the distance was too far, and the risk of missing was too high. Moreover, special units like mages, in Morin's understanding, should all have some strange protective means. So, if he failed to kill them with one shot, and instead exposed their position, then the 6 of them would probably be finished here. Impulse is the devil. Morin sighed, reluctantly giving up on this tempting idea. He finally raised his binoculars, intending to take one last look at this big fish. However, just as he aimed the lens at the mage who appeared to be in charge, an alarm bell went off in his heart. He saw that the man in the robe seemed to sense something, suddenly turned his head, and his gaze shot directly towards the hillside where they were. Although separated by 400 meters, Morin felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Morin scrambled down the hillside, not caring about how he looked, grabbed his bicycle, and motioned for the others to leave. Although Baumann and the others didn't understand why, seeing Morin's ghost-stricken expression, they immediately took action. The group of 6 quickly got on their bikes and sped back the way they came without looking back. At the same time, on the high ground outside Seville City, Eldridge, the high-ranked tutor of the Holy Britannian Highland Mage Corps, was frowning slightly, looking towards the unremarkable small hillside in the distance. Just now, he vaguely felt a gaze spying on him. That gaze carried a faint hint of killing intent, and although it was fleeting, his keen spiritual power captured it. Could it be a scout from the National Army? Or those Saxons? He was contemplating whether to cast a 3-ring eagle eye spell to investigate the situation over there. However, just then, a Kingdom's Army messenger hurried over, leaned into the ear of General Sanjurjo, the division commander of the 24th Division, and whispered something. General Sanjurjo's face visibly darkened, his brows furrowed with anger. Is it that Wang causing trouble again? A voice tinged with a hint of disdain and impatience sounded beside him. It was high-ranked tutor Eldridge. He didn't even need to try to listen, the messenger's whisper clearly reached his ears. A trace of embarrassment flashed across General Sanjurjo's face. That idiot Wang had indeed caused him a lot of trouble, but given the large sums of money he presented each year, he had always turned a blind eye before. But what time was it now? With a major war imminent, the rebels, that damned International Brigade, and the main force of the Saxons could besiege the city at any moment, and this idiot was still causing such a scandal in the city. There's been a small disturbance in the city, General Sanjurjo explained to Eldridge, suppressing his anger. I'll send someone to bring that good-for-nothing back immediately and ensure he's strictly disciplined. After speaking, he immediately ordered his guards to lead a squad of soldiers to invite Lieutenant Colonel Juan de Rivera and his companions back. Not long after, several officers with a squad of Kingdom's Army soldiers arrived menacingly outside the 2-story building where Juan and the others had been. They kicked open the front door and rushed in rudely. A captain leading the charge cursed as he stormed up the stairs, only wanting to quickly drag out that good-for-nothing Juan so he could report back to the general. But as he stepped onto the 3rd stair, he felt as if something had lightly tripped his foot. Immediately after, a round black sphere rolled from the gap in the stairs to his feet, accompanied by a faint hissing sound. The hallway was dimly lit, and the captain didn't see what was at his feet at all. He even lowered his head, preparing to bend down and pick it up. Death's scythe hung over his head, pausing for a full 3.5 seconds. Boom. After the 3.5-second delay ended, a spherical hand grenade manufactured by the Saxon Empire exploded with a roar in the narrow stairwell. The explosion's shockwave and flying shrapnel instantly engulfed the stairwell entrance. The leading captain and the 2 soldiers immediately following him fell limp into a pool of blood without even a whimper. The several soldiers behind them were also stunned by the huge explosion, their ears ringing. When they finally managed to crawl up from the ground, seeing their companions screaming in agony, they were immediately terrified and scrambled out of the building, which seemed to devour people. In the street, the huge explosion caused a panic. Residents who had been grumbling nearby screamed and scattered, while the surrounding Kingdom's Army soldiers nervously raised their rifles, completely surrounding the small building. Immediately after, a Highland mage apprentice, who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, arrived with his attendants. Move aside. He pushed away the soldiers blocking his path, looked at the tragic scene at the stairs through the open door, and frowned deeply. After a moment of hesitation, he used specific gestures combined with a short incantation, and a faint blue glow spread out from him. First ring spell life sense. After the spell's effect ended, he lowered his hand and said to the nervous soldiers around him, there's no life signature on the 2nd floor, and a few on the 1st floor, but they're in very bad condition. Hearing this, several bolder soldiers finally mustered the courage to rush into the building and drag out the still groaning casualties. The young mage apprentice also walked in with his attendants, stepping over the bloodstains on the ground. Looking at the 3 Kingdom's Army soldiers who had died tragically, a trace of disgust flashed across the mage apprentice's face. He ordered the soldiers to clear out the bodies and debris, and then, with everyone else, ascended to the 2nd floor. In the corridor of the 2nd floor, 3 tightly closed doors stood like 3 silent mouths. Chapter 25, Small IED Shock. The Kingdom's Army soldiers hesitated. After all, no one knew what dangers might be hidden behind the door. There are no living people inside. The mage apprentice, who was following behind the soldiers, spoke again, a hint of impatience in his voice. Only then did the soldiers cautiously step forward, preparing to push open the door. And this mage apprentice, in the end, silently cast a mage armor on himself. A nearly invisible aura of magic enveloped his entire body. 3 soldiers walked towards the 3 doors respectively, they exchanged glances, then simultaneously exerted force, pushing the doors open abruptly. This time, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The scene inside the rooms made everyone gasp. In the 2 side rooms, there was a Britannian officer's corpse in a pool of blood in each, having died a gruesome death. And in the largest room in the middle, 2 corpses were intertwined in a highly undignified posture. One of them was precisely Colonel Wang, whom they were looking for. Something's happened. Go report to the general immediately. A Britannian officer immediately shouted at the soldier beside him. The soldier, receiving the order, scrambled down the stairs. The mage apprentice and the other soldiers, after carefully surveying the other areas of the rooms, then entered the middle room. The air was filled with a strange mixture of blood, alcohol, and some kind of cologne, making one feel nauseous. Separate them. The mage apprentice, who seemed to be a germaphobe, pinched his nose and ordered the soldiers with disgust. The Britannian officer nodded to the other soldiers, and 2 of them stepped forward, struggling to separate one and the other Britannian officer's corpse. Just as they pulled and tugged, on the verge of completely separating the 2 stiff corpses, they felt as if some thin lines had snapped. Immediately after, a dense hissing sound arose, but no one was able to identify what it was. And when the 2 corpses were finally separated, 7 round iron lumps slid out from between the bodies, clattering onto the floor. Everyone in the room widened their eyes. The young mage apprentice's face instantly drained of color, only one thought remained in his mind. Run. However, it was already too late. Boom. When the second, more violent explosion occurred, high-ranked Tutor Eldridge and Major General Astra, commander of the 24th Division, who had just arrived outside the small building, witnessed the flames and thick smoke billowing out of the second-floor window. The violent explosion instantly shattered all the windows in the room. Apart from the mage apprentice, the remaining kingdom's army soldiers and his attendant were all lifeless. Thanks to the mage armor, this unlucky mage apprentice did not die on the spot. If Morin knew this outcome at this moment, he would surely sigh with regret, then lament that the mere 50 grams of rifle gunpowder in a single grenade was still too conservative in its power. At the same time, he would regret even more why he hadn't kept all the remaining grenades then. However, although he didn't die on the spot, the mage apprentice's condition was not much better. The countless fragments produced by the simultaneous explosion of 7 grenades easily breached the defense threshold of his first ring spell. The close-range shockwave blasted him like a broken sack, his body riddled with shrapnel, and he crashed heavily into the wall, passing out on the spot, clearly in a state where he was breathing more out than in. Looking at the high-ranked tutor beside him, whose face was so grim it looked like it was about to drip water, General Sanhurho felt a chill down his spine. It was nothing to lose a few of his own ruffian Britannian officers, he wasn't distressed, and the vacant positions would even attract others to buy them. But the death of a Highland mage from the Holy Britannian Empire's Highland Mage Corps, even if he was just an apprentice, this was not a problem that could be easily resolved. Blockade the entire city. Search every house for me. Arrest anyone suspicious. General Sanhurho almost roared as he issued the order. He now only wanted to catch the killer as quickly as possible to give the enraged Britannians an explanation. This order mobilized the entire kingdom's army within Seville, and they focused all their attention on searching for suspicious individuals in the city. And this also made the evacuation route for Morin's group, as well as the 3 girls and their families, unprecedentedly smooth and safe. When Morin returned to the temporary camp of the 1st Battalion, 33rd Infantry Regiment, dusty and tired with his reconnaissance team, the sky had already begun to darken. They didn't even have time to drink water before rushing to the battalion headquarters. Major Thomas, the battalion commander, was studying something on a map with other Britannian officers from the battalion headquarters. Upon seeing Morin and his team return safely, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Captain Hauser, having received the news, also arrived at the battalion headquarters. Seeing Morin and Corporal Baumann and the others completely unharmed, he went up and gave each of them a bear hug. So, what's the reconnaissance situation? Second Lieutenant Morin, did you find any enemy ambushes? Major Thomas quickly got down to business and asked the question he cared about most. Reporting, sir, according to the reconnaissance along the way, the enemy did not set up an ambush, instead, they all retreated into the urban area of Seville. Morin paused, then said something shocking, so, we entered the city of Seville. The battalion headquarters instantly fell silent. Major Thomas and Captain Hauser were both stunned, they exchanged glances, their faces filled with expressions that said, are you kidding me? I just asked you to scout the surroundings to see if there were any ambushes, and you bastard, just went directly into their city? Do you think this is going to a market in the countryside? Major Thomas felt like he was listening to a fantastical story. And Captain Hauser, after the battle in the morning, already trusted Morin greatly, but at this moment, he couldn't help but ask with some doubt. Second Lieutenant, do you know what you're saying? Sir, of course I know what I'm saying. Morin didn't explain much, he simply concisely reported everything he had seen and heard along the way, including the kingdom's army's defensive deployments on the highlands outside the city, the presence of magic crystal cannons, the deployment of the 24th Division and the Britannians, and their encounters within the city. After listening to Morin's description, Thomas and Hauser's expressions became even more spectacular. This story was made up, and quite convincingly. Just as Major Thomas was about to voice his doubts, Morin pulled out an Britannian officer's ID and a silver Britannian officer's badge from his pocket and placed them on the table. These are the documents of Colonel de Rivera of the 12th Regiment of the Aragon Kingdom Army. Then, he took a finely crafted revolver from Corporal Bauman's hand and likewise placed it on the table. This is his Britannian officer's sidearm. In the battalion headquarters, all doubts and disbelief were silenced by these two items. Major Thomas picked up the blood-stained Britannian officer's ID and flipped it open to look. He then picked up the heavy revolver. This was a Britannian officer's sidearm, and also part of the weapon aid given to the Aragon Kingdom Army. All suspicion vanished at this moment. He looked up, re-examining the young second lieutenant before him, realizing that he seemed to have never truly known him. Chapter 26 Morin's Efforts. For a while, the air in the command post began to circulate again. Major Thomas and Captain Hauser exchanged glances, both seeing the same emotion in each other's reactions. They had stumbled upon a treasure. This young second lieutenant before them was not only quick-witted and adaptable in the field, but his professional competence was also exceptionally strong, even surpassing some veterans who had served for many years. Even setting aside his excellent performance in the morning battle, the intelligence and tokens he brought back from deep behind enemy lines alone had already far exceeded their expectations. Moreover, that morning battle couldn't be set aside. So at this moment, Major Thomas's view of Morin had shifted from mere admiration to an undisguised high regard. And Captain Hauser, beside him, looked as if he had seen a beautiful woman, pleasing to the eye. Of course, this was a metaphor. Ahem. Major Thomas cleared his throat, interrupting Hauser's fiery gaze, and turned to Morin. Second Lieutenant Morin, please mark the situation you reconnoitered on the map. Yes, sir. Morin didn't hesitate for a moment, taking the pencil handed to him by a staff NCO. He didn't immediately start working on the large map in the command post. Instead, he first pulled out a hardback notebook and a folded map from an inner pocket of his uniform. This was his own backup. Morin was not someone who put all his eggs in one basket, so he didn't entirely trust that his golden finger wouldn't have problems. According to the Saxon Army's map work specifications, he had already copied key information from the system map during his reconnaissance. This action also perfectly explained why he could remember such complex intelligence, avoiding unnecessary suspicion. After all, if he could memorize everything and recreate large enemy deployments out of thin air, Major Thomas and the others would suspect he had fabricated it. Morin spread out his map and notes, then began marking on the larger operational map in the command post with a pencil. His map work skills were not bad, both before and after his transmigration. So, red symbols representing enemy fire points and troop assembly areas quickly took shape under his pen. As more and more red markings appeared on the map, the expressions of Major Thomas and the others became increasingly solemn. Especially when Morin drew the magic crystal cannon positions located on the high ground, everyone fell silent. The senior officers all knew that the Britannians' magic crystal cannons had a range of approximately 4,500 meters. Deployed in the positions Morin marked, they already covered most of the area where they were about to launch an attack, and the power of the magic crystal cannons was devastating for infantry clusters. When Morin finished all the markings, the officers of the entire battalion headquarters gathered around the map, speechless for a long time. The defenses of the Aragon Kingdom Army and the Britannian Expeditionary Force in Seville were far more rigorous and troublesome than they had anticipated. Major Thomas gazed at the map, his brows furrowed, and after a while, he looked up at Morin. Morin knew it was his turn to speak. Sir, I believe we should not rush to launch an attack. His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet command post. The enemy's current stance is very clear. They are contracting their defensive line, relying on the city and those magic crystal cannons, precisely to make us run headfirst into them. Morin's finger traced across the dense red area on the map. If we attack so rashly now, even if we eventually take Seville, our casualties and those of our allies will definitely be considerable. At that time, once the enemy organizes an effective counterattack, whether we can hold it is an unknown. These words were clear, logical, and well-reasoned. Any rational commander, after seeing this map, would have to seriously consider this possibility. Major Thomas's expression showed that he had been swayed. Morin struck while the iron was hot, adding, Sir, after the battle this morning, I believe you also don't want the troops to repeat the same mistakes. And this last sentence had an excellent finishing effect. Of course, Morin's extensive persuasion wasn't entirely for grand tactical considerations. He had his own selfish motives. Having witnessed Seville's defensive line firsthand, he was well aware that the upcoming siege would definitely be a meat grinder. But he had no intention of sacrificing his life for the glory of the Saxon Empire. Are you crazy? Who would fight for a country he transmigrated to less than 24 hours ago? The later they fight, the better. If they don't have to fight, that's even better. What he was doing now was trying his best to postpone this attack, which was almost certainly destined to cause mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. You are right. After a long pause, Major Thomas finally spoke, letting out a heavy sigh. He was convinced by Morin, but a hint of helplessness showed on his face. But Second Lieutenant Morin, I am just a battalion commander, whether to attack or not is not for me to decide. He paced back and forth in the command post for a few steps, finally making up his mind. You come with me. We'll go to the regimental headquarters, to the brigade headquarters. Major Thomas lightly thumped the map with his fist. Whether we can convince the regimental commander and the brigade commander is another matter, but at least, they must know what the situation in Seville truly is right now. He looked at Morin, his eyes filled with unprecedented solemnity. Get ready, we leave immediately. Soon, Major Thomas selected a few skilled soldiers as escorts, and taking Morin, the group rode at full speed towards the brigade headquarters in the rear. Hooves flew, dust billowed. By the time Morin and Major Thomas arrived at the 33rd Infantry Regiment's regimental headquarters, it was already dusk. They didn't delay. After finding the regimental commander, Major Thomas immediately and concisely explained the seriousness of the situation. The regimental commander of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, after hearing the report and seeing the physical evidence Morin brought back, also looked very grim. He made a decisive move, personally taking the two of them to the 16th Infantry Brigade headquarters, located in the core area of the camp. Inside the brigade headquarters command tent, the atmosphere was solemn. When Morin once again stood before the huge operational map, he noticed that this brigade-level map was much more detailed than the one at the battalion headquarters. Moreover, some red enemy symbols were already sporadically marked on the outskirts of Seville, indicating that far more than just their small team had been sent out for forward reconnaissance. In front of the brigade commander, the brigade headquarters staff, and several liaison officers from the National Army and the International Brigade, Morin once again demonstrated his excellent map work skills, marking the intelligence he had reconnoitered one by one. Subsequently, he recounted in detail everything he had seen and heard in Seville, from the enemy's defensive deployment to the state of their soldiers' discipline. Finally, he once again put forward his suggestion, hoping the command post would seriously consider postponing the attack. Chapter 27 Continue the attack. Second Lieutenant Morin, is that right? Brigadier General Paul finally spoke. He was a man in his 40s with a resolute face. No wonder Lieutenant General Mackensen arranged for you to join the military observation group. I originally thought it was some vague nepotism, but now it seems you truly have some real skill. Hearing this, Morin was at a loss for how to respond. He knew best that his inclusion in the military observation group had nothing to do with his ability. Lieutenant General Mackensen simply wanted to train him well out of consideration for him being the son of a close friend. In a way, he really did benefit from nepotism. However, at the moment, he had no mind to dwell on this, merely standing quietly, awaiting the brigade commander's final decision. The intelligence you brought back is very valuable, Second Lieutenant Morin. Brigadier General Paul carefully looked at the markings on the map, his tone filled with approval. This information will provide immense help for our upcoming operations. Hearing this, the ominous premonition in Morin's heart grew stronger. These words did not sound like they were going to cancel the attack. Sure enough, Brigadier General Paul's next words made his heart sink halfway. However, the attack plan will not change. As soon as these words were uttered, not only Morin but also Major Thomas and the commander of the 33rd Regiment beside him changed their expressions. Exactly, Your Excellency Brigade Commander. A liaison officer from the International Brigade stepped forward, his emotions slightly agitated. We must seize the opportunity now, while the Britannian reinforcements are not yet firmly established, and take Seville in one fell swoop. This is the key to liberating all of Andalusia. Just now, Second Lieutenant Morin also said that the kingdom's army is running rampant in Seville, and we cannot wait any longer. The National Army's liaison officer immediately echoed, yes, we cannot wait any longer. The longer we drag it out, the stronger the enemy's defenses will only become. Major Thomas and the commander of the 33rd Regiment both tried to raise objections, arguing that a forced attack with insufficient intelligence was too risky. However, many brigade headquarters staff officers believed that the enemy information collected before this battle was sufficiently detailed, especially the magic crystal cannons that could cause casualties to the troops, whose exact positions had been scouted. Based on previous engagements with the Britannians and overseas colonies, their magic crystal cannons had a range of less than 5 kilometers. And the Field Artillery Regiment currently reinforced to the 16th Infantry Brigade, whether it was 77 mm cannons or 105 mm howitzers, far exceeded the range of the Britannian magic crystal cannons. Therefore, these magic crystal cannon positions could be subjected to devastating strikes before the attack. And once deprived of magic crystal cannon support, the remaining kingdom's army and Britannian infantry would not be difficult to deal with. The main attack faction and the delay faction each held their ground, but in the end, Brigadier General Paul made the decision, announcing in an irrefutable tone that the attack on Seville would proceed. The argument in the tent abruptly ceased. Major Thomas looked at Morin and shook his head slightly, his eyes seeming to say, "Don't be impulsive, this is as far as it goes." Morin clenched his fists, then slowly released them. He actually knew very well that what the main attack faction staff officers said was also correct. With detailed intelligence support and the advantage of artillery range, this attack was feasible. But no matter what, once the attack was launched, casualties were inevitable. Yet he also understood that everything was irreversible. This impromptu military meeting concluded in such a somber and resolute atmosphere. As he left the brigade headquarters tent, Morin, unwilling to give up, still wanted to find Lieutenant General Mackensen for a final effort. However, he was informed that Lieutenant General Mackensen had already taken a military train back to the Expeditionary Forces General Headquarters in the rear that afternoon. His last hope was also shattered. Morin and Major Thomas rode their horses side by side on the way back to the camp, both silent, their spirits extremely heavy. When they returned to the 1st Battalion's camp, they were greeted by faces filled with concern and anticipation. Captain Hauser was the first to greet them. "How is it? Major, what did the brigade headquarters say?" Major Thomas shook his head wearily, not speaking. The other officers of the battalion headquarters around him saw the battalion commander's expression and their hearts immediately sank halfway. Morin looked at everyone's disappointed faces, his heart also filled with bitterness. He knew he had done his best. But individual effort, in the face of the massive war machine and the will from higher levels, ultimately seemed so insignificant. The attack plan remains unchanged. Major Thomas answered everyone's questions. The brigade headquarters official order, I guess, will arrive in an hour or two. We are expected to break camp and move into attack positions in the latter half of the night, and officially launch the attack on Seville tomorrow morning. Morin didn't know what else he could do. Perhaps the only thing he could do now was to survive this brutal battle as a junior officer, leading his platoon as much as possible. Everyone go back and rest. Major Thomas finally spoke, his voice very firm. You are all soldiers of the Saxon Empire, and our duty is to obey orders and fight for the Empire. Get enough rest, tomorrow there will be a tough battle to fight. Understood. Yes. Sir. The officers snapped to attention with a bang. And replied loudly. In the main tent of the 16th Infantry Brigade headquarters, most people had already left, leaving only the brigade commander and his chief of staff. You actually hesitated about this attack, didn't you? The chief of staff of the 16th Infantry Brigade looked at Brigadier General Paul's tired profile and asked softly. I'm very curious, why did you ultimately decide to force the attack? Brigadier General Paul was silent for a long time, then let out a long sigh. He did not answer, but instead turned and took out a telegram from a nearby file box that had been delivered directly to him before the meeting, then handed it to the chief of staff. You read it yourself. It was a telegram from the General Staff Headquarters of the Empire. The content of the telegram was simple and direct, clearly ordering the 16th Infantry Brigade to cooperate with friendly forces to capture Seville at all costs within the specified time and ensure it was firmly under control. While the Chief of Staff was still shocked by the General Staff Headquarters' strong order, his gaze fell on the last paragraph of the telegram. That line of text made his breathing stop. The General Staff Headquarters has ordered the Zeppelin-class armored airship, L-30, currently on standby in the Mediterranean airspace, to provide support after completing its sea resupply. Armored airship. The Chief of Staff's hand holding the telegram trembled slightly, finding it somewhat incredible. He never expected that the General Staff Headquarters' emphasis on the city of Seville would be so high. Even going so far as to deploy an armored airship, one of the Empire's strategic weapons. That was a true aerial behemoth, a powerful weapon capable of hovering over the enemy's head and unleashing firepower at will. Now you understand, don't you? The brigade commander sat back in his chair, rubbing his temples. For me, this is not a choice, but a death order. The Chief of Staff gently placed the telegram back on the table, all his doubts resolved, replaced by a complex emotion mixed with excitement and awe. I understand, sir. But why Seville? What is so attractive about this city? The newly discovered radiant crystal mine is located underground near Seville. The Chief of Staff immediately understood and no longer pressed the matter. The brigade commander looked up at the tent ceiling, as if he could see through the canvas to the night sky that was about to become turbulent. A moment later, he glanced at the time on his pocket watch and said to his Chief of Staff. In 2 hours, have the orderly deliver the operational orders to each battalion, and the brigade headquarters and other direct subordinate units also prepare to move forward. Morin returned to his 3rd Company's position, and Company Commander Captain Hauser specifically followed him. Morin, don't overthink it. Sometimes, that's just how soldiers are, we just need to follow orders. I know, Captain. Good then. Hauser patted him on the back, you've done enough today, go back and get a good night's sleep. Morin nodded, and after bidding farewell to Captain Hauser, he returned to his tent. The moment his head touched the pillow, the surge of sleepiness completely overwhelmed everything. Just as he fell into deep sleep at light speed, a new piece of information also appeared in the system's intelligence tab. Detecting friendly strategic unit. Analyzing information. Saxon Empire Air Force, Zeppelin-class armored airship, L-30. Status, currently undergoing sea resupply. Estimated arrival time, 15 hours 21 minutes. Chapter 28, Long range means you can do whatever you want. The extreme exhaustion caused Morin to sleep so soundly that he lost all sense of time, only to be forcibly awakened from his deep slumber by the protest of his stomach. He opened his eyes, the tent was pitch black, with only a faint glow from an oil lamp hanging outside the tent stubbornly piercing through. Platoon leader, you're awake. A hushed voice sounded at the tent entrance, it was his orderly, Hans. Why do I feel like I've slept for ages? What time is it now? It's just past midnight. You should eat something. How did it get so late? I really slept. Seeing him awake, Hans immediately handed him a mess kit, warmed by the embers of a campfire, and a piece of black bread. Morin took the still warm mess kit, and upon opening it, a rich aroma of meat broth wafted up, going straight to his head. It seemed the field kitchen had extra rations for dinner today, there was even canned beef in the concentrated soup base. Since Morin hadn't had a proper meal all day, except for before the reconnaissance mission, he didn't bother with his image now. With the black bread, he quickly devoured the food, leaving nothing behind, like a whirlwind. Hans watched his platoon leader eat and his stereotype of this company's eating king deepened a few more points. Oh, right, platoon leader, the company's orderly came an hour ago. He said we need to break camp precisely at 4:30 am. What? Morin looked up, surprised, and asked after wiping his mouth. When the orderly came, why didn't you wake me? Hans scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Platoon Sergeant Claus said you were too tired and needed rest. The orderly also said Captain Hauser specifically instructed that if you were still sleeping, you should get good rest and not be disturbed. Morin's hand, holding the empty mess kit, paused. He realized that in this army, which was still new to him, something different from discipline and orders seemed to be quietly emerging. Thank you all, but since I am the military commander of the 3rd Platoon, next time an orderly comes, you must wake me up, understood? Yes, platoon leader. After eating, Morin did not continue to rest. Instead, he got up and walked out of the tent. He first walked around the 3rd platoon's temporary encampment, checking the sentry posts. He also confirmed that the soldiers who had been with him during the day, including Corporal Baumann, were all resting well in their tents. Only then did he feel at ease returning to his tent to continue resting. At 3:50 am, Platoon Sergeant Klaus appeared outside his tent precisely on time, and Morin also happened to be getting up from his camp bed. The two had a brief conversation, and by 4:10 am, they blew the assembly whistle together, rousing the sleeping soldiers to pack their belongings and dismantle their tents. At 4:30 am, the 3rd platoon assembled on time at the company's designated location. Soon, the entire company's soldiers merged into the 1st Battalion's massive marching column, and under the cover of night, like a silent, dark river, flowed soundlessly towards the designated attack position. It was at this moment that Morin also noticed a new piece of intelligence in the system's intelligence tab. Wait, armored airship? What kind of unit is this? Are we even bringing war beasts into play? The sky began to lighten with the pale glow of dawn. On a highland outside Seville, the kingdom's army's reveille broke the silence of the morning. Soldiers at the magic crystal cannon positions grumbled as they crawled out of their makeshift shelters, beginning another day of maintenance work. Damn it, this thing is harder to deal with than my old lady. An old veteran complained while carefully wiping the complex runes on the cannon's body with a soft cloth soaked in a special liquid. Another was checking and wiping the magic crystal stone, which served as the core, ensuring it was not contaminated. These soldiers were completely unaware that, approximately 4 kilometers away, behind a slightly elevated wooded area, a Saxon field artillery company had already targeted them. On a temporarily built earthwork, the captain of this Saxon field artillery company stood on a 2-meter-high observation vehicle, performing the final range measurements with scissor binoculars. After obtaining rough distance and position information, he had the orderly beside him transmit the information via a temporarily laid short-distance telephone line towards the howitzer firing position. Lined up at the firing position were 4 LEFH 98/09 Type 105 mm howitzers. In addition, there was an NCO responsible for directly commanding the firing, and another orderly responsible for receiving information from the observation post. When the artillery NCO provided the bearing and distance information given by the captain, the gunner of the leftmost howitzer immediately looked at the dial sight used for indirect firing and frantically turned the elevation and traverse mechanisms. As time ticked by, arriving at the scheduled moment, the artillery NCO forcefully waved the red flag in his hand. Gun number 1, test shot, fire. Boom. The howitzer on the far left of the artillery team let out a roar, and the thunderous sound of the shell leaving the barrel tore through the morning's tranquility. A dozen seconds later, a small plume of dust rose from a distant hilltop. And at the kingdom's army's magic crystal cannon position, chaos immediately ensued. In the observation scope, it looked as if a swarm of ants had suddenly come alive. Too far. Keep the azimuth, shorten the range by 100. The captain, buried in his observation scope, shouted without looking up. Correction information was quickly transmitted back, the gunners swiftly adjusted the elevation, reloaded, and the second cannon shot followed immediately. This time, the shell landed in front of the magic crystal cannon position. Bracketed. The artillery company captain on the observation vehicle's lips curved into an arc. After 2 test shots, he had determined that the target's precise range was within a 100-meter radius of these 2 points. Keep the azimuth, add 50 to the range. 1 round salvo for the entire company. Shortly after the order was given, 4 105 mm howitzers fired simultaneously. The shells, carrying the whistle of death, cut through the still damp morning air, accurately landing on the kingdom's army's magic crystal cannon position, where the complaints had been heard. Amidst violent explosions, dirt, rubble, and human remains were flung skyward together. One meticulously maintained magic crystal cannon at the very front of the position was completely obliterated into twisted scrap metal in the first salvo. The captain saw through the observation scope that the average point of impact was slightly forward, and he immediately made the final adjustment. Entire company, add 25 more to the range. 3 rounds rapid fire. Boom 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 boom. This time, the entire highland was completely engulfed by flames and thick smoke. The surviving kingdom's army magic crystal artillerymen completely collapsed. They threw down their weapons, no longer caring about the precious magic crystal cannons, and fled crying towards the rear of the position, completely losing all order. And this was merely the prelude to the prelude of the entire battle. On the outskirts of Seville, all the magic crystal cannon positions marked by Morin and other reconnaissance teams successively suffered devastating blows from 2 77 mm field cannon battalions and 3 105 mm howitzer companies. Saxon artillery proved with facts that truth only exists within the range of cannons. Perhaps Britannia's magic crystal cannons were indeed powerful, but in terms of range and artillery tactical development, they still lagged behind the Saxon Empire. As a result, in the first round of attacks specifically targeting the magic crystal cannon positions, the kingdom's army artillery, trained by Britannia, failed to make any effective counter-response. On the Saxon Empire forces side, besides this 105 mm howitzer position with an open field of view, which could directly use observation vehicles to guide artillery fire, several massive observation balloons rose near artillery positions with restricted visibility. These behemoths floated nearly 300 meters high, not only precisely guiding targets for the Saxon artillery but also allowing observers in the gondolas to overlook the entire battlefield. At this moment, in their eyes, the kingdom's army forces on the outskirts of Seville were scurrying about like ants on a hot pan, chaotic and disorganized. One observer turned his binoculars towards the outer perimeter. Between farmlands, forests, and winding country roads, a massive grey arc appeared, formed by soldiers in field grey uniforms and motley uniforms. Now, this arc was slowly but irresistibly tightening like a noose towards Seville. Chapter 29 Such a wonderful start? General José Sanjurjo, commander of the 24th Division, was a man who slept very well. While the cannons roared outside Seville, he remained trapped in the arms of his mistress, sleeping soundly. It wasn't until his chief of staff burst into the detached house he had personally requisitioned and roughly woke him from his mistress's embrace that the kingdom's army divisional commander realized the enemy had launched an attack. When he learned from his chief of staff that 70% of the artillery positions outside the city had been accurately shelled, he completely froze. He shoved his mistress off the bed and sprang up, his face filled with disbelief. What did you say? 70% of the magic crystal cannon positions are gone. Yes, General, the enemy's artillery fire was too accurate, and for some reason, they had a very thorough understanding of the locations of our magic crystal cannon positions. Sanjurjo felt a wave of dizziness. He had intended to force the enemy's main force to gather and launch an offensive by retreating into Seville. Then, he would use the powerful anti-grouping capability of the magic crystal cannons to inflict heavy casualties on them. This tactic had achieved excellent results against the National Army and the International Brigade on other fronts. And the Britonians had also stated that even Saxon infantry would suffer heavy losses when facing the bombardment of magic crystal cannons. However, what the Britonians hadn't told Sanjurjo was that the Saxon artillery would not be suppressed. The battle had just begun, and their most important heavy firepower had already suffered heavy losses. Sanjurjo immediately felt at a loss for what to do next. He forced himself to calm down and almost roared at his chief of staff. Pass on my order. All units immediately moved to their designated positions. Organize defenses according to the original plan. We must not let the enemy approach Seville. The chief of staff nodded, just about to say something, when the door to the room was suddenly flung open again. An orderly stumbled in, his voice choked with tears. General. It's bad. The enemy's main ground forces are attacking our southeastern defense line across the entire front. Dash. As the last round of shells whistled away, the sharp sound of a charge whistle broke the brief silence on the battlefield. Company, advance. Captain Hauser's roar echoed from the 3rd Company's position, followed by numerous figures in field grey uniforms leaping up from behind their hiding places in earthen mounds and shell craters. The 3 companies of the 1st Battalion spread out in multiple skirmish lines, each soldier spaced 4 to 5 paces apart. The entire formation, like a thin grey line, surged towards the high ground ahead, which was still emitting black smoke. On this front outside Seville, the Saxon Expeditionary Force, the International Brigade, and 3 infantry brigades and 2 cavalry regiments of the National Army, totaling 20,000 men, participated in this offensive. Morin's 1st Battalion of the 33rd Infantry Regiment was merely one tactical unit in this large-scale offensive. As far as the eye could see, the entire horizon was filled with soldiers surging forward, their battle cries, officers' commands, and heavy footsteps mixing together. This was a symphony unique to war. Morin was also a note in this symphony. This was the first time since he came to this world that he had personally participated in such a grand charge of this scale. Or rather, under the military technology and rules before his transmigration, such a level of human wave charge was no longer seen. Until the moment before his transmigration, Morin's career plan was to enter the army after graduating from military academy to undergo tempering, gradually solidifying his professional capabilities and various specialized skills. Then, in some future, he would command the Blue Star's strongest heavy combined arms battalion to gallop across battlefields, watering horses at Zurich, and climbing Nerida. But why was he now on an unfamiliar battlefield, holding a long and heavy old-fashioned rifle, charging at the risk of being hit by a bullet at any moment? He was also wearing that damned, spiky helmet that offered no protection and was not breathable. He gripped the rifle tightly in his hands, his heart pounding violently in his chest, unable to distinguish between anger, tension, or excitement. On the system map in the upper left corner of his vision, countless blue arrows representing the 16th Infantry Brigade and friendly forces, like a giant comb, were sweeping across the land outside Seville. The 33rd Infantry Regiment was on the far left flank of the entire brigade, and their 1st Battalion was again on the far left flank of the regiment. As a unit that had already suffered casualties, the 1st Battalion was tasked with attacking a magic crystal cannon position that had already been shelled by artillery. The effect of the 105 mm field howitzers was evident. The process of assaulting the high ground encountered almost no decent resistance. On the ruined artillery position, twisted corpses of Kingdom Army soldiers and weapons blown into pieces were scattered everywhere. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, earth, and blood mixed together. Morin, with the soldiers of the 3rd Platoon, stepped on the soft, scorched earth and quickly occupied this position that had just belonged to the enemy. The few magic crystal cannons that had once troubled everyone were now just piles of twisted metal emitting black smoke, no longer posing a threat. Dash. Morin cautiously moved to the side of the high ground closer to Seville, and his vision suddenly opened up. With the guidance of the system map, he could clearly see the entire battlefield situation. This was the first time he had experienced what a 20,000 strong army looked like when launching a frontal assault. In the center, the 3 infantry regiments of the Saxon Army's 16th Infantry Brigade, acting as the main attacking force, were arrayed in a line, like a sharp dagger, already directly plunged into the Kingdom's Army's defensive line. Approximately 600 meters to the left of the 1st Battalion, another unit was also launching an equally fierce attack. Those were the soldiers of the International Brigade. Their uniforms were varied, and their equipment consisted only of obsolete rifles provided by the Saxon Empire. They also lacked heavy machine guns and mortars for fire support. Yet, their will to fight was astonishingly tenacious. Facing the kingdom's army's defensive line, they pushed forward almost with their bare bodies. After only a brief exchange of fire, they launched a fearless charge, using bayonets and shovels in close quarters melee combat to force the numerically superior enemy to retreat step by step. All companies, attention! Establish a defensive line in place. Hold this high ground. Just as Morin was getting excited by the International Brigade's attack, Major Thomas, the battalion commander's order was quickly relayed to every company through the orderly. This was a decision fully in line with Saxon's current military doctrine. This high ground offered an excellent vantage point, overlooking a large area, making it an ideal artillery observation post and fire support point. Later, artillery could even be directly deployed here to cover all of Seville with artillery fire, so it had to be firmly controlled. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, using existing shell craters and discarded enemy crates and sandbags to quickly construct makeshift shelters. However, a strong sense of unease rose in Morin's heart. He knew very well that the previous reconnaissance was unlikely to have marked all of the enemy's artillery positions. So, no matter how well the recent counter-battery operation went, it was highly probable that not all of the enemy's long-range fire points had been destroyed. And since this was previously a magic crystal cannon position for the kingdom's army, the enemy would certainly have the precise coordinates and geographical information for this high ground. Now that the Saxons had occupied it, if the surviving enemy artillery wasn't foolish, their next round of shelling would inevitably target this location. Now, the 1st Battalion had concentrated almost all its forces in this small area. It was practically writing "Come and bomb me" on its face. Chapter 30, Magic Crystal Cannons Counterattack. Platoon Sergeant. Order each squad to spread out immediately. Maintain at least 20 meters between squads. Soldiers must also keep their distance. Quick! 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 Morin, sensing the danger, roared out orders, waving his hands to make the surrounding soldiers spread out. Although Platoon Sergeant Klaus didn't understand why, he now had an almost blind trust in Morin. He immediately blew his whistle and loudly relayed the orders. The soldiers of the 3rd platoon moved quickly, forming a loose defensive formation under the puzzled gazes of soldiers from other companies. After giving orders to his own unit, Morin's next thought was to have Major Thomas also spread out the other units. Time was of the essence, and he didn't have time to think much, so he immediately found Captain Hauser, who was directing soldiers to prepare their defenses. Captain! We cannot cluster together here. Morin's voice was extremely urgent at this moment. The enemy definitely has the coordinates of this high ground. Their surviving artillery could barrage this place at any moment. Captain Hauser's movements paused. He glanced at the busy soldiers around him, then looked at Morin's serious face. Your concern is valid, but we do need to prepare our defenses now. This high ground is very important, and the enemy will definitely counterattack. I understand. But I hope the units can at least spread out a bit. That way, even if we're attacked by enemy artillery, the casualties won't be so heavy. Captain Hauser hesitated for less than 2 seconds before nodding heavily. All right. I'll go remind the major, but you still need to prepare your unit to resist the enemy's counterattack. After reminding Captain Hauser, Morin returned to the 3rd platoon's position. After seeing his soldiers spread out as requested, Morin found a shell crater and lay down. Morin's heart, however, was still in his throat. He only hoped his premonition was wrong. But unfortunately, his premonition was completely accurate this time. Just as the 1st Battalion's soldiers had finished constructing simple defensive fortifications using the shell craters and were about to catch their breath, a strange shriek came from the distant sky. The sound was distinctly different from the whistle of ordinary artillery shells, sharper and more piercing, like the cry of some strange bird. Immediately after, in the sky above the high ground, a dazzling blue orb of light appeared out of nowhere, then violently exploded. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull boom. Boom. An invisible, terrifying force spread outwards from the orb of light, and countless fragments of an unknown material, glinting with cold light, rained down from the sky, instantly covering a large area in the center of the high ground. Boom. Boom. There were 2 more identical explosions, 2 more identical blue orbs of light, successively exploding in different positions above the high ground. Morin's ears were ringing. He lay pressed tightly in the shell crater, clearly hearing the thud, thud, thud of fragments embedding themselves in the surrounding earth. He didn't know if he had been hit by shrapnel, he only knew that he was temporarily still alive. After 3 rounds of airbursts, this high ground instantly became a living hell. Piercing screams and wails rose and fell, replacing all previous sounds. Morin, with a sense of dizziness, struggled to get up from the ground. After confirming he wasn't injured, he looked towards the 1st and 2nd companies, located in the center of the high ground. Everywhere on the high ground were incomplete corpses and groaning wounded. Blood stained the scorched earth a dark red. This scene of devastation indicated that these 2 companies were almost completely enveloped by that rain of shells. The range of the last explosion, however, extended to the 3rd company and the company command post. On the system map, the blue unit markers representing the 1st Battalion were flashing madly. Even without looking at the system's annotations, Morin knew this meant they were under attack and suppressed. Morin quickly realized that this should be an attack from a magic crystal cannon. And this magic technology weapon from Britannia, both the power of its airbursts and its attack accuracy, greatly surprised Morin. There wasn't even any calibration shot just now, the enemy simply fired a volley directly at this high ground, and all of them hit. Airburst and first shot hit. I now understand why magic crystal cannons can contend with field howitzers. As Morin marveled at this absurd attack accuracy, a camouflaged magic crystal cannon positioned 3 kilometers away began preparations for its next round of firing. A large number of Kingdom's army artillerymen and Magi-Tech engineers were carefully maintaining the recently fired magic crystal cannons, checking if the runes and crystals on the cannon bodies were damaged. And in the sky above this magic crystal cannon position, at an altitude of about 200 meters, a figure dressed in a Highland mage robe floated quietly. High ground 127 suppression successful. Preparing to switch guidance target. Received. Magic crystal cannon temporary maintenance complete. Please provide attack information. High ground 125, target is rebel infantry cluster, shrapnel magic crystal cannon shells. Begin guidance after loading is complete. This mage apprentice from the Highland Mage Corps looked with cold eyes at the position he had designated as the next target. For him, that was not just the enemy, but also his pass to shed his apprentice status and be promoted to a full mage. Although he had long been an apprentice of the Highland Mage Corps, he understood that only by completing the promotion would he be qualified to be called a Highland Mage. He also thanked these incompetent Kingdom's army artillerymen. If it weren't for their poor skill, unable to unleash the magic crystal cannon's proper power, high-ranked tutor Eldridge would not have allowed them, the mage apprentices, to come and assist with artillery guidance. The bracelet on his left hand vibrated, indicating that the wearer of another bracelet on the ground was sending a message. Highland mages naturally had long-distance communication capabilities, but those spells generally had many restrictions and were not very flexible. Moreover, the limited spell slots each day made it impossible to carry too many communication spells. So, this short-range magic technology communication bracelet, cheaper than a communication stone, became an indispensable item in magic crystal cannon guidance. Shrapnel magic crystal cannon shells loaded. Understood. Beginning guidance. The mage apprentice locked his gaze on high ground 125, opened and raised his right hand, then used the web between his thumb and forefinger as a side to aim. A ripple of magic power also appeared at the web of his hand. Soon, the magic crystal cannons on the ground roared again. The magic crystal cannon shells, arcing across the sky, began to descend after passing their apex. Then, an invisible force began to correct the trajectories of these shells, making them fall directly towards high ground 125, finally airbursting at an altitude of less than 10 meters. Dash. On high ground 127, on the other side. Morin was surprised by the magic crystal cannon, but he also knew that in this world with magic and magic technology, many things were indeed unexplainable. At this moment, the system, based on the recent attack trajectory, had reverse calculated the approximate location of the magic crystal cannon position and marked it. Morin immediately took out his binoculars and looked in that direction, quickly finding this fish that got away. It was a camouflaged position hidden in a farm. Judging by the large amount of dead branches and wheat scattered around the magic crystal cannon, its camouflage must have been quite excellent, no wonder previous reconnaissance had failed to discover it. However, once Morin saw it, the system map also marked its precise location with a unit marker. Orderly. Morin waved to a soldier nearby, who was also covered in dust. As the other party ran over, he quickly pulled out a notebook and pencil from his pocket, rapidly writing down the detailed coordinates and terrain description of the hidden magic crystal cannon position on the paper. Immediately take this to the artillery command post in the rear as fast as possible. Tell them this is an enemy magic crystal cannon position that hasn't been taken out. The young orderly took the note, nodded heavily, then rushed towards the rear recklessly. Organize defenses. Prepare for battle. At the same time, the surviving officers on the high ground roared, reorganizing the soldiers who were still alive but had been shell-shocked. Because below the high ground, a dense mass of Kingdom's army soldiers had already launched a counterattack. Entire platoon. Report casualties. Morin's voice trembled somewhat, as he knew the 3rd platoon must have suffered casualties this time as well. Platoon Sergeant Kloss and several corporals quickly tallied the results, their faces filled with grief. Platoon leader. 2nd squad is gone, all gone. 1st squad and 4th squad each lost 4 men. 3rd squad has 2 lightly wounded. 5th squad has 1 heavily wounded and 2 lightly wounded. Other squads were further away, so they have no casualties for now. Chapter 31 Heavy machine guns on the flank. Although the soldiers in his platoon had only been with him for less than 48 hours, Morin's heart still bled when he heard about the casualties. But he knew now was not the time for sorrow. After ordering each squad to treat the wounded, he rushed to the edge of the high ground and set up his binoculars again. In the somewhat blurry field of view through the binoculars, at least 1 battalion of the Kingdom's army was advancing in dense formations towards the high ground. He glanced at their own position. The 1st and 2nd companies had already suffered heavy losses the day before, and the recent shelling had only made things worse. Countless people were killed instantly by the airburst fragments of the magic crystal cannon, and most of the surviving soldiers were also wounded. The stretcher teams organized by the company's medical sergeant were simply not enough, and the morale of the entire battalion had plummeted to rock bottom. Major Thomas and 3 captains were loudly encouraging the others. Under the officer's urging, the soldiers also climbed to the edge of the high ground one after another and raised their guns. But Morin knew very well that with the current state of the 1st battalion, trying to directly block a charge from an enemy battalion was an almost impossible task. Their only hope was to inflict sufficiently heavy casualties on the enemy, repelling their attack in the first wave, otherwise, this high ground would definitely not be held today. His gaze swept back and forth across the enemy's line of advance, and a bold and crazy idea quickly formed in his mind. Klaus. Corporal Jonath. Morin roared. Here. You two, and the heavy machine gun team, take all the remaining men from the 1st and 4th squads and follow me. He pointed to the relatively complex slope on the left side of the high ground. We'll go around from the flank and hit them hard. Platoon Sergeant Klaus and Corporal Jonath did not hesitate for a moment, immediately calling the designated soldiers to follow. The Vickers machine gun team currently had 5 soldiers assigned. 3 of them directly lifted the assembled machine gun together and followed. Another picked up 2 ammunition boxes, 1 in each hand, and the last one took the heavy cooling water tank. When they captured this machine gun, Morin's soldiers also scrounged up less than 500 rounds of ammunition on the 2nd floor of that farmhouse. This amount of ammunition was not much for a heavy machine gun that needed to provide continuous suppressive fire. Morin had originally wanted to conserve it, as ammunition for the Vickers machine gun was hard to find. Although it was the same .303 caliber as the rifles equipped by the Kingdom's army, commonly known as British .303. However, Morin and his men hadn't been able to collect much in a short time, but Morin couldn't worry about that now. Bauman, Fisher, Miller. You take the rest of the men and stay here. Assist Captain Hauser and them in holding the front. Try to delay the enemy until we open fire. Understood, platoon leader. After giving orders to the other 3 corporals, Morin no longer delayed, leading 2 squads and the heavy machine gun team to quickly slip down the left slope of the high ground. Their movements had to be fast and sufficiently concealed. Fortunately, the undulating gentle slopes and the crater-filled terrain provided them with natural cover. The field grey uniforms also provided decent cover on the smoke-filled battlefield in autumn, at least better than the Gauls wearing red trousers. Morin ran at the front, his brain working rapidly. The system map in his vision constantly adjusted, planning the safest and quickest route for him. This operation was full of danger. Once discovered by the enemy, their small detachment would be surrounded, and the outcome would be imaginable. Fortunately, the Kingdom's army's entire attention was drawn to the defenses on the front of the high ground, and no one noticed this small unit quietly outflanking them. After about a minute, Morin led everyone to the designated location. This was a huge depression created by a shell, forming a perfect natural machine gun position. From here, they could clearly see the long, undefended flank of the Kingdom's army's attacking force, struggling to advance up the gentle slope. As the saying goes, high ground against low ground, a sure victory, let alone asking infantry to feign an attack on foot. Under normal circumstances, a commander would consider carefully before giving such an attack order. However, the Kingdom's army was eager to retake these high grounds, so their commander didn't think much of it, simply ordering the Kingdom's army's black cattle to charge first. Quick! Set up the machine gun. Morin ordered the machine gun team in a hushed voice. Several soldiers skillfully set up the heavy Vickers machine gun, and the loader, somewhat unskillfully, loaded the canvas belt. Everyone else. Establish a circular defense centered on the machine gun. Prepare for battle. The soldiers quickly spread out and lay on the ground, cocking their rifles. The dark muzzles pointed at the attacking Kingdom's army, wary of any potential threats. Morin lay next to the machine gun, raising his binoculars. The first wave of the Kingdom's army's attack had already begun. Just like the Saxon soldiers' attack Morin had seen before, the Kingdom's army soldiers also formed 3 relatively dense horizontal lines, shouting as they charged towards the top of the high ground. Behind these 3 lines of soldiers was another company of soldiers in close column formation. At this moment, the foremost Kingdom's army soldiers were less than 200 meters from the front position defended by the 1st Battalion. Sporadic gunshots rang out from the high ground. Those were the 1st Battalion soldiers using their rifles for precise shooting, attempting to slow the enemy's advance. Platoon leader, can we open fire? The machine gunner licked his dry lips, a hint of excitement in his voice. Although it was his first time opening fire, he seemed to have already anticipated how much damage an attack from this direction would inflict on the enemy. Wait a little longer. Morin's voice remained steady, and he placed his hand on the machine gunner's shoulder. Let them charge a bit further. Hit them when they can't easily retreat. Time seemed incredibly long at this moment. Every second felt like a century. Morin could hear his own and the nearby soldiers' heavy breathing. 150 meters, 120 meters, 100 meters. Now. Fire. Morin sharply clapped the shooter's shoulder. Da-da-da-da-da. The heavy Vickers machine gun roared, spitting out a long tongue of flame. The scorching bullets, like the scythe of death, fiercely swept towards the undefended flank of the Kingdom's army. The Kingdom's army soldiers, charging uphill with all their might, never dreamed that such a deadly firing point would suddenly appear on their flank. And they were now precisely stuck in an awkward position, neither up nor down. Immediately, the .303 bullets easily tore through their dense ranks. Many soldiers didn't even have time to react before being hit by bullets and falling to the ground. Because the attack was from the flank, in the machine gunner's eyes, the enemy's attacking horizontal line was actually a column. He didn't need to adjust his angle much to bring an entire line of enemies into his firing range. The roar of the machine gun and the wails of the Kingdom's army soldiers instantly echoed across the battlefield. Fire, fire. Prioritize their officers. After the machine gun opened fire, Morin also loudly gave the attack order to the riflemen beside him. More than 20 rifles fired simultaneously. The precise bullets fired from the Jua .98 continuously picked off the Kingdom's army officers who were trying to find cover or organize a counterattack. To highlight their status as officers and make it easier for soldiers to find them during combat, the Kingdom's army officers' uniforms were distinctly different from those of ordinary soldiers. They even added silver thread decorations to their black uniforms to show their status, which also made them the best targets for Morin and the other soldiers. The entire kingdom's army's attacking formation completely collapsed at this moment. Chapter 32 Encounter with the Northumberland Fusiliers. The flanking attack of the heavy machine gun was devastating for the dense infantry. They were completely exposed to the machine gun's field of fire. Advancing meant death, retreating meant death, and staying put also meant death. The gentle slope in front of the highland became a veritable slaughterhouse. Platoon Sergeant Claus and Corporal Jonathan's faces were filled with shock and fanaticism. They mechanically pulled the bolt, aimed, and fired, sending bullet after bullet into the enemy's bodies. They had never imagined that battle could be fought this way. Platoon leader Morin's decision was nothing short of a stroke of genius for them. Because no one had ever brought a cumbersome machine gun for a tactical advance, in the hearts of 99% of Kingdom's army soldiers, a machine gun was a purely defensive weapon, not to be used for offense. The Kingdom's army's first charge ended in a complete rout after over 70% of the first three ranks of soldiers were killed on the spot. The dense company column following behind these three ranks of soldiers even attempted to launch another charge against Morin and his men. However, their even denser formation made it easier for the machine gunner to shoot. Sometimes, a single .303 bullet could pierce through two enemies consecutively. The entire dense column completely disintegrated mere seconds after the machine gun's line of fire turned towards them. Morin even saw a gradually emerging, ferocious smile on the machine gunner's face, who had seemed a bit nervous and green before opening fire. That was the smile unique to suppressive fire. Facing the machine gun's unreasonable suppressive fire, the surviving Kingdom's army soldiers completely broke down. They cried out, throwing down their weapons and scrambling back in a chaotic retreat, their morale utterly shattered. Several officers who still wanted to persevere kept raising their sabers, attempting to stop the rout. Yes, Kingdom's army officers of all ranks still maintained the tradition of carrying sabers with them. But such a conspicuous act on the battlefield was quickly brought down by the accurate shooting of Sergeant Claus and others. The Kingdom's army soldiers, who had surged forward like a tide, receded from the highland like an ebb tide. Seeing this, Morin breathed a sigh of relief, then stopped the machine gunner from continuing to fire. All right, conserve ammunition. There's still more fighting to be done. After speaking, he looked around at everyone. Everyone check for injuries, then check your ammunition. Soon, everyone completed their checks, no one was injured, or rather, the Kingdom's army hadn't even been able to launch an effective counterattack. However, everyone had expended nearly a sixth of their ammunition, and the Vickers machine gun had almost emptied its first belt. The regimental machine gun company should be deployed to the front line. There are so few of them to begin with, and now they're not even being used. Morin lay prone on the ground, allowing his tense body to relax slightly, while also complaining involuntarily. Platoon leader, what's next? Sergeant Claus leaned towards Morin, his eyes shining as he asked. Prepare to change positions. We've just exposed our firepower, and their next attack might be aimed at us. Morin got up from the ground and then focused his attention on the system map, preparing to find another temporary machine gun position. And he really did find a more suitable location. That spot was a bit further from the top of the highland, but several large trees, toppled by artillery fire, lay scattered there, perfectly serving as natural cover. He immediately sent a soldier to sneak back to the top of the highland to check on the status of the others in the battalion and to relay his plans to Captain Hauser and his men. After doing this, Morin then led the remaining people, carrying the heavy Vickers machine gun, to quietly begin their relocation. The retreating Kingdom's army soldiers were still scattering and fleeing down the hillside. No one noticed the movements of their small squad, and the entire relocation process was surprisingly smooth. Once the group arrived at the new temporary position, Morin immediately had everyone spread out, find cover, and finally check their weapons. Everyone drink some water, take a quick breather. We'll probably have another tough fight soon. Morin himself unscrewed his canteen and took a swig, then, seizing this rare lull, completely immersed his attention in the system map in the upper left corner of his vision. As the friendly forces advanced across the entire front, the fog of war that had enveloped Seville was largely dispelled, and the situation along the entire front line was clear at a glance. Red unit markers representing Kingdom's army forces were constantly flashing and disappearing. The main attacking force, centered around the 16th Infantry Brigade, had already captured all the open highlands southeast of Seville. Most of those open highlands had now changed hands. The unit markers for two 77mm field gun battalions were also slowly moving forward, preparing to occupy new positions to provide closer fire support for the upcoming offensive. 3 105mm howitzer companies, which were not as mobile, remained in their original positions, continuing their attacks. The overall battle situation seemed to be excellent. If this momentum continued, it seemed only a matter of time before the Saxons completely tore open Seville's outer defenses. But in Morin's heart, that uneasy feeling grew stronger. He clearly remembered that the intelligence he had brought back explicitly mentioned several elite enemy units: Highland Mages, Armoured Knights of the Order of the Garter, and the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. The enemies who had captured him when he transmigrated were also from the 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. But until now, none of these elite units of Britannia had appeared on the map. Did the enemy really intend to abandon the outer defenses and put all their bets on urban warfare? This thought flashed through Morin's mind, and he immediately dismissed it. This completely contradicted the mainstream military thinking of this era. Relying on strong city defenses for urban warfare would only be a choice made out of extreme disadvantage. However, before Morin could fully process his thoughts, a new development occurred. Platoon leader. They're coming up again. Platoon Sergeant Claus, who was responsible for vigilance behind a fallen tree trunk, said in a low voice. The routed soldiers have been stopped by their officers and are reforming. Almost simultaneously with Klaus's report, below the highland, another new unit appeared in Morin's field of vision. Their uniforms were khaki, distinctly different from the black uniforms of the kingdom's army. A light, rhythmic trumpet call, mixed with the beat of military drums, drifted from down the hillside. Morin was all too familiar with that melody, the Grenadier March. His heart skipped a beat, and he darted a few steps to Klaus's side, raising his binoculars. In the lenses, the newly appeared Britannian unit looked almost exactly like the British Army from World War I in his memory. Khaki uniforms, and on their heads, the iconic flying saucer helmets that Hong Kong film directors loved to use. The only difference was that at the very front of their formation stood rows of soldiers clad in heavy armor. Some wielded massive two-handed swords, while others held a kite shield in one hand and a one-handed sword in the other, exuding a cold, unapproachable aura. On the system map, the detailed information of this unit also popped up. Holy Britannian Empire, Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, 4th Battalion. Officers, 30. Soldiers and NCOs, 997. Chapter 33 Support from the International Brigade. Looking at this reinforced battalion, almost 1,000 strong, Morin couldn't help but inwardly marvel that it was indeed a British battalion-level unit. A single battalion's strength was almost more than an independent regiment in Old Lee's early days. And this also meant that the already heavily damaged 1st Battalion on the high ground would now face an enemy several times its size, and an elite one at that. To be honest, the moment Morin saw this unit, even he felt a hint of despair. The early tactic of various armies committing entire battalions now became a deadly numerical advantage. His hand was out of cards, the Vickers machine gun only had one last belt of ammunition, nowhere near enough to turn the tide against such a massive disparity in forces. What to do? Morin's mind raced, and after a few seconds of deliberation, he gritted his teeth. Machine gun, change direction. He pointed at the Britannia unit that was currently assembling. Point the muzzle at those Britannians. As for those Kingdom Army soldiers, leave them to the riflemen. And then, trust our comrades on the high ground. Upon receiving Morin's order, the machine gun team immediately scrambled to adjust the machine gun's firing direction. The drumbeats of the Grenadiers' march grew denser, and the two enemy forces below the hillside had completed their assembly. The dense crowd began to slowly move upwards. Listen up, everyone. Morin's voice was exceptionally serious as he instructed everyone. When the machine gun runs out of bullets, we'll retreat from the flank of the high ground. Don't be foolish and charge straight up the high ground, that's just making yourselves targets for the enemy. Yes, platoon leader. Below the hillside, the reorganized Kingdom's army soldiers were clearly still wary of the flanking attack they had just endured. Morin could clearly see them casting cautious glances towards the machine gun position they had previously occupied as they advanced upwards. But they never dreamed that the machine gun that had reaped so many of their comrades' lives had quietly moved, now aiming at their allies from another angle. Morin had everyone keep their bodies as low as possible, using fallen tree trunks and shell craters to perfectly conceal themselves. The enemy's two large armies drew closer and closer. Morin's heart pounded faster and faster, in rhythm with the military drums. He was actually unsure himself. When he was captured before, he had witnessed his own heavily armored units directly withstand pistol bullets at close range. So he was somewhat worried about how much damage the Vickers .303 bullets could inflict on those Britannia tin cans. The drumbeats of the military music suddenly quickened, and the two enemy formations began to jog. At the top of the high ground, the remaining soldiers of the 1st Battalion had begun to fire sporadically, attempting to impede the enemy's advance. The Kingdom's army soldiers also returned fire sparsely. The time had come. Morin no longer hesitated. Fire. At his command, the silent temporary position was instantly engulfed in gunfire. Da-da-da-da-da. The Vickers machine gun's remaining ammunition was unleashed without reservation, transforming into a deadly whip of fire, lashing fiercely at the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment's formation. On the other side, Platoon Sergeant Klaus and his men's 20-odd Joe .98 rifles also fired simultaneously. Accurate bullets traversed the less than 200-meter distance, striking the Kingdom's army soldiers who were charging upwards. The Kingdom's army, which had just been broken once by the heavy machine gun's flanking fire, was once again subjected to the familiar assault. Although there were only 20-odd rifles this time, and the killing efficiency was far less than before, the unavoidable attack from the flank still caused disorder in their attacking formation. Soldiers at the front fell one after another, while those behind instinctively sought cover, bringing the entire team's charge to a halt. At the same time, a burst of gunfire erupted at the top of the high ground, indicating that the other soldiers of the 1st Battalion had consciously begun to coordinate with Morin and his men to form crossfire. However, Morin was more concerned with the situation on the other side. The machine gun bullets struck the armor of the heavily armored soldiers in the front ranks of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, sparking a series of dense fire, making a ding-ding-dang-dang sound, causing these heavily armored soldiers to pause. Effective. Morin's heart swelled with joy, but soon, his heart tightened again. Because the killing efficiency was too low. Those heavily armored units basically only staggered and fell after continuously taking multiple direct hits from machine gun bullets. Morin even clearly saw through his binoculars that a soldier wielding a great sword had his chest plate withstand 5 or 6 bullets before completely shattering and deforming. Only then could subsequent machine gun bullets penetrate his body. This amount of damage was completely insignificant for a force of nearly 1,000 men. After a brief commotion, the soldiers of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment not only did not retreat but instead accelerated their charge. A cocky wave was surging towards Morin's position with an unstoppable momentum. Machine gunner. Stop sweeping. Just pick them off one by one. Focus on those tin cans. Hearing Morin's words, the machine gunner immediately stopped his left-to-right sweeping fire and began to aim at individual heavily armored soldiers. However, the rapidly diminishing ammunition belt also meant that this attack wouldn't last much longer. Yet, at this desperate moment, a turning point in the battle appeared in an unexpected way. Morin's peripheral vision caught sight of the 2nd Regiment, 1st Battalion, East Europa Brigade unit marker on the system map, rapidly approaching his position. Since the two sides were not far apart, only about 600 meters, these several hundred International Brigade soldiers appeared on the flank and rear of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, a clear bugle call sounded from that direction. Charge! Ura! All sorts of earth-shattering battle cries followed. This sudden development clearly caught the charging Britonians somewhat off guard. They had no choice but to divert a portion of their forces, hastily turning to try and meet this surprise attack. That clear charge bugle not only ignited the fighting spirit of the International Brigade volunteers but also made Morin's blood boil completely. Da-da-da-da click. The machine gunner finally fired the last bullet in the canvas belt. Second Lieutenant, are we still retreating? Platoon Sergeant Klaus asked the crucial question. However, all the soldiers, including him, had already guessed the answer, their hands were already reaching for the scabbards at their waists. Fix bayonets. Morin almost roared the order, and he himself nimbly drew his bayonet and attached it to his rifle. The cold touch from his palm brought a slight calm to his chaotic mind. It was clear that the International Brigade fighters had come to relieve Morin and his men. In this situation, Morin absolutely could not make the decision to abandon them and retreat. The battle had reached this point, they could only fight to the death. Charge! Morin didn't hesitate for a moment, being the first to leap out from behind cover. He held his rifle with fixed bayonet and led his remaining 20-odd soldiers in a countercharge towards the enemy down the hillside. When the distance between the two sides closed to about 50 meters, Morin roared again. Grenadiers, throw grenades! Several soldiers carrying spherical grenades immediately pulled the pins, and with all their might, flung these deadly iron lumps out. Because they had the advantage of higher ground, these grenades flew much farther than usual, landing precisely in the front ranks of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment's formation. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted, and the heavily armored soldiers at the very front, along with the infantry behind them, were instantly thrown into disarray. Although the thick armor blocked most of the shrapnel, they were not true tin cans like the Astartes, so sharp fragments still penetrated through areas not protected by armor. More importantly, the huge impact and sound from the close-range explosions caused these tin cans to fall into a brief state of dizziness and confusion. Now, Morin and the International Brigade volunteers, like two sharp daggers, plunged fiercely into the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment's formation from two directions. At the top of the high ground, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, who had been struggling to hold on, also saw the battle unfolding. When the Kingdom's army soldiers charged to within 100 meters of the position, Major Thomas drew his pistol and let out a deafening roar. Warriors of Saxon! For the glory of the Black Eagle banner! Counterattack! Chapter 34 Try your best and you can win. The remaining grey uniforms converged into a resolute torrent, surging down from the high ground. The grey tide and the black tide collided fiercely. On the other side, the motley and a small group of field grey also mixed with a large tide of khaki. A brutal and bloody melee thus began. The commander of the International Brigade's East Europa Brigade, 2nd Regiment, 1st Battalion had clearly noticed Morin and his small group's charge. So they quickly moved and converged towards this area, preventing Morin and his group from being instantly overwhelmed. Before this, Morin had never understood what units in heavy armor wielding cold weapons could do on a bullet-ridden battlefield. But now, he knew. He watched as Britannia's iron cans, ignoring the gunfire, crashed into the International Brigade's formation, sending the front row soldiers sprawling. And the great swords they wielded were clearly much more powerful than bayonets on rifles in close-quarters combat. As swords flashed, heads and severed limbs flew continuously, as if nothing could stop these iron cans. Morin, who had charged into the enemy formation, now felt his entire body's blood burning, and the splashing blood and agonizing screams around him seemed to be his most effective stimulant, making him fight with increasing ferocity. He didn't understand why this body would feel excited by this bloody melee, but this excitement now became the key to his survival in the melee. The Saxon Military Academy's bayonet drill and the bayonet techniques he learned before his crossing, transmigration, had strangely merged in his mind. A Kingdom Army soldier, rifle at the ready, charged at him with a yell, his bayonet aimed directly at his chest. Morin advanced instead of retreating, his body slightly to the side, his rifle parrying upwards, precisely deflecting the opponent's bayonet with an upward slash motion. The soldier, having overexerted himself, was left wide open. Morin didn't waste the opportunity, with a flick of his wrist, the sharp bayonet plunged deep into the opponent's chest. He didn't pause for a moment, kicking the body away, pulling out his bayonet, and then aiming and firing at an enemy not far away. Bang! The enemy fell instantly. Morin, having quickly dispatched 2 men, soon attracted the enemy's attention. 2 more enemies charged at him, their stance indicating they intended a 2-pronged attack, giving Morin no chance to parry. Seeing this, Morin snorted coldly and directly drew his P08 pistol from his waist. Bang! 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 The impolite gunshots rang out, and the 2 enemies fell instantly. Times have changed, old man. Relying on this ranged and melee coordinated attack tactic, interspersed with shooting during bayonet combat, after taking down several individuals, Morin was soon targeted by a more formidable opponent. It was an armored knight wielding a two-handed greatsword. He roared, his heavy footsteps making the ground tremble slightly, as he charged directly at Morin. Morin raised his hand and fired several shots, emptying his pistol magazine. But the bullets merely left shallow dents on the opponent's breastplate before deflecting harmlessly. Indeed, it couldn't penetrate the armor. This kind of seemingly enchanted heavy armor was completely immune to pistol bullets at close range. Morin dared not engage in a direct confrontation and immediately used his more agile movements to contend with this iron can. He first raised his hand, took a quick aim, and fired his .98, hitting the opponent's head. Although it failed to penetrate the enemy's armor, the impact of the full power bullet still made the opponent's head ring. After closing the distance, the armored knight began to attack. His slashes were wide and powerful, each sword stroke accompanied by a whistling wind, but the heavy equipment severely hampered his speed. A bayonet clearly couldn't parry a two-handed greatsword slash, so Morin could only grit his teeth and constantly dodge, searching for an opening. Finally, after the opponent's powerful horizontal sweep missed, Morin seized that fleeting opportunity. He lunged forward, his bayonet like a venomous snake, accurately piercing through the gap in the opponent's armor at the armpit. Pfft! The sound of the bayonet entering flesh was clearly audible. The armored knight let out a muffled grunt of pain, his movements momentarily freezing. Morin unhesitatingly took another step forward, pressed the muzzle of his GW98 into the wound, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Zero-range rifle fire, muffled and deadly. The 7.92mm bullet, following the wound torn open by the bayonet, entered the armored knight's body unimpeded. The massive body of the iron can trembled violently for a moment, then crashed to the ground, the heavy armor hitting the earth with a loud thud. Morin didn't dare to be careless. After reloading his rifle, he fired another shot at the exposed neck of the opponent before finally feeling relieved. Having dealt with this major threat, Morin didn't even have time to catch his breath before immediately turning to join the battle on the other side. On the other side, the battle on the high ground also saw a decisive change. The Kingdom Army soldiers, whose morale had been shattered by Morin and his machine guns earlier, were already at the end of their rope. Now facing the high-spirited 1st Battalion soldiers countercharging down from the high ground, they almost instantly collapsed. In the melee, they were no match for these well-trained Saxon soldiers and were quickly routed, abandoning their helmets and armor, retreating once again. After defeating the enemies in front of him, Major Thomas keenly noticed that Morin and his group were in a tough fight. 1 ST Battalion, follow me. To support the left flank. He made a decisive decision, rallied his troops, and immediately charged towards the flank of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. With the addition of the 1st Battalion's main force, the pressure on Morin and the others, who were originally at an absolute numerical disadvantage, significantly decreased. The numerical gap between the two sides was rapidly closed. However, the combat resilience of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment soldiers far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even when besieged on three sides, these elite soldiers from Britannia still did not collapse. They quickly tightened their formation, forming small circular defensive positions with the armored knights as their core, stubbornly resisting attacks from all directions. Bayonets clashed with long swords, rifle butts slammed against shields, and rifle shots occasionally punctuated the sounds of combat. The battlefield became a gigantic and bloody meat grinder, relentlessly devouring the lives of soldiers from both sides. Every second, someone fell. Morin also had bloodshot eyes. He gripped his rifle tightly, putting all his strength into each thrust, aiming directly at the enemy's vital points. Platoon Sergeant Kloss and Corporal Jonath beside him were equally fearless, repeatedly plunging their bayonets into enemy bodies with the simplest and most direct stabbing motions. The battle fell into a strange stalemate. Although the Saxons and International Brigade soldiers gradually gained a numerical advantage, they were still unable to completely defeat this tenacious Britannia unit. Time passed minute by minute, and Morin felt his stamina rapidly draining, his arms aching from repeated parries and thrusts. He didn't understand why brigade headquarters had dispatched 2 armored knights to follow behind the 1st Battalion, yet these elite units hadn't come forward to provide support at this time. What were they waiting for? Just then, a hurried and dense sound of hooves, like rolling thunder, came from the other side of the high ground. Morin subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. On the other side of the high ground, a Saxon Black Eagle flag was fluttering in the wind. Beneath the military flag was a dense mass of cavalry. They wore field grey cavalry uniforms, metal-spiked cavalry helmets, and held 3-meter-long lances high in their hands. The Saxon Imperial Army's 52nd Cavalry Regiment. The cavalry regiment's commander led the charge, his lance lowered, the tip tracing a dazzling arc in the air. Charge! With the order given, hundreds of cavalry simultaneously launched their charge. The earth trembled beneath their iron hooves, and the overwhelming momentum suffocated everyone. The 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, currently entangled with Saxon infantry and the International Brigade, now had its rear completely exposed to this surging torrent. The stubbornness and resolve on the faces of these Britannia soldiers were finally replaced by terror and despair at this moment. They wanted to turn around, to reorganize their defensive line, but it was already too late. The tide of cavalry arrived in an instant. The cavalry in the vanguard had already leveled their lances. The sharp spearheads, glinting with deadly cold light in the morning sun, easily pierced through the bodies of the Britannia soldiers. The immense impact lifted them high into the air, then slammed them heavily to the ground. Subsequent cavalrymen wielded their sabers, striking down from above, taking lives in the instant they crossed paths with the enemy. Even though many armored knights swung their great swords, cutting down Saxon cavalrymen along with their horses, they could only break the part of the tide directly in front of them, like reefs in the ocean, unable to stop the spread of the entire tide. When the cavalry completed a round of charging along an arc-shaped tangent, the 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment looked as if it had been bitten by a suddenly swimming shark, and a gap immediately appeared in its lines. The final straw that broke the camel's back had finally appeared. The front line of the 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment instantly disintegrated under the cavalry's charge. Chapter 35, Elite Troops. Hundreds of meters away from this bloody highland, in a patch of woods, a pair of eyes quietly watched everything unfolding on the battlefield through a telescope. Ludwig stood on the shoulder of an armored knight kneeling on one knee. This steel behemoth, painted with the Black Cross emblem of the Teutonic Order, was one of the two Morin had seen before. Ludwig, if we don't act now, this infantry battalion will be wiped out. Beside him, on another armored knight, his companion William lowered his binoculars, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Their casualties can be exchanged for greater value. The armored knight pilot, called Ludwig, said indifferently, his gaze still fixed on the telescope. If we charge out now, we'll only get entangled with those infantry and fall into a passive position. To complete this hunt, patience is the best weapon. Then how much longer do we have to wait? William was somewhat puzzled. He admitted he couldn't be as calm as his comrade. Soon. Stop teasing, just tell me. Hearing his comrade's anxious tone, Ludwig lowered his binoculars and said. The Northumberland Flintlock Regiment's 4th Battalion still has half its men left. The Britannia commander can't possibly watch this meritorious unit be completely annihilated, so he will definitely send someone to rescue them. At that time, whether it's the Highland Mage, their armored knights, or another fully manned battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, those are the prey worth our effort. After speaking, Ludwig raised his binoculars again. As if to confirm his words, the battle situation suddenly changed not long after. Just as the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment's 4th Battalion was about to have its organization depleted under the siege of Morin and others and the continuous charges of the Lancers. Behind them, 4 armored knights, entirely white and elegantly designed, appeared. Surrounding these armored knights were 12 knight squires wearing magic-powered armor. Britannia's elite unit, the Order of the Garter. Ludwig's eyes instantly lit up. He lowered his binoculars, his gaze filled with barely suppressed excitement. We hit the jackpot. All units prepare for battle. Squires, fire 3 red flares. With the command given, he and William deftly flipped into their respective armored knight cockpits. The heavy front armor reclosed. Ludwig and William, without waiting for the dark cockpit to be illuminated by magic crystals, quickly completed the armored knight's activation through muscle memory. Beneath the armor plates, several magic conduits were connected, and the magic muscle bundles embedded within the torso and limbs were also activated. As all magic conduits completed a round of self-inspection, the view before Ludwig and William also changed from the dark interior of the cockpit to an approximately 180-degree external view. Immediately after, they completed the final startup steps. In the silent woodland, the internal combustion engines, the main power source for the 2 steel behemoths, emitted a low rumble, and thick plumes of black smoke spewed from the exhaust pipes on the knights' backs. Around them, 6 knight squires, also wearing the Teutonic Order standard magic-powered armor, stood up. 3 of them quickly raised their flare guns and pulled the triggers towards the sky. Whoosh! 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 3 dazzling red orbs rose into the sky, strikingly visible above the battlefield. At the same time, Morin, who was fighting fiercely in the meat grinder, also noticed the newly appeared white armored knights, as well as the enemies beside them who were better equipped than the heavily armored soldiers. Red unit markers and detailed information popped up on the system map. Holy Britannian Empire affiliated, Order of the Garter. St. George Type 3 Magic Armored Knight X4. Broadsword Type 2 Magic Powered Armor, Knight Squire, X12. Anti-infantry, anti-armor, high threat unit. No, magic armored knights are one thing, but how did even powered armor show up? Is this really the same style as our equipment? The information provided by the system completely stunned Morin. These were definitely not units that infantry could contend with. Moreover, Morin and his men had no high-power weapons left besides a few expended grenades, let alone any anti-armor weapons. Rifle bullets only tickled those heavily armored infantry, not to mention these massive units that looked incredibly well defended. The surviving soldiers of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment's 4th Battalion erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, their morale instantly soaring. They charged back like they were on a stimulant, and the Saxon infantry and International Brigade's front line, which had just held the advantage, showed signs of collapse for a moment. Just at this critical juncture, 2 sharp whistling sounds pierced the air. Boom! Boom! 2 shells accurately landed in the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment's counter-attacking formation, and a violent explosion churned up a mix of flesh and earth. Morin instinctively looked back. At some unknown point, 2 black and white armored knights had appeared on the slope not far behind him. They were the armored knights belonging to the Teutonic Order from the Saxon Empire's side. One of the knights, half kneeling, held a weapon that looked like a rifle but was actually similar in caliber to a field cannon, its muzzle still smoking. The other had just finished reloading. The knight skillfully pulled the straight pole bolt, ejecting a huge brass casing, then aimed the cannon at the enemies down the slope again. The 2 reloaded armored knights fired several more shots into the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment's formation. The latter's hard-won regrouped formation was once again scattered. This direct fire support from heavy units instantly crushed the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment's rekindled morale. Down the slope, the 4 armored knights of the Order of the Garter saw this scene and halted their rescue efforts, instead accelerating towards the 2 firing Teutonic Order armored knights. The atmosphere on the battlefield became incredibly eerie at this moment. The infantry from both sides, locked in a brutal struggle, seemed to receive some unspoken command and disengaged with remarkable tacit agreement. They didn't even have time to retrieve their fallen comrades' bodies before retreating to their respective rear positions. The Saxon lancers, after completing their final charge, also turned their horses without hesitation and galloped away in another direction, leaving the battlefield. Morin looked in the direction they departed and realized it was the location of the hidden magic crystal cannon position he had marked earlier. However, he couldn't concern himself with the cavalry's movements now. Instead, he directed his troops to withdraw up the highland. Quick! Follow us! Retreat back to the highland first. Morin naturally didn't forget his allies in the International Brigade. So, upon seeing his 3rd platoon already beginning to retreat, he immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly to the somewhat bewildered International Brigade soldiers, urging them to retreat together towards the top of the highland. After the remaining combined force of less than 600 men from the 1st Battalion and International Brigade retreated to the highland, a bearded man, who appeared to be an International Brigade commander, proactively shook Morin's hand. Then, everyone lay prone on the highland, like spectators, nervously watching the duel between armored knights below the highland. On the other side, just as the 4 armored knights of the Order of the Garter were preparing to charge and quickly eliminate the 2 annoying pests, they suddenly stopped. Morin and the others, who had retreated to the highland, watched this scene with some confusion, and then the answer was revealed. In several other directions of this engagement zone, more Teutonic Order armored knights emerged from their hiding places. Black muzzles pointed from all directions at the 4 armored knights of the Order of the Garter, forming a loose encirclement. Chapter 36, Civil War of the Armored Knights. A strange silence fell over the battlefield. Gunfire and shouts of battle had ceased, though smoke still billowed and the stench of blood was pungent. On the high ground, the infantry of Saxon and the soldiers of the International Brigade tensely gripped their weapons, watching the impending clash of steel below the slope. On the other side, the Rooted Kingdom's army and Britannia infantry also halted, turning to look at their ace. This meat grinder, which had just belonged to the infantry, now became the exclusive stage for the armored knights. The armored knight leading the Order of the Garter seemed to have no worries about his side being surrounded. Instead, he took a step forward. He raised his right hand and heavily struck the kite shield on his left arm with the ornate armed sword in his hand. Clang! 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 The crisp, loud sound of metal colliding echoed over the battlefield, like a declaration of war before an ancient duel, or even more, an undisguised provocation. He's really going for a sense of ceremony. Morin, watching the scene from the high ground through binoculars, couldn't help but grumble. However, the next moment, this white armored knight was met with the Teutonic Order's simple and crude response. Boom! Ludwig was the first to open fire on this flashy Britannia armored knight, without the slightest hesitation. And besides him, the 11 assembled Teutonic Order armored knights, upon seeing him open fire, simultaneously aimed their mini cannons at the enemy in the center. Boom 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 boom. 11 direct fire cannons opened fire almost simultaneously, shells shrieking as they instantly covered the area where the Order of the Garter was located. Violent explosions were incessant, the ground trembled, and dust and smoke rose into the sky, completely engulfing the 4 white figures. However, just a few seconds later, 4 white armored knights charged out of the smoke and dust. They formed a tight diamond formation, ignoring the shells constantly firing at them, and charged directly towards Ludwig and William's direction. Morin, whose gaze was firmly fixed on them, could clearly see that the surface of each white armored knight was shrouded in a constantly rippling shield. When the Teutonic Order shells hit the shield, circles of blue ripples would explode. Clearly, some kind of protective spell was at work. But this protection was not invincible, it had a certain defensive threshold. Under the continuous bombardment of 12 handheld cannons, the ripples around the leading armored knight of the Order of the Garter became increasingly violent, and the shield's color grew dimmer. Finally, after another shell hit, the shield shattered like broken glass, silently disintegrating. Subsequent shells slammed unimpeded onto its white armor, blasting out charred craters and momentarily stalling its charge. But the damage that long-range firepower could inflict was limited to breaking the shield. When the distance between the two sides closed to 100 meters, Ludwig was the first to drop his handheld cannon. The other 11 armored knights of the Teutonic Order also simultaneously discarded their heavy long-range weapons, drawing various melee weapons from their backs or waists. There were traditional greatswords, huge two-handed battle axes, gruesome flails, but more often, a heavy spiked mace specifically designed for armor penetration. The armored knights with black and white cross livery roared with dull engine hums, brandishing these brutal weapons, and charged towards the Order of the Garter. At the same time, the squires of both sides outflanked from the two wings and crashed violently into each other. Boom! The moment steel clashed with steel head-on, all the surrounding onlookers felt as if their hearts skipped a beat. The scene before them was too shocking. Giant metal constructs created by magic technology and industrial technology collided and hacked at each other in the most primitive, most brutal way. Every collision erupted in dazzling sparks, every swing carried a whistle that tore through the air. Soon, Morin also noticed the differences between the two sides. The armored knights of the Order of the Garter had smooth and refined external armor designs, and their movements were elegant and swift. There were also no exhaust pipe-like devices on their backs emitting any smoke, clearly indicating they were purely products of magic technology. On the Teutonic Order side, each armored knight had two smoking exhaust pipes on its back. At the same time, these iron cans moved in a distinctly more mechanical fashion, with broad, sweeping movements, full of the violent aesthetics of heavy industry. It was like a meticulously crafted specialized machine being besieged by a group of sturdy and durable mass-produced machines, a battle between pure magic technology and internal combustion engine hybrid technology. In the world Morin came from, the internal combustion engine was the challenger, but in this world, it had become a new energy source in some sense. And the internal combustion engines in this world, perhaps due to different fuels, clearly had much higher power output than the early internal combustion engines Morin knew, which is why they could drive these large iron cans. Watching the fierce battle between the two sides, Morin quickly understood why the Teutonic Order had to fight this battle with a threefold numerical advantage. There was indeed a visible gap in performance between the armored knights of both sides. If not for their numbers and specialized weapons, the outcome of this battle would likely be entirely different. As soon as the armored knights of both sides collided, the battle entered a white-hot stage. The Teutonic Order abandoned all superfluous movements, simply slamming their armor-piercing cold weapons madly at the opponent's armor. While the Knights of the Order of the Garter, relying on their superior equipment and more flexible mobility, had knocked down two Teutonic Order in the initial skirmish. But their relatively traditional armed swords were clearly only suitable for attacking vital points, looking more suited for tearing through infantry formations. In an armored knight civil war, facing weapons like spiked maces, which were purely designed for armor penetration, armed swords clearly felt somewhat inadequate. Often, the blades of their slashes would only leave white marks on the armored knight's heavy armor, while the opponent's spiked maces could effectively smash through their external armor plates, leaving terrifying holes. The scales of the battle, amidst the brutal attrition, began to slowly tip. One armored knight of the Order of the Garter, after continuously blocking several attacks, had its left arm shield directly cleaved off by a battle axe. Immediately after, two spiked maces simultaneously smashed into its chest plate from two directions. Accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of twisting metal, the chest plate, edged with an exquisite emblem, was brutally smashed open with two holes. This white knight staggered backward, its movements noticeably slowing. Ludwig seized the opportunity, he drove his mount, violently pushing aside his opponent, raising his spiked mace high, aiming at the damaged Order of the Garter knight's cockpit, and brought it down hard. With a dull thud, Ludwig's spiked mace completely deformed the cockpit of that Order of the Garter knight. When he pulled the spiked mace out again, he could even see bits of flesh and blood clinging to it. And the elegant white armored knight before him struggled and swayed twice, finally sinking powerlessly to one knee, then completely losing all signs of life. Chapter 37 Stereotypes of Mages. After eliminating one target, the Teutonic Order offensive became even fiercer. Following this, they paid the price of 4 armored knights falling and nearly half of their knight attendants perishing, finally destroying all the knight attendants and flipping over another Order of the Garter knight. From Morin's telescope view, the fallen armored knight was quickly surrounded by 3 Teutonic Order, who repeatedly smashed its limbs and front armor with maces and battle axes glowing with some magical aura. This was the battle between armored knights, a death match with no quarter given. At this point, only 2 of the Order of the Garter's armored knights remained, struggling to hold on. They fought and retreated, clearly having decided to withdraw, and began to break through the weakest point of the encirclement. But Ludwig, who had already gained the upper hand, would not easily give up this opportunity to annihilate them. He charged forward, brandishing his weapon. The other armored knights, seeing his action, also followed in pursuit, determined to keep these last 2 prey here. However, just as the Teutonic Order were about to achieve a great victory in this hunt, a figure in a mage's robe flew rapidly from the distant sky. The figure suddenly stopped in the air above the battlefield in a way that defied the laws of physics, looking down at everything below. Seeing this scene, Morin felt a strong sense of foreboding. Immediately after, the system's alert sounded, this time a somewhat piercing alarm. Holy Britannian Empire Highland Mage Corps, high-ranked tutor Eldridge. This was the Highland Mage Morin almost ran into during his reconnaissance. Morin knew very well that the only reason this person would appear here at this time was to support the Order of the Garter's armored knights. And just as he was wondering what this mysterious Highland Mage was going to do, Eldridge in the air slowly raised his hands, making a downward pressing motion, and chanted obscure incantations. Immediately after, he pointed towards the ground beneath the pursuing Teutonic Order. 5-ring spell, transmute rock. Instantly, an abrupt change occurred. The solid scorched earth beneath the Teutonic Order feet seemed to turn into flowing quicksand. Large areas of the ground rapidly softened and liquefied, transforming into a muddy quagmire that should not have been there. The armored knights, with a combat weight of over 10 tons, and the knight attendants in power armor, immediately lost their balance, their heavy bodies uncontrollably sinking into the mud. Damn it! Ludwig's roar echoed in the cockpit. He desperately manipulated his vehicle, trying to break free from the mud, but the frantic roar of the internal combustion engine only resulted in a faster sinking speed. The situation on the field was completely reversed in just a few short seconds. The 2 surviving Order of the Garter armored knights, who had been hesitant, immediately turned around without hesitation and quickly left the area after Eldridge pointed towards Seville. Morin looked at the godlike figure in the sky, and a sense of powerlessness, as if being beaten up by idealism, spontaneously arose. Is this what a high-level spellcaster of this world is like? With a mere flick of a hand, he can change the terrain and turn the tide of a local battle. And with the existence of these armored knights, what's the point of infantry fighting? They can truly only be cannon fodder. Morin's brain raced, and a thought flashed through his mind. No. I can't let him continue casting spells. He was well aware of the importance of these Teutonic Order armored knights to their Saxon soldiers. If all these armored knights were to perish here, the infantry would be in for a tough time. Morin glanced at the markings on the system map. Next to the mage's special unit card, there was a line of information and a shield icon. Status, continuously casting, interruptible. Mage armor, current durability, 100%. That's right, how could there be no weaknesses at all? How would you even play then? Mages have had it too easy for too long, casting spells so brazenly in the sky above a battlefield. How afraid were the infantry of mage units back then? Seeing this information, Morin immediately felt confident. After all, if a mage's spell casting couldn't be interrupted, that would be too imbalanced. Third platoon. All of you. Target the mage in the sky. Fire. Free fire. Morin shouted orders to his soldiers. The soldiers of the third platoon, lying on the high ground, were initially stunned, but quickly reacted, aiming their .98 rifles at the figure over 300 meters in the sky from a prone position. Bang. As Morin fired first, dozens of .98 rifles simultaneously spewed fire. The dense gunfire broke the brief silence on the high ground. Morin's action was like lighting a fuse. The International Brigade soldiers around him quickly reacted to the situation. Everyone knew that they couldn't let this mage eliminate their armored knights like this, so they all raised their rifles and fired under the command of their bearded commander. Immediately after, Major Thomas, the commander of the 1st Battalion, and other officers, including Captain Hauser, also reacted, and all 300 remaining combat soldiers of the 1st Battalion aimed their rifles at the sky. A barrage of fire from hundreds of rifles poured down on Eldridge. Although hitting a human-sized target at a distance of over 300 meters with mechanically aimed rifles was somewhat challenging, the hit rate would be affected to some extent. But quantitative change still leads to qualitative change. Under such a dense rain of bullets, a considerable number of bullets accurately hit the target. Around Eldridge, a transparent shield constantly rippled, that was the effect of the mage armor. He had intended to maintain his spell casting to completely bury those damned Teutonic Order, achieve a tactical victory, and then turn that victory into a decisive advantage. But the continuous attacks of 7.92 full power rounds caused more and more cracks to appear on the shield. Eldridge's face turned ugly. Mage armor was not invincible, in essence, it was only a first ring spell. Although the mage armor he cast at his level had a much higher defense threshold than other low-level mages, it still had a limit. When he was an apprentice, studying at the Scottish Mage Tower, he had heard the warnings of the old mages in class. While we can easily deal with mortal soldiers, we must never try to confront firearms with our bare bodies, nor should we believe that casting protective spells makes us completely immune to firearm attacks. The most famous example of this was the tragedy 20 years ago when a Highland Archmage faced enemy artillery fire with mage armor and was blown to smithereens, shield and all. However, in Eldridge's previous battles supporting the colonies, when he appeared on the battlefield, mortal soldiers would often lose their will to fight in fear and turn and run, let alone attack him. But today, this perception was shattered by the attack of the Saxon soldiers. He hadn't expected that these mortal infantry, whom he viewed as ants, could threaten him in this way. Finally, just before the shield was about to collapse, he had no choice but to abandon his continuous spell casting and begin to evade in the air. The mud on the ground quickly resolidified, but half of the Teutonic Order bodies were already trapped, unable to move. Eldridge glared fiercely at the infantry below who were still firing, and was about to use other spells prepared in his spell slots to make these ants regret shooting at him. But the white flare rising from Seville City behind him abruptly interrupted his actions. That was the signal for the Allied forces to retreat. These useless things. Eldridge cursed angrily, finally recasting a shield spell in front of him, and then flew towards Seville without looking back. Chapter 38 Temporary Victory. The high-ranking mage's figure disappeared into the sky in a sorry state, and the silence on the highland was instantly broken. We chased him away. Someone shouted first, and then deafening cheers echoed across the entire hillside. The soldiers who had survived, whether they were Saxons or International Brigade volunteers, all jumped out from behind their cover. They waved their rifles, and some even threw their spiked helmets into the air, a move that was immediately stopped by the officers, who then kicked them hard in the backside. However, all the soldiers were expressing their excitement and ecstasy in the most primal way. The joy of this victory was far more intense than rooting an infantry battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. Morin was naturally infected by the atmosphere and was very excited, but he was more confused. A high-ranking mage, was he forced to retreat by a rifle volley? The value of a spellcaster in this world didn't seem as high as he had imagined. He had initially worried that every Highland mage was like Lu Xiu, an existence with meteorite spell proficiency max, but now it seemed they weren't unconquerable. As long as tactical planning was done reasonably, it seemed, it was actually possible to contend with them. I hope I'm not mistaken. Morin looked at the soldiers around him, who were in a frenzy of celebration, and the taut string in his heart slowly relaxed. My goodness, Second Lieutenant Morin, we really chased away a high-ranking mage. The International Brigade bearded commander who had been lying next to him was red-faced with excitement. He clapped Morin's shoulder hard, his voice filled with disbelief. I've participated in so many battles, and this is the first time. The first time I've seen us ordinary people with guns make those high and mighty spellcaster lords suffer. Morin then belatedly realized how incredible their actions must have seemed to the people of this world. The status of spellcasters in this world's battlefield food chain seemed to have always been near the top. This had led many ordinary soldiers to form a stereotype that spellcasters were an unconquerable existence. But today, a group of ordinary soldiers on Hill 127 temporarily broke that stereotype with their rifles. Just then, in the area below the highland that had been turned into a quagmire by the spell, the sound of a metal cockpit cover opening was heard. The cockpit of the most deeply mired Teutonic armored knight slowly opened, and Ludwig's figure stood up from within. He took off his helmet, revealing a handsome face, though smudged with some oil. He looked up at the cheering soldiers on the highland, his gaze searching the crowd for a moment, seemingly trying to find the person who had fired the first shot. But after a moment, he gave up on that idea, raised his right hand high, and gave a thumbs up to everyone on the highland. This simple yet powerful gesture instantly pushed the soldiers' emotions to another climax. The cheers grew even more fervent, and some even began shouting slogans like "Long live the Teutonic Order!" Well, he's quite the show-off. Morin looked at the noble pilot below who was receiving the cheers, and realized that the armored knights of the Teutonic Order seemed to be battlefield stars in the Saxon army. Don't just stand there. Hurry and help. Major Thomas, the commander of the 1st Battalion, spoke up in time, ordering the soldiers to rush down the highland to help the armored knights still stuck in the mud. Morin also prepared to lead his subordinates down. At this moment, the orderly he had sent to the artillery command post ran back, panting. Platoon leader. I couldn't find the artillery command post, but I met a squad of our cavalry on the way. The orderly's face was still excited. I told them the location of the magic crystal cannon position you marked, and the cavalry officer said they would go and take care of that trouble. Morin suddenly understood. This seemed to be the Saxon cavalry regiment that had just launched the charge. No wonder they ultimately left the battlefield in that direction, it turned out they were going to carry out a new combat mission. He just didn't know if their attack would be successful. Below the hillside, rescue efforts were in full swing. The Teutonic Order logistical trucks and a large number of draft horses quickly arrived at the scene. Soldiers used shovels and spades found from the supply train to vigorously dig through the resolidified mud. Then, thick cables were looped around the armored knights and trucks and draft horses pulled together. The two less deeply mired armored knights were quickly freed first, and after rapid inspection by the Night Order's technicians, their internal combustion engines were restarted, and they joined the rescue efforts. Morin stood to the side, watching this scene, which resembled digging giant potatoes in a farmland, but he always felt a bit uneasy. What if, at this moment, the enemy's magic crystal cannon fired a few more rounds? Fortunately, this time, his worst fear did not materialize. Perhaps that cavalry unit really did take out the enemy's magic crystal cannon position. In any case, in the time that followed, all of the kingdom's army's magic crystal cannons indeed fell silent. As the last one, Ludwig's vehicle, was successfully pulled out of the mud, everyone cheered again. Ludwig jumped out of the cockpit and was immediately surrounded by the fervent soldiers. Even Major Thomas solemnly took off his spiked helmet and saluted the noble armored knight commander. In the noisy crowd, Morin merely stood far away, a polite smile on his face, and clapped along with the surrounding crowd. Under normal circumstances, Morin, having blended into the crowd, would not attract attention, but his obvious calmness, which was out of sync with the surrounding atmosphere, quickly caught Ludwig's eye. Ludwig's gaze lingered on Morin for a few seconds, his brow furrowing slightly, as if recalling something. Colonel, it was 2nd Lieutenant Morin who first ordered us to fire at the high-ranking mage in the sky. Captain Hauser, seeing that the other party had noticed them, immediately put his arm around Morin's shoulder and introduced him with a proud expression. Ludwig's confusion instantly turned to surprise as he re-examined Morin, his expression as if he had seen something that overturned his understanding. He remembered. He had seen this young man at a noble banquet before the war. A down-and-out playboy who, relying on a negligible ancestral title and thick skin, mingled at various banquets. Then, with a somewhat handsome face and glib tongue, he would flirt with naive noble young ladies. He was somewhat well known in the Junker noble circles as a down-and-out playboy. How could he be here? And have made such a courageous and intelligent move just now? Despite being full of questions, Ludwig still put away his noble arrogance. He strode over to Morin and solemnly saluted him. 2nd Lieutenant Morin, on behalf of the Teutonic Order and all my colleagues whom you saved, I extend my most sincere respect to you. His voice was loud and sincere. Your courage in the face of a powerful enemy is admirable. You're too kind, Colonel, this was not my achievement alone. Morin looked at the other party's military rank, returned the salute, and then continued. Without the combined efforts of the 1st Battalion and the International Brigade, it would have been impossible to force that high-ranking mage to retreat. After the Teutonic Order were freed, the various units also began to collect bodies and provide emergency treatment to the wounded. At the same time, an orderly galloped up on horseback, finally stopping in front of Major Thomas. Reporting, Major. Regimental Command. The enemy is in full retreat, and we are ordered to pursue immediately. Chapter 39, Row 3, Let's Eat. Upon receiving the order, the troops, who had just been immersed in the joy of victory, immediately reassembled. The atmosphere on the battlefield once again became tense and orderly. The bearded commander of the International Brigade found Major Thomas, and after a brief discussion, decided to temporarily move with the 1st Battalion and continue advancing towards Seville City. Ludwig also stated that the Teutonic Order were originally here to assist in the operation, so they would also enter the city first. The attitudes of these two also made Major Thomas breathe a sigh of relief, otherwise, if he had to push forward with his heavily depleted 1st Battalion, he would have been somewhat flustered. Morin, seizing the moment, quickly tallied the casualties in his platoon. Looking at the sparse ranks before him, his heart sank. After a battle of Highland offense and defense, his originally full-strength 3rd Platoon now had only 48 men left. Corporal Jonath, who had fought bravely behind him, also fell in the final bayonet charge and never rose again. The cruelty of war, at this moment, was presented to Morin in the most direct way. This was also the first time Morin directly experienced what it felt like when his soldiers died. After leaving a nearly crippled platoon to await the medical NCOs and stretcher bearers from the rear to collect the bodies of the fallen, Major Thomas commanded the troops, with the cooperation of the International Brigade and the Teutonic Order, to pursue the enemy along the wreckage they left behind, heading towards Seville City. Although it was a pursuit, to everyone's surprise, they advanced without encountering any obstacles. Major Thomas also had an orderly report the real-time progress to the regimental headquarters. Morin didn't know the specific content, he only heard Major Thomas say, "My battalion is unimpeded. Completely unimpeded." Until the International Brigade's vanguard of over a dozen men stepped onto the cobblestone streets at the edge of Seville City, they encountered no resistance. The enemy had not merely retreated along the entire front as per the regimental command, they had directly abandoned the entire city. Something's not right, this isn't how wars are fought. Morin frowned, looking at the eerily quiet city before him. According to his previous reconnaissance, the kingdom's army and the Britannians had deployed heavy forces here, constructed strong defenses, and adopted a stance of fighting to the death with the coalition forces. How could they abandon the city so decisively just because of a single failed attack? This was too illogical, unless it was a trap. Morin originally wanted to find his direct superior, Captain Hauser, but he couldn't find him for a long time. Ultimately, he could only go directly to Major Thomas, who was conversing with the bearded commander of the International Brigade, and voiced his concerns. "Major, I believe this is very likely a trap, the enemy is clearly trying to lure us into the city." "Morin, your concern is valid." Major Thomas interrupted him. "However, I believe it's more likely that the enemy simply wasn't prepared for urban warfare. After their defenses were breached, it became meaningless for them to continue defending the city." The bearded commander also nodded in agreement. At this moment, Ludwig, who had been having his attendants and technicians inspect the damage to the armored knights, walked over. He had just overheard their conversation. "I believe their losses were too great." Ludwig's voice caught the attention of the three. Leaving aside the casualties of those irregular units of the kingdom's army, the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment of Britannia alone lost more than half a battalion on the highlands to you all. More importantly, they also lost 2 armored knights and all their knight attendants, which for the Britannians, who have always held themselves in high regard, is a devastating defeat unprecedented in recent years. Ludwig paused, then continued his analysis. "I don't believe they will just let it go. This retreat is more like a tactical contraction. They are very likely to reassemble their forces outside the city and then launch a counterattack against us." Hearing Ludwig's words, Morin frowned and retorted. Voluntarily giving up the advantage of being on the defensive, and then, at the cost of even greater casualties, turning around to attack the city. "Ludwig, this indicates that they are confident in doing so, and they have seized upon a point that we cannot refuse. The importance of Seville to us means we cannot easily retreat like them." Major Thomas, who had understood, interjected, looking up at Second Lieutenant Morin. "This also means we are pinned down here." "Second Lieutenant Morin, your concerns are indeed valid. It seems we must remain vigilant, there may be even more difficult battles ahead," Ludwig concluded. Soon, the National Army, the International Brigade, and the follow-up units of the 16th Infantry Brigade successively entered the city and conducted a thorough sweep of the interior. After some time, it was finally confirmed that the enemy had indeed fully withdrawn. Once the city was confirmed safe, the supply troops, field hospital and field kitchen also quickly moved in, setting up camp in an open area on the outskirts of the city. Morin first had several seriously wounded soldiers from his platoon, who had only received emergency treatment, quickly sent to the field hospital, which directly reduced his able-bodied men to 42. Next, he called Platoon Sergeant Klaus aside. "Kraus, tally the ammunition consumption for each squad, then take a few men to the company quartermaster and resupply all ammunition." "Yes, platoon leader. Especially grenades, try to get more. If we're going to face urban warfare, these are more useful than anything else." Platoon Sergeant Klaus quickly acknowledged the order and departed. "Corporal Baumann. Here. You are responsible for compiling a detailed list of all fallen and wounded personnel in the platoon, and then submit it to the company clerk." Morin looked at the young corporal before him, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. "Be meticulous, don't miss a single name, not a single letter can be wrong. This concerns whether the fallen soldiers will receive their pensions, and it concerns the future lives of their distant families, understand?" "I understand. Don't worry, sir." Corporal Baumann nodded heavily. The soldiers around him, including some International Brigade volunteers nearby who were listening intently, looked at Morin with subtle changes in their expressions. After these trivial matters were dealt with, and Kraus returned with ammunition and 2 cases of grenades, and Baumann and others also rejoined the ranks, an alluring aroma wafted from the nearby field kitchen. The hunger that surged in the soldiers' stomachs quickly dispelled the grief of losing comrades. Though cruel, this was indeed a certain reality on the battlefield. If one were to wail and lose their appetite every time a comrade fell, then the war wouldn't be fought. Morin looked at the hungry, surviving soldiers of the 3rd Platoon, and finally waved his hand. "3rd Platoon, all present. Chow time." After a whole morning of intense fighting, both Morin and his soldiers were already starving. And today's combat meal was more lavish than anyone could have imagined. The rich soup made from herby sausages had potato chunks added, and after long hours of simmering, the soup became even thicker. And there was no shortage of black bread and hot coffee as the main staples. Besides these old three, the field kitchen also luxuriously prepared pan-fried sausages for everyone, with each person even getting a whole one. At this time, the Saxon Empire was clearly not yet in a period of material scarcity, so the supply of military provisions was very ample. Unlike the German Empire of another timeline, where, after shipping lanes were blocked and supplies became scarce, frontline soldiers could only eat bread mixed with large amounts of sawdust. The Saxon Empire's pan-fried sausages were not scored. The cooks placed whole sausages directly in a skillet, sizzling them in butter until their skins were golden brown and crispy. This method maximized the retention of the internal juices and fats of the sausage, ensuring the purest flavor. As the king of eating who had quickly become famous throughout the company, Morin, after getting his meal, eagerly found a place to sit down. He gently blew on the steam rising from the sausage, then couldn't wait to take a big bite. Crunch! Hiss-ha! Although a bit hot, when his teeth bit through the crispy outer skin, the scalding juices mixed with a rich meaty aroma instantly burst in his mouth. In that moment, Morin felt his tired body and spirit were completely healed by this unparalleled deliciousness. He quickly realized it was the very classic Thuringian sausage. It was also one of the German sausages that was more palatable to Chinese tastes. The surrounding soldiers, watching their platoon leaders' blissful eating, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They felt their own appetites were thoroughly whetted and all began to feast with gusto. Chapter 40 The Chatty Noble and My Downtrodden Self. A sausage, along with softened black bread, went down, followed by a good portion of thoroughly stewed potatoes, and finally, a cup of still awful coffee. Damn it! Second Lieutenant Morin finally felt alive again. But the unease in his heart never dissipated. He wiped his mouth and found Platoon Sergeant Klaus and his orderly, Hans. Come, follow me to a place. Second Lieutenant Morin led the two, borrowed 3 bicycles from the Quartermaster Corps, and rode straight towards the only large cathedral in the city. That was also the highest point in the entire city. He planned to climb the bell tower, he wanted to see the situation outside the city with his own eyes. The cathedral had not been affected by the previous battles and appeared solemn and majestic. After explaining their purpose to a visibly nervous priest at the entrance, the priest, who spoke Saxon, hesitated for a moment but still led them to the stairs of the bell tower. Kraus, Hans, you two talk to this priest, get a general idea of the city's situation, and see if there's anything unusual. Second Lieutenant Morin instructed, then he alone ascended the spiral staircase leading to the top of the bell tower. The staircase was narrow and steep, and the light was dim. When he pushed open the small door leading to the top floor, he found that someone was already there. Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig of the Teutonic Order, and beside him another armored knight pilot he didn't recognize. The former was holding binoculars, seemingly also observing the movements outside the city. Seeing Second Lieutenant Morin come up, Ludwig lowered his binoculars and said something to his companion. The pilot named Wilhelm looked at Second Lieutenant Morin with some surprise, then nodded, turned, and went down the stairs. At the top of the bell tower, only Second Lieutenant Morin and Ludwig remained. Second Lieutenant Morin said nothing, saluted Ludwig, then walked to the wooden railing and also raised his binoculars, looking towards the northeast of Seville. Cities of this era had no skyscrapers, and the cathedral's bell tower, as the highest point, offered an unparalleled panoramic view. The plains, forests, and roads outside the city were all clearly displayed before him. However, he did not see any signs of a large-scale kingdom's army build-up, everything seemed too calm. Their retreat was very orderly, with no signs of chaos. Ludwig's voice sounded beside him. It doesn't look like a rout, it's more like they're clenching their fist, preparing to deliver a heavier blow. Your concerns are indeed valid. Second Lieutenant Morin lowered his binoculars and turned to look at him. Ludwig was also looking at him, with a look of inquiry and curiosity in his eyes. To be honest, I really find it hard to connect the current you with the Second Lieutenant Morin I saw at the Stuttgart banquet. Hearing the other person's words, Second Lieutenant Morin was stunned. So, this was another acquaintance? You seem surprised. Seeing Second Lieutenant Morin's unfamiliar expression, Ludwig smiled. It's not surprising, after all, at the banquet you were always mingling with the various noble ladies, so you wouldn't have paid attention to me. Then I truly apologize, Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig, next time I will definitely pay more attention to you. Ludwig truly hadn't expected Second Lieutenant Morin to reply like that, and all his words were ultimately swallowed back, but he still stared intently at Second Lieutenant Morin and continued. But I really can't understand how such a person can display such bravery and keenness on the battlefield. Was he trying to probe his background? Or was it pure curiosity? Second Lieutenant Morin's mind raced, but he found he had no way to explain. Although he had gradually recalled much of the original owner of this body's past, there were still many blanks for him. So, he chose the safest response: silence is golden. Ludwig didn't seem to expect his answer either, he leaned on the railing and, like a chatterbox, started talking to himself. But this is good too, the Empire's army needs warriors like you, not just talkative good-for-nothings at banquets. Ah, and Miss Cecilia, I wonder what her reaction will be when she finds out you've transformed into your current self. I heard she sent a telegram directly to General Mackenson's headquarters, which enraged the old general. He chattered on, completely unconcerned whether Second Lieutenant Morin responded. Second Lieutenant Morin, however, was surprised that Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig seemed to know quite a lot. But he didn't engage in conversation, just listened silently from the side, committing these pieces of information about the original owner to memory, one by one. The most important thing was learning that the lady who sent the telegram was a Miss Cecilia, though he was still unclear about the relationship between the original owner and this lady. Oh, by the way, it seems my conceited sister was a bit mistaken this time. You have a sister? Ludwig's expression changed several times, but eventually, he calmed down. It seems Second Lieutenant Morin got over the shadow of being rejected on the spot quite quickly. I didn't expect him to forget Patricia so soon. Hearing Patricia's name, a vague shadow of a blonde girl flashed through Second Lieutenant Morin's mind, just as Ludwig said, seemingly having some interaction with him. However, Ludwig didn't dwell on that topic and soon started talking to Second Lieutenant Morin about other things, which also made Second Lieutenant Morin realize that this noble pilot was a chatterbox. The two stayed in the bell tower for a long time, only leaving one after another after confirming that there were indeed no unusual movements outside the city. When Second Lieutenant Morin returned to the outskirts of the city where the troops were stationed, he found that the scene here had changed significantly. The residents of Seville, after confirming that the National Army and their allies had entered the city, emerged from their homes. It was evident that the National Army and the International Brigade enjoyed considerable popular support in the Kingdom of Aragon. At least, that was the case in Seville. The enthusiastic citizens spontaneously brought out what little bread, cheese, and wine they had at home to reward these soldiers who had liberated them from the kingdom's army rule. By extension, their allies from the Saxon Empire also benefited. The soldiers of the National Army and the International Brigade cautiously accepted the food offered by the citizens, their faces beaming with simple smiles, and the entire square was filled with laughter, creating a peaceful and joyful atmosphere. However, the Saxon soldiers were still somewhat wary, as this was another country for them, and the Kingdom Army soldier they had previously fought were essentially composed of civilians from the Kingdom of Aragon. So Second Lieutenant Morin also understood their reaction. In his previous life's military history classes, it was mentioned that after the German army invaded Belgium in World War I, due to attacks by guerrillas and some Belgian civilians, they became overly paranoid. Coupled with the pressure from several early war defeats, some German units, upon entering towns, engaged in attacking civilians and violating military discipline. Just as Second Lieutenant Morin was contemplating whether to maintain the discipline of his troops to prevent similar situations, his worries came true. A street in the distance suddenly became noisy, civilians screamed and fled, while soldiers gathered there. When Second Lieutenant Morin arrived at the scene, he felt as if there was some mystical force at play with him. Otherwise, why would what he feared most come true? Several Saxon soldiers were at the entrance of a civilian house, pointing their rifles and confronting the surrounding National Army and International Brigade soldiers. They had some cheese and cured meat strung on ropes, clearly having just searched them out of this residence. Chapter 41, Political Work in Another World. Listening to the intermittent shouts from both sides of the standoff, Morin had more or less pieced together the whole story. These troublesome Saxon soldiers, like him, were from the 33rd Infantry Regiment, specifically from the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd Battalion, like the 1st Battalion, suffered heavy casualties in the previous offensive, not only enduring saturation fire from magic crystal cannons but also facing attacks from numerically superior enemy forces. Their battalion commander, 2 company commanders, and many other officers were killed in action. Now, the highest-ranking officer in the entire battalion was only a captain company commander. Due to the lack of officer restraint and having just experienced a bloody battle, as Morin had previously analyzed, these soldiers were under extreme mental stress. Coupled with the 2nd Battalion's 3 field kitchen trucks being delayed in serving meals, it ultimately led these hungry soldiers to loot civilian homes. The soldiers of the National Army and the International Brigade were clearly called by the fleeing civilians. Upon their arrival, they caught these Saxon soldiers in the act of $0 shopping. Since the grassroots soldiers from both sides didn't fully understand each other's languages, and the tempers were still high from the battlefield, in a moment of agitation, their guns were aimed at each other. Now, more and more onlookers gathered, and many Saxon soldiers who heard the commotion also converged. But seeing the situation, everyone was at a loss for what to do. As the tension between the two sides grew, and fingers were about to touch triggers, Morin knew he couldn't wait any longer. The battle for Seville was not over. If they started fighting amongst themselves here, there would be no need to fight anymore. No one would want their own side to lose, and moreover, his current identity was also an officer of the Saxon Empire, and he should naturally restrain the soldiers. Therefore, with other officers slow to arrive, he had to find a way to de-escalate the situation, and the method of handling it had to be unimpeachable to everyone. He had to prevent the conflict from escalating further while also providing an explanation to the local civilians. Should he just execute these Saxon soldiers? This simple and crude method was the fastest way to quell the situation. But in the long run, it would only intensify conflicts, making the Saxon soldiers feel bullied by their allies and affecting morale. He had to approach it from a different angle. With that thought, Morin no longer hesitated, directly pushing through the crowd of onlookers and striding into the middle of the black muzzles of the guns. When those soldiers from the 2nd Battalion saw a Saxon officer approaching, their faces initially lit up, thinking a savior had arrived. But no one expected Morin to say nothing, immediately push aside the rifle of the leading soldier, and his gaze was so terrifying it seemed to devour people. "What the hell are you doing?" As he spoke, Morin kicked the soldier's leg from the side, causing him to stumble uncontrollably, and the aggressive stance he had just displayed, ready to fight, instantly vanished. The soldiers of the National Army were stunned, the soldiers of the International Brigade were stunned, and the surrounding Saxon soldiers were also stunned. Even Major Thomas and Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig, who had rushed over with their men after hearing the commotion, happened to witness the scene and were equally stunned. The kicked soldier straightened himself, his face filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Morin didn't seem to be there to protect his own. "What are you looking at?" Morin glared at the others, then swiftly kicked their leg hollow several times, causing them to soften and collapse. And all of you, put down your guns. These few kicks completely bewildered the troublesome soldiers, not one of them resisted, and the anger in their hearts was extinguished. They instinctively lowered their rifles, and seeing this, the soldiers of the National Army and the International Brigade also lowered their weapons. Morin finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, at least the worst-case scenario wouldn't happen for now. He pondered some political work skills he had learned from his predecessors before his transmigration, his mind racing to adapt them into rhetoric with a unique Saxon Empire flavor for this other world. Maintaining a stern expression, Morin stood before these soldiers and spoke. I ask you, why did you travel thousands of miles from the Empire to fight in the Kingdom of Aragon? The soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Was it to steal a few pieces of cheese? A few strips of bacon? Was it to point your guns at civilians who see us as liberators, at allies who just bled alongside us? Morin's voice suddenly rose, pointing at the food hanging on their bodies, then pointing at the National Army and International Brigade soldiers opposite, whose expressions were complex. When your parents, wives, and children sent you off on the train, didn't they expect you to become heroes, to win glory for the Empire? Didn't they hope you would return home safely, adorned with medals? But what are you doing now? You are disgracing your uniforms. Disgracing the Empire's Black Eagle flag. Do these actions of yours live up to the expectations of your distant families? Do they live up to those comrades who died on the battlefield? Every word of his speech pierced their hearts. Morin didn't preach any grand principles, these words were not only for the errant soldiers but also for all the Saxon soldiers around him. He knew very well that these were not the only Saxon soldiers with negative emotions, they just happened to be the first to erupt, so he took this opportunity to suppress the others as well. Those troublesome soldiers had only acted on impulse due to fear and hunger. Now, after Morin's words, their mental defenses completely collapsed. One of the youngest Saxon soldiers, his eyes reddening, burst into tears with a wah. Officer, we were wrong, we were just too hungry. We won't dare to do it again. They fumbled to untie the cheese and bacon strung around their bodies, neatly placing them at the entrance of the civilian house, then lowered their heads like a group of children who had done something wrong. Seeing this, Morin's anger largely subsided. He turned and faced the soldiers of the International Brigade and the National Army, giving a solemn military salute. Allies, I apologize to you and the affected residents of Seville for the actions of these young soldiers. He spoke in fluent Aragonese language, so everyone around him could understand his words. The Saxon army will deal with them strictly according to military discipline, and please believe that this is an isolated incident. I promise that we will restrain our troops and ensure that similar situations do not happen again. I believe these soldiers did not do these things intentionally. Just a moment ago, these young men were also charging the enemy positions with bayonets, and their unit suffered heavy losses, with almost all their officers gone, which led to their extreme actions after the battle. I assure you again, we will definitely restrain our troops from now on. The anger on the faces of the surrounding soldiers of the National Army and the International Brigade gradually dissipated. They were all simple people, seeing Morin, a Saxon officer, not shielding these soldiers, but instead being so sincere, coupled with the heavy casualties of the Saxon soldiers, their anger had long since subsided. At this moment, Major Thomas and Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig also opportunely walked over. Major Thomas nodded at Morin, then loudly announced to everyone. As Second Lieutenant Morin said, these soldiers will all be dealt with according to military discipline. But I also hope everyone gives them a chance to atone for their sins. At the same time, as Second Lieutenant Morin just emphasized, any act that violates Saxon army military discipline and damages our relationship with our allies will be subject to the most severe punishment. Morin then appropriately translated his words into Aragonese language and repeated them. Immediately after, Ludwig added in fluent Aragonese language. The Saxon Empire and the Aragon National Army and International Brigade are firm allies, our common enemies are the Kingdom's army and their Britannia masters. Anyone who tries to undermine this friendship is our enemy. The statements from the two senior officers completely put an end to the incident. People from the 2nd Battalion soon arrived and took away the dejected soldiers. These soldiers would not be executed, but punishment was definitely unavoidable. The owner of the civilian house was also invited out, and after accepting some Saxon pfennigs as compensation, he expressed his forgiveness. A crisis that could have led to internal strife was thus resolved by Morin with a few words. After the crowd dispersed, Major Thomas patted Morin's shoulder, his eyes full of approval. Ludwig's gaze at Morin, however, became even more complex, as if he was seeing Morin anew. Besides inquiry and curiosity, his eyes seemed to hold a hint of genuine recognition. Even the officers of the International Brigade and the National Army looked at Morin differently. They all understood that being able to quickly identify the crux of the problem in such a chaotic situation and resolve it in the most effective way was something no ordinary young officer could achieve. However, before everyone had fully recovered from the incident, an orderly galloped over on horseback, and after dismounting, he swiftly ran to Thomas and Ludwig. Urgent military intelligence. Brigadier General Paul's order. All officers of battalion level and above are to immediately attend a meeting at the city command post. Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig, you are also required to attend. Chapter 42 Bad News. 10 minutes ago. The 16th Brigade's temporary brigade headquarters was located in a relatively intact building south of Seville, its walls still faintly showing bullet marks from the battle. At this moment, inside the largest room of the building, Brigadier General Paul, the brigade commander, was vigorously rubbing his temples, his brows furrowed into a knot. On the table in front of him lay the compiled casualty report. The entire brigade had suffered over 37% casualties, and several heavily hit battalions were on the verge of being disbanded. In addition, there were several urgent intelligence reports just returned by frontline scouts, and the chief of staff was currently briefing him on this information. The kingdom's army and the Britanians haven't fled far, they've stopped less than 8 kilometers outside the city and are regrouping. Furthermore, they have received a large number of reinforcements. Preliminary estimates suggest at least 2 to 3 regiments of troops. This news was bad enough, but worse was yet to come. Most critically, the chief of staff paused, seemingly unsure how to continue. We have confirmed that the enemy's Order of the Garter has increased its number of armored knights from the previous 2 to 8. 8. Brigadier General Paul abruptly looked up, feeling as if he had been sharply slapped. This meant that the Teutonic Order armored knights on their side had lost even their previously negligible numerical advantage. In previous battles, Ludwig and his men had only managed to painstakingly eliminate 2 of the enemy's armored knights with a 3-to-1 numerical advantage and the loss of half their own armored knights. But now, their own armored knights were outnumbered by the enemy. If they engaged again, Brigadier General Paul didn't dare to imagine. General, should we consider a temporary retreat? A young officer suggested softly. Retreat? Brigadier General Paul snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table. Retreat to where? We are in Seville, which we just captured. It's a vital town in southern Aragon and the Empire's primary objective. If we lose it, not only will all our previous sacrifices be in vain, but the entire southern front will be jeopardized. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room, his leather boots making heavy thuds on the floor. We cannot retreat, not a single step. Brigadier General Paul stopped, his eyes sharpening. Send telegrams to the Expeditionary Force Command and the General Staff Headquarters, report the situation, and tell them that the 16th Brigade will hold Seville until the armored airship arrives. He scanned his subordinates, his voice resolute. Order, assemble all officers at battalion level and above for an urgent military meeting at brigade headquarters immediately. The order was quickly relayed. Soon, Major Thomas and Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig, who had just finished dealing with disciplinary issues with 2nd Lieutenant Morin, received messages from an orderly. The two exchanged glances, both seeing solemnity in the other's eyes. Without a word, they immediately set off for brigade headquarters. Meanwhile, at the temporary station of the 3rd Platoon, 1st Battalion, 2nd Lieutenant Morin was holding his second combat debriefing since arriving in this world. Unlike the first time, when everyone was reserved, this time, the atmosphere was noticeably more lively. Having just survived a bloody battle, these soldiers were bursting with things to say. Platoon leader, I think this flanking fire thing is really too effective. A corporal was the first to stand up, his expression becoming somewhat excited when discussing the topic. Especially that heavy machine gun, my god. Placed in that position, it was practically a slaughterhouse. Those kingdom's army soldiers fell in rows like wheat. His words immediately resonated with everyone. Exactly. Before, we all thought heavy machine guns were just cumbersome things, only useful for defending positions. I never thought they could be so effective in an offense if you found a good position. Yet, before we used to crowd too close, and one shell would take out a whole section. This time, following platoon leader's advice, everyone spread out. Although it looked chaotic, the casualties were indeed much lower. The soldiers discussed animatedly, each sharing their experiences to varying degrees. 2nd Lieutenant Morin listened with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. These soldiers were no longer puppets who merely followed orders, they were starting to think proactively, to summarize lessons learned. This increase in subjective initiative had a more profound meaning than winning a single battle. However, someone soon brought up a question that silenced everyone. Platoon leader, how should we deal with those heavy armored soldiers of the Britanians? The voice of a soldier who had survived a close quarters battle was somewhat shaky. Our bullets were completely useless against them. The previously lively atmosphere instantly cooled. Everyone recalled those heavily armored soldiers who charged through the positions like iron cans, and they all felt a chill. 2nd Lieutenant Morin looked at Platoon Sergeant Klaus. Platoon Sergeant Klaus, how did the unit deal with situations like this before? Platoon Sergeant Klaus frowned in thought, then shook his head. Platoon leader, to be honest, our regular infantry regiments rarely faced such enemies directly. From what I've heard, it was usually handled by some of the Saxon Royal Guard divisions. The Royal Guard divisions also had some soldiers equipped with heavy armor, capable of equal combat. I've never heard of us regular infantry being sent to clash head-on. This answer was within 2nd Lieutenant Morin's expectations. After all, Saxon couldn't be completely helpless against these heavy armored soldiers, just like armored knights, there had to be units capable of countering them. It seemed that in this world, elite units were meant to deal with elite units, with a clear chain of unit countertypes. Just as everyone was at a loss, an orderly from battalion headquarters galloped up on horseback, reining in at the 3rd Platoon's temporary assembly point. Is 2nd Lieutenant Morin here? Major Thomas orders you to report to battalion headquarters for a meeting immediately. 2nd Lieutenant Morin immediately stood up. Being called to battalion headquarters for a meeting at this time likely meant that Major Thomas and the others had received some news at brigade headquarters that needed to be relayed. Platoon Sergeant Klaus, continue to organize the discussion and note down all the issues. Yes, Platoon leader. After giving instructions to Platoon Sergeant Klaus, 2nd Lieutenant Morin didn't dare to delay. He quickly followed the orderly towards battalion headquarters. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen. I hope it's not bad news. When 2nd Lieutenant Morin arrived at the 1st Battalion's temporary battalion headquarters, he found it already packed with people. All the surviving company commanders and platoon leaders were gathered in this command post, temporarily set up with a few folding map tables. Each person's face carried an undisguised trace of fatigue, and several still had bandages wrapped around them. The battalion commander, Major Thomas, stood in front of the map, his expression quite grim. This expression indicated that the news he had just received at brigade headquarters was not good. Seeing 2nd Lieutenant Morin enter, he merely nodded, signaling him to find a place to stand. Once everyone had arrived, Major Thomas cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Gentlemen, we just received news at brigade headquarters that the enemy has not fully retreated. Instead, they have regrouped and received a large number of reinforcements. Brigade headquarters anticipates that once they finish regrouping, they will launch a counterattack against us. Chapter 43 Morin, a true tactical wishing machine. There was an uproar in the temporary battalion headquarters. What? A counterattack? Didn't they just get repelled? They've recovered so quickly. How many reinforcements are there? The officers discussed animatedly, and a sense of unease quickly spread. Silence. Major Thomas roared, quelling the commotion, then took a deep breath and continued. The brigade headquarters' order is clear: hold Seville. Pin the enemy here until our armored airship arrives to support. Hold Seville. As soon as this order was given, the command post instantly fell silent. Many officers looked at each other, unsure how to hold the city. For these Saxon officers, accustomed to fighting in open terrain, defensive urban warfare was a somewhat unfamiliar proposition. Or rather, for the armies of this era, all battles ended outside cities. Moreover, the main battles and conflicts between empires occurred in overseas colonies, places that obviously wouldn't have many large cities, let alone fighting within them. Major Thomas looked at the reactions of his officers and felt a wave of powerlessness. Wasn't he himself in the same boat? Before, whether in the army or at the military academy, they were taught how to command troops in field operations, but never how to fight in cities. At this time, due to the Saxon army's habit of mission-type command, the brigade headquarters did not give any specific tactical instructions to the regiments or battalions, only stating that they must hold Seville. As for how to defend? That was up to each individual's ability. In any case, you had to complete the order. Of course, one person in the battalion headquarters reacted differently from the others, Morin. If others were confused and at a loss after hearing this order, Morin was practically distraught after hearing it. This was basically preparing for street fighting. Line charges, bayonet charges, and now, immediately followed by street fighting. So, he was going to experience the most brutal forms of warfare in a short period, wasn't he? It was in this suffocating silence that, without anyone knowing who it was, the first gaze fell upon Morin, who was standing in the corner. Following that, a second, a third, more and more people unconsciously looked at this young second lieutenant who had created miracles on the battlefield. Captain Hauser, the other company commanders, and even the battalion commander, Major Thomas, eventually all focused their attention on Morin. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, reliance, and a hint of almost blind trust that they themselves hadn't even noticed. No. Morin almost blacked out when he noticed the others' gazes. What was going on? Why was everyone looking at him? Was he some kind of tactical wish-granting machine? Just shake him and ideas would pop out? Morin could clearly feel at this moment that the officers of the 1st Battalion, after the series of previous battles, had subconsciously developed a certain path dependency on him. His calmness and tactical ability, which surpassed others, made him the first person they thought of when encountering difficulties. 2nd Lieutenant Morin. Finally, Major Thomas broke the silence. You just graduated from the military academy and learned the latest military theories. Do you have any thoughts on this urban warfare? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Morin, expecting him to once again articulate some earth-shattering tactic. At this point, Morin knew he couldn't avoid it. He also understood that now was not the time to hold back. This concerned the lives of hundreds of people in the entire 1st Battalion, including himself. If he didn't say something, the Saxon officers might very well lead their troops into a meat grinder using the most primitive methods. He took a deep breath, quickly reviewing all the knowledge about urban warfare he had learned in the military academy before his transmigration, as well as from various war histories and case studies, in his mind. Then, he reorganized it into language that the people of this world could understand. Major Thomas, fellow colleagues. Since you all trust me, I'll simply offer some personal humble opinions. Morin took a step forward, accepted a pencil from the battalion headquarters staff, and stood before the map. What we are about to face is street fighting. Street fighting. Exactly, fighting in the maze-like streets and alleys within the city. So, first, we must understand one thing: traditional combat thinking must be completely abandoned. Morin's first sentence immediately captured everyone's attention. A city is not the wilderness. There are no open fronts here, no stable rear. Every building, every street, can become an independent battlefield. Morin picked up a pencil and drew a circle on the map over the urban area assigned to the 1st Battalion. Therefore, my first suggestion is, break up the whole into parts. Break up the whole into parts. Major Thomas frowned. He understood the phrase but not its specific meaning. Yes, break up the whole into parts. Morin nodded, quickly drawing several diagrams representing positions on the map with his pencil. We can no longer rigidly construct a defensive line as a company, we must break up the troops in squads and platoons, and disperse them into every key building. He looked at everyone and explained. Our objective is not to hold a line, but to control an area. Every building we occupy will be an independent strongpoint, and these strongpoints will support each other, forming a large net with interlocking fields of fire. If the enemy charges blindly, they will only suffer heavy losses. To advance, they must pluck out our nails one by one. This way, we can maximize their casualties and delay their advance. Disperse the troops into buildings. Captain Hauser stroked his chin, then voiced the concerns that others also had. What about command then? If the troops are scattered, how do we give orders? What if a point is surrounded by the enemy, and we don't even know it? That brings me to my second point, change our movement methods. Morin drew a line between two adjacent buildings on the map. Absolutely do not use the streets if it can be avoided. Streets are kill zones for both sides' firepower. All our personnel movements and supply transports must be conducted through the interior of buildings. I've observed that Seville has many connected buildings along its streets, and they are all brick and tile structures. Even without explosives, they can be dismantled at a relatively fast pace. So, we will punch holes in the walls of adjacent buildings, trying to connect the entire interior of the block. Punch holes in walls, a platoon leader exclaimed. Can this work? Why not? Morin retorted, we have entrenching tools, we have pickaxes, and the supply train brought some explosives. The officers exchanged glances. Morin's ideas completely overturned their understanding. This was no longer just fighting, it was practically demolishing houses. But upon closer thought, they felt Morin made a lot of sense. The most dangerous places in a city were the open streets. If they could avoid the streets and move freely within buildings, safety and mobility would undoubtedly greatly increase. However, other officers raised new concerns. Second Lieutenant Morin, what if the enemy breaks into one building, wouldn't they then also be able to access other buildings? Hearing his question, Morin countered. Are our soldiers holding broomsticks? Will they not open fire if the enemy enters a building? Wouldn't that mean engaging in indoor combat? What's the problem? The enemy's forces would also be dispersed as a result and bogged down inside the buildings. Morin paused, looking very seriously at every officer around him. Gentlemen, I hope you can temporarily forget your past experiences. Street fighting is an extremely brutal form of combat, no place in the entire city will be safe. If we want to achieve final victory, it can only be forged with blood and willpower. Chapter 44 Everyone wants to become street fighters. The officers fell silent. Morin's words had made them, as professional soldiers, realize the brutality of urban warfare. On the other side, Morin looked at Major Thomas, the battalion commander. Major, I suggest we immediately apply to brigade headquarters to break up the heavy machine gun company, which is directly under the regiment, and distribute its machine guns to the various companies in our battalion. Break them up? But heavy machine guns are the regiment's most important supporting firepower, especially in defensive battles, not to mention everyone has already seen the power of these machine guns in recent days. Major Thomas replied hesitantly. Wouldn't concentrating machine gun positions maximize their advantage? In urban warfare, concentrated heavy machine gun positions are sitting ducks. Morin retorted unceremoniously. Not to mention the enemy has flying mages who can attack concentrated machine gun positions at any time. Even if the enemy's infantry were to flank them from another direction, a few grenades thrown in would finish them all. But if we disperse them, a machine gun team, with 2 or 3 riflemen providing cover, finds a window with good visibility or a street corner with some cover for easy movement, and then camouflages it, they can completely blockade an entire street. Machine gun positions must not be fixed in one place, they would be easily targeted by the enemy. Once the situation seems unfavorable, they must immediately move to an alternate firing point. We also need to use everything we can find to build barricades. I remember the Quartermaster Corps also transported barbed wire, didn't they? Don't save it, spread it all over the streets. Morin quickly rattled off everything he knew, and the officers, including Major Thomas, had already pulled out their notebooks to record it all. Finally, our artillery. Morin looked towards the edge of the city. Once urban warfare begins, our 77mm field guns and 105mm howitzers will find it very difficult to provide accurate indirect fire support, because we and the enemy will be completely entangled. Rather than letting them sit idle in the rear, we should bring them into the city. This idea was crazier than all the previous proposals, and everyone in the command post was stunned. Bring the artillery into the alleys? Is this kid crazy? Second Lieutenant Morin. Major Thomas's voice had changed slightly. Artillery is a valuable branch of service, letting them enter urban warfare will result in very heavy casualties. Major, I know it's very risky. Morin looked at his battalion commander, explaining firmly and patiently. But artillery fired point blank in urban warfare is the most powerful weapon in our hands, especially those 77mm field guns. I know they are equipped with old-fashioned shrapnel shells. If fired point blank, one shell can sweep an entire street. And the 105mm howitzer, it's a mobile battering ram. Just as that colleague just said, what if a building is occupied by the enemy? It's simple, bombard him with 105mm high explosive shells. If brigade headquarters wants to hold this city, then they must first consider how to hold it, and then consider future reconstruction issues. The temporary battalion headquarters was completely silent, only the sound of everyone's heavy breathing could be heard. All the officers, including Major Thomas, were completely shocked by this new picture of warfare Morin had painted. Breaking into small units, relying on buildings, internal movement, machine guns locking down streets, artillery with bayonets. These scattered tactics combined to form a complete and rigorous system of urban combat. Although they had never encountered it, as professional soldiers, they could instantly understand the feasibility and immense power of this system. Genius, simply a genius. You kid were born for war. Captain Hauser muttered to himself. His gaze at Morin had changed from admiration to a hint of awe. After all, it's hard for a normal person to come up with these things. Major Thomas, as if realizing it belatedly, trembled with excitement. He grabbed Morin's arm, appearing somewhat agitated. Morin. You. I must go to brigade headquarters immediately. I will report your plan to the regimental commander and General Paul. If a plan to hold Seville is needed, then these are the tactics you've described. With that, he didn't give Morin a chance to react, grabbed the hastily scribbled notes, and rushed out of the command post like a whirlwind. After Major Thomas left, the remaining officers all swarmed around with a whoosh, asking Morin various detailed questions in a flurry of voices. Second Lieutenant Morin, how do we deal with enemies who might be hiding in the shadows? What's the most effective way to set up firing points in a room? What if the enemy also learns from us and makes holes in the walls? Morin, surrounded, felt his head ache. But he patiently answered their questions one by one. Because he knew, the deeper their understanding of urban warfare, the greater their chances of survival, and the more stable the entire Seville defense line would be. He had to ensure that before the armored airship arrived, this unit could still stand, and then his own chances of survival would be greater. After finally managing to send everyone away, Morin could finally catch his breath. He casually sat on an empty ammunition box, but a new question popped into his mind. His set of tactics was based on traditional thinking, on infantry fighting infantry. However, the enemy had mages and armored knights. Mages aside for now, it seemed they were still afraid of hot weapon attacks. But what about those 8 white tin cans of the Order of the Garter? In open ground, they were instruments of charge. But in the narrow environment of urban warfare, they would only become even more unstoppable mobile fortresses. With the power they had previously displayed, they could easily smash through walls, crush barricades, and ignore any infantry firepower. The thought of that scene sent a shiver down Morin's spine. Perhaps infantry in another world, when they first saw tanks, were also this bewildered. This thought flashed through Morin's mind, but he also knew he had to find a solution. Otherwise, the seemingly perfect urban warfare system he had just conceived would be a paper lantern that could be poked through in front of those steel beasts. Rely on infantry to blow them up with grenades or military explosives. Leaving aside whether the power would be enough, Morin felt that in urban warfare, infantry probably wouldn't even have a chance to get close to a rampaging armored knight. The flexibility of these things was clearly much higher than early tanks, and anti-tank gymnastics would hardly be effective against these tin cans. Its weapons and the knight attendants accompanying it would also shred any infantry attempting to approach. What about artillery then? This was the only possibility Morin could think of. He had just suggested bringing the artillery to the front line for direct fire, so could these cannons pose a threat to the armored knights? He couldn't answer this question himself. So he needed to find someone who understood armored knights to ask. Ludwig. After thinking of this name, Morin no longer hesitated and immediately got up and ran towards the Teutonic Order's quad station. The Teutonic Order's quad station was completely different from the temporary stations of ordinary infantry. There were no noisy soldiers here, only technicians and attendants in oil-stained work clothes quietly and efficiently busy. 6 armored knights that had survived the previous battle were parked in the open space, and technicians climbed up and down, performing emergency repairs with various tools. The sounds of hammering and banging were incessant, and a strangely mixed scent permeated the air. As soon as Morin entered the camp, someone noticed him. Second Lieutenant Morin. It was Ludwig's voice. Morin looked in the direction of the sound and saw Ludwig standing on the shoulder of his mount, holding a wrench. Seeing Morin, a trace of surprise appeared on his face, and then he nimbly leaped down from the 3-meter-tall armored knight, landing steadily on the ground. Why are you here? Do you want to talk to me about Patricia again? Ludwig walked towards Morin, wiping the oil from his hands, his tone carrying a familiar warmth. Speaking of which, Morin also admired this guy. Despite being involved in the maintenance of the armored knight, apart from his gloves, there was no oil stain anywhere on him, he remained as elegant as ever. However, Morin was still a bit unaccustomed to the change in this guy's attitude, but now was not the time to dwell on it, so he directly asked. Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig, I have a very urgent question I'd like to ask you. Seeing Morin's serious demeanor, Ludwig also put away the smile on his face, his expression becoming serious. Tell me. Can our 77mm field guns and 105mm howitzers, when firing point blank at close range, pose a threat to the armored knights of the Order of the Garter? Chapter 45 Morin's Battlefield Modification. Ludwig was first stunned when he heard the question, then his eyes became somewhat complex. He scrutinized Morin from head to toe, as if trying to discern something from his face. It seems you've also thought about this problem. Ludwig sighed, then continued. Actually, I just returned from the brigade headquarters a few minutes ago. Brigadier General Paul urgently convened a new meeting. The set of urban combat tactics you proposed, General Paul has already instructed the military officers of each battalion to copy and disseminate. To be honest, that stuff truly opened my eyes. No, is the efficiency really that high? When the fire is burning at your eyebrows, efficiency naturally increases. Ludwig nodded, then changed the subject. However, as you've thought, the biggest flaw in those tactics is that they can't deal with armored knights. It's basically impossible to penetrate the front armor with field artillery. The Order of the Garters St. George Type 3 has main armor that has undergone high-level enchantment, giving it extremely high kinetic resistance. Our shells are also high explosive and shrapnel, completely unable to cause structural damage. Moreover, an excellent armored knight driver has reaction speeds far exceeding ordinary people. At a distance of several hundred meters, he can even perform evasive maneuvers the instant he sees the muzzle flash, and by the time the shell flies past, he's already moved position. The only weakness is the relatively thin rear armor, but trying to get behind them in narrow streets is almost impossible. Oh, so this means that their artillery is almost useless against the enemy's armored knights. And judging by Ludwig's description, this world has not yet developed armor-piercing rounds, or rather, no one has ever thought of using artillery against armored knights. But thinking about it, if armored knights are such godlike beings who can evade upon seeing muzzle flash, then artillery is indeed useless. Of course, an objective reason is also that the current initial velocity of artillery is not fast. If the initial velocity of shells slowly increases later, then it's hard to say. Morin, unwilling to give up, continued to ask, why can your Teutonic Order weapons, such as maces, cause them damage? Ludwig, because our melee weapons are also enchanted, specifically designed for armor piercing. This is magic against magic. Magic against magic. Morin chewed on these words, his eyes dimming involuntarily. Could it be that ordinary infantry, without magic and enchanted weapons, are destined to be cannon fodder? Then, Morin, frantically searching his mind, suddenly his eyes lit up. I suddenly have an idea. What if there's a weapon that can continuously adhere to the armor plate and can burn through gaps and seams into the inside of the machine? Ludwig, are you talking about Molotov cocktails? Someone has already used them. That's right. Morin was a bit surprised. It seems that in this world, due to the existence of armored knights, the development of offensive and defensive countermeasures has advanced a step further. The International Brigade people should be very familiar with this. Our infantry also briefly used it before, and even the Britannians developed flame scrolls to deal with our armored knights. Ludwig paused, then continued. But the new armored knights of various countries have undergone targeted upgrades. In operating condition, the cockpit and critical magic power core and other equipment can be completely isolated from the outside world. And there are also forced fire extinguishing and cooling magic units that can quickly put out flames. Now, the only ones that can be threatened by Molotov cocktails should be the older generation of armored knights. However, Molotov cocktails are also quite effective against infantry, especially in narrow terrain like cities. I estimate that the International Brigade people are probably already collecting materials to make them, right? Ludwig rattled on for a while, leaving Morin bewildered. If even Molotov cocktails weren't effective, infantry really had no way to deal with armored knights. Just as he felt at a loss, a scene suddenly entered his vision. Not far away, a Magi-Tech engineer was holding a huge metal funnel, preparing to refill the coolant for an armored knight. Wait, a funnel. That conical, hollow metal creation made Morin freeze. In his mind, like a certain elementary school detective, a lightning bolt seemed to cut through the darkness. A term that changed the history of armored warfare in the world before he transmigrated suddenly leaped out from the depths of his memory. Lieutenant Colonel. Morin suddenly grabbed Ludwig's arm, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light, startling the latter. Please tell me, how thick would the main armor of the Order of the Garter be if converted into ordinary steel plates? Ludwig was startled by Morin's sudden action. He looked at Morin, who was excited to the point of near frenzy, and subconsciously replied. Their main armor plates have magic crystal powder added during the smelting process, and then undergo enchantment treatment. Although they don't look thick, their actual equivalent defensive thickness can reach about 60 to 70 millimeters of steel armor. Hearing this number, Morin not only wasn't nervous, but instead let out a long sigh of relief. On his face, a smile appeared that Ludwig couldn't understand at all, even finding it somewhat eerie. Enough, 0 to 70 millimeters, that's enough. Enough for what? Ludwig was completely baffled. Morin, what exactly are you talking about? Morin looked up at the confused noble lieutenant colonel and said word by word. Lieutenant Colonel, I think I might have a way to deal with them. If you are willing to help me, I can show you the results in at most 2 hours. What did you say? Ludwig frowned, suspecting there was something wrong with his ears. You have a way? To deal with the Order of the Garter's armored knights. He looked at Morin, his eyes filled with suspicion. Had this kid gone crazy from fighting? A second lieutenant of the infantry, having just proposed a set of urban combat theories, was already astonishing enough. Now he was actually saying he had a way to deal with the most top-tier armored knights in this world? Morin, I admit you are very talented, but this is not the time for jokes. Ludwig's tone became serious, and the expression on his face also became very stern. Do you know what you're saying? That's the Order of the Garter. It's the pride of the Britannians. War machines crafted with the painstaking efforts of countless Magi-Tech engineers and magicians. I know. Morin's expression, however, was unusually calm, and his confidence was not feigned. Lieutenant Colonel, I'm not joking, but I need your help. I need materials, and I also need some professional personnel. Ludwig fell silent. He stared into Morin's eyes, trying to find any trace of madness or boasting. But all he saw was calmness and determination. This young man had commanded troops to repel a high-ranking mage on the battlefield. In the meeting room, he had conceived urban combat theories capable of changing the mode of warfare. He had repeatedly shattered Ludwig's perceptions. What else was stored in his mind? Ludwig's heart was in a fierce struggle. Logically speaking, Morin's words sounded like a fantasy. But emotionally, everything that had happened before made him unable to resist wanting to believe. The situation was already as bad as it could get. The enemy's counterattack was imminent, and they were helpless against the enemy's ace units. Perhaps, try his method, treat a dead horse as if it were alive? And even if this gamble failed, the situation wouldn't be worse than it was now. Alright. Ludwig gritted his teeth and made a decision. I'm gambling. Tell me, what do you need? I'll get you anything I can. Excellent. Morin's spirits lifted. First, I need shells, well, at least 10 105mm high explosive shells, intact ones. Also, I need a large amount of copper, the more the better. Discarded shell casings are the best source. No problem. Ludwig immediately agreed. The artillery has already moved to the south of the city. I'll personally lead people there. It shouldn't be difficult to borrow some things in the name of the Teutonic Order. I also need a few experienced artillerymen, preferably veterans who understand ammunition structure. That's also easy. I'll borrow them from the artillery battalion for you. Ludwig was very decisive in his actions. Finally, and most crucially, I need professional technical personnel. Technical personnel. I need someone who understands chemistry, and also a few skilled craftsmen, preferably those who can cast. This. Ludwig found it difficult. Our Order of the Garter are all Magi-Tech engineers, night attendants, and drivers. We don't have such technical personnel. Morin smiled, leave this to me. Less than 10 minutes later, Ludwig demonstrated his power as an imperial noble and a Teutonic knight. He personally drove a Night Order military truck, accompanied by several attendants, and directly rushed into the artillery camp. Facing the artillery officer's doubts, he simply revealed his identity as a Teutonic knight. Then, in an unquestionable tone, he announced that this was for a top-secret weapon test concerning the outcome of the war, acting on General Paul's secret orders. The artillery officers were stunned by him. Although full of suspicion, no one dared to actually stop a lieutenant colonel of the Teutonic Order. In the end, Ludwig returned with a full load. The truck was not only loaded with more than a dozen brand new 105mm high explosive shells and 2 large boxes of yellowish old shell casings, but also borrowed 3 bewildered veteran artillerymen. Chapter 46 The International Brigade is full of talents. Meanwhile, Morin found the temporary camp of the International Brigade. He expertly located the bearded commander, Andrei, the same commander of the 2nd Regiment, 1st Battalion of the East Europa Brigade, who had engaged in close quarters combat with them earlier. Andrei, just as Ludwig had guessed, was currently making Molotov cocktails with several other workers. Andrei, my friend, are you making Molotov cocktails? Morin asked as he approached him. That's right, Morin. But we've collected too little soap and rubber tires, which means we won't have enough thickener. The effectiveness of the Molotov cocktails will be greatly reduced. Andrei put down his work, sighed, and then looked at Morin curiously. Second Lieutenant Morin, is there something you need me for at this time? Well, I do need your help with something. Morin said directly, not hiding anything. Tell me, Second Lieutenant Morin, anything I can do. Andrei was a straightforward Slav, very much a Russian in every respect. After fighting alongside Morin and personally witnessing him handle military discipline issues, he had developed a considerable liking for this young second lieutenant who didn't quite fit the mold of a traditional Saxon soldier. I need a few people. Morin stated his request bluntly. Do you have anyone in your team who used to be a chemistry professor? Or a blacksmith, or a foundry worker, the more skilled the better. Chemistry professor? Craftsman. Andrei scratched his thick beard, his expression a bit odd. My friend, we are a volunteer army, not a university or a factory. But now that you mention it, I think I actually have a few candidates. He turned and called out a few names, and soon, several people were brought before Morin. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking refined, but with a weary and melancholic expression. The bearded man introduced him as a chemistry professor from a university in Cilicia, who had been wanted for anti-war statements and had fled all the way here. Behind him were several burly men with calloused hands, reportedly experienced workers familiar with smelting and casting. Morin took a deep breath, looking at this makeshift professional team. Success or failure, it all hinged on this. Andrei looked at this strange group, his curiosity piqued. So, Second Lieutenant Morin, what exactly are you planning to do? I want to make a can opener for the Britannians' white tin cans. Morin led this group back to the Teutonic Order camp, where Ludwig had already arranged for the items borrowed from the artillery camp to be laid out. He found a table and quickly drew an object with a strange structure on a piece of paper, then looked at everyone. Gentlemen, I need your help to use these things. Morin pointed to the shells and casings on the ground, to create this object in the drawing. The professor adjusted his glasses, picked up the drawing, and examined it carefully, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper, while the workers gathered around the shells, their eyes full of curiosity. Ludwig stood by, watching it all like an outsider. He watched Morin give orders methodically, watched him gather disparate people like Saxon artillerymen, the International Brigade's professor and workers, and the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. How could this famous Dresden playboy have so many strange and wonderful things in his head? He watched Morin arrange the shells, casings, and strange drawings on the table, and suddenly felt that Morin, at this moment, looked less like a Saxon officer and more like an alchemist. All right, gentlemen. Morin clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Time is short, let's get to work. Next, an unprecedented alchemy began in this temporary workshop. Morin became the overall director, the chemistry professor from Xylocia became the technical consultant, and the workers from other places became the core implementers. The first and most dangerous step was to dismantle intact 105mm shells. The shells of the LEFH98/09 Type 105mm howitzer were separate loading, and Morin needed the picric acid or yellow explosive inside the projectile that caused damage. This task was assigned to a few veterans sent by the artillery battalion. They carefully used tools to unscrew the KLAZ-23 fuse of the 105mm high explosive shell, then rotated it counterclockwise, circle by circle, to remove it. Fine beads of sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads, as they rarely dismantled shells in their daily work, and even if they did, it would be in a professional and safe environment behind the lines. Not like now, just in a makeshift shed in the combat zone. Slower, even slower. One veteran murmured, as if gently caressing his wife's cheek. Ludwig stood at a distance, watching this scene, and suddenly regretted following Morin to watch the show. He felt he would rather drive an armored knight into a charge, facing 10 armored knights of the Order of the Garter, than stay in a place where they could be blown sky high at any moment. Morin, however, appeared much calmer. He watched the artillerymen operate with great interest, taking the opportunity to learn how they separated the warhead from the shell body. When the first shell was successfully dismantled and the yellow block of explosive was completely removed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. While the artillerymen were dismantling the shells, the chemistry professor and the workers on the other side heated a large crucible belonging to the Teutonic Order. Their task was to melt the brass casings and then cast hollow metal cones according to the design on Morin's drawing. Bellows. More air. A master worker shouted, his dark skin glowing red from the furnace fire. Blazing flames rose, and the carefully cleaned and cut casings slowly melted under high temperature, turning into a golden liquid. At the same time, another worker was making conical molds from clay. His hands flew over the clay, and soon, one precise conical mold after another took shape. The chemistry professor watched the workers' operations from the side, and at the same time said to Morin. Second Lieutenant, to my knowledge, most countries' shell casings are currently made of copper zinc alloy, and the boiling point of zinc is lower than the melting point of copper. If we melt the copper directly like this, we will lose this zinc in the process. Isn't that just right? Morin looked at the chemistry professor's somewhat surprised expression and said with a smile, I actually just want a pure copper hollow cone. If there are other impurities in it, it will have an adverse effect. Is that so? Then I understand. The chemistry professor nodded, and after confirming these details, he calculated the explosive equivalent and the optimal angle of the cone based on Morin's description. Initially, he was full of doubt about Morin's theory. Hollow? Using a void to focus the energy of an explosion. The professor adjusted his glasses, shaking his head repeatedly, Second Lieutenant, this completely violates traditional blasting theory. Energy should diffuse, how can it be focused? Morin patiently explained, Professor, you can imagine it as light, we can use a concave mirror to focus sunlight onto a single point. The energy shockwave of an explosion diffuses along the normal, and to some extent, it's the same principle. Based on previous probing, Morin had already discovered that the Monroe effect seemed to be undiscovered in this world, so he could only describe it with the simplest analogy. The professor was half skeptical, but he still picked up a pen and paper and began to calculate frantically. He was drawn to this new theory, academic curiosity overrode his preconceived notions, and in that moment, he felt as if he was back in a university classroom. This temporary makeshift workshop on the edge of the Teutonic Order encampment quickly began to operate efficiently once everyone understood that this contraption was related to their lives and livelihoods. The artillerymen were responsible for dismantling, the workers for smelting and casting, the professor for calculations and theoretical support, and Morin was the brain connecting all the links. Initially, there were still some barriers between these people from different countries and different classes. The Saxon soldiers disapproved of the International Brigade workers' casualness, and the workers also maintained vigilance towards these imperial soldiers. But as the work progressed, under a common goal and Morin's effective organization, these barriers gradually melted away. They began to cooperate, understanding each other with just a glance or a gesture. Ludwig watched all of this silently from the side. He saw that around this young second lieutenant, there seemed to be a peculiar cohesive force. He could make these people, with completely different identities, backgrounds, and ideologies, unite closely for a common goal. This astonished Ludwig even more than the can opener he was about to create. Chapter 47 Internationalist Fighter. During the interval while the first batch of castings cooled, the intense work finally had a brief pause. The temporary workshop was filled with the smell of metal and sweat, everyone was exhausted and found a place to sit and rest. Morin took a water bottle and several pieces of black bread from his orderly, Hans, and distributed them to the chemistry professor and several workers. Have something to eat, gentlemen, there's still a lot to do later. The workers didn't stand on ceremony, taking the food and biting into it heartily. The professor, in contrast, thanked him politely and took small sips of water. The big bearded commander of the International Brigade also came over, sat down next to Morin, and pulled a dented metal flask from his in my arms. Want a swig? It's strong liquor from our hometown, it'll clear your head. Morin smiled and waved his hand, thanks, but no, I never drink before a battle. You truly are a disciplined Saxon. The big bearded commander took a large gulp himself, exhaling a strong scent of alcohol. Morin looked at the busy International Brigade volunteers not far away and couldn't help but ask a question he had held for a long time. André, I've always wanted to ask you, why did you come here? Traveling thousands of miles to Aragon to fight a war that has nothing to do with your own country. Andre exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. For an ideal, Second Lieutenant Morin, for a world without oppression, where all technology can serve everyone. He turned to Morin, his tone revealing a sense of indignation at injustice. Look at those Britonians, they use their monopoly on magic technology to lord it over the entire world, treating other countries as their raw material sources and dumping grounds for goods. They enjoy the benefits of technological progress but are unwilling to let others share in it. If they gain control of the King of Aragon, the consequences would be unimaginable. We are here to break this monopoly. We believe that technology and knowledge should be the wealth of all humanity. Only by allowing every country to develop and improve the quality of life for ordinary people will this world become better. Hearing Andre's words, Morin fell silent. He hadn't expected that, although the International Brigade in this world differed somewhat from the International Brigade he knew in its starting point. But in its ultimate ideal, it was also so grand. Soon, Morin asked another question that had always puzzled him. But, as internationalist fighters like yourselves, why would you choose to ally with an autocratic empire like Saxon? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Morin's words, Andre suddenly burst into laughter, though his smile was full of helplessness. Because throughout the world, only your Saxon Empire's emperor and generals are willing and dare to challenge Britannia's hegemony. Only you are willing to provide us with weapons, supplies, and logistical support. Morin, so, this is essentially a transaction. Precisely, Second Lieutenant Morin. Every one of us understands clearly that this is a transaction. The big-bearded Andre's eyes sharpened, and he continued to speak. Your Saxon Empire wants to pull us in to weaken your old rival, the Britonian Empire, and expand your influence on the continent. And we need an opportunity, and a battlefield where we can put our ideals into practice. Our enemy is common, that is the old order established by the Britonians, based on the monopoly of magic technology. We must break it, so that the fruits of technological progress are shared by the whole world, and so that ordinary people in every country can live better lives. His words were filled with passion and power, infecting the International Brigade soldiers who were resting nearby. Everyone nodded, their eyes gleaming with idealism, and one young man even said excitedly, "We want to build a new world without oppression or exploitation." Morin looked at these idealistic fighters and couldn't help but ask the next question. I understand your ideals. Morin organized his words, trying to make his question sound less offensive. But, even if you help Prince Alfonso win this war, the Kingdom of Aragon will ultimately still be a kingdom, a monarchical state. This seems somewhat at odds with the new world you pursue. Andre heard this, laughed again, and then patted Morin's shoulder. My friend, revolution is not a feast achieved overnight, but a long and arduous expedition. We never expected to get fat in one bite. He took a swig of liquor and continued. Prince Alfonso is a recognized enlightened monarch. He promises to implement reforms, improve people's livelihoods, and most importantly, he is willing to embrace new ideas and new technologies. Under his rule, the people of Aragon will at least live 100 times better than they do now. They will be fed, have jobs, and enjoy the conveniences brought by technological progress. That is enough, at least at this stage, it is enough. Revolution is a tall ladder, not an easy leap. A voice came from the side. It was the chemistry professor from Cilicia, who adjusted his glasses and calmly added. We must climb step by step, first overthrowing the most reactionary and oppressive rule, establishing a relatively enlightened order, and then, little by little, moving towards the ultimate ideal. Morin fell silent. He found himself unable to refute this pragmatic theory of staged revolution for a moment. He could feel the sincerity and idealism of these people. But to him, a transmigrator, behind these beautiful visions lay a huge historical paradox. The spread of new technologies would indeed bring about the development of productivity, but it would also quickly lead to market saturation, and the almost inevitable inflation and economic crisis that would follow. In this world setting, similar to the early 20th century before his transmigration, what would happen after a global economic crisis was obvious. At that time, what would rise would likely not be more beautiful ideals, but more extreme nationalism and fascism. These International Brigade fighters were currently using their blood and lives to ignite the spark of technological revolution for this world. But they might not realize that this spark could also ignite an unprecedented powder keg. Thinking of this, Morin felt a strange heaviness. He decided not to continue this heavy topic and instead asked another question he had always been curious about. Professor, Andre, you just mentioned that you come from the West Russian Provisional National Government. Honestly, this is the first time I've heard that name. The big-bearded commander shrugged. It's not strange, our government is currently just a makeshift setup. You can't even find it on a map. It's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of it, Second Lieutenant Morin. I really haven't heard of it. In my understanding, your region should seemingly be. Morin was about to say Tsarist Russia, but he paused, unsure if it was called that in this world. Second Lieutenant Morin, you mean the Great Russian Empire, don't you? At the mention of this name, both the big-bearded man and the professor showed a complex expression on their faces, a mix of disgust and emotion. And in Morin's ears, the long-absent notification sound rang out. Current information collection progress. 20%. New entries in information have been unlocked. Chapter 48 Heat. The Great Russian Empire. That decaying, reactionary cage collapsed a year ago. Andre's tone carried a rare hint of schadenfreude. Most of those vampires from the Romanov family were sent to the gallows by the enraged workers, receiving their just deserts. Morin's heart skipped a beat. The tsardom of this world had actually collapsed a year ago, and it sounded like the Romanov family's fate wasn't much better than in his previous life. Then what about Russia now? Russia now? The chemistry professor sighed, then took over the conversation. Russia now is nothing but a hell engulfed in war. After the Romanov family fell, the entire country shattered, splitting into numerous, I don't even know how many different factions, all fighting each other relentlessly. There are those like us, who hope to establish a communist country, there are also royalists who want to restore the Tsar's rule, there are various ethnic groups striving for independence and carving out their own territories, and, of course, some areas are controlled by lawless warlords. Then, currently, who is the strongest force? Andrei, it's the all-Russian supreme autocratic principality established by former Imperial Navy Admiral Kolchak and those royalist nobles. They received support from the Brytonians, possess excellent weaponry, and have abundant troops, making them our strongest enemy. Damn, it's the White Army. During Andrei's subsequent description, Morin kept receiving notifications that more information had been collected, and he himself had a rough understanding of Russia's current situation. Simply put, it had also entered a all-Russian battle royale that was more than a decade ahead of schedule. Currently, the two warlord factions established by former Navy Admiral Kolchak and former Army General Denikin were the most powerful. And these two forces, supported by the Brytonians, had been trying to eliminate other factions separating them to achieve a rendezvous. At this point in the conversation, Morin thought of an unavoidable person. Then, Andrei, have you ever heard of a famous proletarian revolutionary in Russia? Revolutionaries? We have too many revolutionaries there, one pops up here today, another pops up there tomorrow. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov? Does that name ring a bell? No. What about Lenin? Neither, why do you ask? Andrei looked at Morin with some confusion, he didn't understand why this second lieutenant from the Saxon Empire was suddenly so interested in matters concerning Russia. Because you just said you wanted to establish a communist country, didn't you? I just wanted to understand what kind of person your leader is. Oh, you want to ask about that? Hey, you Saxons are quite invested in this. Andrei suddenly understood, he paused, seemingly pondering something, then continued. The original leadership group, due to Kolchak's duplicity and the intervention of the royalists, mostly sacrificed themselves in the revolution to overthrow the Romanov dynasty. The current leader is a person named, Kerensky. However, this person clearly isn't very good at governing the country, so our economy, production, and so on are all in a mess right now. The conversation with Andrei once again increased the system's information collection to 23%. It also made Morin increasingly curious about what would happen when the collection reached 100%. Would he become omniscient and omnipotent directly? At the same time, the system map was also greatly updated. After zooming in, it could be seen that many areas in Russia had emerged from the shroud of the war fog, allowing Morin to see many factions of various sizes. And the world's structure and revolutionary ecology were far more complex than Morin had anticipated. The man who was called the mentor in his world before transmigration seemed to have exited the stage early. Although the Romanov dynasty had ended, that Red country had not been established. The only faction remotely related still had Kerensky as its leader. The entire Russia, under external interference, had been thrown into chaos, and from the current situation, it seemed unlikely that any single party could quickly end this tumultuous war. Therefore, Andrei and others chose to find another way. If, with the help of the Saxons, the Brytonians could be bogged down or even severely damaged elsewhere, they would have less energy and resources to spare for Russia. This also meant that the Kingdom of Aragon was just one stop on their long journey. This world is too dark, isn't it? Is this some kind of DC universe? Morin thought to himself, while trying to look at the familiar east on the map. However, besides the completely obscured war fog, an additional line of small text appeared. This area can be explored later. Oh my god! Just as Morin was still processing this information, a worker's master suddenly shouted excitedly. It's done. The hollow cone has been cast. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Morin and Andrei immediately stopped talking and quickly walked over. A copper hollow cone, now cooled, lay before them. Its surface wasn't perfectly smooth, but the cone's angle was perfect, and all its data matched the calculations of Morin and the chemistry professor. On the other side, the artillerymen had already separated all the yellow explosives from a dozen shells, neatly stacking them in wooden boxes. And a worker who had once moonlighted as a watchmaker also brought a small, intricately structured metal device composed of springs, firing pins, and other components, indicating that he too had completed his work. All the parts were ready. Begin final assembly. Morin gave the last command. The next steps required even more skill and courage. Under Morin's guidance, the veteran artillerymen first installed the intricately structured manual trigger fuse deep inside the 105mm shell casing. Then, they began by adding a layer of fabric to the hollow casing to insulate the metal, followed by refilling it with explosives. But this time, they didn't fill the explosive completely, instead leaving a precisely calculated cavity at the front of the warhead. Finally, the most crucial step. They carefully installed the completely cooled copper cone into the cavity at the front of the casing, with the tip of the cone facing inward, directly opposite the explosive at the bottom of the casing. When the last component was secured, a strangely shaped, somewhat unconventional shell was born. It had the thick body of a 105mm shell, but its warhead was an inwardly concave funnel. The rear end had a mechanically triggered fuse, with an extended structure fixed to several lances whose tips had been cut off and bundled together. Morin checked the time. from start to finish, it took 1 hour and 30 minutes. This was consistent with his impression of the efficiency of German combat engineers in another world, who used similar methods to repair artillery on the battlefield. Ludwig stepped forward, curiously examining the freshly made weapon. No matter how he looked at it, this thing seemed unreliable. Morin, is this what you called, the kin opener? Exactly. Morin nodded. To be precise, it's a shaped charge armor-piercing round. Shaped charge armor-piercing round. So, is this thing to be shoved into a cannon barrel and aimed and fired like other ammunition? Ludwig asked his question while curiously and warily circling the device. Morin, no, you armored knights have to carry this and rush to close range to detonate it. Otherwise, why do you think I added a pole to the back? Wait, Ludwig paused, didn't you just say this was some kind of round? Why do we still have to manually detonate it? Because currently, I haven't found any other reliable delivery method. Morin shrugged, then suddenly, as if realizing something, looked at Ludwig with a shocked expression. My goodness, Lord Teutonic Knight, you wouldn't be thinking of having infantry use this with their flesh and blood, would you? Ah? I'm not. I didn't. Lord, with the explosive charge of this thing, the mere recoil from the explosion would half kill them. That would be a suicidal attack, and I'm not as heartless as you. Alright, we armored knights will use it. Now tell me how to use it, and let's do a test. Ludwig finally surrendered, then nimbly ran to the other side, climbed into his mount, and intended to conduct the test himself. Before getting into the cockpit, he waved his hand, instructing several knight attendants to bring a thick main chest armor plate, salvaged from the wreckage of a destroyed Order of the Garter armored knight. This armor plate was leaning diagonally against a broken wall, still bearing intricate emblems and marks from battle. Morin leaned in for a look. From the cross-section, it wasn't 60 to 70 millimeters thick, at most, it was about 35 to 40 millimeters. This meant that through special craftsmanship and demon-subduing magic, this armor plate could achieve a nearly 50% increase in defense. This damn magic, it really has something. As Morin marveled, Ludwig's Siegfried Type 1 armored knight also stepped forward. Then he carefully picked up this weapon, which Morin called a close combat shaped charge armor-piercing round. Just disengage the safety, then activate it against the target. Ludwig's voice, emanating from somewhere within the armored knight, sounded somewhat reverberated. Morin, exactly. To ensure penetration, I recommend keeping the distance between the warhead and the target at about 20 centimeters. Understood. Everyone, stand back. Ludwig said loudly. After everyone had retreated to a safe position, he aimed the warhead of the shaped charge armor-piercing round at the target as if raising a spear. This thing, can it really work? Ludwig was filled with doubt. This thing looked like the product of drunken third-rate artisans in a rural workshop, full of wildness and uncertainty. But he still chose to trust Morin, and then unhesitatingly activated the armor-piercing round. Chapter 49, Magic for Everyone. Boom. A dazzling flash of fire erupted from the front of the strange shell, instantly illuminating the entire courtyard. A powerful force spread out, making the sand fall from the sandbag wall with a rustling sound. Everyone instinctively pulled their heads back. After a brief roar, the courtyard fell into a dead silence, with only the idling engine of Ludwig's armored knight remaining, and a pungent smell permeated the air. A few seconds later, people cautiously peeked out from behind their cover again. Through the smoke, they saw the huge white armor plate still standing there, completely intact. Failed? This thought simultaneously appeared in the minds of most people. I knew it, an artillery officer shook his head in disappointment, wishful thinking. Even Andrei from the International Brigade, the chemistry professor, and the workers showed a hint of regret on their faces. Only Morin, his face showed no disappointment, but rather a confident smile. Because a familiar prompt sounded in his ear. Technology item unlocked, please check in time. When Morin opened the golden finger interface according to the prompt, he found that in the left-hand tab, an option that once had a question mark had now become technology. However, clicking on it currently only showed a major category, military technology, and under this category, there was only one technology, hollow charge anti-tank shell. A small line of text was also written below it, can be improved. Lieutenant Colonel, please go and take a closer look. Morin's voice finally broke the silence. Ludwig, in the cockpit, also thought it had failed. He was about to throw away the useless iron lump in his hand, but hearing Morin's words, although puzzled, he still opened the cockpit and jumped out. However, as the smoke gradually dispersed, allowing him to see the full extent of the armor plate, he was completely stunned. In the very center of the seemingly intact armor plate, a small, inconspicuous hole had appeared. The hole was only the size of an imperial copper penny, its edges incredibly smooth, and the surrounding metal showed a state of having been melted by high temperature and then solidified, still glowing faintly red. This is... Ludwig felt his mind go blank. He couldn't help but slowly squat down, gently touching the edge of the hole with his gloved finger. A scorching temperature clearly transmitted through the glove to his fingertips. Morin, Lieutenant Colonel, be careful, it's hot. Ludwig at this point no longer paid attention to Morin's words, because he saw the other side of the hole. A beam of light penetrated straight through that small hole. Holy crap, it really penetrated. Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig, always elegant in his demeanor and considered a paragon of nobility by many, couldn't help but curse at this moment. The main armor plate of an Order of the Garter main armored knight, was it just cleanly penetrated from the front by a strange, handmade object like this? How could this be? Ludwig suddenly turned his head, staring fixedly at Morin not far away with an expression as if he was looking at a monster. His lips trembled, he wanted to say something, but found his throat was as if blocked by something, unable to utter a single word. Everyone present at this moment also clearly saw the wound on the armor plate. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief, a variety of complex emotions appeared on everyone's faces. Immediately after, they erupted in deafening cheers. We succeeded! We succeeded! Oh my god! It really pierced through! The workers and the old artilleryman embraced each other in excitement, crying and laughing. The chemistry professor from Xilicia, adjusting his glasses, murmured, incredible, indeed, there is no end to learning, no end to learning. Amidst the noise and ecstasy, Ludwig finally found his voice. He strode over to Morin, grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and shook him vigorously. By the Emperor's name! Morin! What kind of magic is this? Are you bastard, an archmage in disguise? As a nobleman of high birth who had received the most orthodox knightly education, Ludwig's world was composed of clear rules. On one side was the steel and courage of mortals, and on the other was the mysterious magic controlled by mages, which required talent and inheritance. Between the two, there was an insurmountable chasm. But today, Morin and his hastily assembled team, using a pile of scrap metal, created a weapon capable of threatening the most advanced magical constructs. This completely shattered his understanding. Morin did not answer the question, his gaze passed over Ludwig's shoulder to look at the cheering common people from different countries and social strata, the artillerymen from Saxon, the workers of the International Brigade, the intellectuals from Xilicia. Their faces were filled with the same pure joy and hope. They came from different places, had different identities, and held different beliefs. But at this moment, they were indistinguishable, their faces all beaming with the same emotion, hope. Morin suddenly smiled. It was a genuine, incredibly relaxed smile. He met Ludwig's bright eyes and slowly shook his head. No, Lieutenant Colonel. This is not magic. Morin's voice was not loud, but it clearly cut through all the noise on the scene. He pulled away from Ludwig's hands, turned, and gestured towards the diverse group of people marveling at the armor plate. This is not magic, Morin repeated. This is his knowledge. He pointed to the spectacled chemistry professor. It is his skill. He then pointed to the workers with calloused hands. It is their meticulousness and experience. He pointed again to the relieved old artillerymen. Finally, his gaze returned to Ludwig's face, with a brilliant smile he had never shown before. And it is also you, Lieutenant Colonel, it is your courage to take risks. This is science, Lieutenant Colonel, it is a power that does not rely on mysterious bloodlines, nor does it require the grace of gods, it is a power that any ordinary person can master, as long as they are willing to learn and practice. He paused, allowing everyone present time to digest the revolutionary implications of his words. He looked at those people, the ragged workers, the oil-stained soldiers, the scholarly intellectuals, a brilliance called epiphany was emerging on their faces. But in a way, I suppose it is indeed a kind of magic, but it is a magic that belongs to each and every one of us. These words were like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up immense waves in everyone's hearts. Ludwig slowly released his hands, his gaze at Morin had completely changed. From initial curiosity, to later admiration, to the shock just now, finally, it settled into a complex emotion mixed with admiration, and even a hint of imperceptible fear. He fully understood the meaning behind Morin's words. This thing was not just a weapon. It would change war, change everything in this world. Ha 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 ha. Well said. A hearty and resonant laugh broke the solemn moment. André of the International Brigade strode over, and his large, fan-like hand slapped Morin hard on the back, making him stumble. What a magic that belongs to everyone. Well said, Comrade Morin. I like that phrase. His laughter ignited the atmosphere. The oppressive silence was completely shattered, replaced by cheers and shouts like a mountain tsunami. The soldiers, the workers, they lifted Morin high into the air, tossing him up. The feeling of despair was swept away, and the flame of hope rekindled in everyone's eyes, burning hotter than ever before. Quick! Mass produce! How many shells do we still have? Dismantle all of them for me. Molds. Make more molds. Everyone get moving. This makeshift workshop once again became a frantically operating factory, and a simple but efficient assembly line was quickly organized. With successful experience, their speed became faster and faster. However, the kingdom's army and the Britannia people did not leave them much time. Just as everyone was enthusiastically engaged in production, warning whistles sounded from all over the city. And this also meant that the enemy had made new moves. Chapter 50 Street Fighting begins. Hearing the whistle, Morin took a deep breath, cast one last glance at the workers and artillerymen who were still toiling away, and shouted to André and Ludwig, I'm leaving this to you. Try to build as much equipment as possible for the remaining armored knights. Ludwig nodded heavily, then patted his chest, don't worry, we'll make those bright neon tin cans taste our might. Morin no longer delayed, turning and sprinting towards his third platoon's defensive zone. Along the way, he was surprised to find that in less than 2 hours since he left, most of Seville's urban area had changed. The potential unleashed by people in desperate situations is astonishing. While he and Ludwig were conducting their can-opener experiments, the Saxon soldiers, International Brigade fighters, and Aragon National Army, organized by their respective officers, had already put Morin's urban warfare theories into practice. Many previously wide streets were now piled high with various debris, overturned carriages, broken furniture, door panels, and stones torn from buildings, forming uneven street barricades. Some main thoroughfares, which were once accessible from all directions, were now strung with dense barbed wire, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Large numbers of citizens, with their families, were evacuating to the relatively safer southern part of the city and the suburbs, guided by the more people-friendly soldiers of the International Brigade and the National Army. A few elderly people who were unwilling to leave their homeland, persuaded by their neighbors, hid in their cellars, blocking the entrances with thick wooden planks. Although due to the rush of time, many details Morin emphasized, such as internal connections within buildings and the camouflage of firing points, had not yet been fully implemented. But the civil of now already possessed the rudimentary form of an urban warfare grinder. Morin's mind settled slightly. This set of tactics would be deadly enough for soldiers who had not yet experienced the brutal baptism of urban warfare, especially for the attacking side. However, he still felt somewhat uncertain. Although supported by urban warfare theory, the soldiers had not undergone specific training and it was their first time engaging in urban warfare. So, Morin didn't know how the battle would ultimately turn out. He glanced at the several lines of prompts he had fixed on the system map. Saxon Empire Air Force, Zeppelin-class armored airship, L30. Status, approaching destination. Estimated arrival time, 3 hours 48 minutes. Only less than 4 hours left, they should be able to hold on, right? When Morin breathlessly ran back to the 3rd Platoon's temporary station, Platoon Sergeant Klaus immediately came to greet him. Platoon leader, you're back. Kraus's voice was still as steady as ever. The platoon sergeant had arranged the 3rd Platoon's defensive zone in an orderly manner during Morin's absence. Battalion headquarters just issued an order. Several platoons from the 1st and 2nd companies that suffered heavy losses have been disbanded and reassigned to our platoons, which are still relatively intact. Morin's spirits lifted upon hearing this. This was good news, as the 3rd Platoon's losses were not small after the previous battle. How many men did we get? Kraus, quite a few. Not only have our missing positions been filled, but we also have 2 extra infantry squads. The Regimental Heavy Machine Gun Company also assigned an MG-08 heavy machine gun team to us. Morin was overjoyed to hear this. It was like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. He immediately unfolded the map, pointed to the 3rd Platoon's designated defensive zone, and began issuing orders. Perhaps Major Thomas and the brigade headquarters high command particularly valued Morin and his platoon's combat effectiveness, as they were assigned to one of the few relatively wide streets in northern Seville. This street was called Sun Avenue, and it was the most likely main attack direction the enemy would choose after entering the city. Currently, this avenue had numerous sections of barbed wire laid out, and 3 main barricades made of sandbags and bricks were constructed at the end of the street. All small alleys leading to both sides were also tightly blocked with various debris, leaving only a few narrow passages for friendly personnel to pass through. This way, the enemy's attack direction became very singular. They could only advance head-on along this street. Kraus, you and a few other NCOs will each take 1 or 2 squads and wait in the standby area. Once the enemy infantry advances, enter the 2nd and 3rd floors of the buildings I've marked to create crossfire along this street. Remember, block all the doors and windows on the 1st floor, and enter from the back. Yes, platoon leader. Have the 2 newly assigned squads serve as reserves and wait for orders in the standby area. Pay attention to concealment and do not expose yourselves easily. After a while, more good news came. A 77mm field gun and a 105mm howitzer were also assigned to this defensive zone. Morin immediately hid them behind the MG-08 heavy machine gun positions, with the ready-to-fire shells being shrapnel and high-explosive rounds, respectively. After deploying the main forces, Morin kept a 10-man team by his side, including 2 orderlies/runners. In this era without individual radios, they would relay his orders to every corner in this battle, which was destined to be chaotic. After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened the system map. On the map, red unit markers representing the enemy had densely appeared on the outskirts of the city and were slowly encircling Seville. From the information displayed on those unit markers, the enemy had indeed received at least 2 regiments of troop reinforcements, and the Brightonian Northumberland Flintlock Regiment had also gained an entirely new battalion. Their observation posts deployed outside the city were continuously retreating, and the areas they illuminated were consequently shrinking. However, one unit's icon was particularly striking. That was the 52nd Cavalry Regiment, which had launched a crucial rear assault on the high ground earlier. Their unit information showed that this roving force currently had only 64% of its strength remaining. But the cavalry regiment did not retreat. Instead, like a pack of tireless wolves, it continued to prowl the periphery, attempting to find high-value targets such as the enemy's command post or artillery positions. Be careful, my friends. Morin silently prayed for them in his heart. A few minutes later, the outermost red unit markers on the map had reached the urban edge of Seville. Perhaps because the magic crystal cannon positions were severely damaged, the kingdom's army did not have any artillery preparation phase before this round of attack began. Not long after, the vanguard of the kingdom's army and the Brightonians cautiously stepped into the city that was about to be ravaged by war. Major John, a Brightonian officer responsible for forward observation, was filled with doubt. What's going on? Why is there no resistance? He asked the kingdom's army liaison officer beside him. In his opinion, since the Saxons chose to defend, they should have concentrated all their forces in the suburbs, relying on fortifications to engage them in a proper decisive battle. This would be consistent with the usual style of Saxon Empire soldiers, at least in previous conflicts in overseas colonies, it had always been so. But now, the suburbs were deserted, eerily quiet. Could it be, they've given up defending the city? The kingdom's army liaison officer was also somewhat uncertain, they just handed the city over to us. This idea sounded tempting, but it was too illogical. Major John frowned and waved his hand. Let the kingdom's army go in first, we'll follow behind, stay vigilant. The first batch of kingdom army soldiers, thus emboldened, walked into the streets of Seville. They walked slowly, cautiously, their rifles tensely aimed at every corner where someone might be hiding. However, after walking dozens of meters, there was nothing on the outer streets except for some scattered debris. Their courage gradually grew, and the officers also moved to both sides to maintain the somewhat loose formation. It was only when they arrived at the center of a main thoroughfare according to the map that they found the road ahead was completely blocked by various messy obstacles and barbed wire, with no place even to step. Damn it, what are these Saxons up to? A kingdom's army officer cursed and shouted, send a few men up there and cut those barbed wires. Several soldiers responded and ran towards the barbed wire, carrying huge cutting pliers. They had just run to the barbed wire and crouched down. Bang! A crisp gunshot broke the deadly silence. A soldier holding the cutting pliers had his head explode in a mist of blood, falling straight down. Immediately after, as if on cue. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! Da-da-da-da-da! All of Seville came alive. Chapter 51 Welcome to the Meat Grinder. Daniel was a farmer from the northern mountains of Aragon. He was unmarried, but he had a girl he liked. 3 months ago, he was snatched from his fields by the kingdom's army's conscription team, crammed into an ill-fitting military uniform, and given an old rifle with a barrel so worn the rifling was almost gone. He didn't want to fight, he only wanted to go home, farm his land, save money, and marry Maria from the neighboring village. But now, he was lying on the cold flagstones of Seville, next to the warm corpse of a comrade, with bullets constantly flying from all directions, hitting the ground and walls, kicking up plumes of dust and sparks. Just a few minutes ago, their officer had told them that the Saxon soldiers and rebels had fled. This was just an easy armed parade. But when the first gunshot rang out, everyone was stunned. Immediately after, gunshots erupted like popping beans from every window, every rooftop, and every unseen corner on both sides of the street. Daniel didn't even know where the bullets were coming from, he only saw the people around him falling one after another, letting out pain screams. He instinctively followed the crowd, flattening himself on the ground, burying his head low, his body trembling like a sieve. Cover! Find cover quickly! The officer yelled hoarsely. But where could they hide? There was no cover on the wide street, they were like live targets, exposed to countless muzzles. Get inside! Get into those houses quickly! The instinct for survival drove the soldiers, they scrambled towards the buildings on both sides of the street. Daniel also crawled up, he fixed his gaze on the nearest two-story building and rushed towards it with all his might. However, when he reached the doorway, he despairingly found that the first floor doors and windows of the building were all nailed shut from the inside with bricks and planks, making it impossible to enter. He slammed against the door, smashed the window with his rifle butt, but that damned door didn't budge. Behind him, the street had already turned into a slaughterhouse. The MG-08 heavy machine gun, ambushed at the end of the street, finally roared. That heavy machine gun, which Morin cherished as a treasure, now displayed its true power as a battlefield reaper. The machine gunner didn't even need to aim specifically, because the kingdom's army soldiers in black uniforms were all crowded on both sides of the street. He only needed to sweep across the densest part of the crowd, and the scorching bullets would easily tear through human bodies, raising large plumes of blood mist. The kingdom's army soldiers fell in swathes, like wheat being cut down. Daniel was terrified out of his wits, he gave up on forcing the door and turned to look for another entrance. Just then, he saw that the door of a building not far away was open. As if grasping a lifeline, Daniel rushed over recklessly. Many others had the same idea, a dozen or even more kingdom's army soldiers surged into that building like madmen. The cramped space was packed with people, everyone pushing and shoving, trying to hide deeper inside. No one noticed that the bottom of the chimney in this room had long been cleared out, and even the metal grate used for obstruction had been removed. Daniel was squeezed in the middle, almost suffocating. Just then, he heard a strange sound from above his head, as if something had fallen down the chimney. What's that? Someone looked up and asked. But no one could answer him, only a few soldiers closer to the chimney saw a black object roll out from the bottom of the chimney. The next second, a violent explosion occurred. A grenade, thrown down the chimney by a Saxon soldier ambushed on the rooftop, exploded in the crowded room. Then came the second, the third. The roar almost shattered Daniel's eardrums, and the scorching blast wave and flying shrapnel instantly engulfed the entire room. Daniel felt himself being thrown to the ground by a huge force, with countless people piled on top of him. He smelled the strong scent of gunpowder and burnt flesh, and his ears were filled with agonizing screams and groans. He didn't know if he was injured, he only knew he had to get out of there. Daniel desperately crawled out of the pile of bodies, finally escaping that living hell. He and other blood-soaked kingdom's army soldiers fled from that death-trap building, crying and screaming, exposing themselves to the street once again. Then, what greeted them were bullets from all directions, which had been waiting for a long time. The farmer from the northern mountains of Aragon had just run out the door when he felt a numbness in his thigh, and he fell to the ground. He looked down and saw a bloody hole in his trousers, with blood gushing out. Excruciating pain instantly swept through his entire body. He wanted to crawl, to leave this terrible place, but his body had already begun to disobey him. Daniel's vision began to blur, he saw the golden wheat fields of his hometown, and he saw Maria standing in the wheat field, smiling at him. Maria. He mumbled, then his head tilted, and he completely lost consciousness. Such scenes were simultaneously playing out on every street in Seville. The first wave of attacks by the kingdom's army and the Britannians failed to advance even 100 meters, crashing head-on into the large net constructed of crossfire, barricades, and indoor death traps. They left behind corpses scattered everywhere and wounded soldiers groaning in pain, retreating in disarray. In the temporary command post in the rear, General José Sanjurjo, commander of the kingdom's army's 24th Division, was listening with a grim face to the battle reports from the orderly returning from the front. What did you say? The first wave of attack was repelled. Yes, General. The orderly reporting kept his head down, not daring to meet his eyes. Our soldiers couldn't get through it all, and the casualties were extremely heavy. Useless. All of you are useless. Sanjurjo kicked over a nearby chair, and the atmosphere in the tent was extremely tense. He couldn't understand, despite having a numerical advantage and receiving reinforcements from the Britannians, how could the first wave of attack turn out like this? What magic did those Saxon soldiers use? Have they also started deploying military mages? He clutched his hair, like a wild beast in a frenzy. General, the enemy's tactics are very strange. They abandoned the streets and deployed all their forces in the buildings. Our soldiers were attacked from all directions as soon as they entered the city, making it impossible to organize an effective counterattack. In the buildings. Sanjurjo was momentarily stunned. Although he was not a brilliant general, he had spent half his life in the military in the Kingdom of Aragon and had fought quite a few battles, but he had never heard of such a fighting style. In his opinion, war should involve deploying troops on open ground, a coordinated effort of artillery, cavalry, and infantry, with the core objective of finding the enemy's main force and annihilating it in a field battle. A glorious Austerlitz-style victory was a truly civilized war that did not affect civilians. But what was it when the Saxon soldiers hid in houses? Could that even be called fighting? What about the Britannians? Wasn't their Northumberland Flintlock regiment following behind? What did they say? At this point, Sanjurjo also remembered his allies. The officer's face grew even uglier. The Britannians, they saw our troops suffer setbacks and directly retreated. They didn't even engage in combat. What? Sanjurjo felt his blood pressure surge instantly. He had long known that those arrogant Britannians looked down on the kingdom's army, treating them as cannon fodder, but he hadn't expected them to be so ruthless. A huge sense of humiliation and anger surged in his heart. Could it be that without the help of the Britannians, the kingdom's army couldn't accomplish anything? Deliver my order. Sanjurjo's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, pointing at Seville on the map. Launch another round of attack. All units, push forward. General, but... No buts. Sanjurjo roughly interrupted him. Order the surviving magic crystal cannon position to open fire. Bomb the city mercilessly. Flatten all those turtle shells for me. A staff officer quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. General, think again. Firing now will expose the location of our last magic crystal cannon position. The enemy's cavalry is still lurking outside. This is too dangerous. I can't worry about that anymore. Sanjurjo had lost his reason. He now only wanted to use the fiercest bombardment to wash away the recent humiliation. Execute the order. Immediately. Now. Seeing the general's frantic demeanor, everyone fell silent. They knew that the second round of attack would be even bloodier and more brutal than the first. But military orders were absolute. Soon, the dull roar of cannons sounded again, and this time, the target of the shells was inside the city of Seville. Chapter 52 The final ripple of the 52nd Cavalry Regiment. Boom. Rumble. Dull, massive explosions began to erupt one after another within Seville. The earth trembled, houses swayed, as if the end of the world had arrived. Under General Sanjurjo's desperate orders, the last surviving magic crystal cannon position began indiscriminate saturation fire towards the enemy's last known locations in the northern part of the city. Since precise strikes weren't needed, the mage apprentices didn't even participate in guiding. The cannoneers merely roughly set a direction and angle based on the map and coordinates, then fired shell after shell. This time, they were no longer using the fragmentation magic crystal shells primarily designed to kill personnel, but rather the more powerful enhanced magic crystal shells. The explosive power and shockwave of these shells far exceeded conventional shells. Most of Seville's buildings were common brick and tile structures, and under the bombardment of the enhanced magic crystal shells, they collapsed like paper, one after another, turning into ruins. If not for most civilians having already evacuated, this would certainly have caused immense casualties. Thick smoke and dust billowed into the sky, obscuring it. General Sanjurjo, observing the battle from the rear, watched the plumes of smoke rising within the city and a cruel satisfaction finally appeared on his face. Bomb. Bomb them fiercely, he muttered to himself, let's see where you cowards can hide now. He believed that under such devastating artillery fire, any solid defense would be destroyed, and any stubborn will would be crushed. At least from his experience in previous siege battles, using artillery to collapse city defenses was a very common practice. However, what he didn't know was that this seemingly massive bombardment caused negligible actual casualties to the city's defenders. In Morin's initial urban warfare recommendations, a crucial principle was clearly stated. Before enemy infantry approaches, the main force should try to stay in the city's deep areas or sturdy basements to avoid potential enemy artillery preparation. Only a few bold and meticulous soldiers would be sent to high vantage points, such as church bell towers, to act as observation posts. At this moment, on the highest church bell tower in Seville, 2 Saxon soldiers were nervously observing the movements outside the city through binoculars. Fierce explosions were constantly occurring in the surrounding urban area, making even the bell tower sway. Did you see them? The enemy's artillery positions, one soldier whispered. Saw them. In the 11 o'clock direction, behind that small grove, the other soldier replied, damn it, they're really well hidden. Their task was to observe the enemy's artillery attacks. Once the enemy's artillery ceased fire and the infantry began to advance, they were to immediately notify the troops to move into position. Just as the two were anxiously and nervously observing amidst the gunfire, the shelling from outside the city suddenly stopped. What's going on? It stopped. Look. The enemy is coming. Through their binoculars, they clearly saw the kingdom's army soldiers, a dense black mass, once again pouring out from their positions outside the city like a tide, launching a second wave of attack towards Seville. Quick! Notify the other units. All right. One soldier immediately slid down the bell tower ladder, simultaneously biting the whistle around his neck. Whoosh! A sharp whistle quickly sounded, followed by whistle after whistle, radiating from the church to other areas like a relay. Within the previously quiet Seville, the defenders who heard the whistles quickly moved through the secret passages already opened within the buildings, rapidly entering the second line of still relatively intact building positions. The kingdom's army soldiers cautiously stepped over the ruins devastated by artillery fire, and when they found themselves no longer under attack, they momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. It seems these Saxons and rebels have all been blown to bits by the cannons. An officer said, feigning relaxation, then pointed his saber forward, signaling the troops to advance deeper into the city. Meanwhile, on a high ground outside Seville, Colonel Braun, commander of the 52nd Cavalry Regiment, was observing Seville in the distance through binoculars. When he saw the densely packed enemy troops surrounding the city like ants, his gaze instantly sharpened. The enemy had launched another attack, and this time they even used magic crystal cannons. If their cavalry couldn't find a way to take out the remaining magic crystal cannon positions, the pressure on the defenders would become even greater. Colonel! Found them! An excited shout came from beside him, and the cavalry colonel lowered his binoculars, a smile appearing on his face. Good, the enemy's artillery positions had been exposed by the recent shelling. Orderly! Colonel Braun roared. Here. Report the coordinates to the Horse Artillery Battalion, and have them proceed to the preset position according to the coordinates. Deployment must be completed within 15 minutes. Order the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Battalions to prepare for a charge. Once the Horse Artillery Battalion finishes shelling, immediately charge with me. Yes, Colonel. The orderly spurred his horse with a squeeze of its flanks, and the order was quickly relayed. The Horse Artillery Battalion, attached to the Cavalry Regiment, was equipped with 12 77mm field guns. Although these cannons were not large in caliber, they excelled in mobility, with each cannon being pulled by 6 sturdy draft horses, allowing for rapid movement over rough terrain. The cannoneers were all experienced veterans. Upon arrival, they skillfully unhitched the draft horses and limbers, transitioned the cannons from towing to combat status, adjusted the muzzle angles, and loaded the shells. The entire process was smooth and seamless. In less than 15 minutes, the 12 77mm field guns had raised their muzzles, aimed at the magic crystal cannon position that had just been wreaking havoc. As the number 1 gun position quickly completed 2 rounds of calibration, the other 11 field gun crews also deftly adjusted their firing data. Fire! At the command of the Horse Artillery Battalion commander, continuous artillery fire erupted across the field. 12 field guns fired simultaneously, their shells tearing through the sky with a shriek, most of them landing within the magic crystal cannon position. Explosions rose and fell. The magic crystal cannon's extreme lack of mobility was exposed without a doubt at this moment. They had clearly been calibrated, but when the Saxon soldiers' volley of shells fell, those cumbersome magic crystal cannons had not yet completed their retraction and had no time to move. The cannoneers were blown off their feet, horses rearing, crying out in panic. The entire position instantly plunged into a sea of fire and chaos. Charge! Colonel Braun was the first to raise his cavalry lance, pointing it forward. For the Emperor and the Empire! Whoosh! A resounding charge bugle sounded. The first rank of cavalry from the 2 already prepared cavalry battalions leveled their lances, charging like a breaching flood towards the position engulfed in artillery fire, intent on utterly annihilating the enemy artillery that had caused them so much trouble. The forest of gleaming lances, in an instant, completely ended this troublesome enemy artillery force. The defenders of the magic crystal cannon position, after enduring artillery bombardment and then facing a wall-like cavalry charge, were utterly unable to mount any effective resistance. However, just as the cavalry were clearing out the stubbornly resisting enemies at this position, an unexpected change occurred. 3 figures emitting powerful magical fluctuations suddenly flew from the distant sky at an extremely fast speed. Leading them was the high-ranking mage Eldridge. When he saw the magic crystal cannon position, which was almost completely destroyed, his face turned terrifyingly grim. Colonel Braun, on his charging horse, also saw the 3 figures flying rapidly towards them. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. It's magicians. Be careful, he shouted a warning. But it was already too late. Eldridge merely gently raised his hand and uttered a few syllables. The next second, hundreds of cavalrymen at the very front, men and horses alike, suddenly floated uncontrollably into mid-air, as if seized by an invisible giant hand. They shrieked in terror, struggling, but to no avail. Colonel Braun's last conscious thought was seeing himself and his comrades slammed violently to the ground by that invisible giant hand. Flesh and blood splattered, bones shattered. The entire world plunged into darkness. Chapter 53, The Garter Knight's Darkest Day. Northern District of Seville. The kingdom's army's second offensive began with great momentum, but ended in silence. As General Sanjurjo eagerly awaited good news from the front lines, what he received was one bad news after another. Report, General. The 124th Battalion is stalled on Sun Avenue, suffering heavy casualties, and requests to retreat. 3 companies under the 126th Battalion have been cut off, their flanks attacked by unknown firepower, and they have already routed. General. We still can't break through. Those Saxon soldiers are like rats in the ground, appearing from nowhere, impossible to hit. Listening to the news brought back by the orderlies, Sanjurjo felt his head buzzing. He couldn't understand. They had clearly plowed the northern area of the city with powerful magic crystal cannons, so why couldn't they break through? Weren't all those buildings bombed down? Were those Saxon soldiers made of iron, impervious to artillery shells? What he didn't know was that when the kingdom's army soldiers stepped through the rubble and ruins, pushing deeper into the streets with difficulty, the scene they saw was almost identical to that of the first offensive. There were still dense barbed wire fences, still various strange obstacles, and still, deadly bullets coming from all directions. The Saxon soldiers seemed endless, pouring fire on the attacking kingdom's army from every crack in the ruins, every broken window. This time, even 77mm field guns joined the attack. Veteran soldiers and officers in the kingdom's army, who had experienced many battles, had never expected to see 77mm field guns leveled at the end of a street. By the time they saw the flash of fire from the muzzle and the roar of the cannon followed in their ears, it was already too late. The old shrapnel shells seemed to want to let out one last roar before leaving the stage of history. That deadly rain of bullets swept across the street like a wall, and this time, the kingdom's army soldiers might not even be able to retain intact bodies. Many soldiers panicked and tried to hide in buildings, but the 77mm field gun, using fixed ammunition, had an extremely high rate of fire, and this sustained suppressive fire quickly made them realize it was a wrong decision. After switching to high explosive shells, the gunner quickly looked through the direct aiming sight at the windows of the buildings where the soldiers were hiding. With just the second shot, the 77mm high explosive shell drilled into the window and detonated inside. The second offensive ended in a disastrous defeat once again. The kingdom's army on all attacking fronts, after leaving hundreds of bodies and even more immobile wounded, retreated in disarray once more. In the command tent, General Sanjurjo paced back and forth like an enraged bull, cursing incessantly. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. So many people, and you can't even take a broken city. The other officers in the tent all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Just then, the tent flap was suddenly flung open. A wave of icy coldness instantly rushed in. High-ranking Mage Eldridge, accompanied by 2 other magicians and several Britannian officers, walked in expressionlessly. Eldridge's gaze, like a knife, pierced directly at Sanjurjo. General Sanjurjo, I would like you to explain why our last magic crystal cannon position was attacked by enemy cavalry. Sanjurjo's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the other party to arrive so quickly. But the news of the magic crystal cannon position being attacked, as mentioned by the other party, startled him even more, because he didn't know that his last artillery unit was gone. Sir, the magic crystal cannon position isn't in the rear. Eldridge said expressionlessly, yes, in the rear, but you, like an idiot, ordered them to open fire, giving the Saxon cavalry an opportunity to attack. Hearing the words of the Highland mage, a bead of cold sweat ran down Sanjurjo's forehead, and he forced himself to reply calmly, High-ranking Mage Eldridge, this was an accident. I didn't expect the enemy's cavalry to. An accident. Eldridge interrupted him, his tone finally carrying a hint of sarcasm. You sent all your forces to attack, but didn't leave a single soldier to protect our most important long-range firepower. You call this an accident? Sanjurjo's face flushed red then paled. He wanted to retort, but didn't know what to say. Indeed, it was his stubbornness that led to the destruction of the magic crystal cannon position. Although I and my companions arrived in time to deal with that damned cavalry regiment, it doesn't change anything. Eldridge's gaze swept over all the kingdom's army officers present, making each of them feel a chill down their spine. We have lost our last means of long-range suppression, which means the upcoming battle will become even more difficult. Sanjurjo felt uncomfortable under his gaze and could only say stiffly, Sir, please rest assured, I will definitely, in the next round of attack. You. A Britannian colonel next to Eldridge suddenly sneered. He looked at Sanjurjo with undisguised contempt and said to Eldridge in Aragonese language. Sir, I think we shouldn't count on these country bumpkins from Aragon, they can't do anything but waste time and send people to their deaths. Although he spoke Aragonese language, some of the kingdom's army officers present could understand it. All their faces showed expressions of humiliation and anger. Sanjurjo was even trembling with rage, his fists clenching with a cracking sound. But he didn't dare to flare up. Because he knew that what the other party said was true. Moreover, he couldn't afford to offend these Britannian people. Colonel Henry, please mind your words. Eldridge said lightly, his tone neither a reprimand nor a reminder. Then, he looked back at Sanjurjo, his tone becoming unquestionable. General, I think the next offensive should be led by us. Sanjurjo's lips moved, but he ultimately lowered his head dejectedly. Yes, sir. He knew that from this moment on, the command of this battle no longer belonged to him. The Britannian colonel named Henry smiled smugly, then said to the kingdom's army officers behind him in somewhat stiff Aragonese language. Watch closely, yokels. Next, let me show you how real war is fought. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the tent. A new round of offensive quickly began. This time, it was no longer the kingdom's army soldiers leading the way. Instead, it was the well-equipped and neatly arrayed Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. Behind them were 8 white steel giants exuding a powerful sense of oppression, the armored knights of the Order of the Garter. As for the kingdom's army soldiers, they were placed at the very back, euphemistically called clearing the battlefield. Platoon leader. Look. It's the enemy's armored knights. The exclamation of the orderly Hans rang in Morin's ears. Morin, who was observing from a rooftop with the orderly, immediately raised his binoculars and looked in the direction the other party pointed. He saw several white armored knights, accompanied by a large number of Britannian infantry, steadily approaching their defensive line. The sunlight reflected dazzlingly off their smooth armor. And this time, in addition to the standard sword and shield configuration, many armored knights had also switched to weapons like tower shields and war hammers. Morin's worst fear had come true. This urban combat system he had devised was indeed effective against infantry, but it seemed somewhat powerless against these invulnerable steel monsters. Notify all detachments. Enemy armored units have appeared. Do not engage directly, prepare to retreat to the reserve defensive line, and leave these guys to our armored knights. Morin slid to the edge of the rooftop, poked his head out, and gave instructions to the waiting orderly, who immediately scattered to notify the various positions. On the city map in front of Morin, the armored knights of the Order of the Garter, under the cover of surrounding knight attendants and infantry, were advancing along different streets. Deep in the city, the Teutonic Order unit markers, having received notifications from other outposts, also began to move, quickly breaking into 6 smaller markers. However, Morin's orders could not reach all defenders, and many soldiers hiding in buildings, upon seeing the armored knights, still chose to open fire in fear. Rifle and machine gun bullets rained down on the 8 armored knights. However, it was all in vain. Countless bullets hit the armored knights, only sparking trivial flashes and leaving no scratches. The armored knights not only did not activate their blue shields, but they didn't even slow down, maintaining a steady pace, advancing step by step. They were like the invulnerable beasts of myth and legend, any mortal weapon seemed so ridiculous in front of them. Boom. A 105mm howitzer, unable to hold its fire, made a direct aim shot, but the targeted armored knight merely raised its heavy tower shield, shielding itself and a large number of friendly forces behind it. The shell exploded on the tower shield, but failed to cause effective damage. Instead, a bombardment weapon shelved by the armored knight's other hand flashed, and this artillery position was completely blown over. The Britannian soldiers following behind them burst into laughter at this sight. Did you see that? Is this the Saxon soldiers' resistance? How pathetic. It's like throwing pebbles at a castle. The Saxon soldiers guarding the ruins looked at this scene with despair on their faces. Their bullets could not penetrate the opponent's armor, while the opponent could easily destroy the cover they relied on for survival. An armored knight walked up to the first barricade. It didn't even use a weapon, just lifted its huge mechanical leg and kicked it hard. The barricade, made of wooden frames, door panels, and bricks, instantly collapsed. Then, it just charged through, trampling all the barbed wire and obstacles behind it. Another armored knight walked to a 3-story building defended by the International Brigade. That was where André, after leaving the rear, defended with a portion of the soldiers. The armored knight raised a huge warhammer in its hand and struck a load-bearing wall of the building with one blow. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in the wall. Immediately after, there were several more strikes. The entire building groaned under the strain and began to shake violently. Quickly retreat! The building is going to collapse! The bearded André shouted hoarsely from inside, and before he could even throw incendiary bombs, the soldiers of the International Brigade fled in a panic from the back door of the building. They had not run far when the 3-story building collapsed with a loud bang, burying several slow-running soldiers forever beneath it. The continuous advance of the armored knights boosted the morale of the drivers and the Britannian soldiers behind them. In their opinion, with no way to counter the armored knights, there was no suspense left in this battle. Victory was only a matter of time. Just as the 8 armored knights dispersed, preparing to assist the infantry in completely clearing the street. At the other end of the street, the figures of armored knights also appeared. Those were the armored knights of the Saxon Empire, painted with black and white Teutonic crosses. Oh! Are they finally willing to come out? Colonel Marcus, the squadron commander of the Order of the Garter, looked at the Teutonic armored knight appearing in the distance from the cockpit of his mount, the St. George Type 3, a cold smile playing on his lips. He wasn't worried at all. He had already seen the previous battle intelligence, the Saxon Teutonic Order had only 6 remaining after the last battle. 8 against 6, the enemy had already lost their numerical advantage, which was their greatest reliance. More importantly, this was a narrow city street. This terrain limited the Teutonic Order most favored encirclement tactic. As for a one-on-one duel, the Order of the Garter never feared the challenge of any other armored knight. Marcus even felt that he could overturn those crude iron lumps opposite with just one hand. The St. George Type 3 of the Order of the Garter was currently the most advanced pure magic-guided armored knight, comprehensively superior to the Saxon Siegfried series in terms of armor material, protective enchantments, and magic-guided power reactors. Even against the Gaulish Charlemagne Type 2, it held an advantage. This was a technological gap that could not be bridged by so-called courage. All units, attention! Free target acquisition, take them out. Marcus issued the order through the communication stone built into the cockpit. This was also an important and expensive improvement of the St. George Type 3, allowing short-distance communication for teams on the same frequency. Although according to intelligence, the Saxon soldiers were trying to miniaturize radio transceivers and install them on their armored knights, it seemed they had not yet succeeded in the short term. Yes, sir. Let them witness the power of the Order of the Garter. I can't wait to tear them apart. Confident responses from the drivers came through the channel. The high-spirited armored knights of the Order of the Garter dispersed into the streets and actively advanced, ready to put an end to this boring battle with a resounding victory. However, as they approached, they noticed something was amiss. The armored knights of the Teutonic Order opposite also seemed to be actively advancing. Moreover, besides their shields, the weapons they held in their other hands were very strange. It wasn't their usual mace or battle axe, but something that looked like a long spear, only the spearhead was a peculiar inwardly concave metal funnel. The entire weapon looked crudely made, full of the handmade feel of a rural blacksmith's shop, with even the paint not evenly applied. Ha, what is that thing? A fire poker. I thought it was a dung fork. Are the Saxon soldiers crazy? Do they think they can fight us with such junk? The drivers of the Order of the Garter couldn't help but laugh in their respective cockpits as they watched the scene. In their eyes, this was simply an insult. Marcus also frowned, his heart filled with doubt. But he didn't think much of it. In his opinion, this might be a sign of the Saxon soldiers' desperation. His mount was the first to face the armored knight driven by Ludwig. Teutonic Knight, state your name. I do not kill nameless nobodies. Marcus activated the armored knight's external communication device, his tone full of aristocratic arrogance. Ludwig did not answer. He just silently raised his shield to protect himself, while the weapon in his hand, which Morin called a shaped charge armor-piercing round for close combat, was propped against the side of the shield, seemingly with no intention of communicating with Marcus. Humph, courting death. Marcus was furious when the other party ignored him. He controlled his armored knight to raise its huge armed sword, preparing to use his superior swordsmanship to completely sever the limbs of the Saxon armored knight before him. The heavy footsteps rumbled on the street, and everyone nearby stared intently at the two steel giants. Just as the two armored knights were about to make contact, Marcus was the first to swing his sword. And Ludwig, equally tense, relied on his experience at that moment, first parrying the armed sword strike with his shield. Then, as Morin instructed, like performing a spear thrust, he brought the front end of the shaped charge armor-piercing round in his hand to about 20 centimeters from the opponent's cockpit, seizing the opportunity to detonate it immediately. The mechanical fuse triggered the picric acid explosive filled within the warhead. Although not as powerful as modern high explosives, its detonation wave, exceeding 7,000 meters per second, still precisely crushed the copper liner at the front end of the warhead. The instantaneous high temperature and high pressure transformed the copper liner into a scorching metal jet. Due to limitations such as explosive energy and non-synchronous ignition, this jet failed to form the most extreme sharp needle point, but at that moment, the jet still easily broke through 5 times the speed of sound. The armored knight's emergency activated shield could not withstand an attack of this intensity in a short time, shattering instantly like a soap bubble. Then, this supersonic scorching spear struck the main armor plate on the front of the armored knight in an almost straight trajectory. The immense momentum and extremely high pressure caused the tip of the jet to vaporize the armor material at the point of contact, like a hot knife cutting into butter, instantly creating a tiny hole. Boom! A dazzling flash of fire suddenly bloomed between the two armored knights. The violent explosion even caused the surrounding air to distort. The knight attendants and Britannian soldiers following Marcus still didn't know what had happened. They only felt a powerful energy erupt between the two armored knights, followed by the two armored knights colliding due to the inertia of their charge. When the Britannian soldiers steadied themselves and looked up, they saw a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. The white St. George Type 3 armored knight of the Order of the Garter suddenly ceased all activity. The armed sword in its hand still maintained the posture of preparing for a second thrust. Then, to the astonished gaze of everyone, this huge steel creation fell straight backward. Boom! The heavy machine crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The street fell into silence. Everyone was stunned, their minds blank. What happened? Colonel Marcus's mount, why did it fall? Before they could recover from the immense shock, the black and white painted armored knight had already discarded the strange spear in its hand, retrieved its iconic huge mace from its back. Then it charged towards them, the dumbfounded infantry. A chilling killing intent instantly enveloped everyone. Chapter 54, Fierce Battle. Similar scenes were unfolding simultaneously on several other main roads in Seville. Since Colonel Marcus's armored knight had fallen too suddenly, the members of the Order of the Garter who had already spread out to challenge enemies on other streets did not know what they were about to face. On another road, a driver from the Order of the Garter was confidently controlling his armored knight, patting his shield with his armed sword as he advanced. He was, one could say, incredibly eager for battle. He even joked with the surrounding soldiers through the external speaker. Soldiers, watch closely. A scene of armored knights dueling is a rare sight. After speaking, this white St. George Type 3 accelerated and charged forward. Just like their squad commander Marcus, these drivers of the Order of the Garter had their own pride and confidence. This confidence stemmed from the Order's formidable combat record and Britannia's overall lead in armored knight technology. Every driver of the Order of the Garter never believed he would be defeated in a 1v1 against an enemy. However, just as the two iron cans were about to collide, he saw a dazzling burst of light erupt from the front of the unassuming poker in his opponent's hand. Then, he knew nothing more. The black and white painted Siegfried Type 1 elegantly dodged to the side, clearing the way. Meanwhile, the St. George Type 3, which now had a hole in its front armor, continued to rush forward several steps due to inertia before collapsing powerlessly to the ground, with thick smoke billowing from its cockpit. The driver of another St. George Type 3 nearby had actually noticed that the communication channel seemed to have suddenly become quieter. However, at this moment, he didn't think too much, focusing more on his current battle. Relying on his superior machine performance and skilled driving, he successfully parried the Siegfried Type 1's charge with his shield, creating a suitable distance for a sword strike. Just as he was preparing to counterattack, he saw his opponent directly thrusting that strange weapon against the outside of his cockpit. What the hell is this? This was his last thought in life. In a short time, the Order of the Garter had lost 4 armored knights to these hastily assembled shaped charge armor-piercing rounds. These arrogant imperial elites never understood how they were defeated until their dying moments. With the 4 armored knights crashing down, the accompanying infantry and knight attendants, who were following them, also fell into great chaos and panic. Their greatest reliance was instantly destroyed before their eyes like paper, and this dual visual and psychological impact was devastating. And once the enemy's most threatening armored knights were dealt with, the Teutonic Order drivers showed no mercy. They bypassed the enemy knight ranks and charged directly into the infantry masses, engaging in a massacre. Without the cover of the armored knights, facing the attacks of the armored knights directly caused heavy losses among these accompanying infantry. However, these hastily made weapons, being purely handcrafted, clearly wouldn't have a very high pass rate. Among the 6 armored knights dispatched by the Teutonic Order, although 4 successfully destroyed their targets in the first wave of attack. 2 armored knights, however, experienced problems with their armor-piercing rounds. A Teutonic knight driver, after firing the armor-piercing round in his hand, only saw a dull yellow flame spurt out. The explosion's power was greatly reduced, although it left a terrifying dent and a melted mark on the opponent's armor, it ultimately failed to penetrate. Damn it! This luck! The driver cursed angrily inside the cockpit. Fortunately, his opponent was also greatly startled by this and instinctively retreated 2 steps. This also gave the Teutonic knight driver precious breathing room. Without hesitation, he quickly discarded the ineffective weapon in his hand and then retrieved another spare-shaped charge armor-piercing round from the temporary hanger on the machine's rear waist. Ludwig had specifically had the workers rush out a few extra of these to deal with potential misfires. Again! He roared, controlling his armored knight to charge forward once more. The opposing Order of the Garter driver was filled with surprise and doubt at this moment. He didn't know what that thing was, but he could feel that its power was lethal. Seeing the opponent charging again with the same strange poker, he dared not be careless, raising his shield and concentrating fully on defense. However, this time, the Siegfried Type 1's movements were swifter and more cunning. The clumsy ironkin swayed, feinting past the opponent's shield block, and then precisely delivered the armor-piercing round in its hand to the opponent's side armor. Boom! A dazzling flash of fire erupted again. This time, Lady Luck did not favor that St. George Type 3. His mount groaned under the strain, its side armor completely penetrated, and the high-temperature metal jet shredded everything inside. Watching the enemy armored knight lose control and fall, the Teutonic knight driver just breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to withdraw and regroup with the others. But the sudden heavy footsteps from the side immediately set off alarm bells in his heart. Another white St. George Type 3 had already rushed out from the street corner, blocking his path. You won't escape, Saxon barbarian. Although he didn't know what the enemy had used to take down his comrade, the driver of this St. George Type 3 clearly had no intention of retreating, and charged directly forward, brandishing his weapon. Having exhausted his shaped charge armor-piercing rounds and in a one-on-one situation, the Teutonic knight, who had expended a lot of energy, quickly fell into a disadvantage against the angry and well-rested enemy. After only 3 rounds, he was outmaneuvered by this noticeably more agile St. George Type 3, which got behind him, and its enchanted armed sword directly pierced the rear internal combustion engine. In an armored knight civil war, this was equivalent to death. After a brief but fierce engagement, only 4 black and white painted Siegfried Type 1's and 3 white painted St. George Type 3's remained within Seville City. The armored knight count ratio came to 4-3. The Teutonic Order once again held a numerical advantage. More importantly, Ludwig and his forces still had several shaped charge armor-piercing rounds available for use. As for the Order of the Garter, after having 5 armored knights instantly wiped out with lightning speed, they were clearly intimidated. The remaining 3 drivers no longer possessed their previous arrogance and pride. They watched in horror as those god of war like Teutonic Order, and their strangely shaped spears, chose to retreat in unison. This was also the day the Order of the Garter suffered its heaviest casualties since its inception. Adding the 2 previously destroyed by Ludwig with superior forces from the high ground, they had lost a total of 7 of their newest St. George Type 3 armored knights in a single day. For the Order of the Garter, which had always enjoyed smooth sailing and prided itself as the spear of the Empire, this was an unprecedented humiliation. Undoubtedly, this was the darkest day since the Order's founding. Severely battered, the remaining armored knights of the Order of the Garter no longer blindly charged deep into enemy lines. They cautiously accompanied the knight attendants and infantry, and resorted to using the ranged weapons these Britannian drivers usually disdained the most, providing direct fire support for the infantry. The pace of the battle suddenly slowed down. News of the heavy losses of armored knights quickly reached the command post in the rear via an orderly. When Eldridge and the other Britannian officers heard the news, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. What did you say? 5 more gone in such a short time. The Britannian officer named Colonel Henry grabbed the orderly by the collar, his eyes wide like brass bells. Yes, Colonel. Colonel Marcus also fell in battle, the orderly replied, trembling. The air in the tent seemed to solidify. Meanwhile, Sanhur-ho, the kingdom's army commander, a fleeting and ill-concealed look of schadenfreude crossed his face upon hearing of the Britannians' heavy losses. But he quickly realized his impropriety, and in the next instant, switched back to an expression of grief and shock. My God! How is this possible? How could the Saxons do this? Hearing his voice, Eldridge gave him a cold glance, saying nothing. And by now, even if Eldridge and Colonel Henry wanted to rally their troops and reorganize the attack, it was already too late. Because a large number of troops that had entered the city were now thoroughly entangled with the defenders, locked in close combat in the streets. Ordering a retreat at this point would only expose their vulnerable backs completely to those Saxon barbarians hiding in the ruins. So, not surprisingly, they also experienced the same common situation as Sanhur-ho earlier. They were getting carried away. No retreat. The army of our Holy Britannian Empire must never retreat before these bumpkins. Colonel Henry, like General Sanhur-ho just tens of minutes earlier, waved his hands in a frenzy and ordered the reserves to prepare to enter the battle. Eldridge, without a word, turned and walked out of the tent, and a wave of magic power spread from him. He decided to go to the front line himself. Chapter 55 Street Fighting Mage. All Highland Mages, follow me. His cold voice spread through the camp. The other 2 Highland Mages and 2 mage apprentices dared not delay, immediately following behind him. Looking at the 2 young mage apprentices, Eldridge was reminded of the apprentice who had been killed by an enemy trap in the small building. These 3 apprentices were all promising talents he had personally selected and guided. He believed that with their talent, given time, they would achieve the same accomplishments as he had, strengthening his faction within the Mage Corps. Coming to the Kingdom of Aragon to assist in the war was also Eldridge's intention to specifically train his apprentices and add overseas combat experience for the Empire to their resumes. This was very helpful for the promotion of Highland Mage apprentices. However, 1 apprentice had been blown up and killed before they even saw the enemy. For Eldridge, who had invested a lot of effort into them, this was an immense loss. Thinking of this, he slightly turned his head to his 2 apprentices and reminded them. Stay vigilant, be careful. Don't be as careless as that fellow Blade. In an emergency, you can directly withdraw from combat, understood? Yes, Instructor X2. As the 5 Highland Mages prepared to depart, the newly reinforced battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment also moved up at Colonel Henry's command. The Britannian Expeditionary Force was prepared to completely crush the resistance within Seville with an overwhelming numerical advantage. On the other side, just as Morin was preparing to micromanage and eliminate a Britannia platoon based on the distribution of friendly and enemy unit markers on the system map, an unprecedented warning popped up on the system map. Warning! High threat units are approaching. Quantity, 5. He immediately zoomed out the map and saw that among the red enemy unit markers, 5 special unit markers representing spellcasters had suddenly appeared and were approaching. One of the icons was also marked with a purple high-risk tag. Damn it, it's Highland Mages. Have they come to the front lines? Morin's worst fear had come true. The Britannians had clearly been pushed to the brink by the series of losses and had directly deployed their spellcasters. Before he could react, he saw the 5 icons arrive in Seville's urban area at an unimaginable speed. Among them, the high-risk marked icon representing Eldridge, the high-ranked tutor, rushed almost in a straight line into the interior of Seville at an absurd speed. Morin instantly guessed that he must have used the same flying spell he had seen outside the city earlier. What does he want to do? Morin stared intently at the map, trying to guess the opponent's next move. The next second, he saw Eldridge's icon stop near the tallest church in the city center. Then, a squad's unit marker near the church immediately turned grey. Immediately after, violent explosions and ground tremors emanated from the distance. Boom! A soldier responsible for lookout quickly came to Morin's side, his face filled with terror. Platoon leader! This is bad. The church bell tower, the bell tower was blown up. A huge fireball fell from the sky and completely flattened it. Indeed. That bell tower was the most important vantage point and observation post in the city, overlooking most of the urban area and providing valuable battlefield information to the defenders. But now it had been taken out. This high-ranking mage wants to take out the defenders' eyes and ears first. His next step is likely an assassination attempt. Morin immediately realized the opponent's intention. After losing the high ground observation, the defenders' headquarters' perception of the situation within the city would drastically decrease. And a high-ranking mage who could fly could easily bypass layers of defenses and launch a devastating attack on the brigade headquarters. Go to the brigade headquarters quickly. Find a way to notify them that an enemy high-ranking mage is attempting an assassination. Tell them to relocate immediately. Morin shouted to the orderly beside him. Yes. The orderly dared not delay, turned, and rushed out. On the map, the other 2 Highland mages and the 2 mage apprentices had dispersed, landing on different attack routes. They were clearly preparing to use their magic to support the ground troops' advance. Although this did not conform to the usual style of the Highland Mage Corps, it was happening now. The battle within Seville instantly entered an unprecedentedly fierce state. On a street defended by the International Brigade, a Highland Mage descended from the sky, landing amidst the soldiers of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. He didn't even seek cover, standing arrogantly in the middle of the street. Fire! Kill the one in robes. The International Brigade fighters hidden in the buildings on both sides now knew that the Britannian Highland Mages were not invincible, so they boldly concentrated their fire on him. However, all the bullets were stopped by a translucent blue shield about half a meter from his body, creating ripples. Damn it! It's that shield again, Andre, who saw this scene from a distance through binoculars, angrily slammed his fist on the window frame. The magician, oblivious to the incoming bullets, simply raised his hand and chanted a few syllables towards a building with the densest firepower. The next second, a fireball the size of a human head formed in front of his palm, then flew out with a whoosh. Boom! The windows of the three-story building were instantly blown open, and a violent explosion in flames engulfed the entire room. A squad of International Brigade soldiers inside, without even a chance to scream, were swallowed by the expanding inferno. On another street defended by Saxon soldiers, the same scene was unfolding. The two mage apprentices became the core of the entire attacking force. The defenders continuously fired from within the buildings, even throwing grenades and Molotov cocktails, attempting to focus fire on these two spellcasters. Although friendly infantry around them constantly fell, the two mage apprentices remained unharmed. Whether it was rifle bullets, shrapnel from grenade explosions, or the intense flames from Molotov cocktails, everything was blocked by that seemingly fragile blue shield. Clearly, in urban warfare, it was difficult to achieve the same fire density as hundreds of rifles firing simultaneously, so the mage armor was not as easily broken as before. The Highland mage apprentice cast life sense on the building from which muzzle flashes continuously erupted, then, in a calm tone, reported the defenders' positions to the Brightonian officer beside him. That building on the left, 2nd floor, 6, 3rd floor, 5. This most basic spell, developed in ancient times for exploration, became a deadly cheat in urban warfare. Rifleman suppressive fire. Heavy armor squad, prepare to assault. Having received precise intelligence, the Brightonian officer immediately issued orders. The soldiers of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment began to furiously pour fire onto the windows of that building. The shooting skills of these elite soldiers were far superior to the previous Kingdom Army soldiers. Although they all used bolt-action rifles, their rate of fire was extremely fast, and the dense hail of bullets pinned down the defenders hidden behind the windows, giving them no chance to retaliate for a while. I want to go back. Numerous bullets penetrated the windows, kicking up plaster from the interior walls, and crackling sounds filled the entire room. The suppressed Saxon soldiers had never experienced such a terrifying situation. Several directly cowered on the ground in fear, attempting to crawl towards the door. Seizing this opportunity, several heavily armored soldiers, clad in thick full-plate armor, braved sporadic stray bullets and charged forward with large strides. Their two-handed greatswords easily smashed open the barricaded doors and windows, then, in coordination with the infantry behind them, they stormed into the building. Soon, intense gunfire and screams erupted from within the building. Meanwhile, another group of heavily armored soldiers, enduring the hail of bullets from other directions, began to forcibly dismantle the barbed wire and roadblocks on the street with their tools. Seeing this, a 77mm field gun, hidden in the ruins at the street corner, was pushed out by the artillery team deployed there. Relying on the gun shield to continuously block incoming bullets, the gun crew members nervously loaded high-explosive shells, then immediately aimed and fired directly, the explosion instantly covering that area. Several heavily armored soldiers who were working were instantly blown to the ground, lifeless. However, their deaths did not deter the others. More heavily armored soldiers with cold eyes pushed forward from behind, continuing their work. They were like emotionless war machines, using their flesh and blood to clear the path for the follow-up forces. For Brightonian soldiers, who had once broken other Imperial Army forces with their thin red line, their technical and tactical skill, as well as their fighting spirit, were clearly far superior to the previous kingdom's army. This also greatly increased the pressure on the defenders. Morin saw on the map that several friendly positions around the 3rd platoon were beginning to be forced to retreat. The defensive line was being torn apart little by little. Platoon leader. The International Brigade on the left flank is about to break. They're requesting support. The 2nd platoon on the right also sent word that a Highland mage has appeared on their front, and they've suffered heavy casualties. The orderly continuously brought bad news, and Morin's expression grew increasingly grim. He glanced at the map. The red arrows representing the enemy were forming a pincer movement on the 3rd platoon's defensive area from both sides. If no solution was found soon, the 3rd platoon's position would quickly become a salient, surrounded. We can't wait any longer. Morin made a decisive decision. He grabbed his rifle and shouted to the remaining 2 squads of reserve soldiers beside him, "Follow me. We're going to put out the fire." With that, he led these fewer than 20 soldiers, rushed out of their temporary hiding place, and moved through the buildings, heading towards the left flank, where the pressure was greatest. Chapter 56, Specializing in Ties. Morin, with 2 squads of reserve forces, moved quickly through the shadows of ruins and buildings. His thinking was clear, given the combat power displayed by the Brightonian, a head-on confrontation was suicide. To relieve pressure on the flank, he had to disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm. And the most effective way to disrupt the rhythm in urban warfare was to try and take out their commanders. The tendency of officers in this era to charge to the front lines also gave Morin this opportunity. Soon, Morin and his men arrived at the left flank position, where the battle had already reached a fever pitch. The soldiers of the International Brigade, relying on broken buildings and barricades, were engaged in a desperate struggle with the continuously surging Northumberland Flintlock Regiment soldiers. But the situation was very grim. Even with the support of urban warfare theory, neither the International Brigade, the National Army, nor the Saxon soldiers had received corresponding training. To be honest, if it weren't for the natural advantage of being on the defensive, their performance in urban warfare wasn't much better than the enemy's. The Brightonian had already penetrated the first row of buildings, and both sides were fighting for every house and every room. Morin did not rush to join the frontal battle, he led his soldiers quietly up a 3-story building on the side. From there, he could clearly see the main force of the Britannian on the street below. He set up his rifle and carefully searched among the enemy ranks. Soon, he found his target. It was a Britannian officer, wearing a tie, waving a small revolver, and shouting something loudly. In this era, the identification of an officer was very obvious. They usually wore more elaborate uniforms, carried sabers or pistols, and always gave orders from the rear of the formation. Morin took a deep breath and steadily pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot was lost in the noisy battlefield, unremarkable. But the Britannian officer who was directing the battle suddenly shuddered, a bloom of blood burst from his chest, and he looked down in disbelief, then fell straight down. The soldiers around him were stunned. Before they could react, several veteran soldiers with excellent marksmanship around Morin also found their targets and fired in succession. Bang! 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 Several more people who looked like officers or NCOs fell to the ground. Immediately after, everyone else began to fire wildly at any target they could aim at. At this, the Britannian army in this area was completely thrown into chaos. Britannia's relatively rigid military tradition meant that the initiative of their grassroots soldiers was clearly not as high as that of Saxon. In most cases, they had to rely on the direct command of their superior officers to fight. So, after several officers fell, these soldiers suddenly became disorganized, they didn't know whether to continue attacking or retreat, and they just froze in place. And the soldiers of the International Brigade, seeing this, also began to counterattack, completely suppressing these Britannian soldiers. Well done. Keep going. Specifically target those wearing ties. Morin ordered in a low voice. This small team he led was like a group of hunters lurking in the dark, constantly sniping key enemy personnel with precise cold shots. However, their attacks quickly allowed the enemy to pinpoint their approximate location. A large number of riflemen began to shoot wildly at the building where they were, causing plaster to fall from the walls. When several consecutive bullets hit the window frame, Morin and the others no longer dared to show their heads. What was worse, the International Brigade soldiers on the left flank still couldn't withstand the casualties and began to retreat. But Morin couldn't blame them. After all, most of the International Brigade members, who came from all over the world, had not undergone military training before coming to the Aragon Kingdom. They only received less than 3 months of recruit training after being issued equipment before being hastily thrown into battle. So, putting aside morale and resilience, purely from a combat proficiency perspective, it was hard to say they were much stronger than the kingdom's army's conscripts. And with their retreat, the 3rd Platoon's previously stable defensive area, as Morin had predicted, was gradually turning into a salient exposed on 3 sides when viewed on the map. This was the situation he least wanted to see. If the enemy's movements were just a little faster, his 3rd platoon could very likely be completely surrounded. We must retreat. Morin made a snap decision. He dispatched the last remaining orderly by his side. Go inform Platoon Sergeant Klaus. Tell him to gather all available squads, including the heavy machine gun positions and field artillery, immediately abandon their current positions, and retreat to the 3rd line of defense deeper in the city. I will find a way to delay the enemy for them, hurry. The orderly took the order and left. As for Morin himself, he made an even bolder decision. He glanced at the remaining soldiers by his side, including Corporal Baumann and the 2 decimated squads he commanded who had just retreated from nearby and regrouped, totaling 29 people. Corporal Baumann. Here. Platoon leader. Do you dare to play a big one with me? Morin looked at him, his eyes flashing with a crazy light. Corporal Baumann grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Platoon leader, however you say we should do it, we'll do it. Good man. Morin patted him heavily on the shoulder, then pulled out a rough map of Seville from the orderly's satchel and said to him. We're not retreating, we're going in. We'll infiltrate behind this enemy force and hit them hard. Then we'll circle back to our positions. Infiltrate. Corporal Baumann and his soldiers, although they didn't quite understand what Morin meant by infiltrate, still became excited. After all, in their eyes, as long as they followed Morin, they could teach these Britannian an unforgettable lesson. Soon, Morin, with these 2 dozen or so men, vanished into the labyrinthine ruins, aided by his if it's not closed, its open full map vision ability. At the same time, Platoon Sergeant Klaus also received the orderly's command. This calm and capable platoon sergeant frowned upon hearing Morin's plan. He knew how risky his platoon leader's decision was. If it failed, that small detachment would be gone forever. But he also knew that this was the only way to buy time for the main force to retreat. And he had a feeling that such a dangerous battle seemed like something only Morin could accomplish. Yes, execute the order. Klaus did not hesitate, immediately beginning to organize his troops. He quickly relayed the order to all available squads, telling them to provide covering fire for each other and retreat in an orderly fashion to the rear. The heavy machine gun teams dismantled the body and tripod, retreating first under the cover of the infantry. And those 2 precious cannons, with the efforts of the gunners, were rehitched to draft horses and dragged deeper into the city. The entire retreat process, though tense, proceeded in an orderly manner under the command of Klaus, the veteran NCO. Chapter 57 interspersed. On the other side, Morin led his squad, moving quickly through the building wreckage and shadows. On the map, the intertwined chess pieces representing both enemy and friendly forces clearly showed the intensity of the battle. Neither Britannia's soldiers nor Kingdom Army soldiers had ever fought such complex urban warfare. They lacked sufficient experience and had not thought of thoroughly controlling the buildings they had cleared. In their view, as long as they pushed forward along the street and eliminated all visible enemies, victory would be theirs. This simple and brutal tactic might be effective in regular open field battles, but in urban warfare, it exposed fatal weaknesses. They cleared a building and immediately rushed to the next, leaving no reserve troops to consolidate the occupied area. This gave Morin and his men an opportunity. He led his squad like ghosts, moving through areas the enemy considered safe, constantly infiltrating the enemy's rear. Soon, Morin found an ideal target on the map. It was a Britannia infantry unit of less than 100 men, advancing down a street, appearing to be the rear guard of the entire company. That's them. Morin glanced at the distance between them and other units on the map and decided to target this isolated unit. He quickly led his squad to the front side of the enemy's advance route, finding a relatively intact cluster of buildings. Corporal Baumann. Here. You take 2 squads, ambush on the second floor on both sides of the street. After the enemy gets closer, open fire for a few rounds. After that, don't linger in battle, leave the building immediately, and wait for me behind this house to regroup. Morin pointed to a rally point on his paper map, quickly assigning tasks. I'll take the remaining men and ambush in this row of buildings on the enemy's right side, forming alongside flank fire. This was a classic L-shaped ambush. The short side troops were responsible for providing primary suppressive fire, drawing the enemy's attention. The long side troops, on the other hand, delivered a fatal blow from the enemy's flank. Is that clear to everyone? Clear. Corporal Baumann nodded heavily and, leading his soldiers, quickly disappeared into the ruins. In the chaotic city, various building debris and barricades allowed Corporal Baumann and others to move stealthily. Morin, meanwhile, led the remaining soldiers, quietly slipping into a dilapidated small building on the enemy's flank. The Saxon soldiers, gripping their guns, nervously crept to the windows on the first and second floors. They held their breath, even clearly hearing the scuffing of Britannia soldiers' boots on the gravel in the street outside, and the clamor of their conversations. Everyone's heart was in their throat. They were waiting for a signal. Just then, at the front of the street, Corporal Baumann and his men opened fire first. Bang! 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 Continuous gunshots rang out from the building where Corporal Baumann and his men were ambushed, and deadly bullets instantly took down the first few Britannia soldiers. The sudden attack instantly plunged this Britannia unit into chaos. Enemy attack. In front. Take cover. Find cover quickly. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the firepower in front. They instinctively raised their guns, aimed forward, and simultaneously pressed against the walls on both sides of the street, trying to find cover. They were completely unaware that this instinctive search for safety was leading them straight into the embrace of death. Just then, Morin raised his rifle. He aimed at an officer in the enemy formation who was waving and shouting. Bang! He used his first shot as a signal, the bullet accurately piercing the officer's chest. Immediately after, the other soldiers in the building also began to fire wildly at targets outside through the broken windows. Deadly ambush fire instantly formed. The Britannia soldiers, who were dodging to the sides of the street, were struck down one by bullets suddenly appearing from beside them, even before they could locate the enemy's exact position in front. They were completely bewildered. Bullets seemed to come from all directions. They wanted to counterattack but found they couldn't locate the enemy's precise position at all. The dark rooms and the bright street outside created a natural light difference, giving Morin and his men a huge advantage of they are in the light, we are in the dark. Britannia soldiers could only fire indiscriminately at the dark windows, relying on the muzzle flashes, making futile counterattacks. Soon, the Saxon soldiers in the room completed 3 or 4 rounds of shooting. Morin did not dwell on the results. When he saw on the map that the enemy's main force in front had already dispatched a portion to rush back to reinforce them, he immediately gave the order to retreat. All right, withdraw. If he and his soldiers had been equipped with MP-18s or other weapons with greater firepower density, he would have tried to achieve greater results. Unfortunately, the infantry equipment of this period was still extremely monotonous, consisting only of bolt-action rifles, and grenades were also almost used up. However, for Morin, the problem was not significant, because he was not aiming to annihilate these enemies anyway. Moreover, for these enemies in the town, who were like startled birds, the wounded were actually more of a burden to their offensive than corpses, and more troublesome to deal with. After all, you can temporarily ignore corpses, but if you ignore the wounded, they will soon become corpses. Hit and run, never lingering in battle. This was the essence of urban guerrilla warfare. He led everyone, quickly withdrawing through the back door of the building, disappearing into the ruins once again. The fiercely rushing reinforcement unit found nothing. They only saw bodies and wounded scattered everywhere, but couldn't even find a trace of the attackers. However, before they could catch their breath, Morin actively sought them out again. After regrouping with Corporal Baumann, he quietly circled to the flank of this returning reinforcement unit, and then, repeated the same trick. These Britannia soldiers were so focused on rushing to support their ambushed comrades that their marching formation was very dense, and they had no time to be vigilant of their surroundings. Then, Morin led his men to strike down a large number of them from the flank again. The continuous attacks from the rear completely confused the Britannia commander responsible for attacking this area. He roared at the other officers beside him, "What's going on? How can there be enemies behind us? Didn't we already clear this street? Did those Saxons crawl out of the ground?" He couldn't understand how the enemy, who had clearly been repelled by him, could reappear like ghosts in his rear. Chapter 58, No matter how powerful the magic is, it is still afraid of the bayonet, combined chapter. Morin's tactic of constantly harassing the enemy by using an all-map perspective, while not causing devastating damage, successfully slowed down the advance of several hundred enemy troops. The Britannians didn't even know how many enemies were around them. They were forced to halt, allocate some forces to protect and evacuate the wounded, and send another portion of soldiers to conduct a sweeping search of the rear, trying to find this damned rat squad. This bought precious time for the main force of 3rd Platoon, which was currently retreating. But as the Britannians mobilized more troops to support this area, Morin and his small squad gradually fell into a large net. At this point, Morin knew that the infiltration and harassment had to stop. Meanwhile, Platoon Sergeant Klaus, after leading the main force to safely retreat to the third line of defense, counted the numbers. 3rd Platoon, which was originally at full strength and even had 2 extra infantry squads, now only had 36 men left. He didn't know how many people Morin had taken with him, but he estimated it wouldn't be many, and the fact that his platoon leader hadn't returned for so long made the platoon sergeant restless. No, I still have to go and rendezvous with the platoon leader. After a moment of hesitation, he ordered the other soldiers to hold the position, while he personally led a squad of soldiers and quietly approached the direction where Morin and his men were conducting guerrilla warfare. At this moment, Morin was leading the remaining soldiers, ambushed near the bodies and wounded of the last attacked enemy. He planned to use the same trick again, using these bodies as bait to launch another ambush to draw in reinforcements. After completing this final ambush, he could then break out through the gap that had been torn open here. Through the system map, he could see a sizable enemy search party approaching their position. Prepare to fight. Wait until they get closer before attacking. Morin lowered his voice and gave orders to the soldiers around him, while also half-cocking his rifle to check the chamber. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their heartbeats involuntarily accelerating. However, just as the enemy was about to enter the ambush circle, Morin noticed something was amiss with this enemy contingent. Among the ordinary Britannian soldiers, there were 2 people wearing mage robes, as well as 2 exceptionally tall heavy armored soldiers. And on the system map, the unit information for those 2 mages clearly showed the words Highland Mage Apprentice. Have they already started mixing in these elite units? The appearance of the mages introduced some variables into his ambush. He didn't know what abilities these mage apprentices possessed, but his intuition and experience told him not to engage in an ambush without a sure grasp of the situation. But just as Morin was about to order everyone to retreat, he saw that after the 2 mage apprentices, protected by soldiers, approached the wounded and bodies, they suddenly stopped. Then, they each raised their hands towards the buildings on both sides of the street and performed a brief spell. One of the mage apprentices, facing Morin's side, quickly showed a look of horror on his face. After he cast life sense, more than 20 clear life signatures densely appeared in the seemingly empty, dilapidated building ahead. No good, it's an ambush. Many people. He screamed in terror. Morin, who had been secretly observing from outside, realized his intentions had been exposed the moment he noticed the mage apprentice's change in expression in his shouts. He no longer hesitated, decisively rolled over, then raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! The Saxon soldiers ambushed inside the building immediately unleashed all their firepower, using Morin's gunshot as a signal. On the street, the unsuspecting Britannian soldiers were instantly mowed down in droves. However, the 2 mage apprentices and 2 heavy armored soldiers survived, relying on mage armor and their thick armor. They're in that building. Charge in and kill them. The surviving mage apprentice shrieked in shock and anger, directing the remaining soldiers to attack the building where Morin and his men were located. The soldiers of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, at this moment, displayed their organization and morale as elites. Although they had just suffered heavy losses, under the orders of their officer and the mages, they quickly reformed their ranks and, led by the 2 heavy armored soldiers, charged head-on into the building. And just then, another small squad, guided by the sound of gunfire, quietly approached the rear of this Britannian force. Leading the way was Platoon Sergeant Klaus. The Britannians are attacking that building, there must be our friendly forces inside, said a squad leader accompanying him. Most of our other friendly forces have retreated, so the ones still engaging the enemy at this position must be the platoon leader and his men. Klaus looked at the flickering gunfire from the building ahead and the enemy charging outside, immediately understanding the current situation. Prepare to attack. Hit these Britannians hard from behind. Inside the building, Morin roared as he saw the enemy approaching. Grenades. Several grenadiers responsible for throwing immediately pulled the pins and threw the few remaining grenades from the second floor window. Boom. 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 3 consecutive grenades exploded amidst the charging Britannian soldiers. The scorching blast and flying shrapnel once again took down many. The 2 heavy armored soldiers leading the charge were also staggered by the shockwave of the explosions, feeling their bodies go numb. But they still, with astonishing willpower and enchanted, sturdy armor, stubbornly charged to the building's entrance. Bang! One heavy armored soldier kicked open the crumbling door, and together with the infantry behind him, they swarmed in. However, once they rushed into the building, they immediately regretted it. They regretted not following the orders of the 2 mage apprentices. Because they were not equipped with sword and shield, but rather great swords. The narrow interior space prevented them from effectively wielding their massive great swords, which were meant for cutting down ordinary infantry. However, both of them reacted quickly, swiftly reversing their great swords, gripping the unsharpened blade and hilt with separate hands, and using the handguard and pommel for close quarters attacks. Meanwhile, several of the best shooting Saxon soldiers hid around corners and behind furniture in the room, continuously firing at the helmets of the 2 heavy armored soldiers, causing sparks to fly and their heads to ring. The others frantically fired at the ordinary soldiers who followed behind. By this stage of the battle, there was no longer any so-called tactics. There was only the primal urge to kill from both sides. Both sides were in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Shouts of killing, gunshots, and screams of William echoed and intertwined in the confined space. 2 more grenades. Corporal Baumann, who had retreated to the stairs to reload, roared, and then 2 more grenades were thrown over. The violent explosions almost stunned the Saxon soldiers on the first floor as well. After the explosions, there was not a single standing Britannian soldier left in the room. The 2 heavy armored soldiers, though still alive, walked unsteadily, their armor covered in bullet holes and dents. Kill them! Several Saxon soldiers roared, charging out from behind cover. Their rifles were empty of ammunition, and without time to retrieve new magazines from their pouches, they now directly fixed bayonets. During the previous battle summary meeting, soldiers who survived the close quarters combat shared Morin's method of taking down heavy armored soldiers with bayonets. So, at this moment, these Saxon soldiers frantically plunged their bayonets into the vulnerable spots of the heavy armored soldiers, such as their armpits and necks, where their armor offered no protection. After barely knocking down a few charging Saxon soldiers with the pommels of their greatswords, the 2 valiant heavy armored soldiers finally exhausted their last ounce of strength and collapsed. They're down. But before the surviving Saxon soldiers could rejoice, 2 fireballs, each the size of a human head, suddenly whistled in through the window. Watch out! Morin only had time to utter a warning. The next second, the fireballs violently detonated in the center of the room. The fierce explosion affected the entire first floor. Terrifying high temperatures and shockwaves instantly engulfed everything, even collapsing a corner of the second floor. Morin only saw on the system map that the icons of his 2 infantry squads on the first floor instantly turned grey. The 12 soldiers fighting on the first floor were gone, just like that. If Corporal Baumann hadn't happened to retreat into the stairwell at that moment, he would probably have died along with those soldiers. At this moment, Morin, including himself, had 18 men left under his command. Outside the window, the 2 mage apprentices were preparing to cast another spell to completely eliminate the enemies in the building. But just then, dense gunfire suddenly erupted behind them. Bang! 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 Klaus, with his squad, had circled around from behind and launched a surprise attack on the Britannian force. Several Britannian soldiers, who were covering the mages, fell to the ground. This sudden turn of events caused the 2 mage apprentices to turn pale with fright. They looked back in panic, seeing another squad of Saxon soldiers emerge from the ruins, and immediately thought they were being counter-surrounded. The 2 mage apprentices frantically tried to cast mage armor on themselves, but found that the number of uses for this life-saving spell, prepared for today, had been completely exhausted. Having failed to plan their spells appropriately for urban warfare, they only now realized that most of the spells prepared for today had already been used up in previous battles. Both of them deeply regretted why they had used the few remaining spells in another battle to vent their anger by attacking already surrendered enemies in a building. Otherwise, they wouldn't be left with only a few cantrips like Mage Hand in their spell slots. Fear immediately enveloped their hearts, and the words their mentor had told them before the battle echoed in their ears. Retreat! Quick, retreat! They made an immediate decision, and under the cover of the remaining few soldiers, they turned tail and intended to flee without looking back. Morin, inside the building, didn't know that the 2 mage apprentices had used up their spells for the day, but he could confirm through the map that there were no enemy-friendly forces nearby. Moreover, having gone bloodthirsty from continuous urban warfare, he knew this might be their only chance. If these 2 mage-like mobile artillery platforms were allowed to escape, they would undoubtedly cause even greater trouble for friendly forces later on. Don't let them escape. Morin's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged directly down the slope formed by the collapsed second floor. As he led his men out of the building, he also shouted loudly in Saxon towards Klaus's direction, "Mind friendly fire! Mind friendly fire!" Klaus heard Morin's voice and immediately understood his platoon leader's intention. "Everyone, be careful with your shots. Follow and cover the platoon leader and his men." The 2 small squads, one in front and one behind, pursued the fleeing enemy. A grenadier accompanying Morin, while running, forcefully threw his last grenade. The grenade arced in a perfect parabola through the air, landing and exploding just behind the group of enemies. Boom! The huge explosion sent them sprawling. Before they could even get up, Morin and the Saxon soldiers, rifles with fixed bayonets in hand, charged forward like gods of death. Kill! The Saxon soldiers had all learned the close-quarters combat techniques Morin taught them. At the last moment before reaching the enemy, they didn't rush to bayonet, but instead decisively fired, discharging the last bullet in their rifle chambers. It was very unsportsmanlike, but effective. Bang! Bang! At such close range, aiming was not necessary at all. 2 Britannian soldiers responsible for cover were shot down on the spot. Immediately after, came the most bloody bayonet combat. The remaining 2 Britannian soldiers tried to stop Morin, who was leading the charge, but Morin, already in some kind of berserk state, with a flick and a thrust, pierced the throat of the first soldier with his bayonet. Seeing his comrade fall, clutching his throat in an instant, with blood spurting out and decorating Morin into a god of slaughter, the remaining soldiers will utterly collapsed. He howled and charged with his rifle, wanting to trade his life for Morin's, but suddenly saw the blood-soaked Saxon officer stop. Then he raised his rifle, aimed. Bang! The soldier, shot in the forehead and falling to the ground, never understood until his death why this guy, who looked like a berserker, would suddenly shoot so calmly. Morin expressionlessly ejected the casing and reloaded, his cold gaze fixed on the two mage apprentices as if they were already dead, while other Saxon soldiers accelerated past him. This scene was also witnessed by the two mage apprentices the moment they looked back, and Morin's eyes intensified the fear on their faces. These two mage apprentices from the noble Highland Mage Corps had never imagined that they would one day be engaged in close quarters combat by enemy infantry. In their perception, mages, always stood protected by thousands of troops, calmly chanting spells, and with a wave of their hand, could annihilate swathes of enemies, elegant and powerful beings. Not like now, scrambling awkwardly in mud and blood. Facing the glinting bayonets, they were completely flustered. Their mage armor had already lost its effect, and in their panic, they only instinctively managed to use a basic mage hand to push away the two fastest charging Saxon soldiers. But the next moment, Morin and Corporal Bauman's bayonets had already plunged into their bodies, one from the left and one from the right. The cold S1898 bayonet easily pierced through their luxurious mage robes and fragile flesh. Ugh! One mage apprentice looked down in disbelief at the bayonet stuck in his abdomen, a large amount of blood gushing from his mouth. Morin expressionlessly twisted the rifle, causing the bayonet to churn inside the mage apprentice's body, maximizing the damage to his internal organs. Corporal Bauman followed suit, and soon, the two arrogant mage apprentices completely breathed their last, collapsing limply. The remaining few Britonian soldiers were quickly finished off by the Saxon soldiers. Morin, pulling out his bayonet, gasped for breath, looking at the mess all around him, knowing they couldn't stay here long. Suppressing his physical exhaustion, he knelt, propping himself with one hand on his rifle, and quickly searched the bodies of the two mage apprentices. Soon, he found two thick notebooks that looked like spell books, as well as several bottles and jars containing unknown liquids and powders. Spell entry unlocked, please check in time. Personal Training Manual, Basic, X2, obtained. Although he heard the prompt, Morin didn't have time to examine them closely at the moment, simply stuffing all these items into his satchel. Clear the battlefield. See if there are any usable weapons. We must leave here immediately and rendezvous with the main force of 3rd Platoon. Morin stood up and issued his final orders to the surviving soldiers. Not long after, this team, which had walked through the gates of hell, quickly disappeared into the dilapidated streets of Seville. Saxon Empire Air Force, Zeppelin-class armored airship, L30. Status, approaching destination. Estimated arrival time, 1 hour 05 minutes. Chapter 59 The Decisive Moment. Guided by the system map, Morin led his men through streets and buildings, gathering scattered friendly units. Some were Saxon soldiers from other companies, their platoons had been broken up, their formations completely lost, and they were scurrying around the ruins like headless flies. There were also several International Brigade and National Army soldiers, who had somehow converged and temporarily survived by relying on some broken walls. When Morin encountered these stragglers, many soldiers were so tense they couldn't recognize friendly forces. If he hadn't seen the nearby unit markers in advance and called out in both Saxon and Aragonese language, a friendly fire incident was highly likely. As Morin led Klaus, Bauman and this hastily assembled unit into the 3rd Platoon's current defensive zone, several Saxon soldiers suddenly appeared from a nearby building, pointing their rifles at them. Password. Morin was momentarily stunned, he couldn't remember setting any password. Bavarian Weisswurst. The platoon sergeant beside him said, sounding a bit tired. Cannot hear the church bells at noon. Welcome back. The soldiers in the building also breathed a sigh of relief, lowering their weapons. However, before they could say anything, they saw Klaus wave to the leading soldier inside the building. Come, you come down first. Hearing Klaus, the soldier immediately ran out of the building and stood before the two of them. Take a good look again, who is this? Only then did the soldier recognize the person beside him, whose face was covered in black ash, as his new platoon leader. But he couldn't be blamed, after all, after this period of urban warfare, Morin's pointed helmet was long gone. His hair was covered in a thick layer of wall dust, and his face was so smudged with smoke and soot that his original appearance was unrecognizable. The orderly quickly straightened up and saluted. Sorry, sir, I didn't recognize you just now. It's all right, no need to salute in a war zone. Morin quickly lowered the sentry's raised hand, then continued walking forward, saying to Klaus. Good discipline, keep it up. Just remember to tell me the password next time, that's all. Yes, sir. That was my oversight. Hey, speaking of which, why did you suddenly think of setting a password? Morin asked with some curiosity, as in his impression, passwords for identification seemed uncommon in armies resembling those before World War I. Even if they were used, it was usually when camping in the wilderness. Because we encountered other units earlier, and they said Kingdom Army soldiers were secretly putting on our fallen soldiers' uniforms, trying to cross the defense line. Such a thing happened? Are they trying to infiltrate and attack? Not really. Platoon Sergeant Klaus shook his head, then showed a complex expression. According to several Kingdom Army soldiers who surrendered after being discovered, if they tried to flee to the rear, they would be shot by their officers, so they wanted to use this method to pass through our defensive zone and then escape from the south of the city. Sigh. This is really... Morin also shook his head after hearing this. The two chatted as they quickly led their men back to the temporarily safe control zone. Morin could finally catch his breath, he felt his luck was pretty good, having survived the urban warfare. Of course, this was also related to the individual firepower of this era, and the intensity of the fighting here was not particularly high. If it were a world similar to World War II, he would probably be dead by now. He looked at the soldiers around him, covered in gunpowder and blood, their faces edged with fatigue and numbness, and his mood became complicated. Urban warfare truly lived up to its name as a meat grinder. Before the battle, his 3rd platoon, after replenishment and including the reinforced heavy machine gun squad, had a strength of over 100 men. But now, even counting the stragglers gathered along the way, he only had about 60 men left who could still breathe. This was even with them holding a defensive advantage and having some theoretical guidance for urban warfare. Morin couldn't imagine how many bodies the attacking kingdom's army and Britonians had left in this city. He opened the system map again, his gaze sweeping over the blue unit markers representing his forces. Based on the troop statistics and the unit marker information, he did a rough mental calculation and realized that their current situation was quite grim. Before the war, the combined forces of the Saxon Expeditionary Force, the International Brigade, and the National Army totaled nearly 20,000 men. However, after the previous attacks and the recent urban warfare, the total strength represented by all blue unit markers on the map was less than 12,000 men. Even worse, these remaining more than 10,000 men were divided into several isolated defensive zones within the city, making mutual support difficult, forcing them to fight independently. The area Morin was in was currently the largest and most important core defensive zone in the city, because the 16th Brigade headquarters was located in the city hall within this area. Perhaps the brigade headquarters received an early warning and relocated in time, or perhaps the high-ranked Tutor Eldridge did not immediately find the exact location of the brigade headquarters after destroying the church bell tower. In any case, for now, the 16th Brigade's command center seemed safe. Morin's gaze moved to the outer edges of the map, where dense red unit markers representing the enemy had already occupied most of Seville's urban area. He counted roughly and found at least 6 battalion-level unit markers preparing to attack their defensive zone. On their side, even with a full count, only 3 battered battalions could be committed to the fight. His 1st Battalion, 3rd Company, was in particularly bad shape. The entire 1st Battalion had been broken up, and the battalion headquarters and other companies seemed to be trapped in another area. So this area only had units from the 1st Company. Besides his relatively intact 3rd Platoon, the 1st and 2nd Platoons were almost wiped out in previous battles, with the combined remaining personnel of both platoons being less than 70. Sigh. Morin rubbed his throbbing temples, forcing himself to cheer up. This was not the time for sighing. He moved around this defensive zone, centered on the city hall, and quickly found his company captain, Captain Hauser. The veteran captain was sweating profusely, directing the field kitchen and quartermaster personnel to move boxes of ammunition and supplies to the front line. These soldiers now also carried rifles, although normally non-combat personnel. At critical moments, having received military training, they too had to participate in combat. Seeing Morin return safely with his men, Captain Hauser showed a genuine smile. Without a word, he stepped forward and gave Morin a firm bear hug, so strong that Morin almost couldn't breathe. Good lad. I knew you'd come back. Captain Hauser patted Morin's back vigorously, his voice tinged with both relief and sorrow. The platoon leaders of the 1st and 2nd platoons, both died in battle, and the company personnel also suffered significant losses. Although he had expected it, hearing the news firsthand still left Morin at a loss for words. He wasn't familiar with those 2 platoon leaders, but just a few hours ago, they had been in a meeting together, discussing how to defend. When attacking San Isidro village, one of the platoon leaders had also been among the first to support Morin's tactics. Captain Hauser. Lad, don't even think about comforting me. It's war, people die. Captain Hauser released him, quickly resuming his tough demeanor, but Morin could still tell he was just hiding his grief. Now, the entire 3rd Company relies on you and me. You're quick-witted, you'll have to help me command in the upcoming battles, understand? Yes, sir. Morin immediately stood at attention and saluted. Captain Hauser waved his hand and led Morin to where other officers of this defensive zone were gathered. After a brief introduction to the others, they learned that the urban warfare theory issued by the brigade headquarters was proposed by the 2nd lieutenant, who had just graduated from the military academy. Young people's minds just work faster, it seems some of our experience and theories are becoming outdated. 2nd Lieutenant Morin, tell us your thoughts, how should we defend this last line of defense? The Saxon mid and low-level officers gathered here were surprisingly easy to talk to. Or rather, at this point, everyone had long cast aside their useless arrogance, and their only thought was how to survive. Everyone quickly plunged into tense tactical discussions. Ultimately, at Morin's suggestion, they decided to continue using the previously proven effective tactic, secretly dispersing a portion of their forces into buildings on both sides of the street, using crossfire to inflict maximum casualties on the enemy. This task fell to several Saxon units, including Morin's 3rd Company. Because although the 3rd Company seemed small in number, compared to other heavily damaged units, it could even be considered relatively intact. After finalizing the plan with Captain Hauser, Morin immediately led a National Army unit to take over the previous defensive position. After yielding the position to these more heavily damaged units, he led the 3rd Platoon and the rescued stragglers to rendezvous with Captain Hauser, then began to infiltrate forward along the buildings. When he was almost in position, he saw a familiar figure through a building window in a side alley. It was a Siegfried Type 1 armored knight, painted with black and white Teutonic crosses. However, it was currently lurking furtively in the shadows of the alley, its massive frame almost completely blocking the passage. From the tactical number on its shoulder armor, it was Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig's mount. The Teutonic Order had attempted to take down another enemy armored knight in the previous battle, but unfortunately, the raid failed, resulting in the loss of another Siegfried Type 1. Now, the only 3 remaining armored knights were all gathered in this core defensive zone, bearing the final responsibility of protecting the 16th Brigade headquarters. But this also meant that once the enemy discovered 3 armored knights gathered in this area, they would surely guess that this was the location of the 16th Brigade headquarters, and then they would launch an even fiercer attack. Just as Morin was wondering whether to take a moment to greet Ludwig and exchange intelligence, new movement appeared at the end of the street. A dense mass of Britannian soldiers and Kingdom Army soldiers advanced like a human wall, and the prelude to what could be called the decisive battle finally began. As Morin and the other ambush team members discovered the enemy, the defending soldiers on the main defensive line also spotted the enemy advancing towards them. Enemy sighted. Open fire. A member of a 105mm howitzer crew, acting as temporary artillery commander, loudly gave the order. The 2 77mm field guns and the sole remaining 105mm howitzer deployed in front of the city hall square quickly let out deafening roars. At this distance of several hundred meters, the gunners had already lowered their barrels to an almost horizontal position, then pulled the firing levers, aiming at the densest enemy crowd at the end of the street. 3 high-explosive shells, with a sharp whistling sound, instantly traversed several hundred meters, plunging into the Britannian assault formation. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out one after another, and 3 huge plumes of smoke erupted, blowing enemy soldiers, men, and guns alike, into the sky near the impact points. Scorching airwaves and flying shrapnel spread in all directions, instantly clearing a large area, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and char. This sudden artillery barrage brought the first wave of the Britannian charge to a halt. Well done! Morin, watching from behind a second-story window, couldn't help but cheer softly. He believed that if they could just deliver a few more rounds like this, no matter how resolute the enemy's will, or how many deserters the supervising officers shot, no infantry would be able to muster the courage to charge directly into such artillery fire on a straight street. After all, not all infantry could be called a death corps. However, just as the defending gunners opened their breeches to reload, an unexpected change occurred. 3 white steel giants suddenly burst out from the smoke and dust. They were the armored knights of the Order of the Garter. The 3 St. George Type 3 armored knights, abandoning their previous arrogant, solo fighting style, adopted a compact triangular formation. They actively raised their shields, emblazoned with the Order of the Garter emblem, firmly protecting the infantry following behind them, like a moving steel bulwark, and began to charge towards the city hall square. This was perhaps the first time the high and mighty knight lords had actively come out to cover infantry. It's the armored knights. My goodness, the knights are covering us. The Britannian soldiers hiding behind the armored knights, seeing the tall and sturdy figures shielding them, quickly calmed down from the panic of the recent shelling. It was known that these noble armored knight lords had never before made such a move. Like the Highland mages, they simply regarded ordinary infantry as expendable. Soon, the Britannian infantry's faces once again showed fanatical and ferocious expressions, shouting "Long live the Order of the Garter!" as they closely followed the armored knights, rapidly advancing. A simple yet effective infantry-tank coordination tactic, belonging to this era, thus naturally formed. Chapter 60. The mage's mindset underwent a slight change. Quick! Keep firing! Don't let them break through! The Saxon officer on the position yelled hoarsely, knowing full well that if the enemy's armored knights and infantry got close, it would all be over. The gunners of the 3 artillery teams desperately sped up their reloading, stuffing shells back into the breeches. Boom! 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 The 3 cannons fired another volley. However, this time, they failed to achieve the same results as the first volley. The 3 St. George Type 3 armored knights were like an insurmountable wall, the shields in their hands and the blue mage armor activated by their bodies formed a double layer of protection. High explosive shells detonated on the shields, creating violent energy ripples and dazzling sparks, but they could never penetrate the solid defense. The armored knights advanced through the artillery fire, their speed increasing rather than decreasing, their heavy metallic footsteps echoing like war drums on the blood-soaked street. And just as you never know what worse things might happen next, at this critical moment when artillery suppression of the infantry was desperately needed, an even worse accident occurred. That precious 105mm howitzer, perhaps due to continuous high-intensity firing, or perhaps a problem with the shell itself. After completing its 3rd shot, the gun barrel suddenly emitted a dull roar, and then the entire gun body violently exploded. Boom! The terrifying barrel burst accident instantly engulfed the entire gun crew. Several gunners didn't even have time to scream before they were blown to the ground in the explosion. The scorching metal fragments and the shockwave of the explosion also affected the 2 77mm field guns next to it. The carriage of one field gun was directly overturned, and although the other 77mm field gun appeared to be mostly intact, its gun crew was largely incapacitated. The Saxon defender's most crucial long-range suppressive firepower in the city hall area was completely destroyed in just a few seconds. It's over, the Saxon soldiers who witnessed this scene all showed expressions of despair. Without the artillery suppression, the 3 St. George Type 3 armored knights immediately accelerated, as there was no longer anything to stop their advance. The huge metal feet of the white armored knights clanged loudly on the flagstones. The Britannia infantry following closely behind also let out a thunderous roar, and the entire battlefield situation seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at this moment. But don't forget, Ludwig and his men had already set up an ambush. Just as the 3 St. George Type 3 armored knights rushed past the alley where the Teutonic Order armored knights were ambushed, Ludwig controlled his armored knight's arm to make a downward motion. In this environment, that gesture had only one meaning. Now. Move. Immediately after, 2 Siegfried Type 1 armored knights, armed with shaped charge armor-piercing rounds, who had been lurking in the shadows of the alley, burst out from the alley like two tigers ready to pounce, one from the left and one from the right. They held their shaped charge armor-piercing rounds level like a knight's lance, aiming at the side armor of the two St. George Type 3 armored knights. Oh no! The drivers of the Order of the Garter armored knights on both sides already knew that the enemy possessed a weapon that could instantly destroy armored knights. So when enemy armored knights wielding such weapons suddenly appeared beside them, they truly panicked. It was like an M4 Sherman on the Pacific battlefield suddenly finding Japanese soldiers charging at it with poop scoops. Watch out for enemies on the flanks. Damn it! They controlled their armored knights to turn and tried to raise their shields to block, but how could the Teutonic Order, who had been waiting for this moment for so long, waste such a precious opportunity? A dazzling flash of fire suddenly bloomed at the mouth of the alley. This time, Lady Luck did not favor the Order of the Garter. Both shaped charge armor-piercing rounds successfully detonated. Two scorching metal jets, traveling at over 5 times the speed of sound, pierced through the St. George Type 3 armored knight's armor, which was impenetrable to other units, like two indestructible divine spears. The high-temperature, high-pressure metal jets, in the instant they penetrated the armor, shredded the precise magical mechanical equipment inside the chassis, and also turned the pilot in the cockpit into an unrecognizable puddle of charcoal. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by two muffled explosions, the two St. George Type 3 armored knights, like giants whose bones had been removed, then collapsed powerlessly to the ground. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Morin and Captain Hauser, who were leading their troops through the building on the right, happened to witness this shocking scene up close through a window. The steel giants collapsed with a roar before their eyes, and the flames and shockwaves of the explosion almost shattered the window glass. This super close-range view of armored knights fighting each other made even Morin, who was well informed before his transmigration, feel a surge of adrenaline. Real men, besides pulling the bolt, just want to pilot mechs. However, he was also the first to react, realizing this was an excellent opportunity to attack. Now, everyone, follow me. Without hesitation, he immediately led a portion of the soldiers through a pre-breached wall, moving to the flank of the infantry behind the armored knights. Open fire. Grenades. Molotovs. Throw whatever you have. Dense bullets and explosives, like hail, smashed into the unprepared Britannia infantry from the flank, instantly disrupting their formation. The Saxon ambush troops in the building across the street also immediately responded after seeing Morin and his men launch their attack, and the rattling of gunfire echoed through the street. The flanking fire from above left the Britannia soldiers on the street unsure where to hide. Under the command of their officers who had regained their composure, the Britannia soldiers who had not been shot down bravely began to try to attack the buildings on both sides. However, with most of the ground floors of the buildings blocked, they could only assault the buildings defended by Saxon soldiers, making the doorways of these buildings truly deadly zones. Charging Britannia soldiers constantly fell, and grenades and Molotovs continually exploded at the doorways, with crossfire bullets flying through the entrances, taking away terrified lives. The Saxon soldiers knew that if the Britannia soldiers rushed into the buildings, they would most likely die inside. The Britannia soldiers also knew that if they couldn't rush into the buildings, they would most likely die on the street, because the light and heavy weapons on the Saxon front line were also continuously firing in this direction. Both sides had no retreat, and could only use their lives to constantly increase their chances of ultimate victory. Further back in the Britannia attack formation, a Highland mage, surrounded by soldiers, unconsciously took another step back as he watched the scene before him. Not long after entering the city with his high-ranked tutor to support the troops, this mage regretted it. He had never imagined battle could be so terrifying. Although at first he used various spells to help the Britannia soldiers quickly break through several interceptions and make great progress deep into the city. But later he realized that this was the beginning of a nightmare. As the front line advanced, enemies no longer appeared only in front of their team, but from all directions, and even in areas that had already been cleared behind them. His once seemingly ample spell slots seemed so precious in skirmishes every 10 minutes, or even every few minutes. It made this Highland mage wish he had 10 more, no, 100 more spell slots. And when the spells he had prepared for the day, even 2 third-level fireball spells, were used up one after another during the room-clearing process, this Highland mage felt helpless on the battlefield for the first time. This feeling of helplessness and fear, after meeting up with friendly forces attacking along another street and seeing another companion who had also run out of spells and lost the protection of mage armor, being cut in half by enemy heavy machine guns, turned into terror. From that moment on, this Highland mage no longer charged at the front as he did initially, but retreated behind the soldiers. Because he discovered that besides a few remaining cantrips, he only had one mage armor left for self-preservation. This also made him regret even more why, when entering the city, he had used up flight spell like Instructor Eldridge, just to save time. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the center of the street, with 2 St. George Type 3 armored knights instantly destroyed, the battle between armored knights suddenly entered a favorable 3-on-1 situation. The victory of the Teutonic Order seemed to be at hand. All together. Take down the last one. Ludwig gave the command directly through his external speakers, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. He maneuvered his mount, along with his adjutant William and another Siegfried Type 1, charging towards the sole remaining St. George Type 3 from 3 directions. The Order of the Garter pilot was completely stunned at this moment. He watched helplessly as his 2 companions were instantly destroyed by that strange weapon in just a few seconds, without even a chance to resist. This world-altering shock left his mind blank. He couldn't understand why those fire pokers of the Saxons, which looked like junk, possessed such terrifying power. Haven't our Order of the Garter armored knights maintained their superiority on the battlefield for hundreds of years? How could it suddenly change? In the brief moment of his daze, 3 black and white painted iron cans had already surrounded him. No longer in the mood to ponder other questions, the instinct for survival and his honor as a knight made him let out a final roar from the cockpit. For the glory of the Order of the Garter. He braced his shield and wielded the armed sword in his hand, attempting a final desperate struggle. However, under the siege of 3 Siegfried Type 1 armored knights, his resistance seemed so pale and powerless. Ludwig's flanged mace, William's battle axe, and another knight's battle axe attacked simultaneously from 3 directions. The heavy weapons, accompanied by whistling wind, slammed fiercely onto his shield and armor. Clang! Bang! Clang! The deafening crashes of metal collision were incessant, sparks flying. Although the St. George Type 3's armor was sturdy, it couldn't withstand such repeated heavy blows. Soon, its chassis surface was covered with terrifying dents and cracks, one arm was brutally severed by William's battle axe, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. Meanwhile, in a building on one side of the street, the soldiers led by Morin and Captain Hauser had engaged in close quarters combat with the enemy. Although the heavily armored soldiers of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment had been largely wiped out during the urban advance, a final group had launched an attack on the building and successfully stormed into the room. Although they were immediately overwhelmed by a large number of Saxon soldiers rushing down from the second floor, who fought with a life-for-a-life mentality, and were repeatedly stabbed with bayonets into the helmets and armor seams by these terrified soldiers. But the period of suppressed firepower they created still allowed more Britannia soldiers to rush into the room. They quickly shot down the Saxon soldiers on the first floor and then tried to attack the second floor via the narrow staircase. Incendiaries! Incendiaries! We can't be so careful now. Morin, hiding behind the stairwell, pulled out a new stripper clip from his ammunition pouch while shouting commands. Hearing his instructions, the Saxon soldiers inside the building didn't hesitate, directly lighting 2 Molotovs and throwing them at the doorway. And this most densely packed area of Britannia soldiers instantly erupted in raging flames, burning those soldiers, who were squeezed together in the narrow space, to wail and roll on the ground. Their actions quickly ignited the curtains, tablecloths, and other flammable materials in the room, and since most of the furniture in these buildings was wooden, the entire first floor was soon engulfed in flames. All right, give me a Molotov, everyone else retreat to the next building. Soon, a soldier handed Morin a Molotov, while the others also fired a few shots down the stairwell before retreating to the next building through a breached wall, led by Captain Hauser. Morin also pulled out a box of matches from his pocket, lit the rag on the Molotov, and then smashed it into the stairwell. Boom! The exploding flames quickly forced back the Britannia soldiers attempting to rush upstairs, and Morin used this opportunity to retreat to the next building. He took the chance to glance at the countdown on the system interface again. There was less than half an hour until the armored airship arrived, although he didn't know what kind of firepower this airship possessed. But since the system had given a solemn countdown, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Just hold on for another half an hour. How can we lose with an airship landing on their faces? However, at this moment, soldiers from both warring factions felt a heart-stopping magical fluctuation coming from the sky. Morin, who happened to be crouching under a window, subconsciously looked up, his pupils suddenly contracting. He saw a figure dressed in a magnificent mage robe, quietly hovering in midair, his cold gaze looking down at everything below, as if at a group of ants. It was that high-ranking mage, Eldridge. Chapter 61 Eldridge? Gunship. Eldridge's face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Evidently, the heavy losses of the Holy Britannian Empire's expeditionary force and the Order of the Garter had thoroughly enraged this high-ranked tutor of the Highland Mage Corps. The final straw that broke the high-ranked tutor's sanity was finding the bodies of his 2 mage apprentices. They had even been bayoneted to death by mere infantrymen, who he regarded as ants. This meant he had lost 3 carefully cultivated mage apprentices in just one day. Even in the Holy Britannian Empire, the number of newborns with magical talent was decreasing year by year, let alone those with exceptional potential. To be selected as a mage apprentice for the Highland Mage Corps meant they were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among these promising talents. It was known that the Highland Mage Corps might only recruit a few eligible mage apprentices every few years. Eldridge had only managed to secure these 3 excellent mage apprentices through multiple overseas combat experiences for the Empire and 2 major spell improvement achievements. Given their demonstrated talent in spells, coupled with the resources provided by the Highland Mage Corps and Eldridge personally, they were almost destined to become archmages in the future, as long as nothing went wrong. For Eldridge, cultivating high-ranking mages would also increase his influence and further his position within the Highland Mage Corps. But now, something had gone wrong, and the mage apprentices were gone. On the other side, Morin's heart sank to rock bottom the moment he saw the high-ranking mage. Although he had previously led his soldiers to successfully eliminate 2 mage apprentices, that was because they lacked combat experience and panicked when infantry got close. However, the individual before him was a genuine high-ranking mage, a high-risk unit certified by the system, an existence capable of turning the tide of the entire battle single-handedly. On the battlefield, everyone noticed the uninvited guest. The fierce fighting came to a temporary halt. Britannian soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing Eldridge, their morale greatly boosted. Saxon soldiers, on the other hand, turned pale, their eyes revealing unconcealed fear. It's just a magician. And we've already repelled him once, what's there to be afraid of? Keep fighting. Captain Hauser yelled at the top of his lungs, trying to steady the morale. Morin also unhesitatingly raised his gun, aimed, and fired. The The third platoon soldiers around him, seeing his actions, also aimed at the magician in the air and shot. However, Eldridge seemed to have no intention of dealing with the infantry on the ground. His gaze was fixed on the 3 Siegfried Type 1s that were ganging up on the last enemy. Although the Highland mages' past combat style hiding under heavy protection and casting AoE spells meant neither Eldridge nor other magicians had experience fighting armored knights at close range. But this did not prevent the thoroughly enraged high-ranked tutor from considering these iron behemoths as his primary targets for elimination. Before that, however, he did find the gunshots from the nearby buildings somewhat annoying. Eldridge didn't even descend, simply hovering directly above the street, and raised his left hand, adorned with several ornate rings. Then he extended his index finger and pointed it at the building where Morin and his men were located. Immediately, the ruby ring on his index finger flashed, and a spell was instantly cast. A fireball spell, larger than a basketball and burning with dark red flames, appeared out of thin air in front of his index finger, then, with a whooshing sound, it smashed into the building where Morin and his men had just been firing from. Not good. Retreat quickly. Morin only had time to issue a warning. Boom. Unexpectedly, perhaps Eldridge's aim wasn't very good, the fireball spell didn't directly blast through the window as he and Morin had expected, but instead hit the outer wall of the building. However, the power of this fireball spell, activated by the ring, was clearly much more potent than fireball spells cast by mage apprentices. The violent explosion instantly blew a huge hole in the bullet-riddled wall, and the terrifying shockwave directly collapsed half of the roof. Rubble and bricks rained down, forcing Morin, Captain Hauser, and the others to retreat in disarray to the adjacent building, abandoning the hard-won firing position. But this was only the beginning. After forcing Morin and his men to retreat with one strike, Eldridge's next target was the armored knights in the middle of the street. He raised his hand again, this time, he held a spell scroll he had just pulled from his robes. As a wisp of activating mana was injected, Eldridge, without hesitation, tore open this extremely precious spell scroll, crafted by a legendary archmage of the Highland Mage Corps. Immediately following, a massive greatsword, composed entirely of translucent force field energy and shimmering with a faint purple glow, appeared out of thin air before him. 7-ring spell Mordenkinen's Sword. A famous evocation spell among spellcasters, created by an ancient legendary archmage. Go. Eldridge pointed forward. The force field sword, as if alive, rushed towards a Siegfried Type 1 with lightning speed. The pilot of this armored knight had, of course, been prepared, so at the moment the force field sword struck, he maneuvered sideways, ready to evade. Regrettably, he still underestimated the incredible maneuverability of the force field sword formed by this high-level spell. I can dodge cannonballs, so why would I be afraid? This thought had just flashed through the armored knight pilot's mind. But then, the faint purple force field sword drew a graceful arc in the air, as if it had locked onto the armored knight, subtly changing its trajectory and accelerating towards it. Sizzle. A grating, dull thud. With a simple, unadorned thrust, it fiercely pierced through the Siegfried Type 1 closest to Eldridge. The pilot of that Siegfried Type 1 didn't even understand what had happened, as he and his cockpit were impaled by this indestructible force field sword, leaving a transparent hole. All movements of the armored knight ceased abruptly, and then it crashed to the ground. WDNMD. Morin, who witnessed this scene while aiming his gun, couldn't help but curse out loud. He had to admit that the combat power of these high-ranking mages was higher than he had imagined. Was the ability to instantly take down an armored knight a bit too absurd? This kind of combat, where a spellcaster suddenly flies onto the battlefield, hovers to attack infantry in buildings, and then uses a tracking attack to destroy armored knights, made Morin feel increasingly familiar. Isn't this just an armed helicopter with hellfire missiles? On the other side, the successful strike also made Eldridge secretly breathe a sigh of relief, as it was his first time engaging in such close-range combat. After the successful strike, a cruel sneer appeared on his face. With a change of gesture, the force field sword circling in the air launched another attack. This time, its target was Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig's mount. The force field sword completed its final nimble circle in the air, then, from a tricky angle, it slashed down. Lieutenant Colonel, be careful. William's terrified shout rang out through the armored knight's external speaker. And Ludwig's reaction was incredibly swift. Realizing that evasion wouldn't save him from the attack, he immediately raised his shield, attempting to block it. However, the sharpness of the force field sword far exceeded his imagination. With a crisp clang, the heavy shield, capable of withstanding cannon fire, was split in two by the force field sword and crashed to the ground. However, this block did alter the trajectory of the force field sword, which, with undiminished momentum, fiercely slashed at the legs of Ludwig's mount. Clang. Accompanied by a piercing sound of metal breaking, the two thick mechanical legs of Ludwig's Siegfried Type 1 were cleanly severed. The massive machine lost its balance and tilted heavily backward, crashing right beside the ruins where Morin and his men had just escaped, raising a cloud of dust. Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig, Morin, Captain Hauser, and the others cried out in alarm. In an instant, the battlefield situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The absolute advantage of 3-on-1 vanished in an instant with the intervention of Eldridge, the high-ranking mage. One Siegfried Type 1 was destroyed on the spot, and Ludwig's mount had its legs severed, completely losing its combat capability. The only one still standing on the battlefield was Ludwig's adjutant, William, piloting his Siegfried Type 1. Bastard. William's eyes were bloodshot in the cockpit as he let out an angry roar. He watched his superior and comrade fall one after another, and the immense grief and anger made him temporarily forget his fear of the high-ranking mage. Just as Eldridge was preparing to control the Mordenkinen's sword, hovering in the air, to deliver the final blow to Ludwig, William made an unexpected move. He abandoned the St. George Type 3, which was already at its last gasp, and instead controlled his armored knight, taking heavy strides, like a raging bull, charging directly towards Eldridge in midair. Die, you damned spellcaster! Eldridge clearly hadn't expected that this Saxon tinkin would dare to actively attack him. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Both of your teammates were instantly killed by me, and you still dare to challenge the authority of a high-ranking mage? Eldridge snorted coldly. With a thought, he prepared to control the force field sword to deal with this fool who didn't know his place. However, William's actions were much faster than he had imagined. The heavy frame of the armored knight erupted with astonishing speed at that moment. Just as Eldridge's force field sword was turning, William's Siegfried Type 1 had already charged in front of him. And the high-ranked tutor's lack of combat experience led him to severely misjudge the situation. If only he had increased his altitude slightly, or tried to create some distance, instead of standing here as a stationary target, the outcome of this battle might have been different. Unfortunately, Eldridge, focused on controlling the force field sword, foolishly remained suspended at a height of 3 or 4 meters. William's charging speed with the armored knight was also much faster than he had imagined. The giant mechanical fist, carrying immense power, delivered a simple, brutal punch, fiercely smashing into Eldridge, who had no time to dodge. Bang! A dull, heavy thud. Eldridge, like a pedestrian hit by a speeding carriage, was sent flying from midair by that punch, like a kite with a broken string. The armed helicopter that could only hover was thus elbowed down by the armored knight. The blue mage armor he constantly maintained had already suffered some damage from Morin and his men's attacks. Now, in front of the steel fist, it shattered like an eggshell, turning into specks of blue light and dissipating into the air. Eldridge himself arced through the air in a pathetic parabola, crashing heavily into the Britonian infantry formation behind him, knocking down a large number of soldiers. Pfft! A mouthful of fresh blood gushed from Eldridge's mouth. He felt as if his internal organs were displaced, and all the bones in his body seemed to be coming apart. The pain from his chest and abdomen made him realize he had definitely broken a few bones. But he was, after all, a high-ranking mage. His prolonged exposure to magic and magical crystal ore had somewhat strengthened his body, making him far more resilient than an ordinary person. Although his armor was broken and he was severely injured, Eldridge did not die on the spot and was still struggling to get up from the ground. Well done, Adjutant William. Morin, seeing this scene, vigorously pumped his fist and immediately called out to the soldiers around him, "Quick! Rescue Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig." He, Captain Hauser, and the others immediately rushed towards the fallen Siegfried Type 1, attempting to open the cockpit and rescue Ludwig inside. However, in their haste, they overlooked another deadly threat on the battlefield. The sole remaining St. George Type 3. The pilot of this armored knight, seeing that 2 of the 3 enemies besieging him had been dealt with by his own magician in the blink of an eye. And after the high-ranking mage was sent flying by the last enemy, he first paused, then immediately raised the armed sword in his hand. He didn't bother with Eldridge's condition after being knocked away, or rather, the relationship between Britannia's various knight orders and the Highland mages was not that close to begin with. So his fierce gaze was now fixed on the Siegfried Type 1 lying motionless on the ground, and on Morin and the others gathered around it. "Die, you Saxon scum!" The Order of the Garter pilot let out a sinister laugh, controlling his armored knight, which now only had one arm, and, clutching the huge armed sword, walked step by step towards them. He would first deliver the final blow to that damned Siegfried Type 1, and then crush all those bothersome infantrymen next to it into meat paste, one by one. "Watch out! The enemy is coming," a Saxon soldier cried out in terror. Chapter 62 Goodbye Captain. From a distance, the defending soldiers in the trenches, upon seeing this, didn't even need an officer's command and immediately focused their fire on the St. George Type 3. Clang, clang, clang. Countless bullets struck its armor, sending up a dense shower of sparks, but they were utterly unable to cause any substantial damage to it. At this moment, the armored knight's despair-inducing suppressive power over infantry was displayed to its fullest. Morin looked at the steel giant, covered in oil and scratches, approaching step by step, his mind racing, trying to find a solution to their current predicament. Rifles? Grenades? Useless. Previous battles had repeatedly proven that these individual weapons couldn't cause effective damage to it. Just as he was burning with anxiety, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of something. It was a shaped charge armor-piercing round that had fallen from its mount next to Ludwig's machine due to the recent collapse. A crazy idea instantly formed in Morin's mind. Although this thing was designed for temporary use by armored knights, as its designer, Morin knew very well that while its weight was heavy for an adult male, it wasn't entirely impossible to carry. As long as he could carry it, get close to the St. George Type 3, and detonate it at close range. He glanced at the increasingly close armored knight, then at the shaped charge armor-piercing round on the ground, a flicker of hesitation appearing in his eyes. Why should he risk his life for a country he had only been in for 48 hours since transmigrating? Just as he hesitated, a large hand, covered in blood and grime, grabbed his collar tightly from behind, pulling him directly backward. It was Captain Hauser. "Captain." Morin turned his head and saw a face full of scars and blood. Captain Hauser's face was terrifyingly pale, his lips bloodless from blood loss. Morin's gaze shifted downward, and he was horrified to discover that a rather thick, sharp wooden splinter had, at some point, pierced Captain Hauser's abdomen. Blood was continuously gushing from the wound, staining his grey military uniform a shocking dark red. Captain! You're injured. Quick! Find a place to lie down. Morin was greatly alarmed and reached out to help him. Don't mind me. Captain Hauser's voice was weak, but his eyes were exceptionally firm. He pushed a cloth-wrapped package into Morin's arms, then shoved him into the building. You're still young, live. These were Captain Hauser's last words to Morin. Then, he turned around resolutely and burst out of the building with the agility that seemed as if he hadn't been injured. His actions also attracted the attention of 2 other Saxon veterans nearby, who were also severely wounded and almost unable to stand. The 2 veterans, after seeing Captain Hauser's movements, were stunned for a moment, then immediately understood something. They exchanged glances, seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. The armored knight had already reached them, its armed sword held high, the blade shimmering with enchanted blue light. At this moment, the St. George Type 3 was in an inverted grip, preparing to stab down fiercely and completely finish off Ludwig's mount. Then, he witnessed a scene that made his hair stand on end. 3 infantrymen, who appeared from nowhere, actually bent down together, using all their strength, and somehow lifted the thick poker from the ground. Oh no! The armored knight pilot's mind instantly replayed the scene of his 2 companions being instantly destroyed by this weapon. He was greatly alarmed and no longer cared about attacking the fallen Siegfried Type 1, instead, he immediately changed targets, brandishing the armed sword in his hand, and slashed down fiercely at the 3 infantrymen carrying the deadly weapon. His shield, along with his severed left arm, had already been lost in the previous battle. Now, the only way he could stop these 3 madmen was to hack them all into mincemeat before they detonated that damned weapon. Looking at the huge blade descending upon them, Captain Hauser and the other 2 veterans showed no fear on their faces. They merely raised their heads, facing the deadly cold light, and with the last shred of strength in their lives, let out a deafening roar. Long live the glory of the Saxon Empire! They roared, and Captain Hauser simultaneously fumbled and pressed the mechanical trigger at the tail of the shaped charge armor-piercing round. Boom! A dazzling flash of fire once again bloomed on the battlefield. A scorching jet of metal, with an unstoppable force, fiercely pierced through the St. George Type 3's cockpit from the front. The order of the Garter pilot, along with his mount, was completely reduced to a pile of scrap metal by the single strike. However, the cost was also heavy. The immense impact force generated by the explosion and the armed sword, which continued to fall due to inertia, simultaneously acted upon the 3 valiant soldiers. Captain Hauser and the other 2 veterans were torn to shreds in the explosion and slash, without even seeing the enemy being destroyed. Crimson blood stained the broken land. And Morin, pushed into the ruins, watched this scene with eyes about to burst, his nails deeply embedded in the flesh of his palms, yet unable to make a sound. On the other side, William, driving the only armored knight still standing on the battlefield, had already charged into the chaotic Britannia infantry, beginning a bloody massacre. His objective was clear: to completely kill the severely wounded magician, Eldridge, who had fallen to the ground. According to pre-battle intelligence, although Eldridge was a high-ranking mage, the spells he could cast daily were limited. And he had already used several high-level spells today, such as Transmute Rock and Mordenkinen's Sword. Considering the spell slots of a magician of his level, unless he continued to use high-level spell scrolls, he theoretically couldn't cast any spell that could threaten an armored knight. But high-level spell scrolls were, after all, handmade products, and only archmages were capable of making them. Their numbers were extremely scarce, and even in Britannia, they were very precious strategic materials. So now might be the best time to take out Eldridge. Thinking of this, William's killing intent grew even stronger. He controlled the Siegfried Type 1, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, each swing of his battle axe taking the lives of several Britannia soldiers who couldn't escape in time. Soon, he cleared the surrounding obstacles and arrived in front of Eldridge, who was still struggling on the ground, ready to cleave the culprit who had caused them such heavy casualties into a pulp with an axe. Just then, Eldridge, with blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, propped himself up with his almost broken staff and struggled to his feet. He looked at the huge battle axe about to descend before him, a tragic and crazed smile appearing on his face. With trembling hands, he once again pulled out an unassuming-looking parchment scroll from his magnificent but blood-stained robe. Then, he fiercely bit open the spell seal on the scroll with his teeth. A slender, seemingly harmless green ray shot out from the scroll, silently striking the Siegfried Type 1 driven by William. 7-ring spell disintegrate. Chapter 63. Our war behemoth enters the field. There was no violent explosion, no dazzling flash of light. The green ray, like a drop of ink in water, rapidly spread across the armored knight's body. Where the green light touched, whether it was the sturdy steel armor or the complex internal mechanical structure, everything rapidly decomposed and disintegrated at a visibly fast rate. Inside the cockpit, William didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise before he and his mount were swallowed by that eerie green light. After just a few seconds, the green light dissipated. The entire upper body of the Siegfried Type 1, which had already assumed an attack posture, including the cockpit and both arms, had completely vanished. Only 2 broken mechanical legs remained standing alone, then collapsed to the ground with a clang. The entire battlefield fell into silence, for what must have been the umpteenth time today. Everyone was completely awestruck by this eerie and terrifying scene. Eldridge, the high-ranked tutor of the Highland Mage Corps, at the cost of severe injuries and an incredibly precious forbidden spell scroll, finally eliminated the last unit on the battlefield that could pose a significant threat to him. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, spitting out another mouthful of blood, then leaned on his cracked staff and shakily rose from the ground. His high-ranking mage's robe was tattered, stained with blood and dust, his once elegant curly hair was disheveled, and he looked utterly wretched. But on his pale face, there was a sickly, crazed smile. He looked around, at the dumbfounded Saxon soldiers and the equally stunned Britannian soldiers. Then he slowly bent down and picked up a saber that had fallen from a Britannian officer. Then, with all his might, he pointed the saber forward. He pointed towards the direction of the Saxon Empire's defensive position, and at the same time, with a hoarse voice, he let out his final cry. The enemy has no usable soldiers left. Attack! For the glory of Holy Britannia! Attack! His voice broke the deadly silence of the battlefield. The Britannia and Kingdom's army soldiers, after a brief shock, erupted in a thunderous cheer. Their greatest threat, the Saxon armoured knights who could charge into infantry formations and wreak havoc, had been completely annihilated. Victory seemed to be within reach. Charge! Kill those Saxon barbarians! Led by their officers, the soldiers of Britannia regained their morale and, like a tide, once again launched their final general assault towards the city hall. This time, the Kingdom's army soldier, who had originally been assigned to clear the battlefield, also charged behind the Britannian, under the supervision of their officers. For a moment, the entire street was almost filled with charging soldiers. On the other side, the Saxon soldiers, seeing the enemy begin their charge, opened fire without needing orders from any officer. Rifle bullets streaked across the battlefield, and 2 heavy machine gun bursts swept towards the charging Britannian soldiers. Although the front row soldiers were constantly falling, the other Britannian soldiers continued to charge forward, one after another, using some uncleared debris and flower beds on the street for cover as they returned fire. The soldiers of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment believed that as long as they could successfully charge into the enemy's position and engage in close quarters combat, they would surely achieve final victory. Morin, inside the building on the side of the street, called out to the surviving soldiers, preparing to use the building for defense and attempting to rescue Ludwig before retreating to the position. However, just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind without warning. Saxon Empire Air Force, Zeppelin-class armored airship, L-30 has arrived. Please prepare for attack guidance. Hearing the notification, Morin subconsciously looked up at the sky. The sky was still that thick, grey-yellow cloud layer stained with gunpowder smoke, nothing could be seen clearly. However, Morin also noticed a new unit icon had appeared on the mini-map, looking similar to the War Beast icon from a game he had once played. At the same time, Morin also heard another sound amidst the noisy battlefield environment. A low rumble was coming from above the clouds. Whoosh hum. The sound grew louder and clearer, from far to near, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly with it. Everyone on the battlefield, whether the charging Britannia and Kingdom's army soldiers or the despairing Saxon defenders, simultaneously looked up towards the direction of the sound. Even Eldridge, the high-ranking mage who had fallen into a state of frenzy, frowned, and the wild laughter on his face froze. Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, the thick, grey-yellow cloud layer was suddenly torn open as if by an invisible giant hand. A colossal, unimaginable, sky-obscuring figure slowly emerged from the gap in the clouds. It was a gigantic rigid airship. Its overall shape was similar to the Zeppelin airships of Morin's pre-transmigration world, but its size appeared to be even larger. The main difference, however, lay in the gondola beneath the massive integrated air sac. The Zeppelin airships in Morin's memory should have had 3 independent gondolas below, each with different functions. But beneath this enormous airship in the sky, there was a single, integrated gondola that was about 2/3 the length of the air sac. Or rather, this massive structure could no longer be called a gondola, it was more like the deck of some kind of warship. What surprised Morin most was that on this deck, there were a total of 4 twin-barreled turrets, 2 in the front and 2 in the back, mounted. Although Morin couldn't identify the specific model, it was clear that the caliber of these cannon barrels, which looked like naval guns, couldn't be small. In addition, there were many structures resembling machine gun turrets and bomber bomb bays. On the side of the airship's massive white air sac, a huge and striking emblem was painted, a magnificent black eagle with spread wings. That was the emblem of the Saxon Empire. It's our airship. It's the Zeppelin. It's the Zeppelin airship. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer, filled with ecstasy and disbelief, erupted from the Saxon position. Hope. At the last moment, when everyone had fallen into despair, hope descended from the sky. No, impossible. Eldridge looked up, staring blankly at the colossal object that appeared like a miracle, the color draining from his face instantly. As a high-ranked tutor of the Highland Mage Corps, he naturally knew about this type of war machine belonging to the Saxon Empire. But he never expected that such an armored airship would appear here. Didn't intelligence say the Saxon Empire's airships were all confronting the Gauls at the border? Did they even bother to gather intelligence properly? Meanwhile, as Morin was being awestruck by this enormous war beast, Ludwig's armored knight also opened its cockpit. Upon seeing this, Morin immediately ordered the other soldiers to provide covering fire, then he himself leaped down from the ruins, came to the side of the fallen armored knight, and helped Ludwig climb out. Lieutenant Colonel. Look, it's our armored airship. Morin excitedly patted Ludwig's shoulder, the feeling of escaping from a desperate situation made him lose control of his emotions for a moment. Cough cough. I see it, take it easy. Ludwig, supported by Morin, temporarily hid on the other side of the armored knight, constantly hissing as he gasped for air. He felt that he might have broken a few ribs and probably wouldn't be able to move vigorously for a while. After confirming that his physical condition was indeed not good and he couldn't get up at the moment, he tightly grasped Morin's hand and said to him. Morin, I need you to help me complete the final attack guidance. Attack guidance? Yes. Originally, it was supposed to be guided directly by the armored knight, but as you can see, this knight is no longer able to move. However, in the storage box inside the cockpit, there's a flare gun and a few signal flares, used for temporary guidance in emergencies. I need you to get them out and fire the flares over the Britannian. Morin immediately understood Ludwig's meaning. Although the armored airship currently looked very powerful, given the level of technology displayed in this world, providing ground fire support from the air was not a simple matter. Especially in a close-quarters urban combat environment where friendly and enemy forces were intertwined, a misfire could easily cause friendly casualties. Therefore, the signal flares Ludwig mentioned were likely the key to fire guidance. Chapter 64 The Black Eagle flag flies over Seville. After confirming that the flare was key to guiding the armored airship's attack, Morin immediately scrambled up the wreckage of the fallen Siegfried Type 1. The narrow cockpit was filled with a pungent smell of oil mixed with other unknown gases. There were no joysticks or other control devices as Morin had imagined. Besides some incomprehensible instruments and magic crystal stones, there were two glove-like objects hanging on either side of the driver's seat. Then, on the central axis of the driver's seat, there were some metal protrusions, seemingly for connecting to a driving suit. Morin rummaged through the storage compartment beneath the driver's seat for a moment and quickly found a thick leather box. Opening the box, a flare gun and several special flares lay inside. The flare gun's design was quite ordinary, no different from the break-action flare guns he remembered, but the flares themselves looked distinctly unusual. Their casings were much more exquisite than ordinary flares, and their warheads and brass shells were intricately engraved with tiny runes, seemingly incorporating magic technology. Morin clicked open the barrel, inserted a flare from the rear, and then closed the breech again. He cautiously peeked his head halfway out from behind the building ruins damaged by the armored knight, only to see the street had become a scene of hell on earth. The Britannians and Kingdom's army soldiers charged forward like madmen, while the machine gun fire from the Saxon positions continuously licked at the charging crowd. Every second, someone fell, but those behind immediately filled the gaps. Morin, shoot where they're most densely packed. Ludwig leaned against the wreckage of the mech, enduring intense pain, guiding Morin to the target. Morin nodded, then, following Ludwig's guidance, raised the muzzle and sharply pulled the trigger. Bang! After a crisp sound, the flare shot into the sky in an arc, then exploded violently above the attacking Britannian forces. Unlike ordinary flares, it didn't emit a dazzling bright light but left a shimmering, faintly visible cluster of light points in the air, like fireflies on a summer night, then slowly dissipated. Airship Captain, report. Teutonic Order attack guidance beacon detected. On the L-30 armored airship in the sky, an observer, lie on the transparent observation window, stared intently at a huge lens in front of him and reported loudly. Through the lens, a section of the city below, shrouded in smoke, was clearly marked by a flashing blue magical symbol, making it extremely conspicuous. Calculate firing solutions. Once complete, transmit to all gun crews, then open fire. From the airship captain's seat, a stern-faced middle-aged officer immediately issued the attack order. A series of commands were quickly transmitted through the copper-speaking tubes in the bridge to various gun positions on the lower deck of the airship in a separate small room. Inside the small room, several Saxon army magicians, dressed in blue uniforms distinctly different from other soldiers, immediately gathered around a complex instrument and began calculating trajectories and firing solutions based on the guidance beacon's location. Complex and obscure runes flowed across a crystal panel in front of them, eventually transforming into sets of numbers, which were immediately transmitted to each turret. Firing solutions loaded. High explosive shells loaded. Commence attack. Boom. 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 Dull cannon fire, like thunder rolling across the sky, came from above. On the lower deck of the armored airship, the 8 203mm twin-barrel turrets successively spewed destructive flames. 16 203mm naval guns fired continuously, their shells shrieking as they tore through the air, accurately smashing into the street in front of Morin, which was packed with Britannian soldiers. On the ground, the Britannian soldiers, who had just been charging madly, hadn't even reacted to what was happening before death rained down from above. Violent explosions instantly covered the entire street, the earth trembled, and buildings wailed. Scorching airwaves, mixed with countless shrapnel and rubble, formed a storm of death, tearing everything on the street to shreds. Human bodies, under this level of firepower, were as fragile as paper, instantly torn apart by the shockwave and shrapnel. With just one salvo, the tide-like charge came to an abrupt halt, and the entire street became an inferno of blood and fire. But this was only the beginning. The next few salvos, adjusted by various turrets, began to extend their fire deeper into the attacking forces, while the armored airship also began to decelerate and lower its altitude. As the armored airship continuously lowered its altitude, it eventually hovered several hundred meters directly above the street. Immediately after, rows of bomb bays on its bottom deck also opened. Heavy bombs, the size of gas canisters, were continuously dropped with clanking mechanical unlocking sounds, then fell into the dense smoke and dust generated by the shelling below. Rumble. An even more violent explosion than the previous shelling occurred. The entire city seemed to tremble in this series of explosions, and huge mushroom clouds, mixed with thick black smoke, rose into the sky. The brick buildings on both sides of the street collapsed in swathes, like building blocks hit by a giant hammer, burying countless soldiers who couldn't escape under the ruins. After the shelling and bombing, the dense hemispherical MG-08 heavy machine gun turrets on the airship's lower deck also began their attack. Lethal whips of fire rained down from the sky, mercilessly strafing any moving targets on the ground. The Britannian soldiers who had miraculously survived the bombing were now completely broken. They no longer cared about attacking, nor could they hear the officers' shouts. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything, everyone screamed and cried, fleeing desperately to the rear. Morin, supporting Ludwig, hid behind the wreckage of the armored knight, staring blankly at the war behemoth in the sky that was continuously unleashing firepower, momentarily lost in thought. This thing, it's too fierce, isn't it? Isn't this just a cruiser put in the sky? Is this the Saxon Empire's strategic weapon? The combination of industrial power and magic technology to such an extent, giving birth to a weapon of war whose power far exceeded his imagination. Moreover, the armored airship's carrying capacity, just by looking at it, was clearly far superior to the Zeppelin airships Morin knew before he transmigrated. Not to mention the lower deck completely covered in armor, just those 8 203mm twin-barrel turrets alone would certainly not be light, let alone the many aerial bombs loaded in the bomb bay. At the same time, the huge airbag above, observed at close range, also clearly had energy fluctuations similar to a spell shield, indicating that these airbags were also protected. Morin now finally understood why the Saxon Empire could contend with the Holy Britannian Empire, the world's old hegemon, despite being far behind in spell mastery. If armored airships maintained their altitude, preventing magicians from posing a threat to them, ground forces currently seem to have no good way to deal with these aerial war behemoths. These foreign world Germans really have something special. In contrast, the Germans of Morin's previous world turned Industry 4.0 into Industry 404. Alas, they were weak and incompetent. The appearance of the armored airship was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing the morale of the Britannian Expeditionary Force and the kingdom's army. Inside Seville, the attacking forces on all front lines were shaken to their core upon seeing the colossal object that blotted out the sky. Conversely, the morale of the defenders was greatly boosted because, while the armored airship was attacking, it was also playing the Saxon Empire's military music through multiple high-power broadcasting devices. As the defenders on various front lines began to counterattack, the attacking forces began a full-scale rout, fleeing in panic from this city where they had shed so much blood. Flags of the Saxon Empire, emblazoned with a yellow field and a black eagle, finally rose again on all the high points of Seville. Morin stared blankly at these rising flags, his mouth agape for a long time before he murmured. Damn, it really is the flag of the Holy Roman Empire. Dash. After leaving countless bodies on the street, the enemies attacking the City Hall defense line finally completely retreated. The airships in the sky also ceased their heavy artillery and aerial bomb attacks, only occasionally strafing stragglers on the ground with machine guns while circling. Morin led his remaining 20-odd soldiers out of the ruins. He first sent an orderly to the rear position to notify medics and stretcher teams to come and transport Ludwig and other wounded. Then he led Klaus and Baumann and others, cautiously making their way towards the thoroughly plowed street ahead. They needed to clear the battlefield and confirm there were no stragglers. More importantly, they needed to see if they could confirm the fate of high-ranking Mage Eldridge. The scene on the street made even these veterans, who had endured a full day of bloody battle, feel their stomachs churn. The entire street was unrecognizable, filled with huge shell craters and collapsed buildings. The Britannians and Kingdom's army had left countless bodies on the street. Under the armored airship's unreasonable firepower, hardly a single intact body could be found. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood, gunpowder, and the foul odor of some burnt protein, mixed together to form a nauseating stench. Platoon leader, over here. A soldier suddenly shouted from nearby. Morin and Klaus immediately rushed over, only to see scattered among a pile of charred rubble some broken cloth, whose once ornate patterns were still faintly discernible. Next to the cloth, there was also half a charred staff and some indistinguishable body tissues. It must be him. Morin looked at the fragments of the magic robe and nodded. The high-ranking mage who had caused them so much trouble had, after all, not survived that world-destroying firepower. Confirming Eldridge's death, Morin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as the magician's previously displayed combat power had been somewhat too unreasonable. Just as Morin was about to lead his men away, another soldier ran over, clutching a slightly smoke-blackened small notebook. Platoon leader, this was found nearby with some other fragments of a magic robe, please take a look. Chapter 65 Spells. Morin took the small notebook from the soldier, patted off the black dust, and immediately revealed the somewhat tattered cover beneath. Opening it and flipping through, Morin found that, like the booklets previously confiscated from the two mage apprentices, this was also the high-ranking mage's spell notes. It recorded many spell research insights, casting experiences, and other contents. And the system, as Morin flipped through, gave a timely prompt. Incomplete personal training manual, high level, ×1, acquired. This prompt also reminded Morin, and he immediately had others search the vicinity for any other trophies left by the high-ranking mage, especially magical equipment and spell scrolls. However, unfortunately, apart from this spell notebook, no other valuable items were found. Tisk, the drop rate isn't great. This combat power is at least a mini-boss, right? Yet, it didn't drop anything good. After grumbling a couple of sentences with considerable regret, Morin did not linger in the vicinity and soon led everyone away. The Zeppelin-class armored airship L-30 slowly circled above the city, like a guardian deity for the troops below. Its huge searchlights on the lower deck continuously swept across the city, like a giant beast patrolling its territory. If special red signal flares fired by Saxon soldiers were spotted, after confirmation by the observer through binoculars, MG-08 heavy machine guns would provide fire support. Compared to the 203mm naval guns with a larger area of effect, the machine gun's lethality was easier to control, so it didn't require those special magic-guided signal flares for guidance. The scattered units, broken up in various corners of the city, finally gradually re-established contact. Treating the wounded, counting prisoners, and regrouping forces, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Morin and the others also followed, carrying Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig's stretcher back to the temporary field hospital in the rear. This elite detachment of Teutonic Order paid a huge price in this brutal battle. Of the 12 Siegfried Type 1 armored knights that sortied, after 2 rounds of combat, only Ludwig survived. The other pilots, along with their mounts, were left forever on this foreign land. On the other side, the brigade headquarters of the 16th Brigade quickly established contact with the armored airship in the sky via high-power radio. They learned from the airship captain that the enemy outside the city had completely retreated and should not be able to organize an effective attack again in a short time. This news also meant that they could finally rest a little and lick their wounds. As the sun set and the sky grew darker, Morin, forcing himself to stay alert, arranged for his soldiers to tally casualties and collect ammunition supplies, among other trivial matters. Then, dragging his exhausted body, he found a relatively clean open space at the 3rd Platoon's temporary resting point and sat down. Soldiers were everywhere, sitting or lying, each covered in gunpowder smoke, their faces edged with numbness and exhaustion. No one spoke, the air was filled only with the muffled groans of lightly wounded soldiers who didn't need to be in the field hospital, and the crackling sound of the bonfire. Hans. Morin habitually called out the name of his orderly, Hans, intending to ask him to inquire about the situation at the 1st Battalion headquarters and see if they could contact them to have the unit return to formation. However, after calling his name, he waited for a long time without a response. Morin looked up in confusion, just about to see if the young orderly had slacked off, when Corporal Baumann at his side whispered a reminder. Platoon leader. Hans was killed in the previous battle. Hearing Corporal Baumann's words, Morin fell completely silent. Suddenly, immense sorrow and exhaustion overwhelmed him like a tide. He sat there on the cold ground, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. A moment later, he pulled out the cloth packet that Captain Hauser had given him before his sacrifice. His trembling hand slowly opened the cloth packet. Inside the packet was an exquisitely crafted wristwatch and a neatly folded note. Engraved on the back of the wristwatch was a line, "To my beloved." Morin unfolded the note, on which was Captain Hauser's rough yet powerful handwriting. "If I fall, please give this watch to my wife and tell her that I love her." In that instant, the faces of Captain Hauser, Hans, and those soldiers who had died in battle, whose names he couldn't even recall, flashed through his mind. For the first time, Morin truly realized the brutality of war, something that could not be experienced on a training ground. The brutality of war was also reflected in the losses of officers and soldiers. After 2 brutal battles, his entire 3rd Company was left with only him as an officer, and a few NCOs like Klaus and Baumann. The number of combat-ready soldiers was only slightly more than a platoon, essentially the entire company was completely crippled. Forcing himself to calm down, he found the few surviving orderlies in the company and sent them to try and contact the 1st Battalion headquarters. As communications within Seville gradually recovered, the orderlies quickly established contact with the battalion headquarters. After resting for a while longer, Morin also gathered the remaining forces of the 3rd Company and rendezvoused with the main force of the 1st Battalion. However, when he led the soldiers through several streets and arrived at the area where the 1st Battalion's main force was located, he found that things weren't much better there. The entire 1st Battalion had also suffered heavy losses, with an estimated 6 to 7/10 of casualties, and most of its officers had been killed. In the battalion headquarters temporary command post, Morin met Major Thomas, the battalion commander. The major was fortunate enough to have survived, but his condition was not much better. One arm was in a sling, suspended by a bandage around his neck, and his head was wrapped in a thick bandage, only revealing his eyes and mouth. Report. 2nd Lieutenant Morin leads the remnants of the 3rd Company returning to formation. Captain Hauser, the 3rd Company commander, and all other officers were killed in action. Morin stood at attention and saluted, reporting in a hoarse voice. Major Thomas looked at the young man before him, a hint of sadness in his tired eyes. He let out a long sigh. "I understand, 2nd Lieutenant Morin, you've worked hard. You will temporarily be in charge of commanding the 3rd Company, awaiting further orders. Now, take the soldiers and get some good rest." "Yes, sir." Since the remaining personnel of the 3rd Company were now only slightly more than a full-strength platoon, and most were non-combat personnel from the supply train and field kitchen. Therefore, with the assistance of Klaus and Baumann, Morin's command work was not too busy. This finally gave him time to examine something he had been ignoring since the battle began: the new spell tab on the system panel. It was late at night, and the firelight flickered in the fireplace of the civilian house used for temporary lodging, illuminating tired and numb faces. Morin sat in the room designated as the temporary company headquarters. Of course, there were only a few people left in the company headquarters now, so after Klaus took Baumann and others to patrol, Morin was left alone in the room. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind, and opened the brand new spell tab. Lines of light blue text rapidly scrolled across Morin's vision, seemingly a record of some events. You killed a Highland Mage Apprentice, level 5, 3rd Circle Evocation Mage. You were contaminated by Spell Plague. You gained spellcasting ability. Spell Plague contamination cleared. Spell system unlocked. Current spellcasting level, 0. Available spell slots, none. Spells mastered, none. Can use personal training manual to increase experience, level. A series of none left Morin a bit stunned. Did it mean that after all that unlocking, it was still a blank slate? He patiently continued to look down, and a large amount of information appeared in the spell tab, while the information tab also showed spell-related entries with detailed explanations. After a quick scan, Morin realized that the mages of this world seemed to follow the spell system of the classic IP Dungeons and Dragons. Mages could cast a limited number of spells of different circles each day, which depended on their level and spell slots, and required preparation the night before. Higher-level mages had more spell slots and could cast higher circle spells. The reason he was able to unlock this system seemed to be because he personally killed the Highland Mage apprentice. But it seemed only he had undergone this change. Corporal Bauman, who had also killed another apprentice with him, currently did not appear to have become a mage. After spending a considerable amount of time roughly going through the spell-related information, Morin felt as if he had read a rulebook, and there were still many confusing points. First, in his impression, D&D mages' spell slots should be related to the weave and the goddess of magic. However, from the current information, it seemed that the latter two did not exist in this world. The spell slots in this world were automatically acquired when humans awakened as mages, and the method of use was gradually discovered by generations of mages. Second, there was the spell plague in the event log. According to relevant records in the information tab, mages in ancient times could study spells from different schools, and that period was the peak of mages. However, 243 years ago, a spell plague inexplicably emerged from magic crystal mines, spreading only among mages. The higher a mage's spell attainment, the greater the impact of the spell plague, eventually turning them into monstrous spell creatures. This wave of spell plague directly wiped out a large number of high-ranking mages, causing a drastic decline in the overall strength of the entire mage community. After extensive verification by mages risking their lives, it was finally discovered that specializing in a single school could effectively suppress the effects of the spell plague. This was like devolving from 5th edition rules to 3rd edition rules. But his system seemed to have directly cleared the spell plague from him. Could it be? I can learn spells from different schools. This discovery further piqued Morin's interest in the spell system. And his attention quickly shifted to the 3 notebooks, defined by the system as personal training manuals, which were recovered from the mage apprentice in Eldridge's corpse. Do you want to use Personal Training Manual, Basic, ×2? Do you want to use Incomplete Personal Training Manual, High Level, ×1? After use, it is expected to advance to a level 3, Second Circle Mage. Isn't this the experience book from what? This is also stitched in. Morin was stunned for a moment, then silently thought in his mind without hesitation. Use. Chapter 66 Morin's BD, No Prize Quiz and Combined Chapter. The next second, a massive stream of information instantly flooded Morin's consciousness. Knowledge about meditation techniques, about the understanding of spell architecture, a large amount of magic-related knowledge from this world was directly imprinted in his memory. At the same time, Morin felt as if his body had become some kind of magnet, attracting unseen things in the surrounding air, making his mind feel clearer and more powerful than ever before. Usage successful. Spellcaster level increased to 3, can now use up to second ring spells. New spell slots acquired, first ring spell slot ×4, second ring spell slot ×2. Please select 3 cantrips from the cantrip list. Please select 10 spells from the spell list. Please choose a school specialization. Morin slowly opened his eyes, feeling the wondrous changes in his body and mind. He could sense that the air seemed to contain something he had never noticed before, active and subtle particles. And he himself seemed to have become clearer, his perception of his surroundings seemingly sharper. However, the previous series of prompts immediately drew his attention to the spell tab. According to the system's prompt, after becoming a mage, he could learn 3 cantrips from a list of 10. These 3 cantrips had no usage restrictions, Morin could use them instantly whenever he wished. At level 1, he could learn 6 first ring spells from the first ring spell list and record them in the My Spell book within the spell tab. This way, every night when resting, he could load these learned spells into spell slots and use them as needed the next day. It was like a programmer sealing several packages that could be called at any time. After this, upgrading to level 2 allowed him to choose a specialized school and learn 2 more first ring spells. At level 3, he could learn 2 first ring or second ring spells. This meant that Morin could now learn 3 cantrips, and record 8 first ring spells and 2 second ring spells into My Spell book. One advantage of the system's spell tab was that once Morin decided which spells to load into his spell slots, the system would automatically spend time in the background to load them. Regardless of whether Morin rested well, or if he had any other nightlife that day, the spells would be ready when the time came, which was quite convenient. And this also gave Morin a sudden idea. If other mages in this world needed long periods of rest to load their spell slots, then couldn't one find a way to interfere with this, for example, by launching a night raid or shelling the enemy mage's encampment, preventing them from resting properly, thereby affecting the mage's preparation of spells? After roughly understanding the functions of the spell tab, Morin eagerly began to build his own BD. The first thing to do was to choose 3 cantrips, and after browsing the cantrip list, Morin unhesitatingly chose Blade Ward, Message Spell, and Mending Spell. Although Mage Hand could be considered a signature skill for low-level mages, Morin thought it over and felt its priority wasn't that high for him. The previous battle made Morin realize that ground combat in this world could easily enter the close quarters stage, so Blade Ward could be used in close combat. The long-range communication ability provided by Message Spell was clearly convenient for Morin's command in an era without individual radios, especially for command in covered environments. As for Mending Spell, according to the system's description of this spell, it could be used to repair various weapons and tools, including firearms. This would obviously be useful for handling unexpected situations in a field environment. Of course, the main reason was that Morin was simply too lazy to clean his gun. After learning the cantrips, Morin followed the prompt to choose his specialized school. In this choice, he didn't hesitate for a second, instantly picking Abjuration School. After all, only by living can one deal damage. At the same time, he also gained a specialization feature called Arcane Ward. Its effect was simple and brutal. As long as Morin cast a first ring or higher abjuration spell, he could apply a shield to himself, which would last until Morin completed his next long rest. As for learning 8 first ring spells and 2 second ring spells, Morin quickly made his choices after browsing the spell list. First ring spells: Shield Spell, Mage Armor, Feather Fall Spell, Grease, Disguise Self, Sleep Spell, Life Sense, Find Familiar. Second ring spells: Invisibility, Misty Step. The main idea was to run if he couldn't hold on. As for lacking output, this could be entirely compensated by the ordinary weapons of this world. In Morin's view, the spell slot casting system generally had poor endurance, and he was facing a more frequent battlefield environment, not an adventuring environment. At the same time, most of the time, Morin's enemies were ordinary infantry. In such situations, firearms like pistols, rifles, and machine guns were clearly more effective and had more sustained output. However, just as Morin was about to record these chosen spells into my spellbook, a new prompt popped up from the system. About to begin learning the first spell. Once learning is complete, it will be recorded in my spellbook. Please ensure the current environment provides sufficient time to complete spell learning. Being disturbed by the outside world during the learning process will interrupt progress. No, do I have to learn this myself? Isn't it just a matter of clicking where I don't understand? Morin was stunned, because after seeing the automatic spell preparation function earlier, he thought that spell learning could also be done automatically by the system. But now it seemed, this system really intended to teach him? Then, should I learn it? After a moment of hesitation, Morin still chose to learn the first shield spell. Because the team was currently resting, and the night sentry shifts were all arranged, theoretically, nothing should disturb him. However, the next second, when Morin saw a suddenly appearing, very complex-looking three-dimensional spell model, and dense, formula-like things around it, he regretted it. Morin felt as if he had suddenly been thrown into advanced math and calculus classes on the battlefield, and the kind he completely didn't understand. This was simply torture for him. Immediately after, as the spell model began to transform like an animation, a voice like a university calculus professor began to sound in Morin's ear, and began to explain the principles, key points, and construction considerations of the shield spell model in a calm, unruffled tone. At the same time, Morin made an even more terrifying discovery. That was, the animation and background sound had been playing for over 10 minutes, but the progress bar above his line of sight, representing learning progress, hadn't moved at all. Really a class. Morin suddenly realized that this system seemed to only increase learning progress when he genuinely learned something. Learn my ass. Can't I just not learn it? Realizing that the system didn't seem to be a weak, soft, and easy dummy-proof assistant, and that spell learning would require a good deal of effort, Morin decided to temporarily slow down his learning progress. He would find time for systematic learning later, when the environment was safer or after returning home. However, when Morin tried to do this, he found that once he entered the spell learning state, there seemed to be no exit option. Are you really going to be this absolute? Why does it feel like some kind of can't leave without doing X room? After multiple failed attempts to exit the learning state, Morin could only calm himself down and force himself to listen carefully to the knowledge points explained by that calm, unruffled voice. Good thing I'm lying down. If I had to sit up all night, I'd be exhausted. After completing the final round of night patrol, Platoon Sergeant Klaus, who was temporarily acting as Company Sergeant Major, bid farewell to Corporal Baumann, who had been patrolling with him, and then intended to check if Morin was already resting. If he wasn't resting, Kraus also planned to tell Morin some of his questions and thoughts from the battle. In his opinion, his platoon leader would surely be able to answer these combat-related doubts. Upon reaching the door of Morin's room, Kraus stopped to straighten his clothes, then leaned his rifle against the adjacent wall. After doing all this, he gently knocked on the door, only to find that the door was not fully closed, and light was emanating from inside. The platoon leader really hasn't slept yet, even at this late hour. Thinking this, Kraus gently pushed open the door. Just as he was about to speak and report, he found Morin lying on his bedroll, hands placed on his abdomen, in a very peaceful posture. His eyes were slightly closed, and his breathing was even. Platoon leader. Kraus called softly, but received no response. Morin, lying on the bedroll, maintained his peaceful sleeping posture. However, Kraus was not surprised. He knew very well that his platoon leader hadn't rested well these past 2 days. He himself had slept a bit more than Morin, but was already feeling the strain, let alone Morin, who had even more to worry about. Thinking of this, Kraus decided not to disturb his platoon leader any further. His questions weren't urgent, they could wait until tomorrow. He tiptoed to Morin's bedroll, then carefully extinguished an oil lamp placed on the floor. After doing all this, he slowly exited the room and thoughtfully closed the door. Rest well, platoon leader. Don't go, Kraus. You should have shaken me awake. If Morin felt a sense of salvation when he discovered Kraus entering the room, then the extinguished oil lamp and the closed door from the other party plunged him back into the abyss of spell learning. So sometimes, an overly thoughtful subordinate isn't necessarily a good thing. Morin was immersed in learning like this throughout the night. By the time the sun rose the next day, the spell learning state finally ended automatically because the single learning duration limit had been reached. Not long after, Morin sat up from his bedroll, eyes dull, in a state similar to the female protagonist in A Can't Leave Without Doing X Room. However, in some aspects, this system was still quite humane. Although he had studied all night, Morin was only mentally tired, his body had actually rested fully, just like during normal sleep. He glanced at the shield spell learning progress bar. After a night of study, the progress bar had increased to 52%. Having studied through the night, Morin indeed gained some understanding of this world's spell fundamentals and spell models. He estimated that if he took a few more hours to study, he should be able to fully master shield spell, and it would be the kind of mastery that involves comprehending the essence of the spell model. After sitting on the bedroll for a while to collect himself, Morin pulled out the pocket watch Captain Hauser had given him and checked the time. It wasn't yet time for the morning reveille and meal. Standing up to stretch his limbs and drinking some water to moisten his dry throat, Morin went outside and found a random spot to sit and breathe fresh air. At the same time, he reopened the system interface and switched to the intelligence tab. Many red dots had appeared here after activating his mage identity. After a quick browse, Morin found a lot of updated intelligence about this world's spells and mages. Among them, what interested him most was the intelligence on Holy Britannian Empire mage group composition. This intelligence was like a common survey report from his previous life, with text summaries and various pie charts. Current number of mages in the Holy Britannian Empire, 642. Mages of 3rd ring and below account for 72%, mages of 4th to 6th ring account for 25%, mages of 7th ring and above account for 3%. Evocation school mages account for 83%, transmutation school mages account for 11%, other schools of mages account for 6%. Ah! So after all that, the Highland Mage Corps are all barbarians of the evocation school. This intelligence somewhat surprised Morin. He hadn't expected this school, which specializes in throwing various fireballs, to account for such a high proportion among Britannia's mage population. After continuing to browse intelligence related to Britannian mages, especially the Highland Mage Corps, Morin roughly speculated on the main reasons for this situation. That was, this otherworld Britain had always used mages as a kind of glass cannon. Especially since the outbreak of the spell plague, which led to mages only being able to learn high-rank spells of a single school, the Highland Mage Corps cultivated a large number of evocation mages to provide spell firepower support for the Holy Britannian Empire's expeditionary forces. In conventional combat, after both sides arrayed their forces, Britannia's mages would fly into the air from behind the army formation, then hurl a few fireballs or other AoE spells. After breaking the enemy's formation and morale, the regular troops would then charge forward in one go. Since Britannia was already the country with the highest output of mages, this tactic had been tried and true for so many years. Whether in the cold weapon era or the early firearm and line formation era, Britannians relied on this tactic to achieve victory after victory. This was also why the Highland mages Morin had encountered earlier seemed somewhat rigid and inflexible in their combat thinking. Just as Morin was about to continue browsing the intelligence, Platoon Sergeant Klaus, who had woken up earlier than him, suddenly walked over, looking very tense. Upon reaching Morin's side, Kraus leaned down and whispered in his ear. "Platoon leader, there's some bad news from battalion headquarters that we're not sure is true yet." "What bad news?" "Madrid seems to have fallen." Chapter 67 Good News. Madrid seems to have fallen. Klaus's voice was extremely low, almost whispering into Morin's ear, afraid of being overheard by others. Morin, on the other hand, felt a jolt and immediately sat up straight. "Is this news reliable? Where did you hear it?" Morin pressed, hoping with all his heart that it was just an unconfirmed rumor. "It came from battalion headquarters. Many people know about it now, and everyone is discussing it in private." Klaus's tense expression didn't diminish in the slightest. "Although the officers haven't said anything, judging by their faces, it's probably true." Morin fell silent. He knew that in such times, bad news always spread much faster than good news, and was usually spot on. In Morin's memory, Madrid was the capital of the Aragon Kingdom and the most important city for the National Army. Previously, Madrid had been defended by the most elite main forces of the National Army and the International Brigade. Of course, elite was relative to themselves. But now, if even the capital had fallen, then the Saxon troops sent to assist in the operation would be in a dangerous situation. This was a matter of life and death. Morin glanced at the soldiers around him. Most of them, having just woken up, were still immersed in the brief peace after surviving the ordeal. They sat in small groups, either wiping their weapons or staring blankly at the campfire, waiting for breakfast. They didn't yet know that an even greater storm might be brewing. "You go back first and check on the situation of the 3rd Company's soldiers. If anyone asks, tell them that until a formal order is received, everything is a rumor, and no more private discussions are allowed. Those who violate the order will be dealt with according to military law." Morin made a snap decision. He had to stabilize his men first. "Yes, platoon leader." Klaus stood at attention and responded, then turned and quickly left. After Klaus left, Morin sat alone and opened the system map, but the map's display range was still limited to the Seville area. Other provinces of the Aragon Kingdom, including the more distant Madrid region, were shrouded in fog. A moment later, Morin decided to go to battalion headquarters himself to sound them out. Regardless of whether the news was true or false, he had to find out. The temporary command post of battalion headquarters was set up in a relatively intact civilian house, with guards standing at the door, and the atmosphere was noticeably more tense than in the ordinary soldiers' rest area. Morin didn't rush in, but simply paced back and forth nearby, occasionally glancing inside. Over the past few days, he had already become known to others and had used his social skills to build good relationships with other officers. So now Morin hoped to run into one or two familiar officers to see if he could try to gather some information. Just as he had circled a few times, a familiar figure walked out of the command post, Major Thomas, the battalion commander. His arm was still in a sling, and the wound on his head hadn't fully healed, but his eyes were even more weary and solemn than when he was on the battlefield. The commander of the 1st Battalion seemed to want to get some fresh air, and as soon as he stepped out, he saw the furtive Morin. "Second Lieutenant Morin." Major Thomas called out, then waved him over. "Sir." Morin's heart tightened, and he quickly jogged over, standing at attention. "What are you sneaking around here for?" Major Thomas scrutinized him. His tone was somewhat stern, but there wasn't much reproach in his eyes. "If I hadn't seen clearly that it was you, I would have had the guards arrest you just now." Morin scratched his head a little awkwardly, showing an embarrassed smile. "Reporting, sir, I just wanted to find out the latest situation." He decided to get straight to the point, so he asked cautiously. "Sir, I heard some rumors about Madrid. I wonder if they're true." Hearing Morin's question, the solemnity on Major Thomas's face deepened. He didn't answer directly, but remained silent for a moment, then raised his head, looking seriously into Morin's eyes, and nodded gently. It was just a nod, but it instantly made Morin's heart sink to the bottom. "The situation is not optimistic." Major Thomas's voice was very low. "It's very possible that it's not just Madrid falling." After speaking, he heavily patted Morin's shoulder. "Go back. Do what you need to do. Remember, no matter what happens, we are soldiers of the Saxon Empire. Just obey your superior's orders." "Yes, sir." Morin saluted, then turned neatly and left. The moment he turned, a series of system prompts rang out in his mind. The Aragon Kingdom's battle intelligence has been updated. The Battle of Madrid has ended. The main forces of the National Army and the International Brigade have been routed. The Kingdom's army's subsequent combat plan has completed its deduction. After parting with Major Thomas and returning to the area where the 3rd Company was located, Morin eagerly found a secluded corner and immediately opened the system interface. The intelligence tab now had a glaring red dot, and the map interface had undergone a drastic change. Previously, in the map interface, only Seville and its surrounding areas were not covered by the fog of war. Now, the entire map of the Aragon Kingdom was basically lit up. In addition to the situation near Seville, Morin could now clearly see the battle situation near Madrid, the capital of the Aragon Kingdom. On the map, the large city icon representing the capital, Madrid, was completely covered in red, representing the enemy. The sparse blue friendly unit markers around Madrid were also retreating in disarray away from Madrid, and most of them were tagged with "routed," "heavy casualties," and other labels. When Morin switched to the intelligence interface, he saw clear battle report messages, roughly showing him the course of this disastrous defeat. The Kingdom's army and the Britannian Expeditionary Force gathered an absolute superior force and launched a general offensive on Madrid, led by the Highland Mage Corps and Armoured Knights. Under the command of Lieutenant General Pritwitz, who was temporarily appointed, the Saxon Expeditionary Force withdrew its defensive line to preserve its strength. However, whether it was a deviation caused by coordinated operations or if the National Army and the International Brigade had no intention of evacuating, in any case, only the latter two forces were left defending Madrid. Although the National Army and the International Brigade, holding out in the capital city, resisted bravely, they ultimately collapsed across the board in the face of an absolute disparity in strength. What made Morin's heart pound the most were the attack arrows on the map, deduced by the system. After taking the capital, Madrid, the Kingdom's army and the Britannian Expeditionary Force showed no signs of stopping. Their main forces split into two, with their spearheads pointing directly at two other provinces adjacent to Madrid, Cuenca and Valencia. Once these two places were also taken, the entire Saxon Expeditionary Force, deep within the Aragon Kingdom, would become an isolated army, completely trapped and cut off in this foreign land. At that time, let alone achieving any strategic objectives, whether they could even return alive would be a huge question mark. Things are getting serious now. Morin closed the system interface, looked up at the gloomy sky, and felt a chill in his heart. The only thing he could do now was to pray that the friendly forces who had withdrawn from Madrid earlier would put up a good fight, withstand the enemy's offensive, and definitely not get encircled. However, war never shifts according to an individual's will. 2 days later, new news spread among the Seville defenders. Cuenca fell. Valencia fell. The land supply lines connecting to the Saxon Empire were completely cut off. The map is just for reference, just take a quick look. Chapter 68 Pritwitz is a pig. Saxon Empire border, Caliban train station. A military train, bearing the Black Eagle emblem of the Saxon Empire, slowly pulled into the platform. The heavy diesel locomotive exhaled its last puff of black smoke, emitting a long, drawn-out hiss. The door of a carriage in the middle of the military train opened, and the energetic General Mackensen stepped off, surrounded by his accompanying staff officers. On the platform, several officers who had been waiting for a long time immediately came forward to greet him. "Welcome back, General. You've worked hard, General." Mackensen nodded expressionlessly to everyone, then asked. "How is Pritwitz's counterattack progressing?" When Madrid fell, this general, who was like a living fossil of the Imperial Army, had originally intended to forcibly stay and command the subsequent battles. But under Prithwit's insistence and the persuasion of other officers, he ultimately had no choice but to return home first, following the orders of His Majesty the Emperor and the General Staff Headquarters. The temporary military train he was on did not have a radio transceiver car attached, so Mackensen had no idea how the fighting in the Kingdom of Aragon was progressing throughout the journey. At this moment, upon hearing his question, a staff officer who had been waiting on the platform approached him with a solemn expression and handed him an urgent telegram that had just been received. "General, an urgent telegram from the Aragon front." Mackensen nervously took the telegram, and then his expression seemed to freeze. When he saw the words Cuenca, Valencia lost, expeditionary force encircled, and supply lines cut, this battle-hardened old general felt his vision go black, his body swayed, and he nearly fainted on the spot. "General." His adjutant, quick-eyed and quick-handed, quickly supported him. "I'm fine." Mackensen waved his hand, took a few deep breaths, and barely managed to steady himself. His face turned ashen, and the hand holding the telegram trembled slightly from the force. When Mackensen left the Expeditionary Force headquarters and handed over command to Lieutenant General Prithwitz, who was taking over from him, he had repeatedly emphasized to his successor that the upcoming battle must not be too conservative. And even more, he must not always think about some safe defensive counterattack. After all, the combat effectiveness of the friendly National Army and International Brigade was limited. Their side could not expect them to hold out for too long under high pressure, waiting for the moment of a defensive counterattack. But now it seemed that the damned Prithwitz had clearly not listened to a single word. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, the latter had actually ordered the various units of the Expeditionary Force to actively withdraw, wanting to consolidate their forces and preserve their strength, and then launch his textbook-style defensive counterattack after the enemy's offensive waned. This decision was utterly foolish. The withdrawal of the Saxon Expeditionary Force directly led to the exposure of the flanks of the friendly forces front, and the entire defensive system collapsed instantly. The forces of the entire Allied army were severely dispersed, and eventually the Kingdom's army and the Britannians seized the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Idiot. Prithwitz is a complete and utter idiot. Mackensen could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and began to curse loudly in front of all the military officers and dignitaries on the platform. His roar echoed through the empty platform, making everyone around him tremble in fear. And the General Staff Headquarters? Who approved this appointment? Who proposed handing over command to such a short-sighted idiot who only knows how to follow the script? No one dared to answer his question. Mackensen paced back and forth on the platform in a rage, his chest heaving violently. He knew that getting angry now wouldn't solve any problems. The most important thing was to find a way to retake Cuenca and Valencia and re-establish contact with the main force of the Expeditionary Force. Mackensen suddenly stopped and said to the officer who had handed him the telegram, "Prepare the telegraph machine immediately. I need to send a telegram to the General Staff Headquarters." "Yes, General." A few minutes later, in the temporary communication room at the station, Mackensen personally dictated a telegram, instructing the radio operator to send it to the General Staff Headquarters at the fastest possible speed. The content of the telegram was simple, but every word reflected the old general's anxiety and determination to fight. He strongly requested authorization from the General Staff Headquarters and His Majesty the Emperor for him to personally command and immediately mobilize the 12 infantry divisions that had already completed their assembly and were ready for battle in the border region. They were to cross the border into the Kingdom of Aragon and relieve the besieged expeditionary force at all costs. Meanwhile, at the General Staff Headquarters of the Saxon Empire, in front of a tense operational map, Moltke the Younger, Chief of the General Staff of the Army, and a group of officers from the General Staff Headquarters were staring intently at the situation in the Aragon region on the map. Red attack arrows completely surrounded the units representing the Saxon Expeditionary Force and other friendly forces. Everyone was stunned. None of them had expected that this military operation, which had previously been predicted to have no major problems, would take such a sharp turn for the worse in just a few days, escalating into its current state. Just then, a staff officer hurried into the operations room and handed a telegram to Moltke the Younger. "Chief, a telegram from General Mackensen." Moltke the Younger took the telegram and quickly read through it. When he saw Mackensen's request, his tightly furrowed brows did not relax in the slightest. He knew that Mackensen's plan was currently the only and fastest way to resolve the crisis of the Expeditionary Force. But he also understood what this meant. It meant that the Saxon Empire would completely drop its disguise, shifting from limited intervention to full-scale involvement, which was almost tantamount to declaring war on the Holy Britannian Empire. Moltke the Younger pondered for a moment, then immediately made a decision. "Prepare the car, I need to see His Majesty the Emperor immediately." Regardless, this decision had to be made by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Dresden, a temporary palace of the Saxon royal family. In the splendid audience chamber, Albert II, Emperor of the Saxon Empire, was listening to the report from Moltke the Younger, Chief of the General Staff of the Army, with a look of astonishment. "What did you say?" "The expeditionary force is surrounded." Albert II's voice was distorted by shock, and he even suspected he had misheard. Just 2 days ago, the report he had heard from the General Staff Headquarters was still "The war is going smoothly, the most important strategic objective of this operation, Seville, is firmly under the control of the expeditionary force." How did it suddenly go from "everything is going smoothly" to "the entire army is in peril"? What exactly happened in between? "Yes, Your Majesty." Moltke the Younger lowered his head, answering in a heavy tone. "Due to major errors in Lieutenant General Prithwitz's command decisions, our army became disconnected from our allies, and the enemy seized the opportunity to cut off our retreat." Albert II slumped into his chair behind his large oak desk, feeling a dizzying sensation. He did not immediately erupt in anger, because he knew very well that now was not the time to hold Pritwitz accountable. The most urgent task was to find a way to resolve the difficult situation in the Kingdom of Aragon. Does your General Staff Headquarters have any counter-proposals? Albert II forced himself to calm down and looked at Moltke the Younger, asking. Upon hearing His Majesty the Emperor's question, Moltke the Younger promptly conveyed General Mackenson's request. Your Majesty, General Mackenson requests to personally command the 12 divisions that have completed their assembly on the border, to immediately enter Aragon and launch an attack to relieve the expeditionary force. The General Staff Headquarters believes this is indeed the fastest and most effective method at present. General Mackenson. Albert II murmured the name, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tabletop. He naturally knew Mackenson's capabilities. This old general was one of the most aggressive commanders in the Imperial Army. With him executing this mission, the probability of success was very high. However, Albert II raised his concern, will doing this completely escalate this military operation in Aragon into a full-scale war between us and the Britonians? Moltke the Younger was silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked directly into His Majesty the Emperor's eyes, saying word by word. Your Majesty, there is indeed such a risk. However, if we do not find a way to rescue the expeditionary force now, then we will be even more passive in the subsequent situation. At that time, even if we don't want to fight, the Britonians will probably not miss this opportunity to kick us when we're down. Chapter 69 The situation escalates. Moltke the Younger's words caused Albert II to hesitate. Although he often publicly proclaimed that Saxon needs land under the sun and stated that he would not hesitate to fight the Britonians to achieve this goal, while also vigorously promoting army building, especially by sparing no effort to expand the navy, frankly speaking, he, and the entire Saxon Empire, were not yet prepared for a full-scale war with the world's strongest power. The empire's economic transformation was not yet fully complete, the total scale of the naval fleet still had a certain gap compared to the Britonians, and the colony's feedback to the mainland had only just begun to show improvement. Rationally speaking, the timing for war was not yet ripe. But emotionally speaking, not daring to go to war now would be utter cowardice. Helmuth. Albert II stared solemnly at his chief of the general staff of the army. Tell me, is the Imperial Army ready for a full-scale war? Faced with the Emperor's question, Moltke the Younger's answer was somewhat unexpected. Your Majesty, the Saxon Imperial Army, from the day of its birth, has had the mission to enter the battlefield when the Empire needs it, not to enter the battlefield only after it is ready. Therefore, as long as Your Majesty gives the order, the General Staff Headquarters will immediately begin to formulate detailed offensive plans, and all Imperial Army soldiers will fight to the end for the Emperor and the Empire without hesitation. These words were truly resounding, filled with that unique, no-holds-barred loyalty and determination of a Saxon soldier. Of course, this was from the perspective of the General Staff Headquarters' high-ranking generals. Albert II looked at the chief of the General Staff of the Army, whose eyes were firm, and pondered for a long time. Moltke the Younger's answer actually evaded his question, and from his way of answering, the answer was already very clear: the Imperial Army was not ready. But at this point, he had no way out. If he backed down now, both he and the entire empire would inevitably slide into an abyss. All the efforts and arrangements the Saxons had made for their second rise over the years would be in vain. Finally, Albert II slowly rose from his chair, walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the scenery of Dresden outside. I agree to General Mackenson's request. He stood with his back to Moltke the Younger, his voice not loud, but filled with unquestionable authority. Have General Mackenson immediately lead the assembled troops to depart, and he must open contact with the expeditionary force in the shortest possible time. Yes, Your Majesty. Albert II paused, then summoned the attendant outside the door. Immediately summon the Minister of the Navy, the Minister of the Air Force, as well as the Chief of Staff of the Navy and the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. In addition, also the Imperial Chancellor and the State Secretary for Foreign Affairs. Half an hour later, in a large reception room of the Royal Palace of Dresden, the atmosphere was heavy. Almost all of the Saxon Empire's military and political high command were gathered here. The Imperial Chancellor, the State Secretary for Foreign Affairs, the Ministers of the three services, the Chiefs of Staff of the three services. Having received some advance notice, their faces were all filled with seriousness. Moltke the Younger first briefly explained the current critical situation in the Kingdom of Aragon and General Mackenson's relief plan to everyone. Upon hearing that the entire expeditionary force faced the risk of being completely annihilated, the high-ranking officials of the Empire present all changed their expressions drastically. How is this possible? Before the expeditionary force departed, didn't the General Staff Headquarters solemnly guarantee that this was only a low-intensity armed intervention? The Imperial Chancellor looked at Moltke the Younger in surprise, as if it wasn't he and the Chief of the General Staff of the Army who had persuaded the Emperor at the time. Moltke the Younger ignored the Imperial Chancellor's questioning, not only because he was used to it, but also because he knew now was not the time for mutual accusations. He simply calmly turned his gaze to the Emperor at the head of the table. Albert II cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. He scanned the group, then fixed his gaze on Admiral Tirpitz, the Chief of Staff of the Navy, and General Schubert, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. Marshal Tirpitz, General Schubert. The Emperor's tone was calm, no longer showing the panic he had felt when first hearing the bad news. Are the Empire's Navy and Air Force prepared for a full-scale war with the Britonians? Hearing Albert II's question, Imperial Navy Marshal, Chief of Staff of the Navy, creator of the High Seas Fleet and the Mediterranean Fleet, proposer of the naval risk theory. Marshal Tirpitz stood up. He stroked his distinctive forked beard and said in a deep voice. As long as your majesty gives the order, the Imperial Navy fleet will sail to the ocean without hesitation. This is the meaning of the Imperial Navy's existence. General Schubert, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, also immediately stated, Your Majesty, besides retaining a portion of the armored airships near the Gallic Republic's border, all other units can be mobilized at any time. By the end of this month, 2 more armored airships equipped with new main guns will be completed. The answers from these 2 military giants were exactly like Malka the Younger's earlier response. They all expressed the military's absolute determination to obey orders but cleverly avoided the core question of whether they were ready. Albert too understood in his heart that the Navy and Air Force, like the Imperial Army, were not entirely prepared for a full-scale war, but that was no longer important. After much deliberation, he finally made his ultimate decision. Good. I order that the 3 services immediately enter a state of combat readiness and make all preparations for a full-scale war with the Britannians. At the very least, in our posture going forward, we must let the Britannians see our determination to fight at all costs. For the Imperial Army, General Mackenson's plan is to be executed immediately. I authorize him to command the 12 infantry divisions on the border to immediately cross the border and engage in combat in the Kingdom of Aragon, to resolve the Expeditionary Forces crisis as quickly as possible. For the Navy, the Mediterranean Fleet and the High Seas Fleet are to depart immediately. Begin combat patrols to demonstrate our strength to the Britannians. For the Air Force, all armored airship units are to enter Level 1 combat readiness, and the General Staff Headquarters of the Air Force is to formulate an armored airship deployment plan, ready to support other branches of the military in operations at any time. A series of orders were issued consecutively from the Emperor's mouth. The atmosphere of the entire conference room was instantly ignited. Although they were currently facing a crisis, and the Saxon Empire was not prepared to clash head-on with Britannia, the eyes of these high-ranking military officials still gleamed with excitement and fanaticism. However, after issuing the orders for war preparations, Albert II then turned his gaze to the State Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Gottlieb von Jagow. Always maintain contact with Britannia and prepare for negotiations. Once the other side releases any signal of willingness to communicate, we must follow up promptly to secure the most favorable terms for the Empire. War is always the last resort. Yes, Your Majesty. As this impromptu meeting concluded, encrypted telegrams, like snowflakes, flew from the General Staff Headquarters of the 3 services to operational units throughout the Empire. Along the border between the Saxon Empire and the Kingdom of Aragon, 12 infantry divisions that had completed combat preparations, under the personal command of General Mackensen, crossed the border by military train into the Kingdom of Aragon. They would disembark and deploy upon reaching the front line, then launch an attack on the enemy forces in Cuenca and Valencia at the fastest possible speed. More infantry divisions within the Empire also began to mobilize and gradually gathered towards the border. Some call-up orders for Imperial Army reservists had already been issued, and Malka the Younger, the Chief of the General Staff, had also drafted a full mobilization order, awaiting only the Emperor's final signature. Chapter 70 Fleet Dispatched. It was early morning in Port Montana, the sun hadn't fully risen, and a thick sea fog enveloped the entire harbor, making the distant lighthouse's beam appear somewhat blurry. On the docks, rows of massive black silhouettes stood silently. These were the sleeping steel beasts, the warships of the Saxon Empire's Mediterranean fleet. The entire harbor was eerily silent, with only the rhythmic lapping of cold waves against the steel hulls and the monotonous, regular clang of the distant lighthouse audible. On the bridge of the Mediterranean fleet's flagship, the Maltka-class battlecruiser SMS Goben, the officer of the watch, Captain Muller, was warding off the drowsiness from his all-night shift with cup after cup of scalding coffee. This was his, well, he didn't know which cup it was anymore. But that wasn't important. He looked out the porthole at the vast whiteness outside, calculating that in just over an hour, he could hand over his duties and get some proper sleep. Suddenly, the voice tube behind him emitted an urgent buzzing sound. Muller instantly sobered up, walked over briskly, and picked up the receiver. Bridge, speak. A voice, suppressing tension, came from the other end of the receiver. This is the radio room. We've received an urgent telegram from the Naval General Staff Headquarters. Confirm sender authentication code. Muller became a little tense in an instant, because under normal circumstances, telegrams from the Naval General Staff Headquarters were sent to the Mediterranean Fleet Command. Such direct dispatches to a ship usually meant that the fleet commander happened to be on board, and the General Staff Headquarters was in a hurry to reach him directly. And Admiral Spee, the commander of the Mediterranean Fleet, was indeed resting on his newly replaced flagship at this very moment. This was also his personal habit. Whenever he changed flagships, he would stay on the new ship for a period of time. Authentication code verified, confirmed to be directly from the Operations Department of the Dresden Naval General Staff Headquarters, the officer in the radio room replied. I'll send someone down immediately. No, wait. Captain Muller changed his mind. I'll come down myself. After hanging up the receiver, Muller looked at a sailor on duty on the bridge. Please ask Major Richter to come to the bridge immediately, and tell him we've received an urgent telegram from the Naval General Staff Headquarters. The sailor immediately took the order and left, preparing to notify the Mediterranean Fleet Chief of Staff to come to the bridge. Meanwhile, Muller quickly arrived at the radio room below the bridge. The tense atmosphere in this confined space was almost palpable. 2 radio operators were working with the officer on duty, whose fingers moved rapidly across the codebook, converting numerical groups into text. Sweat dripped from the forehead of the officer responsible for translating the telegram, but he was oblivious to it. How much longer? Muller asked. Last group, Captain. The officer on duty didn't even lift his head, his pencil quickly scribbling across the special telegram paper. When the last word was written, the officer on duty picked up the telegram, took a deep breath, and then solemnly handed it to Muller. Top secret, urgent. To the commander of the Mediterranean fleet. The war in the Kingdom of Aragon has changed. Authorized by His Majesty, the Mediterranean fleet is to immediately depart port and enter combat patrol, awaiting further instructions. Grand Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, Chief of the Imperial Naval General Staff. February 11, 1914, 0500 hours. After reading the telegram, Muller felt he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. He turned and rushed out of the radio room, running back to the bridge as fast as he could. Fleet Chief of Staff Major Richter had already arrived on the bridge. He was sleepy-eyed but alert. Muller walked up to him and silently handed him the telegram. The latter's pupils contracted sharply as he read, and a moment later, he let out an almost imperceptible gasp, "My God." After rereading the telegram, Richter looked up at Muller. "Is the commander still resting right now?" "Yes, he should be resting in his cabin at this hour, Major." Richter nodded, then said something to a sailor, who immediately turned and left. Not long after, Admiral Spee's adjutant, the young Captain Hassel, appeared on the bridge, his uniform as neat as if he had never taken it off. "Captain Hassel." Richter handed him the telegram, an urgent telegram from the Naval General Staff Headquarters. "It must be presented to the commander immediately." Hassel took the telegram, placed it in his message folder, and then nodded gravely, "Understood, Major." The passage from the bridge to the commander's cabin seemed several times longer than usual. Hassel could hear his own footsteps echoing in the corridor. The sailor on guard outside the commander's cabin saw the message folder in his hand, immediately stepped aside silently, and lightly knocked on the cabin door. However, there was no response. Hassel and the sailor exchanged glances, then he stepped forward and knocked again, this time more firmly. A muffled inquiry came from inside the cabin. "What is it?" "Your Excellency, Commander, I apologize for disturbing you, but we have received an urgent telegram from the Naval General Staff Headquarters." Hassel pushed the door open and switched on the small light by the door. Admiral Maximilian von Spee, commander of the Saxon Empire's Mediterranean fleet, had already sat up in bed, his graying hair slightly disheveled, but his eyes were fully awake. He asked no questions, reached out to take the telegram, and under the dim cabin light, merely glanced at it before abruptly standing up from the bed. "Sound the emergency anchor alarm. Hoist the signal flags on the mainmast, and call all ship captains to the flagship for a meeting. At the same time, notify all ships to immediately begin boiler pressurization." A series of commands, clear and decisive, issued from his mouth. "Yes, Your Excellency." Captain Hassel immediately saluted, then quickly turned and ran to the bridge to relay the fleet commander's orders. Soon, a piercing siren rent the tranquility of the harbor, waking the entire sleeping fleet from its slumber. On a hammock aboard the armored cruiser SMS Scharnhorst, Chief Engineer Karl Borg was letting out thunderous snores. When the ear-splitting emergency anchor alarm siren penetrated layer after layer of deck and reached his ears, he instinctively leaped from his hammock, his body crashing heavily onto the cold deck. The chief engineer hadn't even fully woken up, but his hands were already fumbling to put on his boots. "Damn it! What's going on?" He cursed, but his movements didn't stop. "All hands to stations. Boiler pressurization. All engine room personnel, to your posts immediately," he roared as he rushed down the narrow ladder, entering the labyrinthine depths of the warship's hull. When he entered the engine room, a wave of heat hit him, and only explosion-proof lights cast a dim yellow glow through the pervasive oil mist and mineral dust. Huge steam pipes, wrapped in thick asbestos insulation, snaked like giant pythons across the ceiling and walls. Despite the use of heavy oil boilers, the Saxon Empire's naval warships were still mixed fuel. Stokers on duty worked in pairs, roughly pulling open one boiler door after another. A scorching red light instantly illuminated their faces, glistening with sweat and brilliantine dust. And with their shovels, they frantically fed treated brilliantine ore into the still glowing furnaces. In addition to the crude oil distilled from brilliantine ore, after special processing such as crushing and washing, brilliantine ore could still be used directly as fuel, allowing boilers to reach maximum pressure in a very short time. "What's the pressure now?" Borg shouted to an engineer operating a valve. "Reporting, sir. Only 50. Just enough to maintain basic power on the ship." An engineer yelled back, his voice somewhat muffled by the roar of the machinery. "I want 300. Within 1 hour, it must reach 300. Borg knew very well that according to normal procedures, starting from a cold boiler to full speed pressure would take at least 4 hours. But according to the basic regulations of the Imperial Navy, unless a ship was undergoing maintenance or major overhaul, the boilers of other warships moored in port were never allowed to be completely extinguished, precisely to cope with situations like the present. So he believed that his young men, and the big girl beneath their feet, could do it. On the warship's deck, it was equally a scene of frantic activity. The bosun, whose voice was louder than a siren, was directing the sailors operating the massive anchor winches. The heavy iron chain clanked, being pulled up section by section from the warm Mediterranean waters, bringing with it large amounts of seaweed and mud. "Hurry up! You slow-moving snails! His Majesty the Emperor is watching us." Meanwhile, in the operations room of the flagship SMS Goeben, Admiral Spee stood before a large sea chart. The captains of the various ships of the Mediterranean fleet had arrived successively by tender and were now gathered around him with serious expressions. Outside the portholes, thick black smoke and white steam were already billowing from the funnels of the various warships, like awakening giants beginning to breathe rapidly. Gentlemen, Admiral Spee's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. We have just received orders from the Naval General Staff Headquarters and His Majesty the Emperor, requiring us to urgently depart port. He pointed to the content of the telegram. The telegram mentions the war in the Kingdom of Aragon. My personal judgment is that His Majesty the Emperor wishes for our Saxon Navy to demonstrate a posture to the Britannians through combat patrol first. Of course, he changed his tone, his gaze becoming sharp. If the Britannians act rashly, then this could very well escalate into a real war. The captains exchanged glances after hearing this. Then the captain of the Maltka-class battlecruiser's lead ship, SMS Maltka, spoke up. Commander, if we enter combat patrol, not only the Britannians, but also the Gauls and even the Pope's fleet, should react. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's navy will also respond and deploy in accordance with the Joint Defense Treaty, an officer immediately added. Exactly. Admiral Spee nodded, then continued. Although His Excellency Grand Admiral Tirpitz did not explicitly state it in the telegram, I have understood his meaning. As long as both we and the High Seas Fleet adopt a tough stance and stir the waters even more, then the Britannians will have to seriously consider the risks of war. After all, the Gauls would be very happy to stab them in the back, an armored cruiser captain added. A suppressed smile immediately appeared on the faces of everyone in the operations command room. If, during the previous Moroccan crisis, the cooperation between the Britannians and the Gauls had given the Saxon Empire's naval officers a sense of walking on thin ice, then in the past 2 years, after the ship of friendship between the two sides sank at a visible speed due to conflicts over overseas colonial interests, the pressure on the Saxon side could be said to have sharply decreased, and the Gauls also began to spare no effort in bad-mouthing the Britannians. The Gaulish navy even made several consecutive visits to ports of the Saxon Empire. After Admiral Spee and the others discussed some more details, he directly pointed to a route on the sea chart with the pointer in his hand. Now I order, the reconnaissance fleet will act as the vanguard, departing port first, and proceeding along this route to search for the enemy. The main fleet will follow, departing port in line of battle 3 formation, and will rendezvous with the reconnaissance fleet in the predetermined channel. The ship captains quickly recorded the orders in their notebooks, and no one raised any questions. Years of rigorous training and countless exercises had made them thoroughly familiar with this set of procedures. All right, gentlemen, return to your warships. Admiral Spee finally said. In 1 hour, I want to see the last ship of the fleet sail out of this harbor. May God bless Saxon. Yes, Commander. The captains saluted in unison, then quickly turned and left, boarding their respective tenders to return to their assigned warships. An hour later, the morning fog in the harbor gradually dispersed. The Saxon Empire's Mediterranean fleet, emerging from the morning fog, sailed out of Port Montana one after another amidst deafening siren blasts, like awakened steel giants. The Marines at the port did not impose any restrictions on the surrounding area, and the warships did not attempt to conceal their movements, simply sailing majestically towards the Mediterranean. Chapter 71 Eternal Victoria. This scene at Montana port was naturally witnessed by the residents near the port. In the crowd, a man dressed in ordinary worker's clothes silently watched the fleet disappear over the horizon, his eyes flickering. He gasped in amazement like those around him and discussed it with several acquaintances. However, after watching for a while, the man quietly left the crowd and turned into a dark alley nearby. After winding through the alley, he finally arrived in front of a seemingly abandoned residential house. The man vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, and only after confirming that no one was following him did he push open the creaking wooden door and slip inside. He skillfully went to the second floor of the house, moved a dilapidated wardrobe, and revealed a small hidden compartment behind it. Inside the compartment, a radio transmitter lay quietly on the table. The next day, London, the capital of the Holy Britannian Empire. Inside Buckingham Palace, the atmosphere in the magnificent audience hall was solemn. Queen Victoria, 94 years old, sat high on her throne, the surface of which, crafted from gold and magic crystals, glowed with visible spell light, accentuating the majestic and mysterious figure of the Eternal Queen. Her appearance and physique showed no signs of the aging expected of a 94-year-old woman. Instead, she miraculously maintained her peak condition from when she ascended the throne at 18. Her long, lustrous black hair was styled behind her head, her skin was smooth and firm, and her eyes were clear and sharp, as if time had completely lost its effect on her. Below the throne, the Prime Minister of the Empire, the Minister of the Army, the Minister of the Navy, the Minister of Colonial Affairs, and several heads of military intelligence departments stood with solemn expressions, hands at their sides. Your Majesty, the Saxon army is undergoing partial mobilization, but according to our latest intelligence, their 12 infantry divisions have already crossed the border into the Kingdom of Aragon. Our expeditionary forces in Cuenca and Valencia are preparing defenses, but due to the disparity in forces, the situation is not optimistic. The Minister of Army Intelligence spoke first, his voice echoing in the spacious hall, his tone somewhat urgent. From the Navy's side, the Saxons' High Seas Fleet and Mediterranean Fleet have both departed port, Your Majesty. The Minister of Naval Intelligence immediately added. Their Mediterranean Fleet is moving towards Gibraltar, while their High Seas Fleet has entered the North Sea. This is a very clear signal, the Saxon stance is very firm. As soon as he finished speaking, the Minister of the Navy, standing on the other side, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Royal Navy must make an equivalent response. The Home Fleet and the Mediterranean Fleet must depart immediately to show the Empire's resolve to the Saxons. After speaking, he glanced at the Minister of the Army, who also spoke with a grave expression. The army also needs reinforcements. The Saxons border the Kingdom of Aragon, and their ground forces can be continuously deployed to the battlefield via railway. Whereas our expeditionary forces, every soldier, every shell, must be transported across the ocean by sea. Before reinforcements arrive, our forces in Aragon will face a huge numerical disadvantage. The tones of the two military ministers were full of urgency. The changes in the situation in the Kingdom of Aragon, to be honest, exceeded their expectations, or rather, the expectations of the entire Britannia High Command. In the initial simulations, it was expected that Seville, supported by elite forces, would be taken first. Following that, they would control the port southwest of Seville and the Aragon Navy within the port. Other directions, including Madrid, were more for containment. But no one expected that Seville, the target of the campaign, was not taken, but Madrid was inexplicably captured. And the subsequent advance of the expeditionary force all the way to the Mediterranean, while tactically a great encirclement, strategically trapped themselves. We cannot stand by and watch the expeditionary force be annihilated. The Minister of the Army continued, so, no matter what, we must send more troops to the Kingdom of Aragon, and on a large scale. Just as the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, the Prime Minister of the Empire and the Minister of Colonial Affairs exchanged glances, and the former stepped forward. Gentlemen, before deciding whether to drag the Empire into a new war, perhaps we should first assess the current losses. The Prime Minister of the Empire surveyed everyone and then continued. I believe everyone here has seen the battle reports from the front. We suffered extremely severe losses in Seville. The Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, the elite of the expeditionary force, had 3 of its main battalions almost completely broken, requiring a large number of recruits from the rear to restore combat effectiveness. The special detachment of the Order of the Garter was completely wiped out. At this moment, a high-ranked tutor, who had been silent and represented the Highland Mage Corps, also spoke. Including His Excellency Eldridge, a high-ranked tutor of the Highland Mage Corps, a total of 5 Highland Mages fell in Seville. The only surviving mage also suffered immense mental trauma and is currently being urgently repatriated. Everyone present was already aware of these messages. But hearing them again still made them feel as if they were having a nightmare. 5 fallen in one day. This had never happened in the history of the Highland Mage Corps. Even the spell plague that raged in those years had not reached this level of single-day loss. All these situations point to one thing, the Prime Minister concluded, our assessment of the Saxon Empire's military strength was seriously flawed. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Moreover, our relationship with the Gallic Republic has not eased to this day. If we rashly engage in a full-scale war with the Saxons now, who can guarantee that the Gauls won't stab us in the back? The Prime Minister's words plunged the entire hall into silence. Although the Minister of the Navy and the Minister of the Army were unwilling, they could not refute him. But as representatives of the military hardliners, they knew very well that if a strong response could not be made, the Empire's prestige would be severely damaged, and those barbarians from Saxon would only become more emboldened. Your Excellency Prime Minister, do you mean that we should just sit idly by? Allow the Saxons to do as they please in Aragon? The Minister of the Army couldn't help but question, this would undoubtedly be showing weakness to the whole world. That is not what I mean. The Prime Minister shook his head. He looked at the 2 military leaders, his tone suddenly becoming stern. I merely want to remind you not to repeat past mistakes. You military men seem to never learn your lessons. He emphasized his words, saying each one clearly. Wasn't the Boer War, back then, carried out under the strong push of you military men? And what was the result? The Empire paid a heavy price, only to barely achieve a so-called Pyrrhic victory. The money, resources, and lives of soldiers we sacrificed were simply not proportional to the gains we achieved. The Prime Minister's voice echoed in the hall, every word like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the 2 military ministers. Tell me. He took a step forward, glaring at the Minister of the Army, do you wish for another Boer War, to completely push our great empire into the abyss? The Prime Minister's sharp and direct questioning made the Minister of the Army's face flush red and then pale, yet he could find no strong words to refute him. The shadow of the Boer War still loomed over the hearts of many Britannians. That seemingly inevitable victory of a war ultimately devolved into a quagmire of attrition, severely damaging the Empire's finances and prestige. Your Excellency Prime Minister, this is a different time. The Minister of the Navy, also a member of Her Majesty the Eternal Queen's Supreme War Council, tried to help his colleague. The current threat from the Saxons is far greater than that of the Boers they secretly supported back then. If we retreat now, we will pay an even greater price in the future. Just as the 2 sides were at an impasse, the Minister of Colonial Affairs, who had remained silent, also stepped forward, adding new weight to the Prime Minister's viewpoint. Your Majesty, Your Excellency Prime Minister. He first paid his respects to the Queen and the Prime Minister, then turned to the others, his face filled with deep concern. While the situation in the Kingdom of Aragon is indeed worrying, we cannot ignore problems in other parts of the Empire. Especially North America. He held up a document he had been holding for a long time and said loudly. In the past few months, I have received dozens of urgent telegrams from His Royal Highness Prince of Wales, the Governor-General of the American States. The situation in the North American colonies is far more unstable than we imagined, with traces of rebels appearing in many areas. Although they have not yet formed a significant force and are only small-scale disturbances and attacks, this trend is very dangerous. His Royal Highness has repeatedly telegraphed London, requesting additional troops and supplies to stabilize the local situation. The words of the Minister of Colonial Affairs made the already tense atmosphere even more somber. He emphasized, his voice growing heavier. Gentlemen, we must understand one thing. Compared to the Kingdom of Aragon, which has yet to yield any output, the North American colonies are the most brilliant jewel in the crown of our holy Britannian Empire. Its impact on the empire's economy and strategic position is more direct and more important. If, while we are embroiled in a long-term war with the Saxons, the North American colonies erupt in unrest, the situation will become unthinkable. We are very likely to face the dilemma of fighting on two fronts, or even multiple fronts. This cold water was perfectly timed, calming down many of the pro-war military personnel. The empire's strength was not infinite. Not to mention the long-standing disputes with the Gauls over their African colonies, which already tied up a large number of troops. Now, with the Iberian Peninsula conflict escalating, if North America also ran into problems, the empire's global strategic deployment would be completely disrupted. This is simply preposterous. The Minister of the Army still argued vehemently. Those rebels in North America are nothing but a disorganized mob, and His Royal Highness has enough troops to deal with them. We cannot abandon our interests in the Iberian Peninsula because of some uncertain risks. Disorganized mob. The Minister of Colonial Affairs sneered, his words becoming less polite. Weren't those fellows who fought the so-called War of Independence in North America also considered a disorganized mob in the eyes of the military back then? And what happened? If Benedict Arnold hadn't captured Washington and handed him over to us, what the North American colonies would be like now is still unknown. You. The Minister of the Army was choked into silence. Seeing that the cabinet was about to completely fall apart in front of the Queen, the Prime Minister stepped forward again, trying to quell the dispute. All right, both of you say less. He waved his hand, signaling the Minister of Colonial Affairs to calm down, and then continued. Your concerns all have their merits, but now is not the time for mutual blame. What we need is a plan that can ensure the Empire safely navigates this crisis. The arguments between the two sides temporarily ceased, but neither could convince the other. The military insisted on a strong response to preserve the Empire's prestige and interests in Aragon. The other faction, led by the Prime Minister, believed that they must act cautiously to avoid getting bogged down in war, while prioritizing the stabilization of the more important North American colonies. The debate continued for a long time, with various proposals being put forward and then rejected. The entire audience hall was filled with tension and anxiety. Finally, everyone's gaze, by common accord, turned to the eternal Queen on the throne, who had remained silent throughout. After all, no matter how fiercely they argued, the final decision-making power always rested with this Queen, who had ruled the Empire for nearly a century. Queen Victoria's face showed no emotional fluctuations. Her deep eyes scanned everyone present, as if she could see through all their inner thoughts. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the Queen's final verdict. Finally, the Queen slowly spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an innate majesty, clearly reaching everyone's ears. What you all say has merit, but... The Queen's tone shifted, becoming sharper. I also agree with the military's view that, when dealing with the Saxon Empire, our Holy Britannian Empire must not show any weakness. My troublesome grandson, what he wants to see is our retreat and hesitation. The more we concede, the more he will take advantage. As his grandmother, I know this better than any of you. Queen Victoria slowly rose from the throne, walked to the steps, and looked down at the large world map on the audience hall floor. Therefore, a stance must be taken. She looked up at everyone, her gaze piercing, and undeniable commands flowed from her lips. I approve the troop reinforcement plan. The Ministry of the Army is to immediately formulate a plan to draw troops from the mainland and North Africa, and prepare for immediate sea transport to Aragon. Ministry of the Navy, order the main forces of the Home Fleet and the Mediterranean Fleet to depart immediately. I don't care if you are on a combat patrol or a military exercise, in short, I want the Saxons fleet to see the Royal Navy's flag at all times. Yes, Your Majesty. The two military ministers responded in unison, their voices filled with excitement and exhilaration. Victoria's decision was almost synchronized with the thoughts of her grandson, Emperor Albert II of the Saxon Empire. She also believed that regardless of whether a full-scale war would ultimately break out, at least in terms of posture, they absolutely could not let the other side think Britannia had any possibility of backing down. After issuing the military orders, the Eternal Queen's gaze turned to the Foreign Minister. Sir Edward Grey. Here, Your Majesty. The Foreign Minister, who had been standing in the corner as if detached from worldly affairs, stepped forward. The Queen's tone had softened somewhat now. While the fleet departs, constantly maintain contact with the Saxon side and be prepared for negotiations. War is a continuation of politics, but not the only means. I need you all to secure the greatest interests for the Empire, whether on the battlefield or at the negotiating table. These words were almost identical to what Albert II, far away in Dresden, had said to his diplomatic secretary. As you command, Your Majesty. The Foreign Minister respectfully replied. Chapter 72 Am I really a magic genius? While the entire continent of Europa was undergoing dramatic changes and the two great empires were on the verge of war, Morin and the others in Seville, the eye of this storm, surprisingly had no combat missions for a rare period. According to the armored airships' reconnaissance flights over the past few days, the Kingdom's army and the Britannian Expeditionary Force, after a crushing defeat, had completely abandoned any plans to reorganize an attack. The Kingdom's army's 24th Infantry Division, which had suffered heavy losses in the previous street fighting, and the Britannian Expeditionary Force, had retreated more than 40 kilometers in one go. Seeing that there had been no fighting for several consecutive days, the residents of Seville who had fled the city at the start of the battle gradually returned. However, when they returned to their familiar homes, what they saw was a shocking sight. Many buildings had been reduced to ruins, and collapsed walls and charred debris were visible everywhere on the streets. The city was filled with countless allied soldiers and the various shelters and barricades they had constructed, giving the once peaceful city a chilling atmosphere. As for Morin and the other surviving officers, they received a new mission. A mission none of them wanted, but one they had to complete, leading their soldiers and willing civilian volunteers to clear the bodies of both enemy and friendly forces within the city. In battle, a soldier's death might only take a few seconds. But the time and effort spent clearing their bodies was dozens, even hundreds, of times that number. Large numbers of carts and ox carts were temporarily requisitioned. Stiff, cold bodies were carried out of ruins, shelters, and water-filled shell craters. They were then piled onto carts and slowly transported along the streets of Seville to designated mass graves outside the city. Although the highest daily temperature in Seville in February did not exceed 12 degrees Celsius, as time passed, the bodies still emitted a stench. Morin and his surviving soldiers, wearing simple multi-layered cotton masks every day, mechanically repeated the process of moving, stacking, and transporting. The relief of surviving had long vanished from their faces, leaving only numbness and exhaustion. The priest of the church in downtown Seville even spontaneously organized citizens to hold several grand mass funerals outside the city for the fallen on both sides. The priest prayed for the departed souls in a solemn and compassionate tone. At this moment, on this blood-soaked land, there was no distinction between enemy and friend. There were only the living and those poor souls who had died. Perhaps, for the soldiers who died in pain and fear, death was a release. And the living had to bear it all and continue forward. The mass funeral was held in an open suburban area. The newly dug massive pits stretched as far as the eye could see, and the edges were piled high with bodies just transported from the city, a horrifying sight. Whether Saxon soldiers in grey uniforms, Britannian soldiers in red uniforms, or Aragorn Kingdom Army and International Brigade members in various attire, all now lay quietly together, no longer able to harm each other. The priest, reportedly personally appointed by the Vatican, stood by the pit, holding a thick Bible, alternating between multiple languages as he recited the eulogy. His voice was a bit weary and old, but it carried a power that could soothe the heart. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. May the Lord receive their souls, no matter what nation they belonged to in life, or what beliefs they held. On this land, they are all just lost lambs. May they find eternal peace in the kingdom of heaven. Morin stood at the back of the crowd, silently watching it all. He did not pray like those around him, but simply watched as bodies were jointly pushed into the deep pit by volunteers, then gradually buried by shoveled earth. His heart was a mix of emotions. The cruelty of war was far more direct and stark than he had imagined. In the sand table exercises of the two military academies, before and after his transmigration, soldiers were just cold numbers and chess pieces. But here, every departed life was once a living person. They had families, friends, their own dreams and hopes. But now, everything had come to naught. Klaus stood beside Morin. The platoon sergeant, so brave on the battlefield, was now like a child, constantly wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. A close friend from his hometown had died in the previous street fighting, and his body had only just been found. After the funeral, the soldiers began a new round of clearing work. There were simply too many bodies in the city, and this work might continue for several more days. Morin forced himself not to dwell on these heavy issues, dedicating all his energy to the work. He personally led a team, venturing into the half-collapsed buildings, turning over fallen walls, just to search for possibly buried comrades. Whenever he found the body of a Saxon soldier, he would carefully check their dog tag and then have the clerk solemnly record it. This was the only thing he could do for these comrades who had fought alongside him for a short time but ultimately perished. As night fell, the exhausted soldiers, after disinfection, returned to their temporary camp. The bonfires were lit again, but the atmosphere was even more subdued than in previous days. No one was talking loudly, nor was anyone boasting about their achievements. Everyone just ate dinner silently, their eyes hollow as they stared at the flickering flames. Morin also had no appetite. He only drank a few sips of hot soup, then returned to his assigned room alone. The shocking scenes from the day replayed in his mind. He suddenly felt that his previous understanding of this world might have been too simplistic. This was not just a stage where he could show his abilities and achieve great things. This was a real and cruel world. People die when they are killed was no longer just a jest. Survive. Morin murmured to himself. Only by surviving could he be qualified to think about other issues. Only by possessing sufficiently powerful strength could he protect himself or change things he disliked. Having understood this, the confusion in Morin's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented determination. He could no longer wallow in sorrow and bewilderment. He had to become stronger, at least he needed the power to protect himself first. It was late at night. As the entire camp fell silent, with only the footsteps of patrolling sentries echoing on the quiet streets, Morin once again entered the state of spell learning. This time, his heart was incredibly focused. He no longer felt that learning spells was a torment, but rather saw it as a necessary path to self-improvement. Outside the window, moonlight, like water, quietly fell upon this scarred city. And under this peaceful moonlight, a soul from another world was quietly accumulating its own power for survival in the future. During the day, he cleared ruins, moved bodies, and comforted the soldiers. At night, he stayed up all night, studying spell models and memorizing complex rune structures. This kind of life, moving bricks by day, learning spells by night, would be a double torment, both mentally and physically, for any normal person. But perhaps the transmigration soul had strong resilience, or perhaps the stimulation of war awakened his body's potential. In any case, Morin stubbornly persevered. He discovered that he truly seemed to have some talent for spell learning. The shield spell, which had previously given him a splitting headache and felt more painful than calculus, after the first night of forced learning, he only spent 2 or 3 hours the second night to completely grasp the essence of its spell model. When the system prompted, shield spell successfully recorded to my spellbook, Morin even had the illusion of having completed a calculus mock exam. With this successful experience, learning the second spell, Mage Armor, became much smoother. Spells from the same school could clearly be understood by analogy. Morin also applied the basic knowledge of abjuration spell structures he had gained while learning the shield spell to his new studies. As a result, in just one night, he successfully acquired Mage Armor as well. Oh no! Am I really a genius? Looking at the 2 lit icons in my spellbook, Morin unhesitatingly allocated his current 4 first-level spell slots and 2 second-level spell slots equally to these 2 life-saving spells. 3 shield spells, 3 mage armors. As he confirmed his intention, the system backend automatically began loading the spell slots. A light blue progress bar appeared below the spell icons, expected to be ready by early morning the next day. After doing all this, Morin let out a long sigh of relief, an unprecedented sense of security welling up in his heart. Although he currently had no offensive spells, mastering these 2 abjuration spells would greatly enhance his survivability, at least in some future close-quarters combat. However, along with the excitement, a new concern arose. He couldn't hide the fact that he had learned spells forever. Especially in the upcoming battles, once the situation became critical, he would instinctively use spells to protect himself. At that time, an originally unremarkable infantry second lieutenant suddenly transforming into a mage who could cast spells, this situation seemed abnormal no matter how one looked at it. I need to find a way to ask someone knowledgeable. This is actually the author playing 2 extremely abstract games of Victoria 3 and the British Peace mod for Hearts of Iron, then stitching them together. To make Greater Germany border Spain, the author directly used divine power to squeeze a piece of land out of the Mediterranean Sea. As for the unseen areas beyond the map, over 90% of North America, Central Africa and Southern Africa are colonies of otherworld Great Britain, which is also the confidence behind Great Britain's single-handed suppression of the European continent. As for this Saxon, just tell me if it's holy, if it's an empire, if it's Roman. Chapter 73 Patents. Just as Morin was thinking about who among his acquaintances might be knowledgeable in this area, there was a soft knock on his door. Morin. Morin, are you asleep? Ludwig's deliberately hushed voice came from outside the door. Morin got up and opened the door, only to see the Teutonic knight, dressed in a plain hospital gown, furtively peeking his head in. Colonel? Why are you out here? Your injuries aren't healed yet, are they? Morin asked, somewhat surprised. SHH, Ludwig made a shushing gesture, then squeezed in sideways, closing the door behind him. He limped to the table and sat down, glancing around the room before looking at Morin with eager eyes, lowering his voice to ask, Good brother, do you have any alcohol? Morin understood. This guy was probably suffering from alcohol withdrawal, otherwise, he wouldn't suddenly call him good brother. As an injured patient, Ludwig was absolutely forbidden from drinking in the field hospital. The diligent medical NCOs had likely confiscated all of his allocated alcohol, leaving him craving it desperately for the past few days. So, he set his sights on Morin, an acquaintance. After all, according to Saxon Army logistics regulations, officers had a weekly alcohol quota. Though not much, it was enough to satisfy a craving. Morin himself didn't usually drink in the field, so his quota was definitely still untouched. Colonel, the doctor said you can't drink now, it will affect wound recovery. Morin refused with a serious expression. Damn doctors. I know my own body. Ludwig slammed the table, which aggravated his rib injury, causing him to wince in pain. He took a breath, then put on a fawning smile, leaning in and hooking his arm around Morin's shoulder. Morin, just a small sip, I promise, just a small sip. Don't worry, when we return home alive, I promise. I will definitely create an opportunity for you and my sister, Patricia. I'll personally arrange your meeting. For a drink, the Teutonic Knight Colonel was even willing to sell out his own sister. Morin was amused and exasperated by his behavior. It sounds as if your sister being with me is a bargain for me. Of course. Ludwig immediately puffed out his chest, saying proudly. If this works out, it really would be a bargain for you. Our sect family is a prominent and respected family in Dresden. If you, young man, really become my brother-in-law, won't your future career be smooth sailing? He looked Morin up and down, then clicked his tongue in wonder. But seriously, Morin, you've really impressed me this time. The current you is completely different from the playboy I used to know, who only chased women at social dances. Ludwig's expression grew serious. It seems the battlefield can truly transform a person. If before, I genuinely didn't want my sister to be with someone like you, then now, my thoughts have truly changed. Oh, then thank you for the Colonel's high regard. Morin grumpily pulled out a bottle of gin from his rucksack and picked up a glass from the table. He poured Ludwig a small half-glass, then poured a little for himself. Agreed, just this one glass. If the medical NCOs find out, I'm not taking the blame for you. You're the best. Ludwig's eyes lit up at the sight of the alcohol. He immediately beamed, carefully picked up the glass, and took a small sip, a look of immense satisfaction on his face. Ha! It really hits the spot when it's shipped directly from home. He let out a long sigh, as if he wasn't drinking alcohol, but something extraordinary. Morin watched his intoxicated expression, shook his head, and also picked up his glass for a sip. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, invigorating him. The two of them drank in silence like this, and the atmosphere in the room was quiet for a moment. Under the dim oil lamp, two men who had survived the battlefield enjoyed this brief moment of tranquility. Speaking of which, we owe it to you that we survived this time. Ludwig put down his glass, breaking the silence. If it weren't for that shaped charge armor-piercing round you created, we probably would have all been lost there. Those arrogant fellows from the Order of the Garter probably never dreamed this day would come. That was also bought with the lives of those knights, Captain Hauser and the other fallen soldiers. Morin's mood became a little downcast. Yes, Ludwig also sighed, but isn't that just how war is? However, their sacrifices won't be in vain. Whether it's the brigade commander, the brigade headquarters staff, or me, we will all report these military achievements. He took another sip of alcohol, then looked at Morin, as if suddenly remembering something. Oh, speaking of this shaped charge armor-piercing round. When we return home, you must remember to go to the Imperial Patent Office and apply for the patent. Apply for a patent? Morin was taken aback. Of course. Ludwig looked at him with an expression that said, are you stupid? This is your invention, it's your intellectual property. Apply for the patent, and for every one produced in the future, you'll get a dividend. That's a huge sum of money. There's such a good thing. Morin's eyes lit up. Come to think of it, at the time it was just an emergency measure to survive, and he hadn't thought about the potential financial returns. Then couldn't I just apply for retirement after registering and lie around counting money? As long as armored knights exist for one day, my armor-piercing round will never lack buyers, Morin said with a grin, looking at Ludwig. Ludwig stared at Morin, somewhat speechless after hearing his words, and finally could only utter one sentence. You really haven't changed your true nature. But, don't get too happy too soon. Ludwig's tone shifted, and his expression became somewhat strange. Your shaped charge armor-piercing round is quite different from ordinary weapon inventions. I estimate it might completely change the future combat methods of armored knights. So, this patent will most likely be classified as an imperial secret patent. Secret patent? What does that mean? Morin asked. It means that this technology can only be controlled and used by the military and cannot be commercialized in any form. In other words, you won't be able to sell it to other countries or private individuals to make money. Ah. Morin was instantly a little disappointed, then my dividends are also gone. The dividends are gone, but the Imperial Patent Office will pay you a lump sum compensation. Ludwig recalled for a moment and replied. However, how much that money will be depends on how much you fight for. Fight for it? How do I fight for it? Sue them. Ludwig uttered a word that left Morin dumbfounded. Sue them. Morin suspected he had misheard. Sue who? The Imperial Patent Office, and the military. Ludwig said calmly, as if stating the most normal thing. Chapter 74 I have a friend. Morin was completely stunned. He really couldn't have imagined that he would have to sue the Imperial Patent Office for patent compensation. No, Lieutenant Colonel, you're not joking, are you? Me, sue the Imperial Patent Office and the military. Morin looked incredulous. Who told you to sue them yourself? Ludwig rolled his eyes at him and took another sip of wine. Of course, you hire a lawyer to sue. Do you think the Imperial Patent Office's compensation is that easy to get? Their initial offer will definitely be pushed down as low as possible. At this point, you need a professional lawyer to help you argue with them and fight for your maximum benefit. It's just that you haven't dealt with these things before, but this is a very common practice in the Empire. Inventors will try every means to prove their invention is invaluable, while the government will desperately try to lower the price. The lawyers for both sides will engage in a verbal battle in a non-public court, and finally, the judge will determine a final compensation amount based on the actual value and influence of the patent. This both protects the inventor's interests and prevents the loss of state assets, which is very fair. After listening to Ludwig's explanation, Morin vaguely remembered that in the world before he transmigrated, the Second German Empire seemed to have paid confidentiality compensation for the Enigma machine and some kind of poison gas. All right. I think I understand. Morin nodded, feeling a bit muddled. Don't worry, I'm good at this. Ludwig patted him on the shoulder and said, taking full responsibility. When we get back to Dresden, I'll find you a good lawyer. I guarantee I'll help you squeeze a large sum of money out of those skinflints. Then, thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. What else could Morin say? Although he didn't know why Ludwig was suddenly so good to him, he still raised his glass and toasted him. Although Morin initially only allowed Ludwig one drink, once they started drinking, the pace often slowly got out of control. And Ludwig, at some point, had poured himself a second glass. By the time Morin reacted and was about to say something, he heard Ludwig suddenly speak in a very serious tone. You've really changed a lot, Morin. I always thought that you went to military academy and joined the army because General Mackensen forced you. Morin, wait, how do you know so much? Hearing Morin's words, Ludwig shrugged, looking as if it was only natural. It's not really a secret in Dresden's aristocratic circles, and my father is also quite familiar with General Mackensen. Ignoring Morin's speechless expression, Ludwig continued. Anyway, now I see in you what a true soldier should be: brave, decisive, and very smart. Ludwig's words stirred something in Morin's heart. From their conversation, Morin realized that Ludwig, as a Teutonic knight from a prominent family, had insights far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, after fighting side by side this time, a trust beyond that of ordinary colleagues had been established between them. Asking him about magicians seemed like a good option right now. Lieutenant Colonel, I actually have a question I'd like to ask you. Morin put down his glass and spoke casually. Oh? Let's hear it. Ludwig became interested. Morin organized his words, then began his probing with a classic opening line. It's like this, I have a friend. You, a playboy, have friends. Ludwig interrupted him directly, teasing him with a look of disbelief. Female friends. Well, the opening line was brutally interrupted. Ahem, Morin choked a bit, and could only steel himself to continue, I really do have a friend who's run into some things recently. Ludwig stared at Morin with keen interest, his gaze as if it could see through people. That friend of yours, looks exactly like you, is also named Morin, and is also a second lieutenant. All right, Lieutenant Colonel, I'm coming clean. Morin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. That's right, that person is me. I suddenly discovered that I seem to have become a spellcaster. Morin admitted it straightforwardly, and the smile on Ludwig's face froze. Wait, what did you say? I discovered I became a spellcaster, just after the battle a few days ago ended. Ludwig, no, did my compliments make you overconfident, or has your alcohol tolerance worsened, getting drunk after one glass and starting to talk nonsense? Lieutenant Colonel, I'm serious. All right then, let me see it. Ludwig put his glass on the table and said excitedly. Use one of those tricks, let me see if you're boasting. Hearing Ludwig's words, Morin no longer hid anything. He dragged a chair with a broken backrest to the space between them, then directly cast a repair spell. The cracked part of the chair's backrest was restored to its original state after a flash of spell light. My god. Morin, you're serious. Ludwig shot up from his seat, then stared at Morin in surprise, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A moment later, he sat back down, poured himself another glass of wine, and drank it in one gulp, seemingly to calm his nerves. Morin, Lieutenant Colonel, I suspect you are trying to trick me into drinking more wine. Ludwig raised his hand to stop Morin from speaking, then continued, don't change the subject, let's talk business. How did you suddenly become a magician? Morin had nothing to hide about this question, so he briefly recounted how he had captured the two mage apprentices during the battle and later found the spell notes on the body of the high-ranking mage Eldridge. I was just curious, so I flipped through them a few times, and as I read, I suddenly felt like I could also do what was written in the notes. Although this explanation sounded a bit outlandish, it was currently the most reasonable one. He couldn't very well say that he leveled up with one click through a system, could he? Ludwig listened, then looked at Morin, clicking his tongue in wonder. You, kid, your luck is unparalleled. He shook his head, his tone filled with admiration and a hint of inexpressible envy. As top spellcasters, the spell notes of Highland mages are extremely precious treasures. I didn't expect you to collect 3 of them, and one of them is a high-ranked tutor's notes. What's even more unexpected is that you actually only read them a few times and then taught yourself to get started. Ludwig's reaction was not the kind of fear Morin had worried about, but rather more like the excitement of discovering a new continent. At this point, the Teutonic Knight paused, then reminded him. Remember to hand in the spell manuals to the brigade headquarters tomorrow. These are important spoils of war, but I guess you should be able to keep one of the apprentices' manuals. Morin didn't have much of a reaction to the matter of handing in spoils of war. Anyway, these 3 spoils of war, defined by the system as personal training manuals, had already been consumed for experience. The knowledge within them had also been forcibly imprinted into his mind by the system, so handing them in didn't really matter. I will hand in these 3 manuals, but Lieutenant Colonel, you still haven't told me, is my situation serious? Morin asked his most pressing question again. Serious? What's serious about it? Ludwig gave him a speechless look. Do you think you are the first person to awaken spell talent after adulthood? It's just that you used to spend all your time with women and didn't pay attention to these things. Seeing Morin's puzzled expression, he began to explain. Although the magician community in our Saxon Empire is completely inferior to the Britannians and Gauls in both quantity and quality, people with spell talent will still naturally be born on this land. Many of them only discovered their spell-casting abilities after adulthood, due to some accidental opportunity. While this situation is rare, it's not without precedent. The Empire's specialized agencies will register and guide these individuals, and those who perform exceptionally well may even be recruited to serve in the military or government departments. Ludwig's words completely dispelled Morin's last concerns. However, Ludwig's tone shifted, and the look in his eyes became complex again as he looked at Morin. Someone like you, who has never shown spell talent, just looking at a few of someone else's study notes and becoming a magician through self-study, I've never heard of it before. He stroked his chin, as if evaluating a rare treasure. Morin, your talent in spells is probably much higher than you imagine. Ludwig suddenly slapped his thigh, his expression becoming extraordinarily excited. This means you and my sister Patricia are simply a match made in heaven. Morin. He couldn't keep up with the lieutenant colonel's train of thought at all. What did his learning spells have to do with his sister? Listen to my analysis. Ludwig began his lengthy discourse, counting on his fingers. You're somewhat of a war hero now. When the 16th Brigade rotates back to the rear for rest, once the brigade headquarters staff reports the combat records at all levels, your promotion by 1 rank is a sure thing. Morin, wait, why only 1 rank promotion? Ludwig raised an eyebrow. Brother, you've been with the company for less than a month and might be promoted to lieutenant. If that happens, it would directly break the Imperial Army's fastest promotion record. Do you know how long a normal promotion takes? Morin, I don't know. Oh, you just came out of military academy, so you might not know. Normally, it's 3 years to start, and promotion from lieutenant to captain has even stricter age requirements. The rank of captain is the end for 99% of Saxon officers, all right. Well, I've been through life and death this time, right? But according to what you said, even if I get promoted by 1 rank, I'd still be a company grade officer. Lieutenant Colonel, you don't look much older than me, but you're already a field officer. Can armored knights be compared to infantry? Damn it. Seeing Morin's displeased expression, Ludwig added. Don't worry, the 16th Brigade suffered such heavy casualties, and so many senior officer positions are vacant. When they fill those positions again, they will definitely prioritize officers from the original unit. Even if you don't get a higher rank, you can still be an acting officer, it's just a matter of time. Besides, you also developed something like the shaped charge armor-piercing round, which is very likely to change the battlefield ecology, and now you've become a spellcaster with unlimited potential. With these 3 identities combined, what are you still worried about? And my sister Patricia? She's a famous magic technology genius in Dresden, possessing both beauty and intelligence, and she's also the apple of our sect family's eye. If you two could be together, it would be simply. Ludwig became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see Morin's grand wedding with his sister. By then, with our family supporting you from behind, perhaps General Mackensen will also exert some influence, and coupled with your own talent and ability, you will become a rising star of the Saxon Imperial Army. Morin listened dumbfounded. He felt like he wasn't talking to an army lieutenant colonel, but listening to a golden matchmaker making an introduction. Lieutenant Colonel, aren't we getting a bit off topic? He tried to pull the conversation back, whether we can even get back alive is still a question. Bah. What pessimistic talk. Chapter 75 Lifting the Siege. Ludwig hummed an off-key Saxon tune and poured himself another half-glass of wine. The gin in the bottle visibly decreased. All right, Lieutenant Colonel, if you drink any more, the medical NCO will definitely come looking for trouble with me tomorrow. Morin snatched the bottle and tightened the cap. Although originating in Flanders and popularized in Britannia, this liquor, also known as gin, was very popular in Saxon, especially in the northern regions. It was also one of the choices for officers' liquor rations alongside brandy and corn. However, Morin really couldn't drink the stuff. Tch, stingy. Ludwig pouted, drained the remaining wine in his glass, and smacked his lips, seemingly still wanting more. He stood up and stretched, his rib injury seemingly aching faintly again, causing him to wince. Morin, you've really opened my eyes this time. Ludwig walked to the door, then turned back and winked at Morin. Now you truly have a boundless future. I can't even see a shadow of it yet, Lieutenant Colonel, Morin said with a wry smile, waving his hand. It's only a matter of time, I'm telling you. Ludwig dropped that remark, then pulled open the door and cautiously peeked outside. After confirming no one was there, he limped into the night. Morin watched him go, shaking his head, but his heart felt much more at ease because of Ludwig's words. At least his becoming a spellcaster didn't seem to be dangerous, instead, it was like a good lottery ticket in life. Early the next morning, Morin tucked the 3 spell manuals, which had already drained their experience, and prepared to hand them over to brigade headquarters. However, as he passed the tent area of the field hospital, he saw a scene that made him burst into laughter. Several medical NCOs were surrounding Ludwig, each with a stern face, spitting as they spoke. Whether it was due to some special requirement or not, the medical NCOs in the Saxon army were all burly, tall, and mighty. Ludwig, surrounded by them, couldn't move at all. Lieutenant Colonel. We are thinking of your health. Did you secretly drink again last night? We can smell the alcohol on you. If this continues, we'll have no choice but to tie you to the bed. Ludwig was scolded like a raw recruit, his head bowed, not daring to utter a sound. When he saw Morin passing by, trying to suppress his laughter, he glared fiercely at Morin, which drew the attention of the medical NCOs as well. Seeing this, Morin quickly sped up and made his escape. He didn't want to incur the wrath of those medical NCOs, who looked like they could tear enemies apart with their bare hands, and they were also among the grassroots NCOs who were least to be offended. The 16th Brigade's temporary brigade headquarters had been located in the relatively well-preserved City Hall building ever since the street fighting began. After signing in at the entrance, Morin was led to a staff officer. When he placed the 3 manuals, still emanating a faint spell aura, on the table, the staff officer, who had been somewhat puzzled after hearing Morin had important items to hand over, nearly had his eyes pop out. This is, a Highland Mage's spell notes. This staff officer clearly knew his stuff, he carefully picked up one, flipped through a few pages, his hands trembling slightly. And 3 of them. We thought those Highland Mages hadn't left anything behind. I'm sorry, I hadn't captured these things before, so I didn't know they needed to be handed over. Morin scratched his head apologetically, a harmless smile on his face. I only heard others mention it, so I quickly brought these things to hand over. The news of Morin capturing the Highland Mage's notes was quickly reported up the chain of command. Then, the entire brigade headquarters learned that he had become a spellcaster on the battlefield, and Brigadier General Paul even met with him privately. After realizing this wasn't a joke, Brigadier General Paul's reaction was similar to Ludwig's, also marveling at Morin's boundless future. And this matter spread like wildfire, reaching the entire 16th Brigade's garrison within a single day, and even the neighboring National Army allies resting nearby had heard about it. There's a spellcaster in the Saxon troops. I heard he's a second lieutenant, and he seems to have rendered great service in the Battle of Seville. Really? Aren't all the Saxon mages in the rear and the Royal Guard? Absolutely true, I saw him fly with my own eyes. That's right, he can also breathe fire, he's incredibly powerful. For a time, Friedrich Morin became the most discussed name among the Allied forces stationed in Seville. His performance in previous battles was also strung together and eventually embellished into multiple versions. Among these versions, the most outrageous was Morin used grenades to smash 3 Highland mages from the sky. Almost every day, people, under various pretexts, curiously came to the 3rd Company's garrison to visit him. Some were genuinely curious, wanting to see what a mage looked like up close, as spellcasters were indeed relatively rare for both the Saxons and the volunteers of the International Brigade. According to the entries Morin updated through the Intel tab, the mages on the Saxon Empire's side were far inferior to those in Britannia in both number and rank. Most importantly, there were no high-ranking spellcasters. Besides those who came out of curiosity to watch the excitement, there were also some surviving Saxon officers who wanted to befriend this future potential stock. The entrance to the 3rd Company's temporary garrison suddenly became bustling, even livelier than battalion headquarters. This forced Klaus and Baumann to temporarily act as gatekeepers, becoming hoarse from just stopping people every day. And Morin, on the other hand, was somewhat exasperated by this sudden enthusiasm. He felt less like he had become a mage and more like a giant panda being gawked at in a zoo. During these few days when Morin was being observed like a rare animal, the war situation in the entire Kingdom of Aragon finally saw a turning point. This time, Morin's jinx seemed to have lost its effect, and the war situation did not develop in a worse direction. As General August von Mackensen personally commanded 12 fully equipped Saxon infantry divisions, they surged from the imperial border towards Cuenca and Valencia. The kingdom's army and Britannian expeditionary force, which had previously advanced triumphantly all the way to the coast, instantly felt what it was like to be crushed by a mountain. The enemy forces attacking Cuenca and Valencia numbered at most 5 divisions, and more than half of them were kingdom's army troops with weak combat power. These troops were fine fighting the national army with their numerical superiority, but once they faced the regular army of the Saxon Empire, it was like an egg hitting a rock. With almost no fierce resistance, the enemy forces entrenched in these 2 provinces began a large-scale retreat. Their commanders knew very well that if they didn't run at this time, their fate would be to be crushed into dust by this massive Saxon army. During this process, the Britannian expeditionary force demonstrated extremely superb tactical prowess. Although dispersed at different positions along the front line, they still quickly disengaged and retreated to Madrid. However, many of the kingdom's army, who ran slower and had lower organizational discipline, simply became scapegoats. With the enemy's retreat, the severed railway was reopened, and the Saxon expeditionary force, which had been besieged in the heart of Aragon, finally broke free from encirclement. When the news reached Seville, the entire Saxon officer and soldier contingent in the garrison erupted. The tension and despair that had oppressed them for many days were swept away, replaced by the ecstasy of surviving a great calamity. The soldiers cheered, embraced each other, and tossed their spiked helmets into the air. And this time, no one stopped their celebration. Although the officers still maintained restraint, their flushed cheeks and bright eyes also revealed their inner excitement. Morin also let out a long sigh of relief. The huge stone that had weighed on his heart for several days finally landed. It's good to be alive. Chapter 76 Re-encounter with Mackensen. The Expeditionary Force headquarters, once again taken over by General Mackensen, quickly issued new orders. Units that suffered heavy losses in the defense of Seville were to be rotated out for rest and recuperation. 2 fully staffed and high-spirited Saxon infantry divisions, along with a portion of the National Army, were transported by military train into Seville in a mighty procession, relieving the 16th Brigade and Allied forces of their defensive duties. Meanwhile, the 16th Infantry Brigade, which had suffered over 50% casualties, received a much-needed opportunity to rest. Since Seville was firmly under their control and the railway was unimpeded, Morin and his men were spared the hardship of a long journey. They could board the military train directly from the train station within Seville. At the same time, the intelligence tab also updated with a new prompt. The Zeppelin-class armored airship L-30 also departed Seville, flying towards the Atlantic. After completing a new round of maritime resupply, it would also rendezvous with the Mediterranean fleet, which was passing through the Strait of Gibraltar. Are the Gauls trying to stir up trouble? Morin raised an eyebrow upon seeing this information, as the Strait of Gibraltar and North Africa in this world were under Gallic control. Although the Holy Britannian Empire had always single-handedly suppressed the European continent, the Gauls and Saxons had not maintained friendly relations under this external pressure. Especially after losing Alsace, Lorraine, and their Mediterranean outlet in the Saxo-Gallic War, the Saxon Empire and the Gallic Republic had been at loggerheads. Therefore, many predicted a major war between the two in the future. It was just a matter of time. Alas, the affairs of old Europe are always so chaotic. On the platform, the incoming relief troops and the departing officers and soldiers of the 16th Brigade passed each other. The newly arrived soldiers were all in high spirits and impeccably dressed, curiously observing the city that had just experienced a bloody battle, and the soldiers who had fought in it. The officers and soldiers of the 16th Brigade, however, mostly looked exhausted, their uniforms still bearing the indelible soot and dust of battle. Although their formation remained neat, the numbers in many companies were almost halved, and the empty spaces were particularly glaring. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the 16th Infantry Brigade held their backs ramrod straight, having been tempered by blood and fire, these surviving soldiers now carried an air of composure and steadfastness. The train slowly started, carrying the weary officers and soldiers of the 16th Brigade towards their resting place in the rear. Morin sat by the window, watching the rapidly receding cityscape of Seville, his heart filled with emotion. He had experienced the most brutal battle of his life here, and he had also found new life here. At the same time, he had lost many comrades here, but he had also gained invaluable combat experience that could not be acquired in military academy, and a group of comrades he could entrust his back to. Sir, have some hot water. Morin's habit of drinking hot water was well known to his NCOs. Baumann, somehow, managed to get hot water on the train, pouring it into a flask and handing it to Morin. This corporal, who had served in the army for many years but used to be somewhat shy when he smiled, now had a touch of world weariness on his face. Thank you, Morin took the flask and took a sip. The carriage was quiet, most of the soldiers were leaning back in their seats, deeply asleep. Days of continuous fighting and the subsequent cleanup work had exhausted all their energy. Now, they could finally put everything down for a while and get some good sleep. The military train carrying Morin and his group of soldiers eventually stopped in a rear area near the border of the Saxon Empire. This was a newly established rear base for the expeditionary force, built around a small town, with large temporary barracks and warehouses springing up, and busy soldiers and military vehicles constantly moving about. The 16th Brigade was allotted a sizable camping ground here. According to information Morin gathered from brigade headquarters and Ludwig, who had secretly snuck out to drink with him, other units of the 8th Infantry Division, to which the 16th Brigade belonged, would soon be transferred from the homeland. At that time, the 16th Brigade would be reintegrated and its losses in personnel and equipment from the Seville campaign would be replenished through the reserve battalion. And this meant that for the foreseeable future, they would not need to return to the battlefield. Because replenishing personnel also required integration and training. This news was a great boon for everyone. However, the volunteers of the International Brigade did not rest in the rear for too long. After being replenished with personnel and equipment, they returned to the front lines via the railway. For them, as long as the kingdom's army was not annihilated, and the Britannians were not driven into the sea, this war would not end. Upon receiving the news, Morin rushed to the station after settling his troops, just in time to catch André and his comrades boarding the train. Seeing Morin, the bearded André was somewhat surprised, and also a little touched. Although their time fighting together was not long, he could still feel genuine emotion from Morin. This was a completely different feeling from the polite formality of other Saxon officers. So André, who had already boarded the train, returned to the platform and gave Morin a fierce bear hug. Around them, whether it was other International Brigade volunteers waiting to board or some on-duty Saxon soldiers, all stopped in unison and turned their gaze towards them. Many of them also recalled the scenes of fighting alongside these allied forces of different backgrounds. At this moment, the camaraderie forged on the battlefield materialized into something that transcended nationality and identity, at this foreign station for both of them. Who knows when we'll meet again after this parting? Second Lieutenant Morin, you're the first Saxon officer I've ever felt such a strong connection with. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Morin smiled, then turned to look at the chemistry professor and the workers peering out of the train window. You two, next time we meet, I'll treat you to Saxon beer. Although I don't drink much, it's a deal. The chemistry professor said with a smile, and the other workers also nodded cheerfully in agreement. The steam locomotive began to emit plumes of white smoke, and the whistle sounded on the platform. André bid farewell to Morin, deftly jumped onto the slowly moving train, then waved to Morin, a thought flashing through his mind. Second Lieutenant Morin, I hope we don't meet on the battlefield in the future. On the second day after the 16th Brigade settled into the camp. As Morin and Klaus were inspecting the 3rd Company's camp together, and planning in their minds how to arrange the upcoming training after receiving troop reinforcements, an orderly from the Expeditionary Force headquarters found him. Excuse me, are you 2nd Lieutenant Friedrich Morin? The orderly jogged over, saluted him, and asked. Yes, that's me. Morin nodded, a little puzzled. 2nd Lieutenant, General Mackensen wants to see you. Please come with me to the Expeditionary Force headquarters immediately. The orderly handed him a written order. General Mackensen. Morin took the order, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Regarding Lieutenant General Mackensen, who had a close relationship with the body's original owner, Morin had 100% confirmed his identity in recent days. In the world before he transmigrated, this man was the famous German Imperial Army Field Marshal, who swept across the Balkan Peninsula with distinguished military achievements during the war. His swift and decisive offensive style also earned him the moniker Forward Marshal. Such a legendary figure, coupled with the complex relationship between him and the original owner of this body, made Morin somewhat nervous. Why does he want to see me suddenly at this time? Morin muttered to himself, but he dared not neglect the summons. He gave instructions to Klaus, then followed the orderly into a waiting car, and sped towards the Expeditionary Force headquarters. The Saxon Imperial Army's Expeditionary Force headquarters in the Kingdom of Aragon was established in a temporarily requisitioned manor. Barbed wire was erected around the manor, with multiple checkpoints, guards every 3 paces and sentries every 5, creating a solemn atmosphere. Morin, led by the orderly, passed through multiple checks by guards, his identification tag and written order repeatedly verified, before finally being granted entry. He followed the orderly through the courtyard to a detached compound in front of the manor's main building. This was General Mackensen's residence and office. At the compound gate, 2 tall generals guard heavy armored soldiers stood like statues, their eyes sharp, their hands resting their great swords on the ground, exuding a chilling aura. After leading Morin here, the orderly turned and left. Morin stood at the door, took a deep breath, straightened his military uniform, then stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened from the inside, revealing General Mackenson's adjutant. "Ah, Second Lieutenant Morin, please come in quickly, the general has been waiting for you for a while." The adjutant, seeing it was Morin, showed a gentle smile and invited him in. The courtyard was quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. The adjutant led him to the door of the main house, pushed it open for him, made a pleased gesture, and then stood at the doorway, not following him inside. Morin, steeling himself, stepped into the room. The room's furnishings were simple, a huge oak desk, a few chairs, and a large military map of the Kingdom of Aragon hanging on the wall. General Mackensen sat at the desk, his head bowed, perusing a document. He wore a crisp general's uniform, his graying hair meticulously combed, and his signature mustache neatly trimmed. Although over 60 years old, his back remained ramrod straight, and he exuded an authoritative aura befitting a seasoned veteran. Second Lieutenant Friedrich Morin, reporting as ordered. Morin clicked his heels together, snapped to attention, saluted, and reported in a clear voice. General Mackensen, hearing him, merely lifted his eyes from the document, glanced at him, then nodded slightly, gesturing for him to sit down. He didn't say a single word. Morin's heart sank, sensing that the atmosphere was off. He cautiously sat down in the chair opposite the desk, even subconsciously only daring to sit on the front half of the chair. General Mackensen remained silent, continuing to look down at his document. The room was eerily quiet, with only the monotonous ticking of the wall clock and the rustling of the general's pen on paper to be heard. Minutes ticked by, and Morin felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He dared not move or speak, only keeping his eyes down, his nose to his heart, trying to maintain steady breathing. This silent oppression was more unbearable than being directly scolded. Morin could even feel sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Perhaps the original owner of this body had always felt a deep-seated fear of General Mackensen, and this emotion now affected Morin. He felt that this old general before him was like a silent volcano, you never knew if he would suddenly erupt the next second. Finally, just as Morin felt he was about to suffocate, General Mackensen finished reviewing the document in his hand. He picked up his pen, signed his name at the end of the document, then neatly placed the document aside. Only after doing all this did he finally look up, directly at the restless Morin. "Why aren't you speaking?" The general's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Chapter 77 Battle Log. The question filled Morin's head with question marks. Mackensen was, after all, an army lieutenant general and a familiar elder, and he was still looking at a document in his hand. Although Morin wasn't from a province known for civil service exams before he transmigrated, he knew that this was definitely not the time to disturb a superior. Seeing Morin's look of grievance and unspoken fear, General Mackensen continued, "I'm not some man-eating beast, why are you so afraid of me?" This time, Morin didn't hesitate and nodded very straightforwardly. "Yes, General." Unexpectedly, his honest answer made General Mackensen's lips twitch upwards, as if he was smiling. Your guts have grown quite a bit." A hint of a smile, barely perceptible, entered the general's voice. "The old you would have been too scared to say a word, even if I asked you, you would just lower your head." Hearing this, Morin felt even more contempt for the original owner of this body. "Brother, how cowardly were you before?" "But it's okay, I'm also cowardly." The room fell silent again for a while. It seems the army is indeed a good place to temper a person. General Mackensen suddenly sighed, then picked up another document from his side, glanced at it, and handed it to Morin. "Have a look." Morin took the document with some confusion. Upon opening it, it appeared to be an attachment to a combat report submitted by the 16th Brigade staff. The specific content detailed the combat records of outstanding officers and soldiers, reported by various battalions, companies, and platoons during the defense of Seville. And the page General Mackensen handed him was precisely Morin's combat record. It meticulously described every battle he had participated in since becoming a platoon leader, including forward reconnaissance, assaulting machine gun positions, close quarters combat on high ground, organizing street fighting, and leading men to manually craft-shaped charge armor-piercing rounds. Just as Morin was staring blankly at the record, General Mackensen's voice sounded again. "To be honest, when I first saw this combat record, my first reaction was..." The old general paused, leaning slightly forward, and stared into Morin's eyes. "Was that you scoundrel, were you using my, Mackensen's, name? Getting chummy with Paul and those staff officers of the 16th Brigade, then conspiring to falsely report military achievements and gild your own reputation?" These words left Morin at a loss for how to react. He couldn't imagine how terrible and unreliable the original owner of this body must have been, to leave such a deeply ingrained stereotype in this old general's mind. And General Mackensen quickly continued, "So, I specifically had your combat report cross-referenced with the documents submitted by that boy from the Seckert family and the combat records obtained from the International Brigade." His finger tapped lightly on another document on the table. 3 reports, describing the same battle from different angles. Although there were slight discrepancies in the details, the core content was strikingly consistent. If Ludwig had been the only one to say so, I wouldn't have fully believed it. After all, you two aren't complete strangers, that boy might have been won over by a few drinks from you. But there's also corroboration from the International Brigade. They're not like the Saxon nobility, your tricks from those parties won't get you chummy with them. So it wasn't until then that I dared to believe that this combat record, which reads like a thrilling novel, was all true. At this point, Mackensen let out a long sigh, his voice filled with relief, surprise, and a hint of regret. Friedrich. I regret it. The old general leaned back in his chair, looking at Morin, his eyes softening considerably. I regret not kicking you, you rascal, into the army sooner. If I had sent you to the army earlier, you wouldn't have wasted so much precious youth at the balls in Dresden. This sudden praise left Morin a bit flustered, while General Mackensen continued speaking. What I didn't expect even more was. Mackensen's tone became surprised again, you even became a spellcaster. He pointed to another document on the table, it was Brigadier General Paul's special report about Morin submitting the spell manual and awakening his spell-casting ability. How many more surprises are you hiding, young man, that I don't know about? Faced with the old general's string of exclamations and questions, Morin didn't know how to answer for a moment. He simply chose the safest approach, remaining silent. Then he just sat quietly in the chair, not saying a word, allowing Mackensen to scrutinize him. As a result, his reaction earned Mackensen's approval once again. You see, when luck comes, there's no stopping it. You've indeed become much more composed. Lieutenant General Mackensen nodded with satisfaction. Knowing what to say and what not to say, that's a good habit. In the army, sometimes silence is more powerful than any words. The atmosphere in the room, after this conversation, became less oppressive. Mackensen also seemed to have opened up, a rare occurrence. Tell me, how did you come up with those tactical details reported in the combat record, and that shaped charge armor-piercing round? The old general asked with interest. I've seen your file from the Richterfeld Central Military Academy, your tactics course grades were only average to above average, and these things aren't taught in military academies. Reporting, General. Morin carefully chose his words and slowly began, the armor-piercing round purely stemmed from an accidental discovery earlier, I didn't think much of it at the time, but I didn't expect it to be a great help in this battle. But it was mainly thanks to the chemistry professor in the International Brigade and the help of those skilled workers. As for those tactical details, General, I just didn't want to die. Oh. Mackensen raised an eyebrow. Morin, during the first battle in San Isidro village, I personally watched our Saxon soldiers, in neat and dense formations, bravely charge the enemy's positions. Morin's voice became somewhat low, and those tragic scenes flashed through his mind. Then, they fell in swathes, like wheat being cut down, under the enemy's machine gun fire. I didn't want to die like them on the charge, that would be brave, but also meaningless. So I started thinking if there was another way to reduce casualties and still complete the mission. And then you came up with those tactics of alternating cover and rapid advancement, using squads or teams as units. Mackensen pressed. Yes, General. Morin nodded, and realizing that Mackensen clearly had his own thoughts on the matter, he continued, I believe that with the widespread use of machine guns and rapid-fire artillery today, traditional linear infantry tactics are no longer applicable. The lives of soldiers should not be so easily expended. Listening to Morin's words, Mackensen fell into a long contemplation. Complex light gradually flickered in his sharp eyes. As a seasoned old general, how could he not know that times had changed? Machine guns, recoil-operated rapid-fire cannons, larger caliber heavy artillery. The emergence of these new weapons had completely transformed the nature of warfare. Traditional linear infantry tactics, in the face of these increasingly specialized killing tools, had become more and more like collective suicide. The Saxon army, and indeed the armies of the entire world, urgently needed a tactical revolution. But the problem was that the army of the entire empire was built upon this tactical system. From the training of soldiers to the command of officers, a deeply ingrained pattern had already formed. How easy would it be to change? This required a thorough revolution in military thought, from top to bottom. Don't want to die. Mackensen murmured, repeating these three words, his gaze growing deeper. Perhaps, the opportunity for change lay hidden within this most fundamental desire for survival. Chapter 78 Army Reform. After a brief moment of thought, General Mackensen brought the conversation back. The usual calm had returned to his face, but there was something in his eyes that Morin couldn't understand. What I'm about to tell you now, you're not allowed to laugh after hearing it. General Mackensen's words left Morin a bit confused, but he still nodded in agreement. Due to the previous defeat in the Battle of Madrid, the General Staff headquarters is under immense pressure. His Majesty the Emperor also has some criticisms regarding the army's performance. General Mackensen's tone was flat, as if he were stating something unrelated to himself though, to some extent, the defeat in Madrid indeed had little to do with him. However, looking at the final outcome, although we suffered heavy losses, we ultimately held on to the crucial civil and severely crippled Britannia's elite forces. This is very valuable for internal propaganda. Morin nodded, he understood all of this. If you lose, you naturally need someone to take the blame, for example, the former Expeditionary Force Commander Prittwitz, or perhaps for him, it was always his fault. This person had already been relieved of his duties and sent back home after Mackensen led his men back. It's unclear what connections this person had, to only be dismissed after causing such a huge mess. In another timeline, Prittwitz, known as the worst German general of World War I, was only dismissed for abandoning East Prussia and retreating en masse on the Eastern Front. And if you win, you certainly need to publicize it widely to boost morale and public confidence. So, the General Staff Headquarters hopes to use this victory to create some combat heroes to serve as models of the Imperial Army's bravery and fighting prowess for propaganda. At this point, Mackensen, the always serious old general, showed a strange expression, as if he wanted to laugh but had to forcefully suppress it. He cleared his throat and continued, I conveyed this order from the General Staff Headquarters to the 16th Brigade, as well as to other operational units. And then... He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, or perhaps savoring the feeling he had when he first saw the report. Among the combat heroes put forward by the 16th Infantry Brigade, one of them is you, 2nd Lieutenant Friedrich Morin. When Mackensen said this, he could no longer maintain his composure, and the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curled upwards. It's hard to imagine what kind of expression this old Saxon soldier, known for his strictness and solemnity, would have when he saw that junior, who once gave him endless headaches and whom he regarded as the quintessential playboy, suddenly transform into a combat hero nominated by his unit. That scene must have been quite spectacular. Morin was also stunned. Although he did play a role in the battle, if it came to combat heroes, he felt that Captain Hauser, and those fallen soldiers, were more deserving than him. What? You don't believe it yourself? Mackensen teased, looking at his expression. General, I just feel undeserving. Without the heroic fighting of other soldiers, my tactical ideas would have been nothing but empty talk. Morin said truthfully. There's nothing to feel undeserving about, but humility is good. I really should have had you join the army sooner. Morin. Mackensen waved his hand and continued. But this is also the unanimous recommendation of the 16th Brigade staff and all surviving officers. Your military achievements are solidly there, and no one can deny them. Furthermore, you are now also a spellcaster. General Mackensen added. A spellcaster who awakened on the battlefield is inherently legendary and perfectly suits the taste of those in the Imperial Army's propaganda department. A silence fell between the two. A moment later, Mackensen's smile faded, and his expression became serious again. Morin, the 16th Brigade suffered heavy casualties this time, especially among junior and mid-level officers. More than 2/3 were killed, and many company command positions are now vacant. Morin's heart began to pound. He knew what was coming had finally arrived. So, combining your military achievements, to aid propaganda, and to fill the officer vacancies. Mackensen looked at him and said, word for word. You will be promoted to Army Lieutenant and will simultaneously serve as the company commander of the 1st Company, 1st Battalion, 32nd Infantry Regiment. Morin, who had anticipated this, showed no strong emotions and continued to listen quietly. A 2nd Lieutenant fresh out of military academy promoted to Lieutenant 21 days after joining his company. This speed, breaking the Army's promotion record, is itself an excellent propaganda point. General Mackensen added. The Army's propaganda department hopes to use your example to inspire more young officers in the Army, especially the descendants of military nobility, to ignite their fighting passion and make achievements for the Empire. Morin asked with some curiosity, does that still need to ignite fighting passion? Do you think you are the only playboy from places like Dresden, Potsdam, and Munich? General Mackensen continued, the current situation is becoming more turbulent by the day. The entire Europa has become a powder keg, and no one knows when the next full-scale war will break out. But ever since the victory in the last war with the Gaul, the younger generation of the Empire has begun to become increasingly lax. This is a very dangerous signal. The old general, as if he had finally found someone to talk to, spoke to Morin about many current affairs. Morin listened obediently but offered no opinions, merely watching the system's information collection rate slowly rise. After the two chatted like an ordinary elder and junior, General Mackensen suddenly changed the subject. There's one more thing. I don't know if I should tell you. Why? Morin asked, puzzled. Because I'm worried that if you know, you will become arrogant and turn back into that reckless brat you used to be, Mackensen said bluntly. Morin immediately looked speechless. Seeing his aggrieved expression, Mackensen finally spoke. Ah, never mind. You are now an officer who has experienced life and death, I believe you can maintain the right mindset. The old general sighed, then lowered his voice. The Crown Prince has noticed you. The Crown Prince? Morin was startled. Yes. Mackensen nodded, his expression becoming especially serious. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince hopes to use this opportunity to promote a tactical doctrine reform within the army. Tactical reform. Morin vaguely guessed something. What you mentioned earlier about the fragility of dense formations against modern firearms, some far-sighted individuals in the General Staff Headquarters had actually noticed it as early as when the Britannia paid a heavy price in the Boer War. Mackensen explained. At that time, the General Staff Headquarters also tried to conduct some small-scale tactical reform trials, but because they were too subversive to traditional infantry tactics, and lacked sufficiently convincing combat examples to support them, they ultimately came to nothing. And this time, after your battle report from Seville was submitted, many of the combat details received the approval of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and some young, energetic staff officers. They believe that this might indeed be the future direction of army tactical development. Mackensen looked at Morin, his eyes filled with anticipation. Therefore, His Royal Highness hopes to use the 16th Infantry Brigade as a pilot, starting from here, to gradually implement new tactical doctrines. However, currently there's only this one battle in Seville, so the persuasiveness isn't quite enough. You understand what I mean, right? Hearing Mackensen's words, Morin nodded, he naturally understood what the old general meant. The battle isn't over yet, don't think about resting. Mackensen, your exceptional promotion is both a reward for your military achievements and a signal from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to the entire army, a signal supporting reform and encouraging innovation. Morin finally understood. His promotion this time was not only because of his military achievements and his status as a spellcaster, but also because he had inadvertently become a banner for the Crown Prince's military reforms, but... Morin, First, I must state that I'm not greedy for rewards. But since it has reached His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, wouldn't a single grade promotion seem a bit stingy? Hearing Morin's words, Mackensen burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, you mean His Royal Highness should have someone promote you directly to a field officer, and then watch you lead a company, yelling and charging into enemy gunfire, only to be wiped out in the next battle. That wouldn't happen. Second Lieutenant Friedrich Morin. General Mackensen suddenly called Morin's name, seriously and loudly. The latter almost reflexively sprang from his chair and stood at attention. Don't get cocky just because you fought a good battle. This is just your first battle, there's a long road ahead. Mackensen's tone became incredibly solemn, and the imposing presence of the Army Lieutenant General was fully unleashed once again at this moment. I hope you do not fail His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's expectations, and even more, do not fail those comrades who sacrifice themselves in Seville. Put aside your old messy habits, be down to earth, and become a true Saxon officer worthy of this uniform. Chapter 79 Promotion and Recruitment. On the very day Mackensen and Morin met, his promotion appointment, along with other orders from division headquarters, was officially issued to the 16th Brigade. Appointment: 2nd Lieutenant Friedrich Morin, promoted to Lieutenant of the Army, and reassigned as company leader of the 1st Company, 1st Battalion, 32nd Tverkau Infantry Regiment, 16th Infantry Brigade, 8th Infantry Division, 4th Army Corps, Imperial Army. This order. The good news was that, as the company with the first serial number, it traditionally served as the battalion's main company, receiving preferential treatment in equipment and troop replenishment. The bad news was that the main company also often meant taking on the first wave of assault tasks in an attack, and casualties were naturally the heaviest. On the same day, the rest of the 8th Infantry Division, bringing a large number of reserve soldiers to replenish the 16th Brigade, arrived in succession on multiple military trains. The entire camp instantly became lively, filled with new faces and noisy chatter, and Morin's first company also received a large number of replenished soldiers. According to the officer in charge of the handover, the training level of these reserve soldiers was not an issue, they had all passed assessments in drills and shooting. Many soldiers even received shooting lanyards, signifying excellent marksmanship. The only drawback was that they had never seen a battlefield with bullets flying or witnessed blood. 3 of the 4 company leaders of the 1st Battalion, 32nd Tverkau Infantry Regiment, including Captain Hauser, had been killed in previous battles. This time, in addition to Morin's promotion to company leader of the 1st Company, the remaining 2 company leader vacancies were filled by transfers from several reserve battalions of the 8th Infantry Division that were training new recruits domestically. Platoon leaders, who also suffered extremely high casualty rates, were also transferred from reserve battalions, and the 3 second lieutenant platoon leaders assigned to Morin's command were, coincidentally, his classmates from the Central Military Academy. Unlike Morin, who was directly sent to the front lines by General Mackensen after graduation, these 3 second lieutenants assigned to the 8th Infantry Division all went to domestic reserve battalions. While training new recruits, it also served as a novice training level for them. They were initially complacent about being assigned a platoon leader position in a main battalion, feeling it was an acknowledgement of their abilities by their superiors. This optimistic mood persisted until they completed their report, and were led to Morin by Major Thomas's men, then vanished without a trace. Lieutenant Morin, these are the 3 platoon leaders assigned to the 1st Company. The orderly leading the way saluted Morin respectfully. In addition to his military achievements, Morin was also known in the 1st Battalion for being easy to get along with, treating officers and soldiers equally. This also made him very popular in the 1st Battalion. Therefore, when these orderlies from battalion headquarters saw Morin in a non-combat state, they felt like they were meeting an idol. Morin nodded to him, and after the orderly led the men there, he left the 1st Company's station, leaving the 3 newly promoted 2nd Lieutenant platoon leaders in a state of disarray. The 3 of them were stunned when they saw Morin's familiar face. No one expected to see Morin again in such a situation. Aren't we all from the same class? How is it that less than a month after leaving the military academy together, you've become our superior? They couldn't understand how the playboy, who in the eyes of his military academy classmates was only interested in chasing women and was considered a lost cause, could become so formidable on the battlefield. However, upon seeing the company sergeant major behind Morin, who was exuding a certain murderous aura, the 3 immediately reacted, stood at attention, and saluted Morin. Sir, 2nd Lieutenant Khan, Barak, Ram, reporting for duty. The 1st Company welcomes your arrival, this is precisely when you are needed. Morin returned their salute, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then had Klaus call in the key personnel of the company headquarters for face recognition. Finally, he had the platoon sergeants of the 3 platoons lead their new platoon leaders back just as Captain Hauser had done. Currently, Morin's 1st Company, aside from the 3 transferred platoon leaders, consisted of NCOs of all ranks who were veterans who had survived the street fighting in Seville. These veterans, who had followed Morin out of the hell of street fighting, had more or less been promoted in rank and position. The former platoon sergeant Klaus was now the company sergeant major, and Baumann and other NCOs below the platoons had all become platoon sergeants of the 3 platoons. At the same time, many brave soldiers were promoted to NCOs, taking over the positions previously held by Baumann and his comrades. After receiving his 3 old classmates, Morin initially worried if they would get along with veterans like Klaus and Baumann. But facts proved that his worries were completely unfounded. New recruits who haven't been on a real battlefield, whether you're an officer or some noble, simply cannot compare in presence to these veterans who crawled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Seville. When his old classmates saw that even the company headquarters clerks, field kitchen, and supply team soldiers seemed to be emanating a bloody aura. They all became as meek as kittens, not daring to even breathe loudly. Whatever Morin said, they listened and executed orders with crisp efficiency. As for the reserve battalion soldiers assigned to the first company, although they were new recruits without combat experience, for Morin, new recruits also had their advantages. Their training time was not long, so their combat thinking and training methods had not yet solidified, making it convenient for Morin to train and instruct them according to his own ideas. Before the next battle, Morin hoped his company could at least be more flexible. He didn't want to see these young soldiers line up to charge enemy machine gun positions. And those veterans who had endured the trials of street fighting became Morin's most capable assistants in implementing the new training model. Company Sergeant Major Klaus, as well as the platoon sergeants and NCOs of each platoon, would execute every one of Morin's orders without any discount. Soon, the replenished soldiers of the first company discovered that they were beginning to receive a training method vastly different from what they had experienced in the rear. Because the Saxon army has always emphasized discipline and focused on formation training, these reserve battalion soldiers had consistently been conducting formation training according to the 1906 edition of the Infantry Training Manual. This was a training manual from 8 years ago. And this version of formation training was, in fact, no different from the 1812 regulations or the 1847 regulations. In the daily training of the reserve battalions, more time was spent on visually pleasing close-order formation changes, uniform marching, turning, and how to perform precise volley fire and launch charges according to the commander's drumbeats and flag signals. But Morin drastically compressed these traditional training contents, retaining only basic formation training for maintaining organization and discipline. He then eliminated close-order formation changes that were impossible to execute in the face of enemy fire. Besides regular basic drills, shooting, and bayonet training, the soldiers of the first company trained most in physical fitness, especially fully equipped long-distance marches. In the traditional Saxon Imperial Army, physical training actually accounted for a significant proportion, and fully equipped marches were not uncommon. The main purpose of these trainings was to ensure the basic marching speed and field maneuverability of the troops. However, in the first company, in addition to basic physical fitness, a large amount of more intense and realistic tactical maneuver training was added. Especially tactical movements such as short-distance sprints, dropping prone, and crawling forward, conducted in units of squads, 2 teams, and platoons. These movements, etched in Morin's mind, were broken down step by step by him, and he had 2 clerks draw sketches of the breakdowns based on his movements, which were then copied and given to the NCOs responsible for company training. In his opinion, the basic military literacy of Saxon soldiers, especially their rifle shooting accuracy, was top-notch across the entire Europa continent, and could even be publicized as a model. But their combat philosophy and formations were still completely stuck in the previous version. That kind of offensive method, marching in dense formations to the enemy's machine gun positions with drum beats, would be purely a highly efficient form of suicide in future battles. Since the Crown Prince wanted reform, he would start with his own company and try to make some changes. Morin had the company operate in platoons as the basic unit in combat. The 3 platoons no longer clustered together densely as in the past, but maintained a certain distance for mutual cooperation. Within each platoon, the soldiers repeatedly practiced coordinated cooperation and alternating cover between small teams. He demanded that soldiers, when charging, no longer strive for perfect uniformity, but instead utilize all available terrain and cover to engage and eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. This type of training placed extremely stringent demands on the soldiers' physical fitness. Often, a single training session would involve continuous, intense, fully equipped sprints of 50, 100 meters, or even longer. The daily intensity was geared towards draining every last bit of strength from the soldiers' bodies. And on the training ground, the NCOs of all ranks in the company would shout commands hoarsely, repeating tactical movements over and over again. Faster! 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 You're running slower than my grandmother. Get down! Get your butts on the ground! Are you trying to get cut in half by a machine gun on the battlefield by sticking them up so high? 3RD platoon! Where's your covering fire? Why are you still maneuvering when the assault team has already charged forward? Chapter 80 New recruits are easy to train. For the first company's current high-intensity training, the veterans who had previously fought under Morin's command could be said to execute it unconditionally. They had personally experienced the brutality of heavy machine gun suppression in urban warfare, deeply understanding that these seemingly torturous training exercises were life-saving on the battlefield. The NCOs of each platoon were even more strict in demanding their soldiers during training. They were not as gentle as Morin. Any imperfect movement would lead to a merciless reprimand, or even a direct kick. However, the newly supplemented soldiers, including the 3 platoon leaders, were completely unaccustomed to this training method. Every day after training, they were exhausted like dead dogs, lying on their beds without the strength to even twitch. Many new recruits even collapsed and vomited from exhaustion during training. But they dared not complain. Because the company leader appeared on the training ground every day, enduring the same, or even higher, training intensity with them. With the company leader pushing himself so hard, they felt too embarrassed to complain or grumble. Just get it done. As for the 3 new platoon leaders, Morin's military academy classmates. They had initially intended to leverage their classmate relationship to bargain with Morin, hoping to reduce the training intensity a bit. However, after the first day of training, they completely lost their temper. Seeing Morin's seemingly tireless figure, all they could do was grit their teeth and persevere. They couldn't utter a single word of dissent. Could it be that they were going to be outdone by a playboy? This was the common thought in the 3 men's hearts. However, during a training break, Company Sergeant Major Klaus still approached Morin with some concern. Company leader, isn't this training intensity a bit too much? I'm worried these new recruits won't be able to handle it physically. Klaus handed Morin a water bottle, his brows furrowed as he looked at the new recruits sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. I understand your concerns, Klaus. Morin took the water bottle and guzzled a few mouthfuls. He knew this kind of rapid drinking was unhealthy, but he couldn't help himself. But we can only conduct this high-intensity training now, while the troops are resting in the rear, with ample logistical supplies and no reduction in daily rations. Morin's order for this high-intensity training was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Before the formal training, he had already confirmed everything with the quartermaster and even the division's bakery company. As he had just said, the troops currently resting in the rear received the most abundant supplies. Daily individual rations for staple foods typically rotated among 750 grams of bread, 500 grams of field biscuits, and 400 grams of egg biscuits. Meat rations were either 375 grams of fresh meat or 200 grams of cured meat. Side dishes rotated among 1,500 grams of potatoes, 125 to 250 grams of vegetables, and 60 grams of dried vegetables. There were also 25 grams of coffee, 3 grams of tea leaves, 20 grams of beet sugar, and 25 grams of salt. As for tobacco, beer, and such, there's no need to mention them. In short, when supplies were abundant, the Saxon Imperial Army's rations, putting taste aside, were certainly not small in quantity. The soldiers' daily caloric intake, when calculated, exceeded 4,000, which was the fundamental support for daily high-intensity training. Morin returned the water bottle to Klaus and continued. Only by pushing their physical limits and willpower to the extreme will these training exercises be effective, and only then will they have a greater chance of surviving on the battlefield. Klaus, when it really comes time to execute combat missions, supplies will never be as plentiful as they are now. Eating black bread and drinking thick soup every day, forced marching through mud, there will be no opportunity to train like this then. The company sergeant major listened in silence, then became even more rigorous in training. The first company's training ground quickly became the most conspicuous place in the entire camp. Initially, it was only some company-grade officers from the 16th Brigade who had also participated in the Seville campaign who would come to observe during their own unit's training. Most of them were also battalion and company-level commanders, who had personally witnessed the ineffectiveness of traditional tactics in that hellish battle. Now, seeing the new tactical movements being practiced by the first company, they began to ponder, and new tactical thinking quietly sowed its seeds in their minds. Whenever the whistle for a training break sounded, several captains and lieutenants from other companies would gather around. Lieutenant Morin, is there a particular reason you have your soldiers advance in small groups, rather than the entire platoon charging together? The speaker was a company leader from another battalion of the 32nd Regiment, a captain who had shown bravery in urban combat. Captain, my idea is that this can reduce the time we are exposed in open areas. Morin picked up a twig, drew a simple diagram on the ground, and continued. In this process, part of the group's firepower suppresses the enemy, covering the other part as they maneuver to a more advantageous position. Firepower suppression, covering maneuver. The captain chewed on these words, nodding thoughtfully. Actually, we were forced to do this in the city too, especially when crossing streets, but the actual execution was chaotic and disorganized. Morin, that's why systematic training is needed. These words resonated with the other company-grade officers who had participated in the battle, and they all joined the discussion, turning the scene into a tactical seminar for a while. These company-grade officers, who had climbed out of piles of dead bodies, quickly grasped the key points, and their questions became increasingly profound. The news that Lieutenant Friedrich Ling is presiding over a Seville combat veterans tactical seminar at the training ground quickly spread within the 16th Brigade. Before long, the company-grade officers who had been transferred from reserve units and had no combat experience became restless. They might not yet have a concept of tactical reform, but they weren't foolish. Those company-grade officers who had already experienced brutal combat were constantly running to the first company's training ground, so there must be something valuable there. Thus, the next day, the number of the officer observation group by the first company's training ground directly doubled. A few days later, some company-grade officers from the 8th Infantry Division who had just arrived from the homeland also rushed over after hearing the news. This put immense pressure on Khan, Barak, and Ram, the three newly promoted platoon leaders. The training intensity had already been high these past few days, and now there was also a row of seasoned company-grade officers, and even field-grade officers watching from the side of the training ground. So they could only concentrate with all their might, diligently commanding their platoons to complete the tactical movements, fearing any mistake that would disgrace the unit. Company Sergeant Major Klaus, however, was enjoying himself. He straightened his back, shouting commands even louder than ever before, as if showcasing the spirit of the first company to everyone. Snap to attention. Haven't you eaten? Run faster. The entire division is watching us. During the days the 16th Brigade was resting in the rear, the 12 infantry divisions brought by Lieutenant General Mackensen from within Saxon, in cooperation with the International Brigade and the National Army, completely stabilized the front lines. After suffering heavy losses in Seville, the Britannians also began to become somewhat conservative, no longer deploying mages and armored knights to the front lines at will. Although Madrid was still in the kingdom's army's hands at the moment, the cautious Lieutenant General Mackensen was not in a hurry to retake this symbolic city. After all, Seville was already under their control, and the Mediterranean fleet was also conducting combat patrols in the waters southwest of the Iberian Peninsula, preventing the Britannians from landing in this area. This also meant that the primary objective of this military operation had been achieved. What followed would be more of a countering moves against the Britannians. At the same time, new news also began to slowly spread throughout the garrison. It was said that the Gallic Republic, which had remained silent, had begun to mediate the conflict between the Saxon Empire and the Holy Britannian Empire. Diplomatic officials from both sides had apparently already travelled to Paris, the capital of Gaul, to prepare for negotiations. This localized war, which had suddenly erupted due to the Aragon Civil War, seemed to have found a new opportunity for a peaceful resolution. Although Morin was unclear why the Gauls were suddenly doing this, the news still brought a sigh of relief to everyone else. After all, not everyone liked war, and not everyone wanted to engage in a full-scale war with the world's strongest power. In addition, there was another, relatively more urgent piece of news. Crown Prince George of the Saxon Empire would personally visit the Aragon front lines within the next 2 days. One of the purposes of his trip was to personally award medals to the officers and soldiers who had performed bravely in the Aragon campaign. The 1st Battalion of the 32nd Tvikau Infantry Regiment was the unit to be reviewed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince this time. And as per custom, the 1st Company, being at the forefront of the entire regiment's attack sequence, would stand at the very front as the honor guard. This unexpectedly added task gave Morin a massive headache. After all, he had never learned the honor guard routine, although it seemed simple and not difficult. There were actually many details to pay attention to. Fortunately, when it came to receiving leaders, almost all countries made sure to put on a good show, let alone receiving a review from the Crown Prince. The 8th Infantry Division headquarters also sent an NCO with more experience in this area to help guide them. So these days, in addition to inspecting the camp, handling daily company affairs, fleecing the battalion quartermaster, participating in tactical physical training, and organizing daily training summary meetings, Morin also had the added task of preparing for the Crown Prince's review. He was so busy he was almost oh ho 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 ho. And on the 3rd day after receiving the news, the Crown Prince's special train arrived. Chapter 81 Review. When Morin received the news that Crown Prince George was coming to inspect the troops, he was leading the soldiers of the 1st Company in practicing earthworks. In fact, the Saxon Imperial Army, or rather, the armies of various countries, already had the concept of digging trenches, but they were mostly early trenches, half-man deep, where soldiers would lie inclined. The Imperial Army has had a tradition of civil engineering works since ancient times, but at present, it is not thorough enough or systematic. Morin was now teaching all the soldiers of the company the key technical points for quickly assessing terrain and soil, and then, under enemy fire, digging kneeling, prone, and standing individual foxholes from a prone position. Once the individual foxholes were mostly learned, trenches formed by connecting these foxholes into lines would naturally follow. This scene of a company commander personally demonstrating tactical movements was a novelty for most Saxon Imperial Army soldiers, so everyone watched very attentively. After Morin finished his demonstration, each platoon, under the command of their platoon leader and NCOs, divided into areas and began to practice. However, current Saxon Imperial Army infantry were not widely equipped with entrenching tools. These tools were only issued to units like quartermaster and artillery. So, to complete this training, Morin made several trips to military supply, finding every possible way to acquire a batch of entrenching tools. Incidentally, he also managed to get back the more than a dozen artillery P08s with 32-round drum magazines and long barrels, along with their matching tools and ammunition, which had become temporarily available after the Field Artillery Regiment suffered significant casualties in urban combat. He had wanted to get some of the famous C96 broom-handle pistols, but unfortunately, this weapon was not widely issued in the Saxon Imperial Army at the moment and was very difficult to acquire. Even in the world before his transmigration, the 9mm version of the Red 9 only began mass production after entering the trench stalemate phase. After receiving the news from the instructing officer at the division headquarters, Morin called a halt to the day's training and, uncharacteristically, gave the soldiers half a day off. Of course, this day off merely meant reducing half a day of tactical training. It wasn't to let the 1st Company soldiers truly rest, but rather to free up their time for another task. Is your uniform growing mushrooms? Can't you see such a large patch of mud? Brush it. Your boots. Your boots. I could scrape a pound of mud off them. Clean them immediately. Klaus and Baumann, these newly promoted NCOs, had all transformed into the most demanding overseers, their eyes wide as they patrolled back and forth through the ranks, their voices growing louder and louder. Amidst the NCOs' roars, the soldiers furiously scrubbed the already dried mud and suspicious stains from their uniforms with stiff brushes. Besides cleaning their uniforms, everyone also needed to wash and wipe other items. Spiked helmets, rifles, bayonets, belts, ammunition pouches, canteens, all leather and metal items had to be wiped as clean as possible. Throughout the camp, there was the crunch sound of wiping and the hushed murmurs of the soldiers. Whether new recruits or veterans, everyone was both excited and nervous, as seeing the Crown Prince with their own eyes was a monumental event for them. Morin wasn't idle. As the new company commander, he also had to tidy up his own gear. He meticulously wiped a saber, which the division headquarters had procured for him, with a cloth, while listening to the soldiers' discussions nearby, feeling the vitality of this company as new blood was injected. After all, after fighting a few battles, this vitality would eventually slowly turn into a kind of numbness. Early the next morning, as dawn was just breaking, the platoon sergeants of each platoon pulled everyone out of their dreams. All soldiers uniformly shaved and washed their faces, ensuring that everyone's face was smooth, without stubble or mud spots. And the requirements for this temporary honor guard were far more stringent than those for honor guards during domestic inspections, who only wore rifles and bayonets. The experienced officer sent by the division headquarters emphasized that Crown Prince George wished to see the demeanor of troops about to engage in battle, not a group of show-offs. Therefore, including Morin, everyone had to wear all their combat gear. Backpacks, canteens, ammunition pouches, bayonets, nothing could be missing, everything had to be worn. This was also why entrenching tools were not yet standard infantry equipment, otherwise, the officer would likely have made them carry those as well. When the soldiers were fully dressed, everyone felt heavy, as if they had returned to full kit long-distance training. After leading the company to assemble early on the temporarily designated inspection ground and standing at the very front of the entire battalion, Morin and Klaus began their final adjustment of the formation. Company commander, what about the front few ranks? Klaus asked in a hushed voice. Pick out the oldest veterans with the neatest uniforms and have them stand in the first rank, Morin decided without hesitation. He did this not just for appearance. New recruits were prone to making mistakes due to nervousness in such a grand setting. Veterans had seen more of the world, had stronger psychological resilience, and were more composed. Placing them at the front was both an honor for them and the most reliable safeguard. The veterans chosen for the front rank stood ramrod straight, their faces expressionless, but their slightly raised chins still betrayed their inner pride. After completing the formation, Morin stood at the very front of the company and once again emphasized discipline to everyone. Listen up. When the inspection begins, everyone must maintain absolute stillness and silence. Look straight ahead, no whispering, no looking left or right. Under no circumstances are you to speak to Crown Prince George or the accompanying officers without permission. Unless they actively ask you a question. Do you understand? Yes, sir. A thunderous reply echoed over the inspection ground. After all this was done, all that remained was a long and agonizing wait. As the sun slowly rose, sunlight spilled onto the soldiers' spiked helmets, reflecting points of golden light. Time passed minute by minute, and many embedded journalists with cameras also arrived early at the inspection ground. Their appearance meant that today's inspection would soon appear on the pages of the Empire's major newspapers. The soldiers of the first company immediately became even more excited, their legs no longer ached, their feet no longer numb, and each stood ramrod straight without needing correction from the NCOs. And just as Morin was wondering if all crown princes and leaders were this slow, a line of figures riding tall horses finally appeared on the distant road. The Crown Prince of the Empire, George Albert Friedrich August Johann Maria von Wedden, had arrived. The sound of hooves grew from distant to near. Morin stood at the very front of the formation, secretly glancing with the corner of his eye. Leading the group was a young man in a magnificent hussar uniform, undoubtedly Crown Prince George. Behind him followed a large group of officers with gleaming stars. Lieutenant General Mackensen, the commander of the 8th Division, the brigade commanders of the 2 subordinate infantry brigades and 1 field artillery brigade, and the commanders of several regiments. Morin knew some and didn't know others, but almost all principal officers from division to regiment were present. The immortals were arrayed like hemp. As the Crown Prince and his entourage dismounted and walked towards them, getting closer and closer, Major Thomas, the commander of the 1st Battalion, after receiving a signal from an officer, quickly stepped forward from beside the formation to greet him. He sharply came to attention 5 paces from the Crown Prince, neatly raised his right hand, fingertips lightly touching the brim of his spiked helmet, and rendered an impeccable Saxon military salute, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Crown Prince George. The 1st Battalion of the 32nd Tverkau Infantry Regiment has assembled and awaits your inspection. Chapter 82 2nd Class Iron Cross. Crown Prince George returned Major Thomas's salute with a smile, then, accompanied by General Mackensen and others, walked towards the neatly arranged honor guard. His pace was unhurried as he walked past the first row of the formation, his gentle yet sharp eyes scanning the face of every soldier. Morin, with the back of his saber resting diagonally on his shoulder, stood at the very front of the 1st Company's formation, enduring the greatest pressure. He could clearly feel the Crown Prince's gaze linger on him for a moment. Are you Lieutenant Friedrich Molling? The Crown Prince stopped in front of Morin and asked. His voice, like his face, was very gentle. Morin wasn't sure if it was something the other party had specifically trained for, but it conveyed a sense of approachability. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Morin replied loudly, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Very good. The Crown Prince nodded, said nothing more, and continued walking forward. He walked very slowly, occasionally stopping to speak a few words with the soldiers in the front row. He walked and asked questions along the way. The questions mostly revolved around basic matters like service, rations, and family. And the soldiers who were asked all stood tall, answering every question with voices tinged with excitement. Their faces were beaming with pride and glory at being noticed by the Imperial Crown Prince. This seemingly casual questioning was both a way to boost morale and a form of informal on-site inspection. Morin stood at the very front of the company, and as he noticed the Crown Prince gradually reach the end of the line, the taut string in his heart relaxed slightly. Fortunately, no one made a mistake. The atmosphere in the ranks, too, slowly transformed from extreme tension to solemnity and enthusiasm as the Crown Prince engaged in friendly conversation. As the inspection concluded, Crown Prince George walked to the very front of the formation and ascended a small platform prepared in advance, facing all the officers and men of the 1st Battalion. And the inspected soldiers, at a command from Major Thomas, quickly lowered their raised rifles to their sides. Soldiers of Saxon. Crown Prince George's voice, carried by the cool morning air, spread across the entire inspection ground. I, George, on behalf of my father, thank you for your service and sacrifice for the Empire. His gaze swept over every young or weathered face in the ranks, his tone filled with sincerity. Your bravery has defended the honor of the Empire. Your sacrifices have brought about a turning point in the war. The Empire will forever remember your achievements. This military operation is crucial for the future development of the Empire. We must not only strive for peace for our allies but also win the rightful place and respect for the Empire on the continent of Europa. I believe that in future battles, you will continue to uphold your fearless spirit and achieve even greater victories for the Empire. His Majesty will also be waiting for news of your triumphant return in Dresden. The speech was not long and did not contain many flowery words, but in such an imperial nation, the ruling class personally visiting the front lines and speaking often significantly boosted morale. For the Emperor and the Empire. Major Thomas and Morin, following the rehearsed procedure, simultaneously raised their sabers and let out a loud shout. Immediately following, the entire 1st Battalion erupted in a thunderous roar. For the Emperor and the Empire. For the Emperor and the Empire. The soldiers' enthusiasm was completely ignited, they roared with all their might, releasing the excitement in their hearts. The Crown Prince smiled as he looked at the high-spirited soldiers before him, nodded with satisfaction, and then stepped down from the platform. Soon, silence returned to the inspection ground. Immediately after, an officer next to the Crown Prince stepped forward, pulled a list from the folder in his hand, cleared his throat, and began to read aloud. He read several names in a row, including Major Thomas, all of whom were officers who had participated in the Battle of Seville. 1 St Company, 1st Battalion, 32nd Tverkau Infantry Regiment, Lieutenant, Friedrich Morin. Morin's heart tensed, and almost instinctively, he stepped forward out of the ranks. 1 St Company Sergeant Major, Staff Sergeant Schultz Klaus. 1 St Platoon Sergeant, 1st Company, Sergeant Sebastian Baumann. The names of officers and soldiers who had distinguished themselves in the defense of Seville were called out one after another. Most were veterans and NCOs who had survived the street fighting in Seville, and there were also a few wounded men who, despite their injuries, insisted on participating in the inspection. All those whose names were called quickly and neatly formed up in front of the Crown Prince. They all stood tall, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. The Crown Prince and an officer carrying a tray walked to the front of the formation and began to present medals to each person. When he reached Morin, he picked up a second-class iron cross. The medal, made of black cast iron inlaid with silver edges, looked particularly solemn in the morning light. Lieutenant Morin. The Crown Prince's voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for Morin to hear. I have read the battle report of your performance in Seville, it was outstanding. I hope you will make more contributions to the Imperial Army. He said, pinning the medal to Morin's chest. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Morin, at this moment, naturally said nothing out of place, merely responded in a deep voice. The Crown Prince nodded to him, then moved on to the next person. Company Sergeant Major Klaus straightened his chest, his very typical Germanic face flushed with excitement. When the Crown Prince pinned the medal on him, this tough man, decisive in battle, even had tears in his eyes. Although he had served for 16 years, because the 8th Infantry Division had never been deployed overseas to fight in colonies, Klaus had never had the opportunity to earn military honors. The second-class Iron Cross, in non-war conditions, was essentially the highest honor a soldier could receive. The award ceremony proceeded in a solemn atmosphere. Several soldiers who had been wounded in battle, in addition to the Iron Cross, also received a black third-class wound badge. When the Crown Prince presented them with their medals, he specifically inquired about their injuries and instructed the accompanying military doctors to take good care of them. These subtle gestures were recorded one by the accompanying military journalists with their cameras. It was foreseeable that in the near future, these heartwarming photographs would spread throughout every corner of the empire via newspapers, shaping the glorious image of the Crown Prince as one who cherished his soldiers like his own children. As the awards ceremony concluded, and after the Crown Prince spoke a few more words of encouragement, this brief battlefield inspection also came to an end. The soldiers, under the command of their officers, were led back to the camp in an orderly fashion. However, Morin and several other decorated officers were asked to stay behind. Lieutenant Morin, please wait. The Crown Prince's aide-de-camp called out to Morin, who was about to rejoin his unit. His Royal Highness wishes to speak with you gentlemen. General Mackensen had mentioned to him earlier that the Crown Prince was very interested in the new tactics he had proposed, and that this meeting would certainly involve questions on that topic, so he had prepared in advance. He followed the aide-de-camp to a temporary tent set up next to the inspection ground. The furnishings inside were simple, with only a field table and a few folding chairs. Besides Crown Prince George, General Mackensen and several other high-ranking generals were also in the tent. Please all sit, no need to be formal. The Crown Prince gestured to the chairs, smiling. Morin and the other officers sat down cautiously, their backs ramrod straight. The Crown Prince first spoke with the other officers, asking about the conditions of their units and the difficulties they encountered in combat. While he didn't know if it was for show or performance, the Crown Prince's attitude, in Morin's opinion, was quite sincere, at least like a genuine investigation. Finally, his gaze fell upon Morin. The road no one has traveled. Chapter 85, The Untrodden Path. Lieutenant Morin, I know that during the street fighting in Seville, you employed some unconventional tactics, which achieved excellent results. Crown Prince George spoke kindly. Morin knew in his heart that this was likely the main topic of the meeting. Your Royal Highness, it's still too early to call them tactics. I merely made some impromptu attempts on the battlefield, based on the actual circumstances. Morin replied modestly. In front of these truly important figures, excessive ostentation would only invite dislike. No need to be modest. The Crown Prince's gaze sharpened, and his entire demeanor became more serious. As the battlefield continuously changes, traditional infantry tactics have revealed more and more problems. I believe everyone present here has deeply experienced this. The officers present nodded, their faces grave. The offensive operation in Seville and the subsequent brutal street fighting had given them a profound understanding of the cruelty of modern warfare. The horrifying sight of soldiers being mowed down by machine guns in formation, to be honest, had become a nightmare that many participating officers and soldiers might never shake off. Lieutenant Morin, I heard that you advocate for small units, using alternating cover and rapid infiltration through terrain. The Crown Prince looked at Morin, getting straight to the core of the matter. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Morin nodded and began to elaborate on his ideas. I believe that in the face of powerful firepower, the individual value of a soldier far outweighs their value as part of a formation. Instead of pursuing the discipline and impact brought by dense formations, it is better to leverage the flexibility of small units. Morin reorganized the words he had spoken to the officers on the training ground and reported them clearly and logically to the Crown Prince. He spoke with great engagement, and Crown Prince George and the other officers listened very attentively, nodding from time to time, a thoughtful expression in their eyes. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Mackensen, though outwardly calm, was constantly holding his breath. He was afraid that Morin, puffed up by some achievements, might utter some shocking remarks that would displease the Crown Prince. However, as Morin's explanation delved deeper, Mackensen's suspended heart slowly settled. He realized that Morin's understanding of infantry tactics was far more profound and systematic than he had imagined. It truly didn't seem like mere theoretical talk. When Morin finished speaking, the Crown Prince remained silent for a moment, then nodded at him. Very well said, Lieutenant Morin. His face first showed an expression of appreciation, then became somewhat serious again. Your ideas are very valuable and insightful, but I have one question. When soldiers disperse, how will you maintain discipline and make them attack according to orders, rather than scattering like birds and beasts under enemy attack? As you said, a short burst from a heavy machine gun position can take down a large number of soldiers. George's question somewhat surprised Morin. He hadn't expected this Crown Prince of Saxon to ask such a question. The other party was clearly not the legendary incompetent Crown Prince, but someone who genuinely understood army tactics. However, Morin was prepared for this question, as other officers had raised similar concerns before. Your Royal Highness, the instinct for survival is a more powerful force than any infantry drill manual. The instinct for survival. Crown Prince George frowned, but he did not speak, instead allowing Morin to continue. General Mackensen's heart, which had just settled, once again became suspended. He was somewhat worried that Morin was not prepared for this Crown Prince impromptu Q&A session, but at this moment, he could only listen to Morin continue. Morin, the enemy's machine guns, magic crystal cannons, and spells have taught us one thing: dispersing is not cowardice, but a sign that the infantry's combat logic needs to begin changing. I personally believe the issue is not whether soldiers should disperse, but how we, as commanders, imbue this survival instinct with order and lethality. Currently, my solution relies on the NCOs within the unit in the midst of gunfire. A soldier cannot see his company commander, much less his battalion commander, but he can certainly see his squad leader, his NCO. And all of this must be built upon extensive training. We must make these tactical offensive formations an instinct for the soldiers. Train them until, even when deafened by artillery fire and blinded by smoke, they can still complete coordination through muscle memory and camaraderie. Crown Prince George was stunned by Morin's words. Not just him, but the other high-ranking officers, including Mackensen, were also momentarily stunned. Only those officers who had fought alongside Morin in Seville and received medals, their eyes gradually lit up. Only those who had truly faced that hellish scene could quickly grasp the meaning of Morin's words. After a long silence in the tent, Crown Prince George finally came to his senses. His fingers tapped rhythmically on his knees, seemingly processing the information he had just heard. Lieutenant Morin, what you've said certainly sounds very different. But making drastic changes to the infantry combat regulations is no small matter. The General Staff Headquarters must see actual and stable results. Crown Prince George spoke again, emphasizing the word stable. Lieutenant Morin, you need battle examples with sufficient persuasive power. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, Your Royal Highness. I am very clear on that. Morin looked earnestly at the Empire's Crown Prince. Change in any field is not achieved overnight, and military affairs are no exception. After communicating with everyone, George led his attendants and the guards outside the tent, departing first. Subsequently, the other officers also left one after another, and Morin and his comrades were finally able to return to their respective companies. As he emerged from the Crown Prince's tent, the somewhat dazzling sunlight outside made Morin instinctively squint. He felt as if he had just undergone a defense. How did you feel just now? General Mackensen's voice sounded beside him. The old general had also come out at some point and was walking alongside him. General, I felt a lot of pressure, Morin said truthfully. Humph. Now you feel pressure. Mackensen glanced at him, his tone as stern as ever. I thought you rascal, would get carried away and promise His Royal Highness on the spot that you'd produce a brand new infantry drill manual within 3 days. Morin shook his head. General, you think too highly of me. My ideas are all temporary thoughts, my mind is still very muddled and not at all systematic. If I were to truly write them into regulations, I wouldn't even know where to begin. It's good that you know your own capabilities. Mackensen nodded, a softened expression appearing on his face. You need to know that what His Royal Highness values is not what you can produce now, but your thinking and your potential. The two walked in silence for a while. In the distance, on the training ground, the shouts of soldiers drilling could be heard. Friedrich. Mackensen suddenly called his name with a very solemn tone. Do you know what those things you said in front of His Royal Highness today mean? It means I won't be able to retire anytime soon. Morin asked tentatively. You damn scoundrel, you even thought about retiring. Lieutenant General Mackensen playfully smacked Morin on the back of the head, like a grandfather hitting his grandson. You are walking a path no one has ever trodden. No one can say whether it leads to flowers or a cliff. Are you afraid? Mackensen's gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if trying to pierce Morin's very soul. Morin met his gaze without the slightest evasion. General, I am indeed afraid of death, that is human nature. But I am more afraid of the soldiers under my command dying meaninglessly, as I have seen. If what I am doing now can give them a greater chance of survival on the battlefield, then no matter what lies ahead, I must continue. Mackensen looked at him steadily for a long time, and a genuine smile finally appeared on his stern, sculpted face. Good boy, you didn't disappoint me. He extended his large, calloused hand and heavily patted Morin's shoulder. Chapter 86, The Card Table in Paris. While Morin was preparing to make his mark on the Aragon front, training and validating improvements to infantry tactics. Far away in Paris, the capital of the Gallic Republic, a subtle political atmosphere hung heavy in the air. The Élysée Palace, once the palace of the Gallic Empire's emperor, now served as the center of power for the Gallic Republic. And in recent days, the eyes of all Paris, and indeed all Europa, were focused on this ancient palace. Carriages and automobiles bearing the flags of various nations frequently entered and exited the palace gates, attracting the attention of all Parisian media. The ruling class of all Europa knew that negotiations that would determine the immediate future of Europa were about to take place there. Inside an elegantly decorated small reception room at the Élysée Palace, advisors from the Gallic Republic, the Holy Britannian Empire, and the Saxon Empire, along with other lower-ranking diplomatic officials, had already held multiple rounds of preliminary discussions. Compared to the life and death struggle on the battlefield, the atmosphere of communication among diplomatic officials was not as tense. However, the three parties engaged in a grueling struggle over everything from the preliminary agenda of the negotiations and the order of meetings, to even minor etiquette details like seating arrangements and refreshment provisions. Finally, after expending countless words and efforts, they managed to hammer out a framework, ensuring that the subsequent highest-level talks could focus on the most core issues. The Gauls showed unusual enthusiasm in facilitating these negotiations. Other nations in Europa were somewhat puzzled by the Gauls' actions. Because emotionally, the Gauls should have wished for the Britannians and Saxons to fight to the death, with rivers of blood. The best outcome would be for both to suffer heavy losses and decline, allowing the Gauls to reap the benefits. After all, everyone in Europa knew about the century of friendship between the Gauls and the Britannians, which was as solid as rock. And the Saxons had, decades ago, seized Alsace, Lorraine, and their Mediterranean outlet. Were the ruling class of the Gallic Republic unaware of these issues? But reason told them that this war absolutely could not happen on their doorstep. The Iberian Peninsula is adjacent to Gaul. Once the war spiraled out of control and spread north of the Pyrenees, the consequences would be dire. Of course, there was an even more important reason. That was, the Gauls had also long coveted the newly discovered Houjing ore vein in the Kingdom of Aragon. If it weren't for the constant drain of energy from overseas colonies, the Gauls would have intervened in the Kingdom of Aragon's dispute long ago. This ore vein, whether it ultimately fell into the hands of the Britannians or the Saxons, was not good news for the Gauls. So, the best outcome was to maintain the pre-Civil War standoff in the Kingdom of Aragon. Then, for their side to find an opportunity to intervene, what could follow might be joint development by the three parties, but ideally, they could support a pro-Gallic force to take power. Driven by these complex motivations, the Gallic Ministry of Foreign Affairs showed immense enthusiasm, playing the role of Europa's messenger of peace. The next morning, the sky over Paris was somewhat overcast. Two ornate carriages, each adorned with its national flag, arrived at the gates of the Élysée Palace almost simultaneously. The Britannian Foreign Minister and the Saxon State Secretary for Foreign Affairs alighted from their carriages, accompanied by their respective military attaches and secretaries. The two met at the palace entrance, exchanged a cold glance, and then averted their eyes. Although both Queen Victoria and Albert II had instructed them to closely follow each other's diplomatic moves, outwardly, they could not possibly show any weakness. So, even before the negotiations began, an invisible tension already permeated the air. René Viviani, the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of the Gallic Republic, was already waiting at the entrance to the Silver Room. Upon seeing the two negotiating representatives, he symbolically took 2 steps forward to greet them, then shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with both protagonists. Media reporters and official photographers, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately swarmed forward, and flashbulbs instantly lit up the scene. Click. Click. The sound of camera shutters was incessant, documenting this historic moment. Under the coordination of the foreign minister, the 3 protagonists stood side by side, facing the camera, leaving behind a group photo destined for the front pages of newspapers worldwide. In the photograph, none of the 3 showed much expression, much like the Gallic negotiations themselves, whose direction remained entirely unpredictable. After the photo session, the 3 parties first held a brief, unrecorded informal discussion. The meeting took place in a small, private room, with only a very few core advisors present. The specific content of the negotiations remained unknown to the outside world. People only knew that this closed-door meeting lasted nearly an hour. When the door reopened, the expressions on the faces of the three protagonists were considerably more serious than when they had entered. Clearly, the initial probes and clashes had not gone smoothly. After the initial meeting concluded, the formal negotiations commenced in the Grand Festival Hall of the Élysée Palace. For these negotiations, officials from the Gallic Republic's Ministry of Foreign Affairs could be said to have gone to great lengths. They specifically chose a huge triangular negotiating table. Each of the three parties occupied a side, forming a triangle, thereby highlighting Gaul's mediating role in these negotiations. This small detail was typical of Gallic diplomatic cunning. As the doors of the festival hall slowly closed and the closed-door negotiations officially began, the waiting journalists, like arrows from a bow, rushed back to their respective news agencies. They needed to develop photos and write articles as quickly as possible. Then, they would be the first to spread the news of the Paris talks throughout the world. Although the specific results of the first day of negotiations were not disclosed to the public, on the second day, the front pages of major newspapers in various countries were, without exception, dominated by news of these tripartite negotiations. The Times, the Dresden Daily, Le Figaro, whether Britannian, Saxon, or Gallic newspapers, all featured the same photograph on their most prominent pages. That group photo of the three diplomatic giants taken in front of the Élysée Palace, featuring the Britannian Foreign Minister, the Saxon State Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and the Gallic Foreign Minister. In the photograph, these three influential figures on the Europa diplomatic stage stood side by side. Almost all newspapers, beneath the photo, quoted a profound statement René Viviani made during a brief interview before the negotiations began: "The situation is being controlled." This sentence, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, created ripples. People with different stances interpreted this sentence in completely different ways. The pacifists believed it was a positive sign that the war was nearing its end, and that the three parties had found a way to resolve the dispute peacefully. The warmongers, however, believed it was merely diplomatic rhetoric, a brief calm before the storm, and that the real contest had yet to begin. And the majority of ordinary people continued to live their peaceful lives. They were more concerned with recent prices, whether their working hours were sufficient this month, and when their child's cough would get better. 3 meals a day, simple food that was the entirety of an ordinary person's life in this era. Chapter 87, Rest Period ends. At the temporary encampment of the First Company, far away in the Kingdom of Aragon. Compared to the treacherous political landscape of Paris, the atmosphere in this area, closer to the heart of the conflict, was much more relaxed. For the soldiers on the front lines, the political maneuvering in Paris was too distant. They were more concerned with what they would eat for their next meal, when they could get a hot bath, and whether their company commander would order additional training. This afternoon, however, was a rare period of rest, and the soldiers finally had time to tidy themselves up, then air out their uniforms and blankets. Morin also did not stay in his officer's tent but sat in an open space outside the cluster of tents. Around him were his 3 platoon leaders, Klaus, Baumann, and a group of NCOs, as well as officers and NCOs from other companies and the adjacent battalion. A group of Saxon gentlemen, each with a military mess kit, containing dark, strong coffee, were gathered, engaged in lively discussion. Men seem to have an innate interest in discussing major affairs, be it critiquing governance or speculating on global events, and this is no exception in any world. When a group of men gathers, regardless of what they initially discussed, they eventually steer towards 2 directions, politics and lewd topics. Especially under the influence of Morin, the political pundit, the officers and NCOs of his company gradually grew fond of bragging about international affairs, a collective activity beneficial to both mind and body. If you ask me, these Gauls just want to play both sides. A second lieutenant platoon leader from the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion shook his mess kit, the coffee inside already at the bottom. He pursed his lips and continued to offer his insightful opinion. They definitely want us and the Britannians to fight tooth and nail, so they can jump in and pick up the spoils, preferably swallowing that entire crystal or vein. I think so too. Ram, Morin's 2nd platoon leader, nodded vigorously in agreement. That person in the military report, what was his name? Viviani, he doesn't look like a good person. And aren't the Gauls and the Britannians in cahoots, both using magic technology? What do you know? This is called diplomacy. Company Sergeant Major Klaus leaned against a pile of boxes, educating everyone in the tone of an experienced man. Although he usually appeared to be a standard Saxon soldier and was the strictest father to all the soldiers in the company during training. In reality, when it came to political punditry, he was more invested and attentive than anyone else. A striking contrast. Fighting is fighting, negotiating is negotiating, these are 2 completely different matters. Look at the company commander, he's not as boisterous as you all. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Morin. Morin was taking small sips of the coffee, which was so bitter it could choke a person. He had already confirmed with the field kitchen soldier that it was indeed coffee beans, not the coffee without coffee ingredients commonly found in the German army during the mid to late WWI. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, he merely smiled and did not offer a lengthy speech. He couldn't very well tell these gentlemen that what the Gauls were doing was essentially stealing the Britannians' job. In the world before he transmigrated, there was a specific term for it: shit-stirrer. However, seeing his officers and NCOs transform from rough men who initially only cared about military pay and leave into military enthusiasts who could now sit together and discuss international affairs, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. This at least showed that his company was slowly forming an atmosphere of critical thinking, rather than being a group of machines that merely obeyed orders. Company Commander, could you analyze for us what kind of outcome that Paris negotiation will ultimately yield? Sergeant Bauman asked curiously. Aren't you already a spellcaster? If we got you a crystal ball, wouldn't you be able to predict it? Sergeant Bauman, are you sure you're not talking about the Romani witches at the market? A corporal quipped. Bullshit, it's not like I haven't been inside their tents before, there's no crystal ball at all. Then you probably went straight into the innermost tent. Ha 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 ha. Those who caught on started making jokes with a playful tone. See, it seamlessly transitioned from political punditry to lewd topics. However, the topic eventually circled back, and everyone's gaze refocused on Morin, hoping he would say a few words. How would I know? Morin shrugged like a bear cub. But I guess, most likely, no results will come from it. The Britonians stumbled in Seville, so they won't let it go. As for our side, I don't think His Majesty would spit out what he has already eaten. Then we still have to fight, a platoon leader asked. Fighting is definitely going to happen. You just need to remember one thing, war is the continuation of politics. The negotiations in Paris and the development of the war in the Kingdom of Aragon are closely intertwined. Morin picked up his mess kit, took another sip of coffee, and continued. Moreover, what cannot be gained on the battlefield cannot be expected to be gained at the negotiating table. So for us, being prepared for war at all times is always the right thing to do. Just as everyone was immersed in political punditry, oblivious to their surroundings, several hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see several orderlies/runners jogging towards their open space from different directions. Judging by their routes, they seemed to be coming from the camps of other companies. After these orderlies/runners arrived, they first exchanged glances. They all looked somewhat surprised, as if they hadn't expected the people they were looking for to be gathered together. Then, they all stood at attention in front of Morin and the others, clicking their heels and saluting sharply. Lieutenant. Orders from battalion headquarters. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone stood up, and the relaxed, casual atmosphere vanished without a trace. Morin and the other company commanders exchanged glances, a premonition stirring within them. Orderlies/runners usually didn't appear in such a cluster. Lieutenant Friedrich Molling, company commander of the 1st Company, 1st Battalion. Company commander of the 2nd Company, 1st Battalion. Please report to battalion headquarters immediately for a meeting. Immediately after, the other orderlies/runners also spoke, looking for the other company commanders from different battalions who were present. After delivering the order, one young orderly couldn't help but mutter softly, "Hey! What a coincidence, they're all here." Morin and the others didn't delay for a moment. They handed their mess kits to their subordinates, gave a few brief instructions, and then hurried off with the orderlies/runners towards their respective battalion headquarters. The 1st Battalion's battalion headquarters was set up in a relatively spacious tent. The 1st Company's encampment was closest to battalion headquarters, so Morin and another company commander were the first to arrive. Not long after, all the other officers who had been notified also arrived. Major Thomas stood in front of a field table covered with a map, his expression serious, completely devoid of the excitement he had shown earlier at the parade ground. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he wasted no words and immediately tapped the map with the pencil in his hand. Gentlemen, the rest period is over. We have just received orders from higher command that the 8th Infantry Division will immediately move to Cuenca to prepare for battle. The atmosphere in the tent instantly solidified. Although everyone was mentally prepared and knew that continued combat was inevitable. When the order was actually given, the heavy pressure instantly enveloped everyone. According to the division-wide military train transfer plan, our battalion will board the train and depart this afternoon. Major Thomas's gaze swept across the faces of the 4 company commanders one by one, then he glanced at his wristwatch. It is now 12:42. Go back and have your companies prepare for departure. Field rations and bread will be distributed to each company by the Quartermaster Corps shortly. Before 1400 hours, I want to see the entire battalion assembled in the open space outside battalion headquarters. Those who disobey, will be court-martialed. Do you all understand? Major Thomas emphasized his words. Yes, Major, the 4 company commanders responded in unison. Very well, now go back and prepare. Major Thomas waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. The quartermaster and other support units were to stay behind to coordinate the transfer. Morin and the others did not say another word. They saluted the major, turned, and walked out of the battalion tent with the other company commanders. The afternoon sun outside the tent was still bright, but Morin felt no warmth in his heart. The holiday was over. Chapter 88, Field March. Upon returning to the company's station, Lieutenant Morin sought out Company Sergeant Major Klaus. The astute veteran was already packing his personal belongings, including his Iron Cross 2nd class, even before Lieutenant Morin's return. After learning that they were to head to the front lines again, Klaus's expression also turned solemn. Although Lieutenant Morin did not specify the exact combat mission, he knew very well that after the entire 8th Division entered Seville, this unit would no longer operate in smaller combat units as before. So, this was most likely a division-level combat operation. Just as Lieutenant Morin finished communicating with Klaus, the 1st Company's supply team's heavy wagons also brought back field rations and freshly baked black bread from the division's bread company. Upon seeing this, Lieutenant Morin immediately sent an orderly to call the 3 platoon leaders he had originally intended to issue orders directly, but to be safe, he called the 3 of them over. After quickly explaining the mission, a visible look of excitement appeared on the faces of the trio. After saluting Lieutenant Morin, they left the tent eagerly. They seem quite excited, Klaus said, watching their retreating figures. Lieutenant Morin, it's all right, I believe they won't be excited for long. Not long after the 3 platoon leaders left the company headquarters, the assembly whistle blew in each platoon. The sharp whistle broke the rare afternoon tranquility of the camp. Soldiers who were resting, cleaning their equipment, or writing letters home jolted, then scrambled out of their tents and assembled in the open space as quickly as possible. Attention everyone, pack all personal equipment immediately. First platoon leader Khan stood in front of the formation, somewhat excitedly issuing orders to the entire platoon. In half an hour, in squads, go to the company's supply team to collect 3 days' worth of rations, then return here to assemble. Dismissed. There was no superfluous talk, the orders were crisp and clear. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately sprang into action, and the entire company's station instantly fell into a tense yet orderly bustle. Bowmen and the NCOs of each platoon shouted, directing the new recruits to pack their backpacks, check their canteens and mess kits, and ensure everything was securely tied down. The 3 newly appointed platoon leaders, Khan, Barak, and Ram, also shed their usual training day greenness, moving sternly back and forth within their respective platoons, supervising the soldiers' preparations. Although they had not yet seen battle, their military academy education and the training they had received during this period made them clearly understand the importance of pre-battle preparations. Half an hour later, the first company completed its full company assembly. Standing before everyone, Lieutenant Morin found he could easily distinguish between the veterans and the new recruits in the company. The veterans' faces bore only serious and solemn expressions, having experienced combat, they clearly knew what might happen next. The new recruits, however, clearly showed excitement and eagerness. The Crown Prince's inspection and the personal medal conferral a few days prior had filled their minds with thoughts of strength and honor. Before 2 p.m. that day, the 1st Battalion of the 32nd Tvikau Infantry Regiment completed its assembly in the open space outside the battalion headquarters. The soldiers silently lined up and, led by their respective company leaders, marched towards the distant train station. It wasn't until the 1st Battalion arrived at the station that Lieutenant Morin realized the troop markers stacked here on the system map were not kidding. Because as far as the eye could see, there were various companies waiting to board. Evidently, the efficiency of military train dispatch outside the Saxon army's borders was far worse than within. Nevertheless, the 1st Battalion received the boarding order approximately 40 minutes later. A typical military train stood on the platform, boxcars, no windows, only 2 large sliding doors. Under the organization of the platoon NCOs, the soldiers boarded the train quickly and orderly, in squads. The space inside the carriage was cramped. If you took a deep breath, you could smell a mixture of rust, sweat, and leather. It was very overpowering. Since field kitchens could not be set up on the military train, all soldiers, in addition to their weapons and combat gear, also carried 3 days' worth of field rations. One item was freshly baked black bread from the bread company, enough for 2 days. In addition, there was a 1-day emergency ration containing biscuits so hard they could be used as bricks, a small piece of cured meat, a handful of dried vegetables, a small packet of coffee powder, and a pinch of salt. With a long whistle from the steam locomotive, white smoke billowed, and the military train slowly started, carrying the soldiers along the tracks into the distance. Since the boxcars offered almost no view of the outside, most soldiers, not long after the train started, found a corner and, leaning against their backpacks or a comrade's body, fell into a deep sleep. Although the new recruits were all excited, days of training had already consumed a great deal of their energy. And the impending battle still made them seize every moment to rest, at the veterans' urging. Like the other veterans, Klaus also quickly fell asleep. Lieutenant Morin, however, did not sleep. Since there was nothing else he could do, he directly entered the spell tab and continued learning spells, recording them in my spellbook. These days, Lieutenant Morin had not been idle. Besides reorganizing the company, he genuinely dedicated his evenings to spell learning. Moreover, as he became more familiar with various spell models, his speed in learning spells also accelerated somewhat. Today, he planned to conquer the remaining 22% progress of the second ring spell trace step. The train rattled on the tracks, emitting a monotonous and rhythmic clack-clack sound. Time passed bit by bit during this bumpy journey. After a full 14 hours, daylight streamed in through the cracks of the carriage doors. The soldiers in the carriage gradually woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, their faces showing fatigue. The initial excitement and eagerness upon boarding had long been completely worn away by this long and tedious journey. Trains of this era, especially military trains serving the war effort, offered virtually no comfort. The carriages were overcrowded, the air was foul, and it was even difficult to stretch one's legs. The soldiers could only gnaw on dry, hard black bread, drink cold water from their canteens, and silently endure it all. Another 2 hours passed, and when this 16-hour transfer journey finally came to an end, the military train stopped with a screeching brake, and an irrepressible cheer erupted in the carriage. The carriage doors were quickly pulled open by platform staff, and blinding sunlight and fresh air rushed in. Disembark. Quickly. Assemble by company. The shouts of officers echoed across the platform. The soldiers eagerly jumped off the train, greedily breathing the outdoor air and stretching their stiff bodies. Lieutenant Morin stood on the platform, surveying the unfamiliar place. It was a makeshift field station, with nothing but a few parallel tracks and a small signal box. 1 St. Company. Assemble over here. Company Sergeant Major Klaus had already begun organizing the troops for formation. The soldiers quickly found their positions and soon formed neat lines on the platform. The supply team soldiers also began to busy themselves, unloading wagons and ammunition boxes from specialized freight cars. Since the ammunition separation regulation was enforced during transport, after leaving the platform and arriving at a temporary assembly point, each company took some time for the soldiers to quickly receive ammunition and take a short rest. Once the other battalions of the 32nd Infantry Regiment had successively arrived, the 1st Battalion, under Major Thomas's command, began its march. According to the attack plan assigned to the 32nd Infantry Regiment, the 1st Battalion needed to depart from this small station and march nearly 40 kilometers on foot to reach the designated attack assembly area. As for why they had to march so far, the answer was simple: the railway tracks simply didn't extend that far. In an era before mechanized infantry, long-distance tactical maneuvers purely depended on where the railway tracks were laid. And the technology for temporarily laying narrow-gauge tracks was not yet mature. So, the end of the railway was the starting point for the infantry's legs. Heavy military boots trod on the dusty road, and the 40-kilometer field march officially began. For the 1st Battalion, which had just received a large number of new recruits and new officers, this long-distance field march was undoubtedly a rigorous test of the unit's organization and the soldiers' physical endurance. The marching column was like a long, grey python, winding through the rugged hills of the Kingdom of Aragon. The scenery along the road was maddeningly monotonous. In February, the Kingdom of Aragon offered nothing but withered yellow grass and sparse bushes. All anyone could see was the constantly bobbing back of a comrade in front. The occasional passing cars carrying officers of regimental rank or higher, and the draft horses pulling field artillery, became rare diversions during this march. Lieutenant Morin's 1st Company marched at the very front of the entire battalion's formation. While patrolling back and forth with Klaus, he also took the opportunity to observe the 3 newly appointed platoon leaders. The excited expressions were no longer visible on their faces. Now, they were simply shuttling back and forth with their respective platoon sergeants, as required by combat regulations, controlling the order of the marching column and correcting the soldiers' spacing. Keep up. Don't fall behind. Conserve your water. The next rest stop is still far away. The shouts of the NCOs echoed throughout the ranks. They were like diligent sheepdogs, striving to maintain the integrity of the entire formation. This was a true depiction of the lower and middle-ranking officers and NCOs in the army of this era. Boarding crowded military trains to a completely unfamiliar place, then, led by officers, enduring a long and despair-inducing march to an area called an assembly zone. After a brief rest, they would be thrown into a battle of life and death. According to Saxon infantry regulations, during a field march, for every 50 minutes of marching, there would be a 10-minute rest period. When the whistle for the first rest sounded, many new recruits almost immediately collapsed by the roadside, panting heavily, as if all the strength had been drained from their bodies. Everyone up. No sitting down immediately. Veterans and NCOs immediately stepped forward, pulling them up one by one. Move your legs and feet, otherwise you won't be able to walk later. Drink water in small sips, don't chug it all at once. After taking a few sips of water, Lieutenant Morin went to the side of the marching column to observe the condition of the troops. The 1st Company was in relatively good shape, although the new recruits were all exhausted. Under the control and guidance of veterans like Klaus and Baumann, no one experienced major problems. He walked to the rear of the column and saw several new recruits with pale faces and unsteady steps. How are you feeling? Can you still keep going? Lieutenant Morin patted the shoulder of one young soldier. Seeing it was the company leader, the soldier struggled to stand straight but stumbled and nearly fell to his knees. Reporting, sir. I can still keep going, he gasped, answering in broken sentences. Lieutenant Morin smelled the sour odor of vomit on him. He frowned, then found a small packet of salt in the soldier's pack. Dissolve this in water and drink it. Then he turned to the NCO nearby. Keep an eye on him. If his condition worsens, call the medical NCO over. Yes, sir. The 10-minute rest period passed in an instant, and the merciless whistle for departure sounded again. The soldiers let out a low groan but still struggled to their feet, re-shouldered their packs, and began to move their heavy feet. Time passed bit by bit, and the atmosphere in the column became increasingly oppressive. Besides the sound of footsteps and panting, no other sounds could be heard. Fatigue, like a tide, surged in wave after wave, assaulting everyone's willpower. Finally, after the halfway point of the journey, Major Thomas issued an order for a 30-minute extended rest. This time, the soldiers could finally take off their backpacks and truly relax. They gathered in 2s and 3s, either eating some black bread with water, while the big eaters who had already finished their black bread took out hard biscuits and cured meat to replenish their expended energy. Lieutenant Morin also found a spot to sit down and eat. Although the new orderly had arrived, during this march, he still had the orderly follow his own squad's formation, telling him to take care of himself first. Company leader, your training methods really work. First platoon leader Kong came over and sat down beside him, his face edged with exhaustion, but his eyes showed genuine admiration. My new recruits and I, though each of us is as tired as a dog, not a single one has fallen behind so far. Yes. Barak and Ram also came closer. Over at the adjacent 2nd Company, several soldiers have already been taken away by the field hospital's ambulance wagons. They now truly understood what Lieutenant Morin's previous high-intensity physical training, including long-distance marches, had been for. The sweat shed in the rear camp had now transformed into the capital for enduring long-distance marches. This is just the beginning. Lieutenant Morin looked at them and said calmly. When the real fighting starts, you'll find that being able to run is the most important factor for survival. The 3 platoon leaders fell silent, their expressions turning solemn. They looked at their company's formation, which, though tired, still maintained its structure, and a never-before-felt awe arose in their hearts for Lieutenant Morin, their company leader of the same age. This guy, who had seemed cynical in military academy, truly seemed to possess an understanding of war far beyond ordinary people. The brief rest quickly ended, and the march continued. The latter half of the journey became even more difficult. Many soldiers had blisters on their feet, and every step felt like a needle prick, but no one stopped. They just gritted their teeth, silently followed the figures ahead, and moved step by step towards that unseen destination. Finally, after more than 10 hours of field marching, the entire battalion arrived at the designated assembly area just before sunset. This was an open valley, surrounded by rolling gentle slopes covered with low bushes and olive trees. A group of fortification troops, who had arrived earlier, had already set up some basic facilities here and marked out the camping areas for each unit with lime. The 4 company leaders also quickly led their troops away. Dismissed. Set up tents. Rest in place. When Lieutenant Morin's order was given, the soldiers of the first company let out a thunderous cheer, then, as if in a final burst of energy, quickly completed the setup of their squad tents. Lieutenant Morin and Klaus were also utterly exhausted, but he couldn't rest immediately. After a quick check of the lime markings left by the fortification troops, he and Klaus, along with the platoon leaders, organized the soldiers to dig simple latrines and drainage ditches. And just as Lieutenant Morin returned to his tent, finally preparing to rest before checking on the field kitchen, an orderly ran up. Lieutenant Morin. Please report to battalion headquarters immediately for an operations meeting. Chapter 89, The Budding of Tactical Thinking. Morin perked up and walked into the battalion headquarters tent. Major Thomas, at this moment, seemed to be in good spirits. Well, after all, field officers still have military horses to ride. He was standing in front of a makeshift field table, on which a military map had already been spread out. Once all 4 company commanders had arrived, Major Thomas went straight to the point, circling a place name on the map. Gentlemen, this is the objective of our 1st Battalion's attack, the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria. This was the first time all 4 company commanders present had heard of this place name. According to the intelligence we currently have, this is a small town with a population of less than 1,000, but its geographical location is very important. As Major Thomas described it, Morin also carefully looked at the small town on the map. It could indeed be considered a transportation hub in this area, at least 2 roads were marked on the map as converging there. More importantly, a castle named Garcimanas was marked to the north of the town, and Major Thomas happened to be talking about it at that moment. This castle is our true objective. The Major heavily tapped the castle icon on the map with the end of his pencil. Precisely because of the existence of this castle, and the 2 roads that converge here, this small town has become an important strongpoint for the kingdom's army and the Britannian expeditionary force on their defensive line. His tone was serious, and the atmosphere in the tent became oppressive. According to the information brought back by the division's reconnaissance unit, at least 1 battalion of the kingdom's army is stationed in this small town. And this entire area is the defensive zone of the kingdom's army's 32nd Infantry Regiment. Major Thomas said this, then looked up and scanned everyone. So it's very possible that the regimental headquarters of the kingdom's army's 32nd Infantry Regiment is located in the town, or even within the castle. The tent was silent, with only the heavy breathing of everyone audible. An enemy battalion, plus a castle that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, on relatively flat plateau terrain, was definitely a tough nut to crack. Based on the enemy's defensive strength, the actual offensive will be carried out by the entire 32nd Tvikau Infantry Regiment. Major Thomas continued. However, our 1st Battalion will be the main assault force, responsible for directly attacking the town. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions will provide support from the flanks once the battle begins, and will be responsible for blocking any potential enemy reinforcements. He paused, a somewhat strange smile appearing on his face. Perhaps it is fate that 2 infantry regiments with the same designation, 32, have met in this manner on this foreign land. This slightly black humor relieved some of the tension in the tent. Morin took advantage of the other's contemplation to open his system map. The entire battle situation instantly became clear before his eyes. From a macro perspective, the right flank of the Saxon 32nd Infantry Regiment was the 31st Infantry Regiment, which also belonged to the 16th Brigade. And on the left flank were units of the 15th Brigade. The entire offensive front opened by the 8th Infantry Division was roughly 3 kilometers wide. This was also the deployment width of an early World War I Infantry Division as Morin remembered it. To the right flank of the 8th Infantry Division was the 7th Infantry Division, advancing abreast. Behind them was the 9th Division, acting as a reserve. 3 full-strength Saxon infantry divisions, plus some cooperating National Army and International Brigade units, formed a massive offensive front nearly 6 kilometers wide. On the map, it looked like an undisguised sharp sword, pointing directly northwest towards Madrid. 3 divisions dare to attack Madrid. If it were 3 corps, would they dare to attack Paris? Morin looked at the dense blue arrows on the map, secretly marveling that Lieutenant General Mackensen was indeed very daring. However, he quickly noticed another detail. Perhaps it was because both sides' elite units suffered heavy losses in the previous battle in Seville. Or perhaps it was because negotiations had begun, and both sides were consciously controlling the intensity of the war. So this time, both sides seemed to have tacitly agreed not to commit expensive armored knights to the front line, let alone mages. Morin meticulously searched the map. The only unit marker he could see for a Teutonic Order detachment was with a friendly battalion-sized unit named Royal Guard. Their position was about 5 or 6 kilometers behind the current main force assembly area. It also seemed to have no intention of participating in the first wave of attack. It seems the upcoming battle will be a traditional army contest. Morin thought to himself, which might be good news for him. At least, for a short time, he wouldn't have to rack his brains trying to figure out how to deal with those Iron Cans and Highland mages. On the other side, Major Thomas, after letting everyone digest the orders, began to formally outline the specific attack plan. Gentlemen, the Battle of Seville gave all of us a painful lesson. The Saxon army major's expression became extremely solemn, his combat thinking had clearly undergone some profound changes after experiencing that hellish street battle. This time, although we are attacking a small town, and the enemy forces currently reconnoitered are only about 1 battalion. But if we still use traditional attack tactics, charging in dense formations, the result will only be the same as outside Seville, causing a large number of unnecessary casualties. I don't want to see my soldiers cut down like wheat on the path of a charge again. His words, not surprisingly, resonated with Morin and another old company commander. As officers who had together experienced the bloody Battle of Seville, both nodded silently. These days, I have been thinking and learning. Major Thomas's gaze inadvertently swept over Morin. I have gained some inspiration from some new tactical ideas. So for this battle, I have decided to change our tactics. He picked up his pencil and quickly began to work on the map, while saying, Lieutenant Morin, your first company will be the main assault company, tearing open the enemy's defensive line from the left flank. Yes, Major. Morin immediately responded. 2 ND Company, 3rd Company, you will launch simultaneous supporting attacks from the front and right flank, attracting the enemy's attention and creating opportunities for the 1st Company. 4th Company, as the battalion reserve, be ready to enter the battle at any time to support the 1st Company's attack. After assigning the basic tasks, Major Thomas's gaze finally fell on Morin. Lieutenant Morin, I heard that you have been intensely training your company in some kind of earthwork recently. Major Thomas was clearly very concerned about the training of his subordinate companies, especially Morin's 1st Company. I am very curious, can those things you've been training be used in this attack? Major Thomas's question made everyone in the tent focus their attention on Morin. The other 3 company commanders also looked at him with curiosity. The commotion caused by the 1st Company during this period was too great. The entire battalion, regiment and even the entire brigade knew that Lieutenant Morin was training his soldiers in a completely new way. It was just that no one expected Major Thomas to raise this question so formally at the pre-battle meeting. Morin walked to the map and carefully examined the terrain around the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria. Combining this with what he had personally observed during the march, a clear judgment formed in his mind. Reporting, Major. Morin raised his head, met everyone's gaze, and said in a deep voice, I have observed the terrain in this area, it is mostly open ground, and this small town is located on relatively high ground, with almost no usable cover around it. On this kind of terrain, if we adopt conventional assault methods, it would be tantamount to sending soldiers directly into the enemy's guns, which is absolutely inadvisable. Morin's words made the officers present nod in agreement. So I believe we can use the cover of night to dig approach trenches through earthwork, pushing our attack starting positions as far forward as possible, right up to the enemy's front line. Morin paused, then added. This way, when we launch our charge, we can greatly shorten the assault distance, reduce the time exposed to enemy fire, and thereby reduce casualties. However, he changed his tone, looking at the other 3 company commanders. I am not sure if other companies can complete such earthwork simultaneously, this requires soldiers to master certain digging techniques and have enough tools. As soon as Morin finished speaking, the company commanders of the 2nd and 3rd companies exchanged glances, both showing a simple, honest smile. Heh, Lieutenant Morin, to be honest, the commander of the 2nd company, Hummels, a captain with a small mustache, said with a laugh. We saw you training so enthusiastically and thought this method should be good, so, we also found ways to get some shovels and hose from the engineers and the transport unit. That's right, the commander of the 3rd company, Kedira, also chimed in, these days, we've actually all been secretly practicing, following your example. You guys. Morin immediately laughed and cursed, stealing my tactics requires paying tuition fees. Tuition fees are easy to talk about, easy to talk about. After this battle, I'll treat you to the best Saxon beer. Inside the tent, the somewhat oppressive pre-battle atmosphere was instantly dissipated by these jokes. Even Major Thomas, who had been stern-faced, couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upwards. This was the effect he wanted. He needed his officers to maintain a positive, confident and daring mindset of thinking and innovation before the battle, rather than just mechanically executing orders as in the past. Very good. Major Thomas slammed the table, making the final decision. Since everyone is prepared, then it's settled. After the troops complete their rest, before the division's designated general attack time, secretly approach the town through nocturnal earthwork. He looked at Morin, you will be responsible for formulating and guiding the specific digging plan, and all companies will cooperate fully. Yes, Major. Morin saluted. One more thing. Major Thomas remembered something and continued. After learning lessons from the Battle of Seville, the regimental headquarters dismantled the 6 MG-08 heavy machine guns of the Regimental Heavy Machine Gun Company and reinforced our 3 infantry battalions. Our 1st battalion also received 2. Chapter 90, Klaus, make a note of this. Allies Extra Update. This news invigorated the company commanders present. Previously, they might not have paid much attention to heavy machine guns, but now they all knew their lethality. Apart from artillery, these were the most reliable fire support for infantry offense and defense. Major Thomas's gaze fell on Lieutenant Morin again. Lieutenant Morin, you previously achieved excellent results by commanding the MG-08 heavy machine gun team to advance, and this time, the first company is also responsible for the main assault. Therefore, I have decided to assign both MG-08 heavy machine guns allocated to our battalion to your first company. This decision brought expressions of envy to the faces of the other 3 company commanders, but no one raised an objection. The main assault force should logically receive the strongest fire support, there was nothing wrong with that. Lieutenant Morin, I hope these 2 MG-08 heavy machine guns can be utilized to their fullest potential in your hands. Major Thomas's tone was full of expectation. Morin nodded, they will, Major. All right, you all go back and have your soldiers rest up. You yourselves also prepare for battle. Major Thomas paused, then continued. Before the official assault, I will summon you again to inform you of the specific assault time and the exact time the division's artillery units will provide us with fire support. Artillery fire support. Morin keenly grasped this point. Precisely. Major Thomas nodded. As the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria is one of our division's key objectives in this attack, division headquarters has specifically reinforced us with a 77mm field gun battalion to provide direct artillery support for our assault. This meant that 12 77mm field guns would conduct fire preparation on the enemy's positions before the assault began. Subsequently, the other 3 company commanders also hastily sought advice from Morin on the key points of earthworks. Morin, at this moment, naturally didn't hold back. After receiving Major Thomas's approval, he immediately picked up a pencil and began drawing diagrams on the map. After completing the guidance on the entire battalion's earthworks and leaving the battalion headquarters tent, Morin's thoughts turned to other matters. He hadn't said much in today's battle meeting, it was mostly led by Major Thomas himself. The performance of this veteran battalion commander and the other company commanders made him clearly realize that a new tactical mindset was beginning to sprout within this battle-hardened force. The Saxon army already had a prevailing tradition of mission-type command, which meant that junior officers generally possessed good subjective initiative and on-the-spot decision-making abilities. Such fertile ground was undoubtedly more conducive to the development of various infantry tactics adapted to new era warfare. And he, Morin, was fortunate enough to be a witness and a promoter of this transformation. Upon returning to the first company's encampment, Morin immediately gathered his 3 platoon leaders and company sergeant Major Klaus, and held a tactical meeting in a newly pitched tent. In the encampment, most of the soldiers had finished their first hot meal in days and were now resting, exhausted both physically and mentally. A tense atmosphere of impending battle, mixed with a hint of excitement for the unknown, permeated the air. Inside the tent, an oil lamp was lit, its dim yellow light illuminating everyone's solemn faces. Morin spread a simple map on the field table, and Klaus timely handed him a pencil. Come and take a look, Morin called out, inviting everyone to gather around. According to the battalion headquarters order, our first company will serve as the main assault force, attacking the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria from the left flank. He used a small twig to mark the first company's attack direction on the map. Klaus, and the 3 of you, make a note of this. I will deploy as follows. The 1st platoon and 2nd platoon will form the first echelon, advancing with the entire platoon. The 3rd platoon will be the 2nd echelon and also the company reserve, ready to follow up at any time to expand gains or support the 1st echelon. The 3 newly appointed platoon leaders Khan, Barak, and Ram all stared intently at the map, afraid of missing any detail. This was their first real battle, and right from the start, it was a main assault mission, the pressure was considerable. Only after seeing the company sergeant major pull out his notebook did they belatedly pull out their own notebooks. Among the 1st echelon, 1st platoon leader Khan, your platoon will be the main assault force of the entire company. Morin's twig pointed to the 1st platoon leader. I will concentrate most of the company's grenades and the 2 MG-08 heavy machine guns reinforced to us by the battalion, all for your use, as your fire support. Khan's breathing instantly quickened. He nodded vigorously, his face filled with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. With the main firepower concentrated on his side, he was well aware of the heavy burden on himself and the 1st platoon. Our company's deployment width will be approximately 700 meters. Morin continued to gesture on the map. The 1st platoon will be in the center, the 2nd platoon on the right flank. Our right flank, that is, the feint attack in the frontal direction will be handled by the 2nd company. We must maintain contact with friendly units. After outlining the basic formation, Morin took a deep breath and announced a decision that surprised everyone. In addition, I myself will lead an assault squad of 20 soldiers, selected from each platoon for their superior marksmanship, grenade throwing, and tactical movements. His gaze swept over everyone present, his tone resolute. After the general assault begins, I will personally lead this assault squad, utilizing the effects of the artillery preparation, to quickly penetrate the front lines, specifically targeting enemy machine gun strongpoints and weak points in their defenses. What? The 3 new platoon leaders were all dumbfounded. They gaped, looking at Morin with expressions of disbelief. On the way here, they had actually imagined countless possibilities for their first battle. But they had never expected that their company commander would personally lead an assault squad at the very front. This completely overturned everything they had learned in military academy. Even as a company-level commander, shouldn't he be positioned at the rear of the formation to command? Who ever heard of a company commander personally leading a charge with a rifle? Company Sergeant Major Klaus was also anxious now. If Morin had been a platoon leader before, leading an attack would have been understandable. But now he was a company commander. All 280+ men in the company needed him to command, how could he go and be an assault squad member? However, as a professional soldier, Klaus knew that no matter how many thoughts he had, he couldn't express them at this moment. Offering one's opinions while an officer was giving orders was, for traditional Saxon soldiers, a practice that greatly undermined the authority of superiors. So Klaus said nothing, directly confirming Morin's order. The other 3 platoon leaders, seeing that even the company sergeant major had said nothing, dared not voice their own opinions and could only nod in agreement. After making the general deployment, Morin told them to go back and rest immediately, as they would likely be working on earthworks all night. After Khan and the others left, Morin was just thinking about whether he should also get some sleep when Klaus re-entered the tent. Company commander, I've thought about it. How about I lead the assault squad instead? You are the company commander and should remain at the rear to command the overall situation. Charging into battle should be left to us. Klaus sincerely offered his opinion. He genuinely didn't want Morin to encounter any mishaps now. Morin naturally understood Klaus's meaning, but he knew that no one else could fill the position of assault squad leader at this moment. The reason was simple. Klaus, let me ask you, are you a spellcaster? No. So you see. I am a spellcaster. I can protect myself with spells. When charging, wouldn't I be safer than you? Company commander. The company sergeant major still wanted to argue, but then he heard Morin lower his voice and say. Klaus, your mission is actually more important than mine. I'm charging forward, and the rear of the company will be entirely entrusted to you and Baumann, and the other veteran NCOs. Morin's voice became serious. Our first company has too many new recruits, and even these 3 platoon leaders are on the battlefield for the first time. They haven't experienced a hail of bullets, haven't seen real blood. I'm damn worried they'll falter and be afraid to charge when the time comes. So you must act as the ballast for the entire company from the rear, understand? Klaus opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he knew Morin was actually right. Training grounds, exercise grounds, and battlefields are, in fact, 3 completely different places. Only when you've truly experienced the line of fire from an MG-08 heavy machine gun sweeping over your head will you know how much courage it takes for those who charge under enemy fire. The company sergeant major ultimately swallowed his words, merely slamming his thigh hard, then snapped to attention. Yes, sir. On the other side, the 3 new platoon leaders, having received their assignments, found Baumann, the first platoon's platoon sergeant, who was still awake and checking weapons. Sergeant Baumann. Khan hesitated, then asked curiously. Our company commander, does he always lead the charge when fighting? Baumann was carefully wiping his .98 rifle with an oiled cloth. Hearing Khan's question, he looked up at the 3 second lieutenants who had just graduated from military academy, a look of matter-of-factness on his face. He nodded. Yes, sir. From the first battle, the company commander has always been at the forefront of every charge. Hearing Sergeant Baumann's words, the 3 were utterly speechless. They stood there, stunned, watching Baumann lower his head again and continue to meticulously wipe his rifle, as if he had just mentioned a trivial matter. But for the 3 of them, the impact of those words was immense. They had previously privately discussed how Morin, a playboy with a poor reputation in military academy, had managed to be promoted from second lieutenant to lieutenant in less than a month and become the company commander of a main assault company. Some speculated he had pulled strings, others that he had falsified battle reports, exaggerating his military achievements. After all, such a meteoric rise in rank was simply too incredible in the rigidly hierarchical Saxon army. But now, they seemed to have found the answer. After leaving Baumann's tent, Khan suddenly murmured. I think I understand why the company commander was promoted so quickly. Barak, I understand too. Ram, me too. Chapter 91, New Directions for Engineering Employment. At 11:30 that night, Morin was woken from his sleep by an orderly and hurried to the battalion headquarters. This was the final pre-battle meeting, primarily for synchronization and to finalize the attack time. Inside the tent, Major Thomas's expression had fully entered battle mode. Gentlemen, we've just received orders from division headquarters. He pulled out a golden pocket watch and placed it on the upper left corner of the system map. The unified attack time for the entire division is set for 7:15 a.m. tomorrow. The field artillery battalion attached to our regiment will begin a 15-minute artillery preparation on the outer fortifications of the target town starting at 7 a.m. This time was around dawn, making it convenient for the artillery to observe and adjust their aim. Major Thomas's gaze swept over everyone. This means we only have tonight to conduct engineering work. Aside from the 4th company, which will serve as a reserve, the other 3 companies will depart after the meeting and begin engineering work simultaneously in their respective areas to shorten the assault distance. Yes, Major. Morin and the other 2 company commanders responded in unison. Oh, and later, have your men come and take these things back. Major Thomas pointed to a large pile of burlap sacks stacked outside the tent. The quartermaster of the battalion managed to get these for you. They were previously used for flour and other supplies, but now they can be used as sandbags to reinforce your fortifications. At this point, Thomas directed everyone's attention to the system map, then, while making annotations on it, he continued. There's one more thing. Before nightfall, the regimental headquarters organized another close-range reconnaissance, and the intelligence report has just been delivered. The defenders had already built a trench around the town's periphery, and the town's elevated position surely allowed them to notice the movement of division-level troops, so during the last reconnaissance, the enemy was already observed setting up defenses on the outskirts of the town. This also means we will be facing a prepared enemy. As Major Thomas described the situation, Morin also saw updated information on his system map. A trench indicator appeared around the town's periphery, along with 2 company-level unit markers. Major Thomas then looked up at Morin and asked, "Lieutenant Morin, will it be dangerous to continue engineering work under these circumstances?" Hearing Major Thomas's question, Morin thought for a moment before shaking his head. "Major, I've already tested the soil here, it's easy to dig and has good cohesion. After excavation, the trench walls can maintain vertical or nearly vertical sides, so our engineering work will be very fast. Secondly, when working at night, the enemy will actually find it very difficult to notice digging a few hundred meters away in an environment with limited visibility. As long as we can ensure the depth of the excavation, so that the soldiers are completely shielded by the trenches, advancing 200 or 300 meters will not be a problem at all. What's more, you also said the enemy is already on guard, so a sneak attack is definitely out of the question. Therefore, each company should just dig forward steadily. As long as the soldiers are restrained and don't poke their heads out, please trust me, the enemy's defensive firepower will have difficulty harming us. At the same time, I suggest that each company set up a alert team, with soldiers who can see better at night accompanying the engineering teams, and then be responsible for vigilance towards the town. If the enemy is truly foolish enough to charge out at night, we can just defend using the trenches." Morin patiently explained these details, and everyone else listened very carefully. Actually, the principle is very simple. In an era without nightlight pollution, visibility at night is very poor. Not to mention this small town, which only had streetlights installed internally. The areas outside the town were completely shrouded in darkness, with only a faint moonlight spilling onto the ground. Under these circumstances, if the defending soldiers could see 100 meters, that would be an exaggeration. After the meeting, Morin rushed back to the company, then immediately had people collect the burlap sacks. Next, after the 3 platoons of soldiers were awakened and assembled, he personally led the 3rd platoon, which was the main digging force, and the 2nd platoon, for rotation, quietly leaving the encampment and stealthily moving towards the town. Meanwhile, the 1st platoon, reinforced with heavy machine guns, under the command of Claude, carried 2 heavy machine gun teams and quietly advanced under the cover of night, preparing to provide forward vigilance for the upcoming engineering work. Tonight, there was only a crescent moon in the sky, casting a faint, hazy glow, barely allowing them to see the path beneath their feet. Morin personally led the soldiers of the 3rd platoon, maintaining a tight formation, moving silently across the uneven wilderness. Each soldier had wrapped their canteens, mess kits and other items prone to making noise with cloth strips, and their rifles were held in their arms, preventing the clatter of slings and metal parts. Although it was difficult to read a military system map in such light, Morin's system map was unaffected. Approximately 800 meters southwest of the town, Morin stopped. This was a relatively flat, open area. Further ahead, the terrain would begin to gently rise towards the town. This was an ideal starting point for the work. 3rd platoon, deploy. Morin ordered in a hushed voice. The 3rd platoon leader, Ram, immediately directed his soldiers to quickly disperse according to the plan they had rehearsed countless times. Morin personally planned their digging route based on the actual terrain and the approximate outline of the enemy's defensive line shown on his system map. He divided the 80 soldiers of the 3rd platoon into 8 digging points along a proposed parallel trench baseline, with exactly 10 men at each point. Then everyone lay down on the ground. "All right, begin work." As Morin gave the command in a hushed voice, the soldiers at the front of each of the 8 points, almost simultaneously, plunged their entrenching tools into the ground directly in front of them. Puff. Puff. The soil of the Meseta Plateau in central the Iberian Peninsula was, as Morin had said, suitable for engineering work. Not only was it quick to dig, but there was no need to worry about sparks flying with each shovel stroke, carrying the sound far away. The soldiers of the 3rd platoon, after days of intensive training, had grudgingly mastered the prone digging technique. They first dug a shallow depression in front of them, piling the excavated soil directly ahead to form a simple cover, and then gradually dug out a basic prone firing position. Next, they continued to dig deeper, upgrading the prone firing position into a kneeling firing position that offered better protection. And finally completed a standing firing position that could accommodate 1 person. When individual shelters were completed, the real challenge had just begun. The soldiers began from their foxholes, following Morin's planned zigzag route, digging narrow approach trenches towards the town. This zigzag digging path could effectively prevent enemy shell fragments and machine gun fire from causing penetrating casualties along the entire trench. Morin, meanwhile, lay on the ground, watching the constantly extending approach trenches on his system map, and occasionally sent someone to correct the direction. Time passed minute by minute. After digging for about 100 meters, the 8 independent, zigzagging approach trenches finally reached their designated positions. After Morin issued new instructions, the soldiers began to change their digging direction, no longer moving forward, but horizontally, to the left and right. Finally, as it approached 1 a.m., the 8 independent approach trenches were completely connected, forming a crooked but complete first parallel trench. "All right, 2nd platoon, go. 3rd platoon, withdraw and rest." Morin issued the command again. The 2nd platoon, which had been waiting in the rear for a long time, led by platoon leader Barak, immediately entered the newly completed first parallel trench through the 4 approach trenches on the left, taking over the digging work. The exhausted soldiers of the 3rd platoon, meanwhile, quietly withdrew through the 4 approach trenches on the right, taking advantage of the time in the rear to rest and rehydrate. Using the first parallel trench as a base, the soldiers of the 2nd platoon soon moved forward again, starting a new round of digging and advancement along the same zigzag path. Their task was even more arduous, requiring them to dig a longer distance. The soldiers of the 2nd platoon and 3rd platoon thus took turns, working in shifts. When one person got tired, another immediately took over. The others continuously filled the excavated soil into sandbags, then piled them onto the side of the parallel trench facing the enemy. At the entire digging site, apart from the muffled digging sounds and the heavy breathing of the soldiers, no other sounds could be heard. The soldiers of the 2nd platoon and 3rd platoon were like an unpolished but tireless machine, operating erratically under Morin's command. This time, after advancing about 250 meters, the 2nd parallel trench was successfully constructed. At this point, the straight line distance to the town was less than 400 meters. A tense atmosphere began to permeate the air. Everyone subconsciously lightened their movements, and the digging sounds became even fainter. They dared not be careless in the slightest, fearing they might alert the nearby enemy. But in reality, based on Morin's experience from multiple night shelter construction training sessions before his crossing, transmigration, he knew that at this distance, as long as they weren't hitting rocks for fun, the noise from simple engineering work couldn't travel very far. Finally, at a distance of only about 180 meters from the enemy trenches on the outskirts of the town, the soldiers responsible for the engineering work completed the construction of the 3rd parallel trench. This parallel trench also had another name, the assault launch parallel trench. From the God's eye view of the system map, the 3 parallel trenches and 8 approach trenches dug by the 1st company in the night were actually crooked and far from standard or aesthetically pleasing. Especially the last parallel trench, which was a bit further from the enemy's defensive line than Morin had hoped, reaching 180 meters instead of 150 meters. But Morin knew that this was the limit his company could achieve at this stage. After all, it had been less than a month since they began to receive these brand new tactics and training. To silently construct such a rudimentary trench system under the enemy's nose in such a short time was an impressive achievement in itself. And the defenders within the town had remained completely silent throughout, with no enemy movements appearing on Morin's system map. So he couldn't figure out for a while whether the enemy had noticed anything amiss. After leaving a few observation posts to keep watch on the town, Morin also had everyone withdraw into the 1st parallel trench to squeeze in and rest. No mishaps occurred that night. The sentries deployed around the town failed to discover the offensive trenches that had been dug so close under the cover of darkness. Or rather, they truly couldn't see very far before the sun rose. As the sun cast its first rays from the east, the time reached 6:50 a.m. There were only 10 minutes left until the scheduled artillery preparation time. The soldiers of the 1st company, except for the 3rd platoon acting as reserves and waiting in the 1st parallel trench in the rear, had all entered the foremost assault launch parallel trench. 2 MG-08 heavy machine gun teams had also set up their machine guns on the heavy machine gun platforms constructed at both ends of the assault launch parallel trench, then covered them with a canvas. And behind the battlefield, unlike before, 3 observation balloons rose into the air simultaneously. In the basket of one of the balloons, Crown Prince George and General Mackensen were observing the gradually illuminated town through a bulky optical observation instrument. "It's about to begin," George said. Chapter 92, How can your misty step even leave a smoke trail? As the sky shifted from pitch black to a hazy grey, and a faint light emerged from the distant horizon, barely allowing one to discern the outlines of objects. The sentry on the outer defences of the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria yawned and rubbed his eyes. He felt that something was amiss. When he was on guard last night, the gentle slope ahead was flat, with only sparse bushes. But now, something seemed to have been added to that slope, as if it had been turned over by goblins. It was uneven, with several long, dark mounds of earth. "Hey, Pedro, come take a look," he nudged his companion. "Look at what?" "Look ahead, isn't it different from what I saw yesterday?" The sentry called. Pedro poked his head out, squinting for a long time, but couldn't make out anything. "It's too dark, I can't see clearly." "Maybe you're just seeing things." "Impossible." The first sentry shook his head. "I'm sure it's different." The two argued, and eventually decided to call their platoon leader, a Kingdom's Army second lieutenant. The second lieutenant was woken from his sleep and walked onto the position, looking impatient. "What's all the fuss about?" "Sir, look over there." The sentry pointed into the distance. The second lieutenant looked in the direction he pointed, and at first, didn't see anything unusual. He cursed and slapped the sentry who had disturbed his sleep twice, but after the other party still insisted something was wrong, he went back to retrieve his binoculars. When he aimed the binoculars at the slope again, the sky had brightened a bit more, and the scene that appeared in the lenses instantly cleared all his sleepiness. Through the magnification of the optical instrument, he clearly saw several lines of bags on the slope. Those were sandbags. He looked behind the sandbags and barely made out several winding trenches. "My God," the second lieutenant's face instantly turned pale. "Enemy trenches. They've dug right up to our faces. Everyone to your positions. Prepare for battle." He immediately ran to the rear of the position and found an orderly. "Quick! Go notify the battalion commander." After speaking, he took a military horse from another orderly and galloped along the defensive line on the outskirts of the town. He wanted to confirm with his own eyes whether this was an infiltration in a specific direction or an all-out advance. And the result chilled him to the bone. Except for the rear, trenches of the Saxons had appeared on 3 sides of the town. On 2 of these directions, the trenches were approximately 200 meters from their positions. And in the direction directly facing his own defensive sector, the enemy's trenches had advanced to less than 200 meters away. Soon, the battalion commander of the Kingdom's Army Infantry Battalion stationed in the town was also urgently awakened. When this major battalion commander rushed to the position, disheveled, and saw the earthworks so close at hand with his own eyes, his mind went blank. As a veteran, he knew very well what this meant. It meant that the enemy possessed extremely strong organization and discipline, capable of completing such a massive project overnight, right under their noses. This was definitely an elite unit of the Saxons. Open fire! Open fire, I say! The major snapped out of it and roared at the surrounding soldiers. Where are the MG-08 heavy machine guns? Sweep them with the MG-08 heavy machine guns. However, after his order was given, although sporadic gunshots rang out on the position, they quickly ceased. Because neither the riflemen nor the machine gunners could find any targets to shoot at. Morin's Company 1 soldiers had dug their trenches very deep, enough for a person to stand inside. So when they were hiding in the trenches, in the faint light of dawn, they couldn't see a single person, only the piled sandbags. And the futile shooting by the town's defenders was meaningless, except for revealing their positions and wasting ammunition. Damn it! The major was so angry he kicked over an ammunition box. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Go, bring Major Garcia of the Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion to me. Quick! Not long after, an officer also bearing the rank of major, but wearing a different uniform, ran over, panting. He was Major Garcia, the battalion commander of the Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion coordinating the defense of this place. Alvaro, what happened? Garcia asked, seeing the tense atmosphere on the position, puzzled. Major Alvaro, the infantry battalion commander, didn't waste words and directly shoved the binoculars into his hand. See for yourself. Garcia took the binoculars doubtfully, and when he saw the situation in the distance clearly, the expression on his face instantly froze. How is this possible? Don't ask me how it's possible. Alvaro grabbed his arm anxiously. Where are your cannons? Can you flatten those damn trenches for me? Major Garcia's face showed a troubled expression upon hearing this. Alvaro, you know our magic crystal cannons don't have mage guidance. Accurate shooting requires a long time to calculate coordinates and calibrate. These aren't ordinary cannons, we can't just scatter shells like pepper. Hearing Garcia's words, Alvaro felt a throbbing headache. In fact, this town had previously been garrisoned by a mage apprentice trained by the kingdom's army itself, specifically for guiding the magic crystal cannons. But for some unknown reason, the Brightonians suddenly put immense pressure on the kingdom's army high command, forcing them to withdraw all mages, whether Highland mages or mages accompanying the kingdom's army back to Madrid. Just as the two battalion commanders were arguing, the time quietly reached exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. After glancing at the time simultaneously, an ominous premonition arose in both their hearts almost at the same moment. A sharp, air-splitting whistle suddenly came from the distant horizon. Everyone instinctively looked up. Boom! A shell, flying from who knew where, exploded with a roar about 60 to 70 meters in front of the outer defenses of the town, kicking up a wave of mud mixed with black smoke. The sudden explosion startled all the Kingdom Army soldiers on the position. Immediately after, a second whistle followed. Boom! This time, the shell landed even closer, less than 30 meters in front of their position. Before they could react, a third shell arrived, this time flying over their heads and crashing behind the position. In the makeshift trenches, the Kingdom's army soldiers no longer cared about battle preparations. One by one, they huddled with their heads in their hands, no one daring to show their face again. And Major Garcia, as an artilleryman, hearing these 3 explosions at varying distances, his face instantly turned ashen. He suddenly realized that the enemy's calibration was complete. They've bracketed us. Quick, take cover. The volley is coming. He let out a desperate roar, grabbed Major Alvaro beside him, and tried to drag him towards a nearby bunker. However, before he finished speaking, a continuous roar came from the distance. Immediately after, countless shells, carrying the shriek of death, rained down from the sky. The barrage from 12 77mm field guns poured down like a storm on this section of the position on the southwest side of the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria. The explosions merged into a deafening roar. The earth trembled violently, and black smoke columns shot skyward, casting a pall over the newly brightened sky. The destructive power of the 77mm field gun shells was indeed incomparable to the large-caliber howitzers of later generations, and certainly not enough to turn the entire position into a sea of fire. But for the kingdom's army's hastily dug, rudimentary trenches, almost devoid of any anti-artillery fortifications, this level of shelling was already sufficient to suppress them. Occasionally, 1 or 2 shells would fall into the trenches, each explosion blasting large amounts of earth and incomplete human remains into the sky. And in the parallel trench prepared for the assault by Company 1, Morin looked at the enemy's position through binoculars placed on a sandbag. He even vaguely saw a Kingdom Army soldier being entirely thrown by the blast wave of an explosion, describing a parabola in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. If only we had 150mm heavy artillery, this kind of simple position, once it's shelled, there'd be nothing left for us to do. Morin sighed inwardly, then put down the periscope. The artillery preparation time was only 15 minutes, and most of it had already passed. He turned to look at the 19 assault squad members behind him, who were already prepared. These were all elite soldiers he had carefully selected from the entire company during recent training. Whether in shooting skills, grenade throwing ability, or tactical movements, they were the best in the company. 10 of them, including himself, were equipped with P08 pistols with 32-round drum magazines, obtained from quartermaster supplies. The other 10 still used .98 rifles. And each person had 4 spherical grenade clips hanging at their waist. Assault squad, check your equipment. Morin whispered. With soft clicks and clatters, the soldiers checked their weapons and ammunition one last time. Once everyone had completed their checks and looked at him, Morin glanced at his pocket watch again. There were less than 2 minutes left until the artillery preparation ended if this field artillery battalion was punctual. Assault squad, follow me. As Morin gave the order, he was the first to roll sideways out of the trench, then, like a leopard, he crouched low and rushed forward. The 19 assault squad members followed closely, and after leaving the trench, they quickly spread out, using the uneven terrain to run forward with all their might. And the 2 MG-08 heavy machine guns at both ends of the assault parallel trench also began firing long bursts at the defenders' position. Da-da-da-da. Scorching bullets, like 2 whips, lashed at the kingdom's army's position, firmly suppressing any firepower points attempting to raise their heads. Especially the enemy's 2 MG-08 heavy machine guns. The 180-meter assault distance, under the cover of artillery fire and the suppression of MG-08 heavy machine guns, was not as far as Morin had imagined. He led the assault squad and quickly rushed into a shell crater only about 20 meters from the enemy's position, swiftly digging out a temporary skirmisher's trench with an entrenching tool. Under the threat of death, the assault squad members dug trenches faster than anyone else, needing no urging from others. Not long after the skirmisher's trench was dug, the distant artillery fire abruptly ceased. The final round of effective fire had ended. A brief silence fell upon the battlefield, with only gunpowder smoke still lingering over the defender's position. Morin cautiously poked out half his head, focusing all his attention on the trench ahead. Then he directly activated the new spell he had fully mastered just 2 days prior, from his spell slot. Tier 2 spell, Misty Step. The next moment, a dense cloud of white mist burst into existence beside him, completely engulfing his figure. The assault squad members lying beside him only felt a blur before their eyes. That cloud of white mist, enveloping their company leader, instantly crossed a distance of 20 meters in a single breath, appearing directly inside the enemy's trench in the distance. A long, wall-like trail of smoke also stretched out between the assault squad and the enemy's trench, following his movement trajectory. All the assault squad members who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded, their minds blank. Seeing such a spell for the first time, they gaped, almost disbelieving their own eyes. What the hell? The company leader just went over like that? And after a brief shock, their tactical instincts, activated by this period of tactical training, kicked in. Without anyone needing to give further orders, the nearest corporal suddenly reacted. Charge! Follow the smoke wall and charge! He roared, the first to jump out of the skirmisher's trench, and charged towards the enemy's trench, following the still dissipating smoke wall. And as he did so, he threw 2 grenades into the trench. The others also awoke from their daze, rising one after another to follow his footsteps, rushing towards that death line so close at hand. On the other side, Morin felt a dizzying sensation, and the strong spatial distortion made his stomach churn. He hadn't realized that the rapid movement of 20 meters in the spell description meant this kind of movement, like being instantly thrown by an invisible giant hand. When he finally found his footing again and regained control of his body, he found himself standing steadily in the defender's rudimentary trench. The trench was a mess, and several surviving Kingdom Army soldiers were struggling to stand up from the shock of the shelling. When they saw this uninvited guest, emanating a faint magical glow, as if appearing out of thin air, everyone froze. After half a second of stunned silence, their survival instincts made them instinctively raise their rifles. Bang! 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 Several gunshots erupted in the narrow trench. However, the bullets, powerful enough to pierce a human body, exploded in bursts of blue sparks the moment they struck Morin's body, then deflected harmlessly, not even tearing his uniform. Tier 1 spell, Mage Armor. Seeing the ghost-like expressions on the faces of the several Kingdom Army soldiers before him, Morin didn't give them a second chance to fire. He raised the P-08 pistol in his hand and furiously pulled the trigger at the enemies before him without hesitation. Chapter 93, Stormtroopers, Youth Edition. Bang! 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 Morin emptied the drum magazine of his artillery P-08 pistol into the depths of the trench, the gunshots echoing in the confined space. The stopping power of the 9mm parabellum round was already a point of criticism. Sometimes, hitting a person wouldn't quickly incapacitate the target. But the biggest advantage of the gun Morin held was its ample ammunition. The 6 Kingdom Army soldiers in this section of the trench didn't even realize what was happening before they were riddled with a dense hail of bullets, collapsing one by one. Having cleared the 6 enemies in front of him, Morin didn't hesitate, immediately crouching down and swiftly replacing the P-08's magazine with a new 32-round drum. Just then, boom! Boom! 2 violent explosions sounded not far in front of him. Those were grenades thrown by the assault squad members who had caught up. This also blew away several more enemies who were trying to shoot in their direction. Company commander. A corporal, hunched over, rushed through the still dissipating smoke screen, followed by the rest of the assault squad members. They dove to the ground next to Morin, saw a pile of fallen enemies in the trench, and then looked at Morin, who was crouching to reload his drum magazine. They were all at a loss for words. The scene of their company commander appearing out of nowhere and then reappearing in the enemy's position had been too shocking for them. Can a battle even be fought this way? Don't just stand there. Clear this section of the trench. Watch out for corners on both sides. Morin ignored the shock on their faces and immediately issued orders. Yes, sir. The assault squad members immediately snapped out of it, split into 2 groups, and began to attack along the trench, fanning out to both flanks. Grenade. An assault trooper shouted according to the training regulations, pulled the pin, and forcefully threw a spherical grenade into the left corner. After the explosion, several assault squad members immediately rushed in, their P-08 pistols and .98 rifles firing simultaneously, completely eliminating the machine gun team that had been dazed by the shelling behind the corner. Morin also stood up and advanced to the right with the other group. As he walked, he quickly surveyed the trench. This thing was too crude. This trench was essentially a replica of the early trenches from the Franco-Prussian War era before his transmigration, which was this world's Saxo-Gallic War. Its depth only reached an adult's chest, and soldiers mostly leaned diagonally against the dirt slope of the trench to fire outwards, rather than being able to stand completely upright inside like in a proper trench. This design offered virtually no protection against shelling. Moreover, it was far less flexible for soldiers to change positions than in a trench where they could stand and shoot. No wonder these guys were so dazed after that round of shelling, Morin thought to himself. The assault squad's clearing speed was very fast. The kingdom's army defenders, after 15 minutes of shelling, were already dazed and disoriented. Now that Morin had led the assault squad into the trench, they couldn't mount any effective resistance in a short amount of time. After all, even with creeping barrage and infantry artillery coordination, it wasn't like the shells just landed and the enemy was on your face the next second. Many hadn't even fully recovered from the shock of the shelling before grenades and bullets sent them to meet their maker. After clearing the enemies in the trench within dozens of meters on both the left and right flanks, Morin immediately halted the team. All right, no more wasting time here. He pointed towards the town. We're pushing in. Directly to that castle. A corporal hesitated slightly. Company commander, shouldn't we wait for the main force? There are still quite a few enemies in this trench. Leave the rest to the first platoon and second platoon. Morin said decisively. We must seize control of the castle, that tough nut to crack, before the enemy can react. Otherwise, if their main forces retreat into the castle, we'll have to pay with lives to take it. In the war games he had played before his transmigration, castle terrain, being easy to defend and hard to attack, was simply a nightmare for the attackers, a veritable mass grave. Attackers often had to make huge sacrifices to break in, and that was when players could respawn. In reality, there were no respawns. High soldier casualty and fatality rates would directly lead to a drop in morale, even a complete collapse of the front line. Hearing Morin's explanation, the assault squad members no longer had any doubts. Listen to the company commander. Charge. Morin stopped talking nonsense, was the first to vault out of the trench, and charged towards the interior of the town. Led by Morin, the assault squad quickly broke away from the main trench, hugging the low adobe houses on the outskirts of the town, and rapidly infiltrated towards the castle. As soon as the assault squad rushed into the town, they ran head-on into a squad of Kingdom Army soldiers who were moving from inside the town to reinforce the outside, on a narrow street. Both sides suddenly met at the street corner and paused in surprise. Enemy attack! A Kingdom's Army officer on the other side shrieked, raising the revolver in his hand, and Morin instinctively raised his gun and fired. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, but with completely different outcomes. The Kingdom's Army officer watched in despair as the bullet he fired exploded in a burst of blue sparks upon hitting the leading Saxon officer's body, then ricocheted harmlessly away. Yet, 2 blood blossoms bloomed on his own chest. Fire! Fire! Morin completely ignored the enemy's shooting, the mage armor on him could easily block such small-caliber pistol rounds. While shouting orders, he quickly adjusted his aim and continued to pull the trigger at the chaotic group of enemies behind the officer. Bang! 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 The assault squad members following him instinctively ducked behind the nearest cover or dropped to the ground the moment they engaged the enemy. At this moment, 10 artillery P-08s unleashed terrifying firepower simultaneously. A dense hail of bullets swept across the street corner. The Kingdom Army soldiers, whose bolt-action rifles had just fired a single shot and hadn't even had time to cycle their bolts, screamed as they were cut down. Their P-08s might be no match for bolt-action rifles at a range of several hundred meters. But once inside the town, with engagement distances shortened to dozens of meters or even less, the 32-round drum magazine P-08 could instantly unleash its firepower advantage. Once within advantageous range, a semi-automatic weapon was king against a bolt action. Coupled with a large number of grenades paving the way, the firepower of this 20-man assault squad far exceeded that of an equal number of enemies. Grenade clear. Morin emptied another half of his drum magazine, kicked open the wooden door of a nearby civilian house, and dodged inside. Most of the town's residents had already left after the kingdom's army began garrisoning it, with only a small portion forced to stay behind to do chores, tend horses, and wash clothes. So, after the battle began, there were no civilians to be seen, the stage was left entirely to the warring parties. Several assault squad members followed Morin's example, rushing in, simultaneously pulling the pins of their grenades, and throwing them haphazardly across the street. Boom! 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 Amidst the explosions, the remaining Kingdom Army soldiers on the street were all blown away. Clear. Morin peeked out from behind the door, and only after confirming that there were no standing enemies on the street did he lead his team out again. Finish off anyone still breathing on the ground. Then keep advancing. Watch out for windows and rooftops on both sides. Relying on his mage armor, Morin fought very aggressively. He would often deliberately rush out from behind cover alone to draw enemy fire. Chinese-style aggressive push, kid. The Kingdom Army soldiers hiding behind windows or on rooftops, seeing an enemy so brazenly charge out, would instinctively concentrate their fire. Then they would despairingly discover that all the bullets, upon hitting this Saxon soldier, would explode in bursts of blue sparks, unable to cause any damage whatsoever. Soon, someone realized that this seemed to be a mage. But he didn't quite fit their impression of a mage. And just as they were either shocked or confused, fumbling to cycle their bolts and prepare for a second round of shooting, the assault troopers in the assault squad, equipped with P-08s, would emerge from various corners, completely overwhelming them with a dense, continuous barrage of fire. Assault squad members equipped with .98 rifles were specifically responsible for dealing with stragglers at longer distances or those hiding behind cover. The entire assault squad, like a well-oiled killing machine, efficiently cleared every point of resistance in the town under Morin's leadership. At the same time, on the outer defensive line of the town, the first echelon of the first company, led by 1st Platoon Leader Khan and 2nd Platoon Leader Barak, also began preparing to attack the enemy's trench. Machine gun. Machine gun suppressed that enemy strongpoint opposite. Khan, prone at the edge of the parallel trench from which the assault would be launched, observed the front through his binoculars and roared. At both ends of the trench, 2 MG-08 heavy machine guns roared with a dull, powerful sound. Scorching bullets flew like chains towards a Kingdom's army machine gun position 100 meters away, which was still attempting to return fire. However, the enemy machine gunner had barely opened fire before his head was shattered by the suppressing hail of bullets. The assistant gunner rushed forward to take over, but just as he touched the machine gun's grip, a blood blossom bloomed on his chest. Under the suppressive crossfire of the 2 MG-08s, no one dared to take over that machine gun position, and no more gunshots were heard. First platoon. Charge with me. Seeing this, Khan, also imitating Morin's leading by example style of fighting, was the first to jump out of the trench. Second platoon. Follow up, provide cover. Barak also shouted orders, directing his soldiers to follow, providing fire support for the first platoon from the flank. The entire first company, after the initial tension and confusion, quickly regained the rhythm of their training. The main attacking force of 2 platoons, 160 men, spread out into an extended skirmish line on the gentle slope. The veterans who had survived the street fighting in Seville, such as Sergeant Baumann, now served as the anchors for each squad. Spread out. Don't bunch up. Squads work as a unit. Alternate covering fire. Have you forgotten what the company commander taught you? Don't fucking charge in a straight line. Find cover. Use shell craters and ruins. Amidst the roars of the veterans, the new recruits, on their first battlefield, awkwardly executed their tactical assault movements, their hearts filled with fear. Since the 2 most important machine guns on this defensive line had already been dealt with, the first company's advance was exceptionally smooth, and they quickly completely cleared the remaining enemies on the outer defensive line. Immediately after, led by the 3 new platoon leaders, the troops began their assault into the town, officially entering the urban warfare phase. Chapter 94, The Battle for the Town. When the main force of the first company surged into the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria, the rhythm of the battle instantly changed. The open ground formations and charges were replaced by close quarters combat and house-to-house fighting in the narrow streets. Second squad, to the house on the left. First squad, follow me, clear the right. Third and fourth squads, set up and suppress this street. Orderly, tell the heavy machine gun team to advance and set up at an intersection. After first platoon leader Khan led his platoon into the town, he observed the building layout in front of him and began issuing orders to his soldiers. This was his first time commanding in real combat, and it was the hell on earth of urban warfare, as the veterans called it, right from the start. At first, he was indeed very nervous, his mind a blank. After emerging from the assault trench, he was almost subconsciously commanding, relying on what he had learned in military academy and during the past half-month of training, supplemented by Sergeant Baumann's reminders. But as the battle progressed, when he saw these tactics he had trained actually working on the battlefield, an unprecedented sense of confidence and accomplishment surged from the bottom of his heart. He discovered that the squad-level alternating cover and fire suppression, which hadn't seemed effective on the training ground, were so crucial in real combat. Platoon leader. There are enemies in the house on the right. A soldier retreated from around the corner and reported loudly. How many? Khan asked. Don't know. We were shot back from inside. Throw grenades. Khan roared without hesitation. Upon hearing this, several soldiers suddenly had a great realization. They immediately unclipped grenades from their belts, rerouted, pulled the pins, and threw them towards the windows of that house. Boom. Boom. Amidst the violent explosions, Khan waved his hand, and several soldiers immediately charged forward with their rifles. Soon, the gunfire from inside the house subsided. This time, besides reinforcing with 2 heavy machine guns, the first platoon also concentrated a large number of grenades. In addition to the grenadiers in each squad, every other soldier also carried 2 on his belt. After realizing that grenades were more effective for clearing rooms than direct charges, they all woke up and began to advance using grenades. He turned to look at Sergeant Baumann beside him. The veteran had just finished firing blanks and was now completely retracted, his body pulled back. Then he deftly pulled back the bolt, inserted a new magazine, his expression showing no particular fluctuation. After reloading, the platoon sergeant first looked around, then waved for 2 soldiers to form a human ladder, and in a few quick movements, climbed onto the roof of the adjacent single-story house. Platoon leader, you continue to command the advance, I'll take a few men to provide covering fire for you. Baumann said to Khan as he pulled the other soldiers onto the roof, just me. Don't worry, platoon leader. You can do it. The intensity here is much lower than in Seville. On the other side, the attacks by the 2nd Platoon and 3rd Platoon were also proceeding in an orderly fashion. 2nd Platoon leader Barrack was also a newcomer to the battlefield, commanding for the first time, and with the assistance of his platoon sergeant, he gradually adapted to the rhythm of urban warfare. Although he didn't have as brilliant a performance as Khan, he commanded adequately, not making any major mistakes. After the soldiers of the entire first echelon spread out, they advanced steadily towards the town center like mercury flowing along the streets. Company Sergeant Major Klaus, leading the 3rd Platoon as the company's reserve, followed unhurriedly. His mission this time was not to lead a charge, but to act as the ballast for the entire company, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances and gather up soldiers who had been scattered in the fighting. Although he inexplicably felt a bit nostalgic for the battles where he charged with Morin, a look of relief still appeared on his face as he watched the vigorous offensive ahead. These recruits and new officers, though still very green, were growing at a visible pace. These lads are really starting to look the part. Meanwhile, 3rd Platoon leader Ram, beside him, seemed a bit eager to try. Sergeant Major, aren't we going in yet? Not yet, remember we are the reserve, to respond to emergencies. At the same time, intense gunfire and explosions also erupted from the front and right flanks of the town. That was the 2nd Company and 3rd Company, responsible for the supporting attack, who had also broken through the Kingdom's army's defenses and entered the town. The Kingdom's army units originally tasked with blocking them, upon discovering that their flank defense had been completely torn open and the enemy had entered the town from other directions, instantly collapsed in morale. They abandoned their positions and began to flee into the interior of the town, only to run straight into the 1st Company attacking from the flank. After Klaus heard the sound of engagement ahead suddenly intensify, he immediately realized they might have encountered a large enemy force. 3rd Platoon leader. I understand, Sergeant Major. 3rd Platoon, push up, support the 1st echelon, prepare for battle. For a time, the entire town of San Lorenzo de la Paria was plunged into an all-out melee. Major Thomas stood on a small hill outside the town, observing the entire battlefield through binoculars. He could see that the outcome of this battle was already decided. The Kingdom's army units within the town had lost contact with each other, fighting individually, being cut off and surrounded by the Saxon army, and annihilated one by one. That Morin kid. He lowered his binoculars and muttered, he actually pulled it off. This battle, from tactical planning to final execution, bore Morin's imprint almost entirely. Whether it was night earthworks or the assault squad's infiltration, it all demonstrated a way of thinking completely different from traditional infantry tactics. And the results proved that this new tactic was effective. Major Thomas even wondered if, back in Seville, they could have used such tactics, would fewer lives have been lost? This thought flashed through his mind and was quickly suppressed. There are no ifs in war. What he needed to do now was to fight the current battle well. Orderly. Inform the 4th Company to prepare to enter the city, clear the battlefield, and gather prisoners. Yes, Major. With the deployment of the 4th Company, the entire 1st Battalion's forces had entered the town. The scales of victory had completely tipped in favor of Saxon. While the main force of the 1st Company was still steadily advancing through the streets of the town, Morin's 20-man assault squad had already traversed more than half of the town and reached the foot of the castle. This castle, named Garcimulos, was built on a slightly elevated position north of the town, overlooking the entire town through its walls. Damn, this place is really hard to attack. Morin, hiding behind the corner of a residential building, just took one look through his binoculars and felt his PTSD about to flare up. The castle's only entrance was a huge drawbridge and a heavy oak gate. At this moment, the drawbridge was down, but the gate was slowly closing. Groups of retreating Kingdom's army soldiers were frantically rushing towards the gate, hoping to escape into the castle for refuge at the last moment. On the castle walls, some defenders had already taken advantageous positions and began firing indiscriminately towards Morin and his team. Bullets struck the wall in front of Morin, kicking up plumes of dust and brick fragments. Company commander, what should we do? The gate is closing. An assault squad member asked anxiously. We can't let them close the gate. Morin lowered his binoculars and said in a deep voice, once it's closed, if we want to get in, we'll have to wait for the artillery to come up and direct fire to blast this wall down. No, it might not even collapse. He looked back at the 17 team members behind him. Although these soldiers showed fatigue and tension on their faces, their eyes held a deeper, absolute trust in him. Same as always. Prepare to charge with me. Yes, sir. Morin no longer hesitated, he suddenly rushed out from behind the corner, running towards the closing gate, facing the rain of bullets coming from the castle wall. Bang! 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 The gunfire from the castle wall instantly intensified, and countless bullets poured towards this suddenly appearing target. But only a burst of blue sparks exploded around him, yet they consistently failed to kill the target. And directly below Morin's line of sight, the icon representing today's second mage armor still had half its durability remaining. He roughly estimated during the battle that the mage armor he cast at his current level could withstand about 20 rifle rounds. Although it couldn't compare to Eldridge's mage armor which withstood hundreds of rifle shots, it was already quite a nuisance in urban warfare. Not to mention, below the mage armor durability icon, there was another shield bar. The Abjuration School's arcane ward also provided additional protection when Morin used abjuration spells. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. When the distance to the castle gate was less than 20 meters, Morin activated his second misty step for the day. A dense cloud of white mist once again appeared out of thin air, completely engulfing him. Immediately after, this cloud of white mist, in a single breath, instantly traversed 20 meters, appearing directly at the castle gate. A long, wall-like trail of smoke also stretched out with his movement, between the castle gate and the assault squad behind him, perfectly obscuring the vision of the defenders on the castle wall. Holy shit! The company commander went through again. Charge! Follow the smoke wall and charge! The assault squad members behind him, upon seeing this familiar scene, first let out a few exclamations. Then, without hesitation, they rushed out from behind cover, following the still dissipating smoke wall, charging towards the castle gate. On the other side, at the castle gate, the kingdom's army soldiers who were preparing to flee into the castle hadn't even reacted to what was happening when they saw a cloud of white mist abruptly appear in front of them. Immediately after, a figure radiating blue spiritual light burst out from the white mist. Second time's the charm. The moment Morin appeared, a clean, swift slide allowed him to lie flat on the ground, reducing his exposed area. At the same time, his P-08 pistol began to fire in bursts, and several kingdom's army soldiers blocking the doorway instantly screamed and fell. Enemy at the gate. Close the gate quickly. Don't worry about the others. The other soldiers in the gate arch screamed in terror, some raised their rifles to return fire, while others rushed inside, disregarding everything else. Chapter 95, Surprise Attack on the 32nd Regiment. The kingdom army soldiers fled quickly, but the assault squad also charged through the smoke screen at a swift pace. Upon reaching the gateway, the assault squad's division of labor was very clear. Assaulters armed with large drum magazine P-08s followed Morin directly into the gateway, then began a frantic assault with a torrential rain of 9mm bullets. The kingdom army soldiers were all squeezed into the gateway, not even needing much aiming. Once the morale of a unit collapses, fear spreads faster than anyone can imagine, no one even thought of returning fire. Meanwhile, other soldiers using .98 rifles began engaging in a firefight on the street. Although there was basically no cover on the street in front of the castle, these assault squad members were quick-witted. They directly used the still dissipating smoke screen as cover, moving towards the gateway while occasionally taking precise pot shots at enemies who dared to show their heads on the castle wall. In a mere dozen seconds, the castle gateway was completely controlled, and the room directly above the gateway, responsible for controlling the drawbridge and main gate, was also cleared by the assault squad with grenades. Morin also swapped to his last spare drum magazine and led the team into the castle's interior, where a cold, damp aura immediately assailed them. The scene before them instantly switched from an open battlefield to a typical indoor close-quarters environment. Narrow corridors, dim lighting, countless rooms and corners, this was every infantryman's nightmare. Morin glanced at his system map, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. He realized that the golden finger also revealed some limitations in this environment. On the map, the area representing the castle had turned into a grey square, with a unit marker for a kingdom's army infantry company, the unit to which the soldiers who fled into the castle belonged. Other than that, he could only see a red number 42. This number represented the remaining enemy count inside the castle, but the map did not show where these enemies were specifically, or in which room or corner they were distributed. It's like capturing points in a battlefield game, only showing the number of enemies in the area, right? Morin muttered a complaint to himself, but he also knew that now was not the time to dwell on it. After glancing at the durability of his mage armor, which was running low, Bro activated another of his defensive spells. First ring spell, shield spell. A circular shield, composed of pure magical energy, instantly appeared in front of him, moving with his movements. While digging trenches all night yesterday, Morin had roughly anticipated today's combat situation, so he had filled his spell slots as follows. Second ring spell, Misty Step 0/2. First ring spell, Mage Armor 0/2. First ring spell, Shield Spell 1/2. Today's battle also made him realize that the stamina of mages in this world was truly lacking. At least the stamina of low-level mages could not sustain high-intensity combat at all. So how did the Brightonians manage to beat all evocation and transmutation? As the assault squad advanced deeper into the castle, the kingdom's army defenders inside also began to counterattack. Bang! 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 Gunshots continuously rang out from the darkness at the end of the corridor, but all the incoming bullets hit the shield, only stirring up two transparent ripples. Enemy at the end of the corridor. Suppressing fire. The assault squad members following Morin immediately reacted, leaning out sideways, and then several P-08s fired simultaneously, a dense rain of bullets instantly covering the entire corridor. Stone chips flew off the walls, and the three Kingdom Army soldiers hiding at the end let out a Wilhelm scream before falling silent. Don't stop. Keep advancing. Morin gave the enemy no chance to catch their breath. The battlefield was different from counter-terrorism warfare. In such a high-pressure environment, there was no room for fancy cornering or room-clearing CQB tactics. The most effective method was to simply overwhelm them with brutal firepower superiority. Grenades to clear the way, dense suppressing fire, just charge in and it's done. And Morin's Storm Assault Squad Youth Edition possessed an overwhelming advantage in firepower density in close-quarters combat. So there was no need to cautiously set up shots and slowly advance. Moreover, they didn't have time to slowly push. No one knew what the situation was like outside the castle, nor whether the enemy would have reinforcements. Ending the battle inside the castle as quickly as possible and completely controlling this high ground was the most important thing at the moment. It must be said that the 20 soldiers Klaus had picked out for Morin from the entire company were indeed good candidates for an assault squad. After the previous battle outside the castle, they had quickly adapted to this high-intensity combat rhythm. They had even developed the habit of pre-firing. Whenever they encountered a corner or an open door, they would first throw a grenade, then charge through while firing. The advantage of this simple and brutal fighting style was that it maximized the assault squad's firepower advantage, giving the enemy no chance to retaliate. The downside was that ammunition was consumed too quickly. As the assault squad fought their way through, clearing most of the rooms on the castle's first floor and preparing to advance to the second floor via the stairs, the assaulters equipped with P-08s had already expended 2 32-round drum magazines and were on their last one. Morin, meanwhile, had long since picked up an enemy rifle and fixed a bayonet. Company leader, we're almost out of bullets. A corporal said to Morin in between changing drum magazines. When you run out of pistol ammo, use rifles. Pick them up from enemy corpses. Morin roared without looking back, don't stop. Break them in one go. He knew very well that once their offensive slowed down, the defenders in the castle would recover. If they reorganized an effective defense, then these 20 men could very likely be surrounded and annihilated in turn. So they had to keep pushing, completely crushing the defenders in one fell swoop. Morin, protected by the shield spell, charged at the very front of the team, drawing almost all the firepower. The assault squad members behind him only needed to follow him and unleash bullets at any suspicious target. This indoor combat style was indeed a significant psychological and mental stimulus for the assault squad, but the technical and tactical requirements were not as high as during the flanking maneuvers outside. Because basically no bullets would hit them, what the assault squad had to do was pull the trigger. But even so, by the time the assault squad had fought their way up to the second floor of the castle and reached the main hall, only 15 men remained. Furthermore, their ammunition was almost depleted, and most assaulters had also switched to rifles. Separated by the main hall's large door, Morin couldn't immediately figure out how many enemies were inside. The value of first ring spell, life sense would have been evident now. Regrettably, Morin had not yet learned this spell. Count how many grenades we have left in total, Morin said to a corporal who had been by his side. Soon, the corporal gave Morin a number, 8. Morin, how did you use them so quickly? Well, you were just directing us outside, saying grenade to clear this room, and grenade to suppress that area. The corporal said somewhat aggrievedly. It's fine, good job. Morin quickly skipped over the topic, then, with his back to the main hall door, he pushed open one side of it. A flurry of gunshots immediately erupted from inside the main hall. The assault squad members didn't hesitate. Upon Morin's signal, they poured the remaining grenades inside. Boom. 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 The continuous grenade explosions filled the main hall and the corridor by the door with a cloud of dust. Immediately after, led by Morin with his shield spell, the assault squad spread out on his flanks and charged in amidst the smoke and dust. Several surviving soldiers closer to the door tried to return fire. But the assault squad and Morin reacted faster, directly taking down the Kingdom Army soldiers attempting to retaliate. And this was like pushing over the first domino. The remaining Kingdom Army soldiers also lost their courage to resist. Don't shoot. We surrender. We really surrender. They threw down their weapons, raised their hands high, their faces filled with terror and despair. Tie them all up. Check the ground for any survivors. Morin stopped and ordered the assault squad members behind him. He himself leaned against a pillar, keeping watch inside the hall, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. From the start of the charge until now, he had been in a state of high tension, with immense mental and physical exertion. And the previous day's march had already consumed a lot of physical strength. Just then, Morin noticed that among the surrendered Kingdom Army soldiers, several of them had uniforms that were distinctly different from the others. Although Morin was not very familiar with the styles of the Kingdom's Army's black uniforms, he could tell these should be officer uniforms. His heart stirred, and he opened the system map again. Then he was surprised to find that on the grey square icon of the castle, in addition to the original unit marker representing the castle garrison, there was also an additional unit marker he hadn't noticed before, bearing a crossed sword symbol. Headquarters of the Kingdom's Army 32nd Infantry Regiment. Holy crap, this really was a surprise attack now. Morin couldn't help but curse. Although Major Thomas had mentioned earlier that the enemy regimental headquarters might be in the town, his fierce assault had actually managed to wipe out the enemy's regimental command in one fell swoop. Not long after, Klaus arrived at the castle with a group of soldiers. When he saw the chaotic scene in the main hall and the dejected Kingdom's Army officers tied up in a row, this company sergeant major, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but gape. Company leader, you really did take out the enemy's regimental headquarters, didn't you? Klaus asked in disbelief, with a hint of regret in his tone. Being a ballast was nowhere near as good as fiercely attacking with the company leader. Pretty much. Morin had recovered by now. He patted the dust off himself and, pointing at the officers, said to Klaus. Keep a close watch on these guys. Have the others clear the battlefield, tally the spoils and prisoners, especially maps, documents, and such, make sure to secure them. Yes, sir. Klaus saluted excitedly and immediately began organizing the soldiers to take action. As news from other units of the 1st Company, including friendly forces from the 2nd and 3rd Companies, gradually came in, the initial battle results were tallied. This attack on the town resulted in a brilliant victory for the entire battalion, with fewer than 100 casualties. They not only routed a Kingdom's Army infantry battalion stationed in the town, capturing most of its soldiers, but also dismantled the headquarters of the Kingdom's Army's 32nd Infantry Regiment. Among the captured enemies, in addition to the Lieutenant Colonel Regimental Commander of the Kingdom's Army's 32nd Infantry Regiment and the Infantry Battalion Commander, there was also the Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion Commander who had been coordinating the defense of the area. Furthermore, they seized a large quantity of weapons, ammunition, military supplies, as well as a complete field hospital and over 100 military horses. The most important spoils of war, however, were the 6 magic crystal cannons that the first company soldiers had captured intact. Company Sergeant Major Klaus's voice trembled with excitement as he reported the battle results to Morin. Morin listened to the report, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This battle had indeed gone well. He had proven the value of his new tactics to everyone with a resounding victory. More importantly, his company, after undergoing this baptism of blood and fire, could truly begin its transformation. Whether it was the new recruits or the 3 newly appointed platoon leaders, everyone who survived would gain considerable experience from this battle. Well done, Klaus. Morin patted his old soldier's shoulder. Tell everyone to work a little harder, clean up the battlefield, and then, we'll go take a look at those magic crystal cannons. He was incredibly curious about those great weapons that could perform airbursts. As the fighting in the town gradually subsided, several kilometers away behind the battlefield, one of the 3 giant observation balloons began to slowly descend. In the basket, Crown Prince George put down the heavy optical observation instrument he was holding, his face still showing lingering shock. General. He turned to look at Mackensen, who maintained a solemn expression beside him, his voice filled with awe. I never thought that infantry assault operations could be fought like this. Although due to distance and angle, they couldn't see the specific details of the street fighting inside the town. However, the first company's earthworks before the attack, and the assault squad's breakthrough after the battle began, still brought a huge visual and mental impact to the young Crown Prince. Especially the scene where Morin first used Misty Step to deploy smoke and break through the enemy's defenses, which made his blood boil. As Crown Prince, George had naturally seen more mages than other Saxons. But he had never imagined that mages, most of whom served as magic technology researchers in the rear, could be used like this on the battlefield. This is simply, like a breaker of formations from ancient epics, George murmured. General Mackensen did not immediately offer a comment upon hearing this. But the slightly upturned corners of his mouth, which he almost couldn't suppress, still revealed his true thoughts. Your Highness, don't praise him so much. A moment later, the old general said in his usual stern tone. I know that kid too well. If you praise him today, he'll guarantee you tomorrow that he can take Madrid by himself. Ha ha ha, if that were true, then Father Emperor would be spared a lot of worry. Chapter 96 Your magic crystal cannon is very good. The observation balloon quickly descended to the ground, and the Crown Prince and General Mackensen also left the gondola. The two continued to chat for a few more sentences. The Crown Prince was full of praise for Lieutenant Morin, this young officer, while General Mackensen, although quite pleased in his heart, maintained a serious expression. Crown Prince George looked at the old general's contradictory expression and couldn't help but laugh. General, don't be so modest. All of us have seen Lieutenant Morin's performance. His set of tactics, if it can be popularized throughout the army, would definitely be a good thing for the Imperial Army. General Mackensen nodded, but he was not as optimistic as the Imperial Crown Prince. Your Royal Highness, you are right. However, Lieutenant Morin's tactics have a very crucial point, and that is him. The old general's gaze looked towards the distant town, as if crossing several kilometers, focusing on the descendant of his old friend. He is a spellcaster, able to use spells to protect himself and perform rapid battlefield maneuvers. This is something that no other commander can replicate. Therefore, how broadly applicable his tactics are still needs further evaluation and verification. We cannot blindly assume that this set of tactics can solve all problems just because of one victory. Mackensen's calmness and rationality also calmed George down. Indeed, Morin's personal ability played a crucial role in this battle. If it weren't for his rapid breakthrough by creating smoke with Shadow Step, the first company's attack would never have been so smooth. Then, General, what do you mean? George asked. What I mean is, we still need more battle examples. Your Royal Highness knows the situation at home, low-level spellcasters clearly prefer to stay in research institutions in the rear. Mackensen continued. So we need to see if, without him personally leading the charge, his company or other units that have learned his tactics, can also achieve the same effect. George pondered for a moment, then offered a suggestion. Why don't we just transfer Lieutenant Morin back home? Let him specialize in forming and training a new unit, an assault unit built entirely according to his tactical ideas. This way, we can also verify his theories more quickly and cultivate a group of pioneers who master new tactics for the Empire. This suggestion was very tempting, but General Mackensen shook his head without hesitation. Your Royal Highness, this is indeed a good method. But with all due respect, now is not the time. Why? The Crown Prince was somewhat puzzled. He always felt that the general beside him seemed to be suppressing Morin. Because this battlefield is the best training ground. Mackensen's gaze once again turned to the distant smoke-filled town. Whether for Lieutenant Morin himself or for all of our Saxon troops participating in the war, every battle here is a valuable accumulation of practical experience. If we transfer him back home and keep him in a training ground, what can he train? It's just armchair strategy. Only in true blood and fire can the most elite soldiers and the most effective tactics be forged. The old general paused, his tone becoming more earnest. Moreover, this kid Morin is at the age where he's most prone to arrogance and complacency. If he achieves a little success on the front lines, he'll easily get carried away. If I keep him under my watchful eye, I can constantly prod him and temper his character. Only when his tactics have been fully verified on the battlefield, and he himself has truly grown into a mature and steady commander, will we consider setting up training camps for promotion. I believe that by then, the resistance encountered will also be much smaller. After listening to General Mackenson's words, Crown Prince George completely understood. This old general was not suppressing Morin at all, he was clearly protecting and nurturing this junior, whom he favored the most, in the most rigorous way. At this moment, even His Royal Highness, who was usually uninterested in such gossip, couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. But then he shook off this inappropriate thought, while maintaining a proper smile and saying, "General, you truly are a strict elder." Inside the town, after Morin dealt with the prisoners and tallied the spoils of war, he, driven by intense curiosity, went with Klaus to the magic crystal cannon position opened up in the northwest of the town. Previously, he had only seen it from a distance on top of the castle, and before that, on the high ground outside Seville, he had only seen a damaged magic crystal cannon. Now that he was closer, he truly felt the oppressive presence of this thing. Rather than a cannon, it looked more like a giant, fallen sausage. The muzzle was a black hole, and Morin estimated its caliber was probably close to 900 millimeters. The gun body was a rough, dark green, covered with complex magic technology patterns, glowing with a faint light in the sun. The entire cannon was supported by a huge gun carriage, with a heavy base underneath, deeply embedded in the mud. This thing is too cumbersome. Morin walked around one of the cannons and couldn't help but shake his head. He finally understood why the Britonians hadn't brought this thing into the street fighting in Seville earlier. With its size, never mind entering the city, even moving it in the wild would be difficult. A captured magic crystal cannon crew member, a somewhat dull-looking middle-aged man, was squatting beside the cannon, his eyes vacant. Morin walked over and skillfully asked in Aragonese language, "How heavy is this thing?" The crew member was startled, looked up, and seeing Morin's rank on his shoulder, immediately stood up and stammered in reply. "Reporting, sir. It weighs about 42 tons. Morin's eyes widened. 42 tons? How did you transport it? Sir, it needs to be disassembled into 9 parts for transport. 42 tons, disassembled into 9 parts. Morin's mouth twitched. This was more troublesome than the railway guns he knew of before his transmigration. No wonder in previous battles, once this thing was locked onto by friendly artillery, it was like a sitting duck, unable to escape. Just as he was internally complaining that this thing didn't seem very reliable, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind without warning. Detected special magic technology equipment, Britannia Griffin Type 4 Siege Magic Crystal Cannon. This equipment has guided attack characteristics. Spellcaster ability verified, can guide attacks for this type of magic crystal cannon. A series of prompts left Morin bewildered. Guided attack? Me? Even more absurd things were to come. He subconsciously reached out and touched the cold magic technology patterns on the gun body, wanting to observe its structure more closely. The moment his fingertips touched the gun body, the system prompt sounded again, and Morin opened the interface accordingly. Then he found a red dot in the technology tab. Someone with OCD would definitely not be able to resist clicking it, so he opened the tab without hesitation and saw a brand new branch quietly appear. Military Magic Technology. Below the branch, there was only a single icon, which was a thumbnail of a magic crystal cannon. Below the icon, there was also a progress bar. Griffin 4 Type Siege Magic Crystal Cannon Technology unlocked, 0%. Morin didn't know how many times he had been stunned, he felt like his mouth had never closed. What the hell, using a siege cannon for field combat? He tentatively shifted his gaze from the magic technology patterns on the gun body to the elevation mechanism of the gun carriage. Then he found that this structure was somewhat similar to the gear assembly of some old naval guns. When he roughly understood the working principle of this component in his mind, the progress bar before his eyes actually jumped forward a small segment. Griffin 4 Type Siege Magic Crystal Cannon Technology unlocked, 10%. What the hell? Morin's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. He immediately devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of this giant cannon. The structure of the gun body, the principle of the gun carriage, the design of the base. Although it was a magic crystal cannon, the Britonians clearly still used traditional mechanical structures in its construction. Every time he understood a part of the structure, the progress bar would steadily advance. However, he quickly encountered a bottleneck. A structure at the breech end, similar to a locking mechanism, was completely different from all the firearms he knew. Several thick, translucent magic technology pipelines, similar to cables, were also connected to it. What is this for? Morin pointed to that structure and asked the captured cannon crew member. The crew member evidently didn't expect this Saxon to be so interested in cannon construction, hesitated for a moment, and then began to explain. Sir, that is the access port and excitation device for the magic crystal energy core. The firing of the shell is achieved by instantaneously injecting the magic power from the energy core into the gun barrel through the excitation device. As the other party explained, Morin's mind suddenly cleared, and the progress bar before his eyes also surged forward a large chunk. Griffin 4 Type Siege Magic Crystal Cannon Technology unlocked, 55%. So that's how it is. This thing didn't have any propellant, it was entirely driven by magic power. Once he understood the core principle, the rest became much simpler. From a certain perspective, the essence of this thing was very similar to the white cannons he had seen in history books before his transmigration, and the famous Heartless Cannon. Both utilized high-angle curved trajectories and relatively low chamber pressure to deliver large charge ammunition. However, the magic crystal cannon greatly improved range and accuracy through magic technology. And those specially made magic crystal munitions were the source of its terrifying power. The airburst anti-infantry effect is indeed first class, a single cannon can suppress a battalion. Another type of ammunition used for siege warfare also has good destructive power. Morin stroked his chin, silently evaluating in his mind. But for this little bit of vinegar, making such a big plate of dumplings is still too much of a waste of tonnage and caliber. Just as Morin watched the progress bar soar all the way to 90%, on the verge of completion, an orderly from the first company ran over from the direction of the town's outskirts in a hurry. Company commander. The reconnaissance unit reports enemy contact. Chapter 97, The Airburster, finally airburst. Morin's heart skipped a beat. Weren't there friendly forces from the 32nd Regiment blocking in other directions? Where did these enemies come from? He immediately opened the system map. On the map, the blue unit markers representing the Saxon forces were indeed blocking other units of the enemy 32nd Regiment that were coming to reinforce from the left and right flanks of the town. However, in the only direction not surrounded due west, heading towards Madrid, 2 Red Battalion level unit markers were rapidly approaching the town. Warwickshire Regiment. Morin clearly saw the unit's designation. If Britannia in this world had no significant difference in infantry regiment naming from Great Britain before his transmigration, then this was a standing army from its homeland. At the same time, the intelligence tab also updated some related intelligence. These were troops that the Britannians had just ferried across the sea as reinforcements a while ago. Order the entire company. Immediately take up defensive positions. Prepare for battle. Morin instantly commanded. Yes. The orderly acknowledged and left. Notify battalion headquarters and other friendly forces in the town, there are enemy reinforcements from the northwest. Morin shouted to another orderly who had just run from the castle. After issuing the orders, Morin turned his head again to look at the captured magic crystal cannon crew members. Can this thing still fire airbursts? The gunners looked bewildered, clearly not understanding the new word that came out of the Saxon officer's mouth. It's the kind that, Morin gestured, explodes in the sky, and then lots of metal fragments fall down. Ah. A gunner suddenly understood, you mean magic crystal shrapnel shells? Yes. There are still some reserves in the warehouse. Good, good, good. A smile appeared on Morin's face. He pointed to the 6 massive magic crystal cannons, then pointed towards the direction from which the enemy was approaching outside the distant town. Very good. Now, make them move. The members of the magic crystal cannon crew looked at each other, their expressions uglier than if they had eaten military rations that had been stored for an unknown period. Make them operate their own magic crystal cannons to bombard friendly forces. What? Unwilling. Morin's voice turned cold. You're firing at Britannians, not your Aragonese troops. Several veteran soldiers of the first company beside him also understood, and all simultaneously pulled back their .98 rifle bolts. The crisp metallic clatter of the .98 rifle echoed particularly loudly on the quiet artillery position. Cold muzzles were pointed at the gunners' heads. Under the undisguised armed threat from the Saxon soldiers, the instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over so-called loyalty. Major Garcia, the captured battalion commander of this magic crystal cannon battalion, finally sighed and waved his hand dejectedly. Do as he says. The gunners then reluctantly began to move, checking the gun bodies, opening ammunition boxes, and preparing the firing procedure. Morin watched their slow movements, not urging them. He was more curious now about how the guided attack prompted by the system actually worked. Hello. He walked over to Major Garcia and continued in Aragonese language. How do you guide this thing? Major Garcia was startled, seemingly not expecting him to ask this question. Guide. He looked at Morin with a strange gaze. Previously, the Archmage Lords would fly directly into the sky to observe and guide with their naked eyes. Fly into the sky? Morin frowned, he didn't have that ability now. He did have artillery observation balloons, but with battle imminent, by the time the balloon units from the rear slowly arrived, it would be too late. Then without a Archmage, how do you manage to fire yourselves? Morin asked again. It requires very complex ballistic calculations. Major Garcia explained with a troubled expression. And it takes several rounds of trial shots and corrections to barely hit the approximate area. Sir, we were just assigned here, and the cannons were assembled these past few days, we haven't had time to conduct firing tables yet. All right, I understand. Morin impatiently interrupted him. He couldn't rely on these prisoners. He looked up at the Garcimulo's castle not far away, and an idea formed in his mind. The castle was the highest point in the entire area, with an open view, perfect for an observation post. Fisher. Morin looked at an orderly who seemed more alert. Immediately take a few men to the 32nd Regiment's regimental headquarters in the castle and use their equipment to temporarily run a wired telephone line here for me. Quickly. Yes. In the absence of magic-guided communication equipment, the old-fashioned wired telephone was the most reliable method of command. After arranging the communication, Morin said to Major Garcia, you activate the magic crystal cannons first, get them into standby status, and then wait for my command. Although Major Garcia was full of doubts, he still complied. As the gunners loaded glowing magic crystal stone energy cores into the breech interfaces, the magic-guided patterns on the 6 giant cannons lit up sequentially, emitting a series of deep hums. Morin, meanwhile, jogged all the way up to the highest point of the castle. The top of the castle was a wide platform with excellent visibility. Looking northwest, the Britannian reinforcements had already appeared about 3 to 4 kilometers outside the town's perimeter. A dense mass of them was advancing uphill along a gentle slope in standard dense formation. Soon, several orderlies, panting, dragged up a field telephone and a long telephone cable. Hello? Is this the artillery position? Morin picked up the receiver. Yes, the artillery position is connected, sir. A somewhat noisy voice of a soldier came from the receiver. Good, prepare cannon number 1 and cannon number 2. Morin put down the phone and took a deep breath. Now, everything was ready, it was time to see what this guided attack provided by his golden finger was all about. Following the simple tutorial prompts that appeared on the system interface, he extended his right hand, spreading his thumb and forefinger, using the web of his hand as a sight. Then, he aimed the web of his hand at the enemy forces advancing in the distance. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. In his vision, looking forward through the web of his hand, a circular, ethereal outline made of faint green dashed lines suddenly appeared on the distant ground. The range of this ethereal outline was quite large, with the diameter estimated to be over 50 meters. Target lock area generated. Please cover the target location with the lock area. 2 text prompts flashed across his field of vision. Morin's heart stirred, and he tried to move his wrist slightly. He found that as his wrist moved, the faint green circular ethereal outline also moved along the ground. Wasn't this the indicator for the shell's landing point? Morin understood instantly. The system directly skipped all complex ballistic calculations and manual calibration steps, presenting the final impact area intuitively before his eyes in a foolproof manner. All he needed to do was, like playing a game, superimpose this aiming box over the enemy's heads. This is too unfair. Are the Britonians also controlling it this way? This thought flashed through Morin's mind, but he temporarily suppressed it. He picked up the telephone receiver with his other hand and, somewhat excitedly, ordered, cannon number 1, cannon number 2. Guidance complete, fire. Wait a moment, sir. Major Garcia's voice came through the receiver. The gun crews are still adjusting the azimuth and elevation angles according to your guidance. He simultaneously glanced at the 2 nearby gun crews, who were adjusting the magic crystal cannon's posture according to an indicator reading on a mechanical scale. How much longer do you need? 30 seconds, sir. I understand, I will readjust the guidance position, fire directly when you are ready. After speaking, Morin roughly estimated the enemy's advance speed, then shifted the pre-aim point back towards the town based on the lead time. On the other side, the commander of this Britonian reinforcement force, Colonel Lionel, was observing the distant town of San Lorenzo de la Paria through binoculars, astride a tall thoroughbred horse. As one of the first homeland units to reinforce the Iberian Peninsula, the Warwickshire Regiment was eager to achieve merits for the Empire on this foreign land. To maintain troop morale, the Britonian High Command had minimized the spread of news regarding the defeat at Seville. So, when Colonel Lionel received an urgent order to lead 2 battalions under his command to counterattack the town occupied by the Saxons, he even felt a bit disdainful. Only the kingdom's army, a force made up of farmers, would be so quickly overrun by the Saxon barbarians. Colonel Lionel put down his binoculars and said to his adjutant beside him. They might have been lucky enough to capture the town, but to hold it. That's utterly delusional. He was very aware that the terrain around this town consisted of rolling, gentle slopes. This kind of terrain was not favorable for the Saxons' field artillery, especially in defensive operations. They would find it difficult to locate suitable artillery positions to attack enemies on the gentle slopes, unless they directly mounted their cannons on the outermost positions for direct fire. Without artillery superiority, trying to hold an isolated stronghold with just infantry, and against an attack from the Warwickshire Regiment, was clearly a pipe dream. Order all battalions to maintain company-level dense formations, provide covering fire in turns, and advance steadily. Colonel Lionel issued the order, his tone filled with confidence. I want to drink Saxon coffee in the town's castle before lunch. Yes, Colonel. The 3 battalions of Britonian soldiers, in neat formations, began to attack uphill along the gentle slope. But they clearly did not anticipate that what they were about to face would be a warm greeting from their own weapons. On top of the castle, Morin calmly watched the Britonian left flank unit slowly enter the aiming indicator circle. It was at this moment that, in the distant magic crystal cannon position, 2 giant cannons let out a muffled roar. Boom! Boom! 2 dazzling blue lights erupted from the muzzles, and 2 massive magic crystal shrapnel shells, trailing faint contrails, whistled into the sky in an eerie parabolic arc. Immediately after, these magic crystal shrapnel shells began to fine-tune their trajectories under some kind of guidance. The Britonian soldiers advancing uphill also heard the sharp sound of rushing air. They subconsciously looked up, but only saw 2 faint contrails flying above their heads. Before they could react, 2 rapidly descending black dots exploded with a boom about 10 meters above their heads. Boom! The sound of the explosion was not particularly loud, it was more like a muffled burst. But then, thousands of fragments, amplified by magic, poured down like 2 rounds of iron rain towards the ground. The dense rain of projectiles, like 2 invisible giant hands, slammed fiercely into the Britannians' equally proud dense formation. Thud! 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 Countless muffled sounds of flesh being struck rang out. In the area covered by the projectile rain, Britonian soldiers fell in swathes, like wheat being cut down. Blood and severed limbs splattered everywhere, and screams and wails instantly echoed across the entire battlefield.